Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 169, Sudden Urgency. Klein processed what Dunn had said. Instantly, he felt light over the head as intense foreboding strung his heartstrings. Dunn saw Klein's expression, however it didn't halt him from adding, 30 people in the lower street of Westboro died in a span of less than half a day. During the night, many had rumors of a reported sighting of an intense warm, mesmerizing and inexplicable light. Their relatives died soon as daybreak came. Warm, mesmerizing and inexplicable light. Klein echoed in disbelief. Because this description is starting to ring a bell down memory lane. Everyone present at the hall felt the atmosphere turned grim when Dunn nodded. The details of the so-called divine light from the elicited rumors are as follows. Colors that seem dreamed, undefined, vibrant and can only be explained by an analogy and out of the spectrum. Those last two characteristics are what Klein heard from their meeting. Klein's heart flinched and his thoughts whirred with dismay and apprehension. Then suddenly, it occurred to him. The meteorite was the source of Morrowi's abilities as a half-shaman. Half and incomplete due to his requirements to please the corresponding deity for the full boon, and thus Klein had speculated that the construction and knowledge of the totems are the initials. From Selena's explanation, its dream inducement was the effect of the totem using its fuel, the meteorite. If it weren't for her connection with Mrs. White, or that Morrowi's single-eyed head seemed to had only specks of power compared to the source, she and Royale might have been in the same situation as the 30 deceased people in their sleep. Such is the power of items that have direct relation to a deity. Such is the dangers that follows them. Yet why haven't it instilled any of such urgency when the Holy Church lodged the object as missing? This reminds me of the Death in Case tomb in the ancient castle. Klein could vaguely tell whether this occurrence had coincidences plastered to it. Perhaps the thief saw the opportune moment when him and the Nighthawks are in need of medical care more than anything else. However, this remains illogical. How can someone else be informed of Morrowi's anomaly when it's only within their ranks? Did Selena share it discreetly? Maybe it's one of our teammates betraying us. No, that can't be right. The madness the sequence pathways brings already puts us in danger. We only have each other in this mess. The probationary mental health units. Klein felt that more or less he had found potential suspects. Right in the moment where his thoughts turned stray, Dunn's hands reached for his shoulder. Klein jolted and blinked twice at their captain. The meteorite relates to the single-eye deity. Whether it is the true creator that had such a similar characteristics remains unidentifiable. Dunn said in a clear and deep voice. From Klein's report so far that revolves in the organization that believes in the true creator, there hadn't seemed any that connects to the Rose School of Thought and Selena. Well, treat said deities as separate entities and the former as the sole appropriator in desiring Selena's blood. No matter what, don't let her get near any of this case. It is unknown what effects it will bring once the single eye got what it wanted. Dunn's expression had not been any more under stress than it had over the course of Klein's service in the Nighthawks. This was his first time seeing this side of the captain, driven and protective of his teammates. Dunn Smith, I'm so glad you became my captain. Klein inwardly praised but then hesitated a second later. The first time he decided for Selena was with consideration of the circumstances, which lessened the burden in his mind. However, this will be the second time he does this. Thus, if she tacitly concurred for the first, it's very unlikely she will the second time. Simply using the logic of protecting her wouldn't be enough. Selena is a meticulous person, and arguing with her would result in a loss. This has become a matter of trust for Klein. But perhaps facing her wrath is better than allowing her to assume she's the center of the issue. After seconds of silence, he decisively said, it's for her safety. Dunn nodded slightly. Let's go. Also tell Roseanne to keep an eye on Selena. Without Klein or anyone, don't allow her to attend anywhere else but the company. Klein sharpened his tone and said, I'll talk to her on our way. Underneath the cold wind and the clouding sky of morning, Selena, dressed in her windbreaker, beneath was her usual linen shirt tucked into her brown trouser, looked up. It seems rain is around the corner, she noted before entering. Good morning, Roseanne. Although it's quite cloudy outside. She gave a warm, pleasant smile for their lovely receptionist. It was impeccable one, however it crossed with an unusual tone of professionalism from Roseanne, telling her, Klein and others went out. If you're going out, please inform me. Selena was lightly taken aback before forcing saying genially, sure, why are they still out? Is it on a mission? Or could the situation in Lamud Town be so terrible that their stay was extended? Still out. Terrible. Yes. Yes. It was terrible indeed. May the Evernight protect them. At that moment, Roseanne's facade shattered and she quickly drew a circle on her chest. Seeing this, Selena sighed a relief internally. I thought someone replaced Roseanne. Then she quickly noticed a few misalignments toward her behavior. Terrible, huh? So I assume they returned and informed you first before heading out. Yes, that's right. This time, Roseanne regained her poise. Roseanne. Selena said in disparagement. It's about Lamad Town this time, right? If it were, they wouldn't have returned and stayed there for a while. Or Klein could have informed me through the dream world, she added hardly. Roseanne froze, and that made Selena ascertain of her deduction. In response, she pressed a finger to her lips and chuckled. So it seems they're on another mission. As she fixed her finger to her chin in contemplation, with her left arm supporting it, she asked Roseanne, kindly tell me what it is that they rushed so early in the morning. It's clear from your tone that it's dire. No, Captain told you have to stay in the department for a while. Following that, Roseanne's eyes widened and she shut her mouth. Stay? Why? Selena's curiosity grew and it led her lips to grin. What's the reason for it? After saying that, she was struck. Clearly, Klein had said that he's against the suggestion of Selena heading alone. This was born through a reason he explained which the whole department is aware of. She's under the radar of deities. I see. Just as Roseanne was about to answer, Selena was first to reach a conclusion. All right. I'm just a little curious about inconsistencies, that's all. Anyway, if Klein or the others return, tell them I'll be with old Neil studying mysticism. She planned on staying regardless of the prohibition designed by either Klein or Dunn. This is because she wanted to switch the activation of her spirit vision, which is why she needed old Neil's guidance throughout the rest of the day. However, if this applied throughout days, months, or years, then it's another story. Oh, and old Neil is present, right, she added. Roseanne was a little delayed due to how quick Selena is at understanding the situation. She didn't have to dwell with her, a chance that she wished would not occur. After nodding, then apologizing for her tone earlier, she proceeded with addressing trivial matters she found worth dealing. I'm really excited for Adam Insal's full recovery, said Roseanne with enthusiasm. Selena concurred mindfully. Do you have suggestions for his civilian role? Then she recalled the mission Klein and company tended to. Roseanne likely wouldn't tell me the details even I pressed. I should ask old Neil. Another clerk would sound wonderful. Roseanne remarked. I just know you dislike being the second substitute addition. Selena was used to Roseanne's wittiness over matters of work. By the way, how's Brett doing? Roseanne snapped and she felt Ms. Roy quickly figured out her intentions. Well, he's doing fine. He's currently next to the typewriter by the underground. At that moment, she froze. Because she had just blurted another hint to the situation. Roseanne. Selena sympathized with the loose-lipped Roseanne. Usually, when this happens, it's from minor details that she'd been informed of prior. However, it's different now that she felt being casted off. What does Brett doing next to the typewriter? Selena pierced right at Roseanne's slipped intel. Roseanne quickly shrugged it off and looked sideways before saying, nothing. Really, you know that Brett is always behind the telegraph office. I don't see him often there. Selena pressed while playing wistfully. Instead, I'd likely spot him by the display room right about now. Brett would only be operating the telegraph office once essential matters like a mission or a report from her fellow Nighthawks arrived. Sigh. Selena drew a breath and said, I'll be frank. Ms. Roseanne, kindly tell me what's the mission. Roseanne looked at her deeply in the eyes before finally relieving the pressure from her chest. She answered wearily and with vacant eyes, casting down, about 30 people had died just this morning. They were sent to mend the spirits of the deceased at the Holy Church. Preventing and mitigating the chances of wraiths to be born. 100 people. Selena recoiled internally while her finger coiling her hands together below her abdomen jolted. Why, she blurted out. Did they said anything that caused it? Seeing Roseanne shook her head slowly and hearing her say, they simply told me not allow you to head out alone, and if you pressed simply answer it but not without resistance. Their excuse was this mission. Selena spent a moment standing behind the desk until finally she smiled softly, you've done an impeccable job. Captain should commend you. After that seemingly innocent praise, she turned. Roseanne snapped and she lifted her head, seeing Selena already walking away. You're not displeased. Oh, I'm definitely displeased and angry. Shouldn't they require more personnel during this crisis events? Also inside the Holy Church. Selena was having slight twitch from her hands that she can only rotate sideways to response. Don't worry. Leaving me likely means that they have it covered. Then, Roseanne's eyes glint but faded almost instantly, please don't tell Captain I told you this. At that moment, Selena's lips curled into a soft and impeccable smile, telling the receptionist, "I'll gladly stay silent." Upon hearing her words, Roseanne heaved a deep sigh of relief, deciding to end their greetings, feeling that it would threaten more of her secrets. "I hope Ms. Roy didn't realize I broke one of old Neil's favorite set of cups in the break room's cabinet," she emphasized inwardly. After taking the flight of staircases and ending up at the intersection, casted by the wall lamps, Selena's eyes remained fixed ahead in total notion. 30 people, just this morning, she felt horror within the strings of her chest. Tap. 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 Stopping at the guard room, Selena lightly knocked on the door 4 times until she heard an old man's voice from within, consenting her to enter. "Good morning, Mr. Old Neil," she greeted politely before finding a high-backed chair from the corner. Old Neil had just made a finishing at his blended coffee. However, this time it now seemed to have patterns of flour on the porcelain surface. "Someone broke one of my coffee cup, was it you?" Old Neil caressed the cup first before shooting a glance at the seated Selena. Selena jolted from her reverie and shook her head. "No. Mr. Old Neil, I did not broke your cup. Heh, I was just humoring you." Old Neil let out a slow laugh before taking a seat himself next to the display of swords, muskets, and shields. "You know I had a favorite set of cups that I usually kept in the cabinet upstairs. It was just yesterday that I used it, however I was surprised that a crack formed." Now, he sipped a simmer of his dark coffee, feeling its warmth down and invigorating him. "I divined it earlier, sure enough it was Roseanne. Was that why she's so tensed earlier even after I told I'll keep a secret?" Selena smiled wearily and acutely noticed this detail of Roseanne. "Must be nice being able to do divinations. So what's your reason for being here?" "I thought the captain had employed all of the Nighthawks?" Old Neil asked with a casual tone. Selena gave a soft, sly smile. "The question can be applied to you as well, Mr. Old Neil." Old Neil chuckled a bit. "I was left here to tend to poor Adam Insall in his recovery. The church is really insistent on his recovery and the possibility of him losing control. They're quite strict at imposing such regulations. Oh, and not only that. I chose to stay behind, feeling that you'd want to proceed with the lecture if they denied your participation." At this point, Selena isn't surprised if everyone except Roseanne is aware of the reasons behind these inconsistencies. She simply sighed, "Mr. Old Neil, have you been consistently taking the medicine I prescribed to you?" Old Neil consumed a bit of the coffee before replying, "Yes, I have." Selena nodded slightly. "That's good." Then she changed the topic. "Also, I feel that my spirituality had stabilized and improved. Can you guide me in changing the activation of my spirit vision?" Chapter 170, First Time Being Scolded. Bathed in the dim glow of the gas lamps, where the guard room maintained a still image, Selena placed both of her hands on her lap, intertwining them while secretly caressing each other. "Will I achieve this as smoothly as Klein?" A quiet apprehension crept into her heart. Old Neil halted his fingertip from turning a page midway, lowered the magazine to his lap, and looked at Selena. "How do you feel? Have you calmed down? Do you need a glass of wine, or an advance on your salary, or a day off?" Selena, who had completely digested the apothecary potion, had a slightly difficult time at maintaining a path to her designed switch. However, she still managed to overcome this nuances and thus proceeded with her past considerations. The present her have shed the need for a physical motion activation for her spirit vision. Therefore, she can resume with her plan to use a more concealed approach to achieve her goal, for example, tapping a certain finger once or stroking the joints of her index. However, since she had her mind fixed to utilizing her molar teeth, which is significantly more discreet than the aforementioned approach, in activating it, she decided to tap her left molar once and again for deactivation. There was a pleasant coincidence when she shared her plan with Klein before. It's that they both reach molar as their choice. However, Klein got to use his left molar for activation and left for deactivation. Something Selena is reluctant to mimic given the difference of inherent spiritual mastery of seers. After a short while, repeatedly suggesting to herself, she completed the change. She then opened her eyes and smiled impeccably. "I am merely too concerned with the rest in their operation. 30 people to be exorcised is simply exhausting and visceral. But I'm fine." At the same time, she clicked her left molar a couple of times to activate her spirit vision, wanting to familiarize with this method as quickly as possible. Old Neil laughed a bit. "They really can't hold important intel from you, Ms. Roy, huh? I told them time and time again that Roseanne isn't too adept at keeping secrets and I know you'd understand. Thank you for the consideration." Selena spoke softly. "A certain king should learn this from you and not only mysticism." Her gaze lifted and she started scanning the room preemptively. During that, Old Neil suddenly recoiled from his chair and his face turned steamed red. Cough. 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 Old Neil. Selena froze before asking in concern. Her gaze fell onto old Neil's aura that are radiating with crimson. Something that from Klein's previous checkups didn't got accounted. Should I tell this to Klein? No, why would even question it? Of course I should tell him. Have you been taking the medicine I prescribed you? Or have you been neglecting? Selena's expression went into an agitated professional looking at her disobedient client. I have, ahem. Old Neil almost spilled the coffee from the stool next to him. They taste bland, but I continued. I will talk to the others of this once they return. Selena said in conviction. Old Neil recovered swiftly and reclined back to his chair. Go ahead, I won't stop you. I'm glad you and Klein are concerned with my health. You know, I've recalled another trait that normal apothecaries can discern after some time. It's when their spirit vision became clear and they can see what sort of terminal illness a patient has. Upon saying that, he lifted his cup of coffee and took a flavorful sip in an attempt to calm down. Terminal illness. Selena muttered and she inhaled a little. Even then, I believe that terminal illnesses can be cured. Perhaps by the Church of the Earth Mother. Then, old Neil chuckled and said with clear humor. Persistent, too persistent. I merely wish to die in peace, why make it so difficult? Selena wearily smiled with angst. Mr. Old Neil, don't just wish to die. Value life. Ahem, ahem. Whoa, the coffee suddenly got hot. Old Neil coughed for 20 more seconds before earning respite. He felt for his coffee and took one more sip. Let's end today's mysticism lesson, ahem. I still had to tend to Adam Insol after this, so let me recover. All right. Have a proper rest. Selena wasn't so elated with today's changes. She stood up and walked out of the guard room and headed for the archives to recount the documents the Church of Earth Mother provided and to also refine her Mandarin mastery since her tutor has yet to return. The serene darkness shrouded up to the corners of the St. Selena Cathedral Church. Candles were lit in a magnum opera that span over the sides of the underground crypt. They illuminated the scene of 30 caskets, each lid bearing the emblem and symbols of the Evernight goddess, prepared to be nailed with silver nails to fortify the exorcism. Klein, Dunn, and the rest were lifting bodies after their dissection and cleaning, thus allowing for their bodies to befit the requirement for the cleansing ceremony. However, the anomaly was that there was no spirits to be exorcised, which now merely required their aid for cleansing the body. As this are happening, above the crypt held a mass for the people of the West Borough Lower Street. Munlade, an archbishop, the goddess's voice, stood at the chancel, preaching and inducing her words with spirituality. Every voice and tone of Munlade carries a pacifying allure that drives the apprehended civilians to a state of clear minds. Accompanying it were the resounding choirs and hums echoing in the entire edifice. Nearing the end. Each relatives had begun taking a candle from the archbishop's hands and using them as their guide in entering the stairwell. It spans at a deep length and it is separated from the entryway of the Chinese gate. The spiraling stairway induced a sacred, monolithic solemnity blending with the tranquil hair that settles their stirring thoughts. Upon reaching the ground level, they saw a wide, arched path that leads to the crypt of the St. Selena Church. From there, each of them saw an array of silver ebony caskets, containing a deceased person within, mingling with the slumber flower swaying beside them. The masses quickly rushed into the path and approached their relatives behind the glass casing. They quickly whiffed the scent of moonflower and slumber flower. However, some still mourned with loud wails, while others became calm enough to resort caressing the glass. Every citizen here that had relatives do not have the ability to finance such a coffin or ritual for proper burial. However, since it passed the criteria of the Church of the Evernight, the burial ceremony is held with or without fee depending on the family's income after the next Sunday. The reason for this excess days was to allow the relatives to visit the crypt and the deceased, and each day following that will hold similar prayers. Proceeding with the blessings. Multiple priests have been stationed by the sidelines and waited until a chime ringing within the distant darkness resounded. They began to walk up to the deceased and lifted a charm from their hands as they chant in a choir. We pray for the blessings of the darkness. We pray for the blessings of the serenity. We pray for the blessings of the goddess's loving grace. We pray for the deceased souls to be guided, to be claimed into your divine kingdom. We pray for the waning emotions to settle, to be soothed under your name. May the goddess have mercy on them. Praise the Lady. As the loud reverence echoed from across the door. In a separate room, Klein, Dunn, and company alongside other teams that have been deployed for assistance gathered to rest by the stream of the gas lamp light. Dunn briefly flipped his pocket watch open to see the time and quietly closed it into his pocket. That should handle the bodies of the deceased with proper sanctified burial. Klein, seated at the sofa, was flicking his coin and muttering to himself. The coin landed in at the upright of tails. Because of that, he sighed deeply. It seems this is another case of a ritual. Leonard combed his hair back with his hand and looked at Klein. Dunn nodded slightly but didn't allow Klein to reply. We'll lean into the investigation as soon as the burial is finished. Fry, what have you seen in the traits of the dead? Fry finished packing his tools and withdrew himself from it, answering Dunn's question. There was no cause of death. Simply a peaceful one during their sleep. The only strange and horrifying thing is that the bodies had not produced any sort of spirit. Klein was aware of the instances of death and the spirits. This is mysticism basics, and he would feel hanging himself if it didn't cross his mind. Leonard seems correct. This case could be a reflection of the Trissy's attempt, said Fry in addition. Dunn acknowledged the suggestion and pulled away from the scene of the room. He looked distantly at the door in which leads to the direction of the caskets and mourning masses. I should have had our attention at the missing meteorite sooner. Sigh, this is no use. Perhaps now it is safe for Selina to join the investigation as long as she had company. And it seems it's unlikely that the other units will be involved. The divine light was based on rumors, and it doesn't have any epiphany to request support. Klein agreed heartily to that suggestion. He didn't want to place a one-sided rule for Selina either. In fact, he still withheld his word for accepting her conditions. After turning over to face them, Dunn pondered briefly before saying, "Right, before it slipped me, we'll start investigation now by interviewing each of the relatives here." Then at that moment, Klein was just about to follow them as the short break ends. He felt tiny movements in his pocket. He went and checked. Sure enough, it was the seed wriggling and signaling him to response. "Wait, Captain, I need to go to the bathroom." Klein hurriedly excused as he exited the door frame. Dunn blinked twice before nodding slightly. "All right. Do what you must. Thanks for the gallant bidding, Captain." Klein lampooned silently before rushing to an intersection, taking the staircase and arriving at the communal hall to look for a bathroom. Once he found a stall out of the only 2 stalls present. He quickly entered cogitation and drove himself to sleep. In the distant plain of grass rolling infinitely into the horizon. Klein had just arrived when a loud, familiar, yet beautiful voice resounded from the world, subverting his expectation of a layered and majestic one. "Klein," said the familiar woman. "Selina," blurted Klein out with bafflement. "I didn't know she can do that. What happened to our agreement?" Klein was horrified and perplexed. His gaze darted around and saw Mrs. White standing like statue meters distance away, calm and vacant. "Mrs. White." "Klein." Selina's voice echoed again. Klein was stunned for a bit before he quickly answered. "Why, yes." The world ceased to add another word, as if Selina was waiting for Klein to properly give a reply. "I haven't," Klein said wearily. "Selina, we are at the presence of a goddess, don't scold me now." Really, for Klein it felt like the voices had an expression. For this instance, Selina had a raised brow. Sigh. "Klein Moretti, Joe Mingrue. I merely want 3 things." This time, the voice seemed to have softened and turned wistful. "First is prioritize your safety, let me know what's happening and never decide on your own." "Yet have you been doing?" Klein instinctively casted his head and gazed down. It took him a solid 20 seconds to reply in compliance and awareness. "I'm sorry." Only the soothing zephyr rustled soundly against the fabric of Klein's long sleeve and vest. He closed his eyes, inhaled and drew a slow breath, reconstructing his train of thoughts and clarifying himself of the things that are happening. Finally, he said in a gentle tone, "Let me make it up to you right now." Chapter 171, Awkward Klein. Although Klein is a self-renowned excellent keyboard warrior, combatant of forums who can argue with precision, experiencing Selina's wrath seemed like a losing battle long before it begins. He could only place his reasons aside. Ironically enough, it allowed him to have a clear mind and understood her logic, which resulted in his helplessness. Klein slowly lifted his head and saw the silent goddess White Maiden, like a statue with an imposing air but divine presence. Selina's voice stopped echoing. Again. "I'm sorry." At that moment, when the quiet wind hurled from the west and gave Klein an invigorating sensation, the world spoke in Selina's voice, "So how will you make it up?" Klein's heart was tugged and the jolt made him soften his nerves. "Right now, I will explain the mission and what is happening." After deliberating, he said, "Munlade. An archbishop from Stone City held a ceremony for the 30 deceased people. But there was no spirits to be exorcised. The divine light was what brought their deaths during the night. This was taken from the lens of the affected relatives. All of them gave the same description, the light that had a strange color. Klein wasn't conversing with Mrs. White, however he didn't deny the likeliness that perhaps she may contribute in figuring out the phenomenon. Selina's voice replied from the horizon, "I'm aware of it, and it sounds like the meteorite that Moroi had in his basement." "Yes, it's likely that the meteorite's light was amplified to cover the whole street." Klein concurred. The Holy Church had issued a joint investigation over this and have dubbed it as the light refraction of the West Borough. Because we thought they died specifically through the dreams. I feared it would trigger you in some way. Klein was met in silence. It was only after 13 seconds did he receive a reply from Selina, just as he thought she hanged up. Joe, you sounded like you're being overly protective. Selena's voice was soft and gentle. It's not bad, but you'll forget that I can also become a partner. Klein's mouth opened, but words failed to echo from his throat. I can't help it. You might be the first and only transmigrator around. The only one who remains a piece of the earth. Within his heavy heart, he finally realized something. Thus, without blurting the secret of transmigrators out, Klein slowly spoke. The beyonder world is dangerous. You and I were thrown into this place. Best case for me is to preserve you, protect you, or find a way to gain the ability to fend off whatever the things lingering around you. Klein can still vividly see Selena's body drowned in the puddle of her own blood, casted by the crimson moon that watch in stillness. Each time he saw her, a flicker of that destiny haunts him. Every night, he would enter the space above the grey fog, re-attempt the divination of Selena's state in the scene believing that it is her destiny. Analyze, redo, and make adjustments and angles for the lines to chant. Hoping that he can solve the nodes of developments leading to the destiny and stop it. Perhaps that Selena and him was deeply connected with the space did Klein had the ability to divine her intimately. Because none of the things he foretold in the space above the grey fog could ever had such a vivid dream of a destiny. Remember what Captain said? Selena's voice reverberated in the air. We are guardians, without including the miserable wrenches. As guardians we only have is ourselves against the madness. You don't need to shoulder the burden, now that you have me. I'd be more than willing to cooperate if it concerns you. At that moment, the wind blew heavily for a single moment, then followed by Selena's melodic laugh. Okay, I forgive you. But don't do that again. I forbid you. Tell me, ask me, I don't like how you keep this alone. Klein's eyes were vacant as he stared at the swaying grasses, avoiding Mrs. White's line of sight. Suddenly, his voice jerked, "Heh." Then he chuckled, "Haha, yes, again I'm sorry." Ahem, and... He recoiled slightly and tried to look far into the distance, trying to face away from the direction of her voice. Thank you. At that moment, Selena said, now returning to her usual tone after a short chuckle, anyway, did the Holy Church take actions already? Perhaps having a lead. I'm sure with the death of 30 people, it would alarm them. Only Archbishop Munlade was currently present, said Klein with a clear voice. Because the evidences was solely based on rumors and the only tangible result that is both identifiable is the death by sleep. There hasn't been a total crisis initiation from what Captain told us. Selena said with concern, but isn't this alarming enough? Klein nodded but retorted, the problem is that the threat is uncertain. Right now we only have the rumors of the people. The machinery hive mind and the mandated punishers had issued a joint operations, so it won't be long for the results to come. While contemplating, Selena deliberately leaked her thoughts for the world to echo and for Klein to hear. Strange. During that time when we finished fighting Moroi, there shouldn't be anyone aware of that meteorite except us, right? Even then, we only discovered it after reading his notebook, and I doubt there could be a cult behind it since the single eye Moroi mentioned had not been in any records in the history. Selena deduced. The fourth epoch and early fifth epoch to mid only consisted of the Rose school of thought from the southern continent, the Demonist sect, the Blood Sanctify sect, the Theosophy order, etc. None have any description of a single-eyed deity that bridged through layers of dimension in order to reach its people. This time, it's an anomaly. Klein remarked. That is why the Holy Church is joining with the other churches in Tingen City to help with the case. Captain had told prior to brace ourselves for the next couple of days, investigating the divine light. Right now, there will be 7-day masses to be held. We can interrogate the affected families as they leave during that. With all the churches involved, I'm certain they can find the culprit and the thief in time. Selena's mood was brightened. That sounds reassuring. Anyway, how's the mission from Lamud Town? Also, that Marvik guy never appeared again, so it's likely he sensed your divination. That's good. Klein nodded slightly. It's the most correct judgment since by tomorrow, wanted posters of him will be distributed in the newspapers. But wouldn't that lose our chance of catching him? Selena felt the actions were both necessary and slightly rash. About Lamud Town. Klein changed the topic on a whim. I've managed to divine sealed artifact 3-0782 during one of my patrol shifts. I found out it contains a blood of a deity. Selena's voice frequency spiked, a deity's blood. To whose blood was in the artifact? Then, the confidentialities of the sealed artifact stored in the Chinese gate resurfaced in his mind. Sealed artifact 3-0782 was named the Sun's sacred emblem. It has the ability to constantly purify any corpses and spirits in a 15-meter radius. Is it, from the blazing sun god? Her voice was slightly trembling as she answered before Klein. Klein knowingly nodded a bit, if I can make this a charm. We'll receive another high-level weapon to follow with the one forged from Mrs. White's Taqua seed. That's great. Very great. Selena's voice echoed in delight. So, is there anything I can help? Klein thought and he answered, well, I have divined the procedure thanks to Mr. Fool, but the materials, it will require gold. With that said, he started considering, maybe after a week or two we can combine our paychecks to purchase 3 golds, that way I can. That won't be a problem, the world reverberated. Then Selina behind it confidently said, when will you need it? Klein was stunned before he slowly asked, you don't seem pressured by the worth of gold. I have my savings. So don't be concerned King Sunday. Selina answered causally. Now at this moment. Klein seemed to slowly get the name given to him by her. One common trait of its usage is when he talks about prices. Selina would undoubtedly renown him as King Sun, which will then be followed by an acute compliment that seemed to distract him from the truth. It's a wordplay. Klein was now in a prick of confusion and caught between accepting or denying it. If it's indeed a wordplay, meant only for him, Klein can boldly assume it as a tether for his original identity. King Sun in English is too simple, it is a compliment. But that can't be further from the truth. Selina was using it as to both tease and praise him. Thus, it will likely be. Klein smiled wearily as he thought he finally caught the meaning. I'm glad that your Mandarin is doing well, but do you have to call me poor? Chuckling, Selina replied, but King Sun is so talented in what he does. Am I not allowed to praise it? Indeed, King Sun can be seen as compliment by the commons. However, now that Klein realized it's a jumbled reference of something he taught, he now seemed reluctant. But in the end. Of course not. Klein smiled. He recalled the manner of how it was used. Seeing that its meaning can only be understood by Selina, perhaps hearing it isn't a bad experience. So. Does that make me an algophilist? Klein lampooned in self-deprecation. Sighing internally. It certainly wouldn't be pleasant for a person being secretly called out by their trait. I'm glad. Anyway, about your plan of using the seed Mrs. White gave us. What are the materials you require? Asked Selina innocently. Klein's mouth twitched slightly and he replied, a jade. As if nodding, Selina's voice said, that can be arranged. What else do you need? Hearing that so casually, plus the thought of his nickname. Klein pressed a fist on his mouth and while clearing his throat, he added, an evergreen candle made of the tree's heartwood. He felt that if he'll be associating with Mrs. White in the long run, it'll require a proper procedure and rituals to conduct when praying to her. An evergreen symbolizes fertility and abundance. Same for jade as well, through old Neil's lectures. Selina quickly figured out the significance of these items. Klein is improvising. Her eyebrows slightly creased metaphorically. Klein, it's too dangerous to improvise. If you want, I can provide you the materials that are connected to Mrs. White for the seeds. I have 6 believers who can guide us, so do not take pointless risks. She had the urge to tell him this. However, it would compromise her true identity, something she could not allow Klein to know. Not only that, there was no record of such high-level charm within the documents User sent to her. Thus, she kept a closed lips. Klein gently denied as he replied, this needs me to carve along the way. So if there's already an established way of crafting it, I will stop recalibrating the ritual. Otherwise, I'll continue with my plan. I will ask Mrs. White for a blessing, echoed Selina's voice as she added poignantly in her heart, an intangible and conceptual one. But Selina, we're already in her presence. Klein was still a little casted from her scolds. As such, he set this trivial fact aside and set his contingencies, if it did not work then I'll ask Professor Azik. I had already sent him a letter regarding bestowment rituals, dream siphoning charms. Including your situation. Then, Klein quickly added, I plan on forging whichever charm can be done depending the mission. For the sun's sacred emblem, it'll be the next mission I'll seek Mr. Azik's aid of once I fetch the materials. But for the dream siphoning charm. This will need Mrs. White, you, and the sealed artifact 3-0137, Dreamcatcher. Mr. Azik's letter came just yesterday. I have it by the drawer. About the latter, wouldn't this be the perfect time I enter 3-0137? Selina's voice had a hint of expectation. They can leverage the mission of investigating the meteorite. And since only the spirits have vanished and not the astral body, it will need to undergo a cleansing into the dream level in order for the spirits to rest once they've been found. Klein thought for a moment and nodded slightly. I'll share this with our dear poet so that he can recommend 3-0137 for the mission. Afterwards, he faintly smiled in assurance, I'm sure he'll accept. Chapter 172, Asking for Aid. Several more minutes passed before his stay with Selina ended. Klein's eyes fluttered open to a scene where his body reclined on the wall behind him and his head leaning on the thick stall. After freshening up. Instead of quickly exiting the bathroom, he first walked back to the stall he entered and sat on the bowl, blankly staring. For over half a minute. He faced the ceiling upward, only then did closed his eyes and muttered, should I tell her about the destiny I saw? What about her mental health? If possible I don't want to even let her know that such a catastrophe is biding. Klein did not spoke for a while. It was only after his expression was softened did he stood up and walked out of the stall, silently exiting the bathroom. He continued to be fixated with wiping his hands with his handkerchief. At times he would spot a clergyman, those would be when he'll be forced to greet a genial smile. Such is the hypocrisy and the irony of his current nature and inward conflicts. Klein can't help but stare ahead in absent. When he finally returned back to the meeting room, there was only Leonard, seated so carefree that his feet stood above the table. You should really lessen your salt intake. Leonard noticed him when he entered and thus believed something had to be remarked. Klein let out a single dry laugh and asked, "Where's Captain and the rest?" "They're at the communal area," answered Leonard simply. However, he instantly added, "So what did you talk about with her? It just wouldn't sit right with me that you stayed that long for a basic excuse." Klein walked over and took his top hat from the table, following it up with his cane to perfect the mandatory fashion code of a gentleman. "It was Selina. It regards to our mission and her plan with the sealed artifact 3-0137. The Dreamcatcher." Leonard realized and adjusted his posture a bit. Were his foot no longer by the top of the table? "What's this about 3-0137? Selina and I planned that with the goddess's aid, allow her to siphon the dreams within the Dreamcatcher into herself. That way, she can safely investigate them. If something occurs, she'll be safe with the goddess." Klein explained as he fished his pocket watch out and ruminated about the time he'll escort Selina for dinner. Leonard scoffed slightly, planned to discover the dreams stored in 3-0137. Even if she can preserve her immaterial body, I doubt knowledge itself can be safeguarded. Do you know the major causes of our peers' loss of control? It's that they discovered something they shouldn't. I trust Selina. Klein took moments before answering half-confidently. Leonard paused and his eyebrows curled with interest. Then, he opened a knowing smile as he asked, "Seems like discovery isn't the only reason. Putting that much faith would certainly raise an epiphany. So, what do you plan on using those dreams? Make charms? Use it as a power? Huh. I'm even surprised you can harness dreams for other uses." Klein sighed slowly and recalled a certain trait of the Dreamcatcher. During the handling, there's two key things in using it. First, never stare directly for longer than 10 seconds. To catch a dream of someone sleeping, the target has to be caught in its light, leading to their arms sleepwalking and reaching for the flames. Royale noted that although it hurts, there was no signs of burns appearing on her skin. Leonard stopped uttering any more words and instead listened with intrigue. "It's a standard grade 3 sealed artifact." Klein remarked, however, he added quickly, "But there's something about its description that made me thought of harnessing it. Its origin was unknown, creation was unknown, and most importantly, it had been storing dreams for millennia. It meant it could have a terrifying dream within, worth making a charm for." Klein already had a rough idea over how to harness dreams. In his divination where it revealed Mrs. White's true identity, her husband the Giant King seemed to manifest dreams from an illusory, conceptual starry river. Combined with Mrs. White's powers, the two blended to form an object with dense patterns swirling around it. It allowed the infant who was staring at Klein to be at ease, before falling asleep. This revelation hinted at the utilization of dream transfer and the overwhelming powers of deities. Mrs. White must have sensed my divination at the time. Klein's heartstrings was tugged when he figured that out. It would explain why the parents did not bother bat an eye to his prying, and instead, it was the child that sensed him. Leonard stayed silent for quite some time. When he raised his foot again on the table, he said, "Even if we can harness dreams, the procedure would be very complicated, or perhaps you already know how." Klein answered, "Yeah, but it's hypothetical." He thought of mediumship. A variant. A kind that allows for siphoning instead of prying. Being only thought by a mystery prior made him thought of a few unescapable cons of being lectured by old Neil. Klein is unsure, and so he asked for insights to the people he thought might know. Like Mr. Azik, where now his response letter had arrived, currently in Selina's drawer. "It's hypnotical, one that is very risky and could endanger our teammate." Leonard lightly scoffed. "And you don't think I've read the terms and conditions over and over?" Klein lampooned in his heart as he stood up. Then just as he turned for the door, he said to Leonard, "Selina and I will be needing your help again." "What for?" Leonard slowly propped himself from the chair before flexing his wrist in a circle. "To suggest Captain to use 3-0137 and bide some time for Selina to use the Taquasid in signaling us," replied Klein while adjusting the crease of his dark waistcoat before walking toward the rack with his cane and top hat. Leonard brought his hands down and said, "So you really intend to use the stored dreams as a source of power for a charm? Why are you guys preparing so much?" Suiting up, Klein flailed the side of his coat and fixed its place on his body. He then adjusted its cuffs, staying silent until he donned his top hat. He replied in a deep voice, "Because I refuse to idle when it comes to Selina's safety. This matters doesn't only concern her, but the whole city could be at risk. The deity behind Moroi desiring her blood, the secret organization Rose School of Thought planning to retrieve her, their disharmonious fate, and the coincidences. Leonard wasn't one to relate to such agency before. However, he do understand the matter revolving around not only Selena. Thus, he simply exhaled before stopping next to Klein. I know about the coincidences as well. Klein's face twitched for a split second and he smiled. Then why bother asking? Have the dust finally settled completely in your head? Heh, I should have expected that reason from you. Leonard opened the door and as he exit, he added, I'll help. It was at the stage of screening. This is meant to cleanse spiritual animosities of the mass. It is also acts as an excuse to allow interrogation from the clerics. A stage that is a last optional procedure after the requiem hymn of the Evernight which had took place earlier. Klein, clad in a clergy robe, stood next to Fry in the confession hall. On his hand was a wide porcelain bowl, presenting night flowers alongside Fry who held the donation box. After speaking with Archbishop Munlade, Dunn was tasked for the subtle interrogation inside the booth. Meanwhile the flowers that Klein is displaying entice believers to confess their welling emotions behind the curtains. This is because these flowers were blessed by Archbishop Munlade. As for the donation box, it is entirely unaffected. Klein resisted the urge and he kept glancing at the passing believers. Nothing notable happened. And just as the people walked past the hall, he had already counted roughly 13 of them entered. An old man, smeared faintly with coal, had an old woman following him who's coughing mildly. Klein recalled old Neil as he saw this. This stingy, gentle, and kind lecturer has been under the weather recently, he can't place finger, but somehow under Selena's findings. Old Neil's ether body is under heavy crimson influence. May the goddess bless you, he spoke softly and solemnly. He watched with worrying thoughts, a child with grey cap, thin structure, and sewn brown coat. He stride toward the confession curtains. Klein blankly eyed on the kid, but snapped with Leonard next to the booth greeted the kid. Is that the boy from Selena's story? He asked inwardly. From Selena's recollection of yesterday. She mentioned of a commission where Leonard met a child named Tien whose brother stole a jewelry. Klein could vividly tell Selena's reaction to it, thus Klein took note of it, as he always do with the people she knows. After all, one of them could be an enemy again. Tien, their mother have terminal illness. Regrettably, from Klein's memory of the deceased people Fry and his team had cleansed this morning. There was little no child among them. Which was reasonable, rumor referred to a midnight between 2 and 3. Minor paupers need energy for another tomorrow. Therefore, children would often be seen broad daylight and would rest thoroughly. Klein sealed his lips and moved on to tending the following believers. He's not a saint. However, he's not cold-hearted either. He hoped that Leonard lodging a report, could the officials pay attention to these kids. Practical school program will commence under the St. Selena Church. Tien and his brother would have to be sheltered by the church's orphanage. Bathed in the streaks of golden orange light. Hours after lunch had ended, Selena was left with nothing but spare documents, confidential notes, and medicine restocks. Some of it that she procured would reach the Holy Church, while majority ends up in her team's arsenals. Goddess's gaze, wellspring, and tranquility are what Dunn and the rest frequently bring. Walking toward the sofa in the surface break room, Selena spotted the ticking wall clock and took note of the time. Today's another session, a meeting of the Tarot Club members. As Miss Lovers. She had many things to question from Mr. Fool, Miss Justice, and Mr. Hangman to answer. Therefore, she's expectant. Not only that, Mr. Fool had officially dubbed Miss Lovers as one of his blessed alongside Klein. Selena became secured on returning due to that. Setting aside the differences of the day, she placed the empty mug on the table with a pleasant mind and lied down on the sofa. Prior to this, she had already notified everyone that she'll take a short nap. Dang. The clock struck 2:58. Selena waited under the streaks of sunlight coursing from the windows. When she saw a bright point of crimson light engulfing her, she closed her eyes. In the grand edifice, towering masts of pillars held a dome that encapsulates a 22-seated, mottled bronze table. 3 crimson stars surged and manifested a form of man with deep blue seaweed-like hair, a blonde woman clad in a dress and a silver-haired lady in a formal waistcoat. Selena had only just surveyed the familiar surrounding, and similar to Miss Justice, she noticed an addition to their roster. This is our newest member, his code name is Sunday. This is Miss Justice, Miss Lovers, and Mr. Hangman. Mr. Fool's voice echoed. Newest member. Audrey was shocked at first, then her shock immediately turned to joy. She was very excited to see the development of the Tarot Club. She felt like a protagonist. The Hangman Alger creased his brows, a little upset that the Fool would drag in a new member so suddenly. He should have at least mentioned it to us. But a great figure like Mr. Fool wouldn't have to care about our feelings. He thought in exasperation before giving a simple greeting to Lovers, Justice, and Sunday. The Lovers Selena stayed quiet. Inwardly, a bout of interest made her eyes glued to the sun. The tarot club is growing, how pleasant, but I do recommend toning it down. I fear that it won't be long for our little rendezvous to be discovered. She has yet to become Sequence 8, of course she would be extremely wary if the tarot club became known worldwide when she's still incapable. In the span of her thoughts, Audrey entered her spectator state and paid close attention to the newest member Sunday. He should be quite young. His body language tells me that he's a little nervous and restrained. But he ultimately maintains a tolerable air of silence, giving the feeling of, a lone wolf. Yes, a lone wolf. Audrey thought as she cast her gaze at the fool who was seated at the end of the long bronze table. She said in joy, "Mr. Fool, I've collected another 2 pages of Emperor Rozel's diary." Chapter 173, Discussion of Fairy Tales. Hearing Justice's mention of Rozel's diaries, Selina jolted and looked down. Audrey didn't notice this, but Derek, Alger, and Klein was caught by this reaction. The latter two immediately went. So Miss Lovers still had no pages to give. While the former made an acute and innocent remark, "That is Miss Lovers, right? She exudes the same air as Miss Lovia." Alger was beginning to doubt his perception of her. A prominent member of a secret organization and instead a scatterbrained, perhaps even just an assistant of one. The fool Klein, however, made a more mindful guess. It's still vivid to him how Selina noted that Mrs. White's followers have recently received damage that almost wiped them out. He quickly associated this with Miss Lovers, who's also a believer of Mrs. White. Therefore, he's willing to overlook this once more. As for Goddess Mrs. White, although recovering, made him see a potential to cooperate with a true goddess. So not only through Selina that the Tarot Club will have an alliance with a genuine experienced Beyonders, they can also open up resource exchange and have Mrs. White as another deity to pray to. A bunch of Nepos will be born once I introduced Mrs. White to the club. Klein lampooned internally, while maintaining an air. As he said that in his heart, the scolding session he got from Selina suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Klein's thoughts shifted to the image of the goddess. Truly what you'd expect from a genuine deity. Lofty and distant, unaffected by emotions. Audrey was focused in her own thoughts. Even adding in her mind, actually there were 3 pages, but the characters were too complicated and too difficult to memorize. My limit is only a little over 2 pages. I would mess up if I were to memorize more. The rest will have to wait until the next gathering. New pages of Rozel's diary. Klein's mind woken up from his sleep. Setting those things aside, he smiled and asked in reply when he already knew the answer, "Miss Justice, what do you need?" Audrey's eyes beamed with excitement, but she replied in a reserved manner, "You know that I'll soon fully digest the spectator potion. I hope that I can get the formula for the telepathist potion so that I can prepare the ingredients ahead of time. I know that there isn't much content for 2 pages of the diary, and it might not equal to the value of the telepathist formula, so I'll give you another page. I'll also pay you a sum of money on the side." She had yet to finish what she said when she suddenly felt that it had come out wrong. She couldn't help but berate herself in her head. Mr. Fool is at the very least an important figure which approaches that of a god. How could he be bought over by money? Hence, Audrey couldn't maintain her spectator state as she hurriedly added with a stammer, "That's not what I meant. Mr. Fool, what I meant is that you can determine the compensation that you'd like." "Yes, that's what I meant. I like your earlier suggestion. Now that I think about it, I have requested pounds as a reward from Ms. Lovers. Did I really just forgot about it? I could have breezed through the prices of the materials with that fund." Klein bit his lip behind the dense grey fog, wanting to hang himself because of this oversight. Backlund Bank was one of the 7 major banks in the Lone Kingdom, alongside North Bank, and as such, it possessed the right to clear transactions. The Lone Kingdom settled accounts with receipts to take care of cash transfer business between banks within the same city in a centralized manner. However, unlike banks in the Intis Republic, not all banks were part of the same league. The biggest 7 banks held on to these rights. Hence, they were called the clearance banks, making other banks rely on them. Transferring money from a different location, on the other hand, could only be done within the same bank. It would be completed by squaring accounts between branches. With the invention of the steam locomotive and telegram, the efficiency of these transfers had been enhanced drastically. I was being rash when I told Ms. Lovers my admirer. Anyway, I can just relay this through Selina and Mrs. White. That way I won't have to rely on Selina's funds, while secretly feeling intense resignation. Klein heard the son. Derek suddenly spoke. "The telepathist potion formula." "Telepathist, that is followed by psyche analyst." Audrey looked towards him puzzledly. "You know of it?" At the same time, Miss Justice saw a problem through her instinct as a spectator. The young man had used the ancient title, psyche analyst, instead of the modern term, psychiatrist. This guy is very strange. Audrey examined son's every movement. Derek didn't think that he behaved any differently but replied seriously, "I can get you the formula." Then, he felt guilty as he couldn't provide it immediately. He tried his best to explain himself, "It's a sequence pathway that stemmed from the dragon race. And our city of silver was once ruled by the giant king's imperial household. As you know, the giants and the dragons are sworn enemies. Hence, the city of silver has all of sequence 9, 8, and 7. I have ways to get them. This kid. I already warned him not to speak carelessly or expose his origins. In the end, Klein nearly wanted to extend his hand to cover his face. Sigh, although the son appears to be in great pain, very mature and silent for his age, he's just a boy after all. However, that clarifies one thing for me. It turns out that the spectator sequence's origins stem from the dragon race. It's no wonder that the symbol formed by stars behind Miss Justice's high chair is the dragon. The city of silver has preserved history well. Klein maintained his posture of leaning against the back of his chair while he listened thoughtfully to the son's description. On the other hand, Selena snapped and hoisted herself up, staring at the new member. Dragons. The spectator pathways is the pathway of dragons. Wait, Giant King. Giant King and Dragon. How intriguing. At that moment, she started to recall Klein's shared details of the Grey Fog and Mr. Fool. Apparently, similar as her, Klein is one of his blessed, one where he have the opportunity to know different things of the Fool's divine kingdom. Including the 22 high-back chairs. Behind and at the pinnacle, the seats have corresponding symbols that reflects a person's chose pathway, only if it's occupied. For Selena, it is a full crimson moon, with a drop of blood urging to fall. It's that were the canny similarities behind the dragon symbol. Selena was fascinated. She felt that this young man was not from the northern continent simply by his accent. If it were, and by chance it is the southern continent, Isabel and Dylan will receive another support, perhaps this time a very reliable one. However, given by those two creatures, the Giant King and dragons, it can't possibly be the case. Giant King, Dragon Race, the City of Silver. Audrey was confused. She first took a look at the hangman opposite her and the lovers next to her seat, but she could tell that both was shocked and confused as well from their body language. She looked sideways towards the seat of honor on the long bronze table. She saw the Fool sitting on the high chair, engulfed in thick grayish-white fog. His right arm was placed on the armrest while he leaned sideways leisurely. He showed no shock, no curiosity, no thoughts, and no doubt. He only looked at them with a smile. He knows. He knew all of this. Audrey and Alger made the definite judgment almost at the same time. So, he asked in reply, if you aren't residents of the City of Silver, which city-state are you from? Sigh. Klein couldn't help but wish to sigh again. Hearing this, Selena's lips parted slightly, totally at a lose for words. Not residents of the City of Silver. When she turned and saw Audrey in the same reaction, she smiled slowly. Because at that moment, she finally recalled and realized, one of the lines of Child of God's honorific title spoke about the Kingdom in Silver. City of Silver. The Kingdom in Silver. I couldn't believe it truly exists, her voice with interest suddenly echoed in the stillness of the duo's silence. Miss Lovers know the sun's residence. Audrey and Alger gasped inwardly and asked themselves. Why you were acting like the Kingdom of Silver had not existed. Are you one of the creatures beyond the dark? Derek's eyes cautiously scanned Selena but eventually lit up. Klein was also slightly taken aback, not much that it triggered his posture. However, he did certainly recall that Ms. Lovers is a subordinate of the White Maiden, thus perhaps likely know certain details of the City of Silver. I wouldn't call it creatures beyond the dark. Are you implying that there are other humans beside the survivors of the Kingdom of Silver? Selena said modestly. Derek nodded quickly. We believed, the councils believed, but it's too difficult because beyond are monsters and more darkness. Fascinating. I thought this world is based on the old Earth. Selena sighed and explained, so the city in silver truly exists. In our documents and archives. Our goddess's honorific title, the goddess consort of the Twilight King, and subsidiary ruler of the Kingdom in Silver. All hinted at the forsaken land of the gods, the Aurora Order's supposed holy land. The specialist in divinations had no traces of its surrounding spirit world, thus we assumed it is a separate dimension. Located beyond the Sea of Ruins, the continent passed by it. A goddess. Goddess consort, the Twilight King. Audrey and Alger glued to their seats, in disbelief of discussion being made and the topic being shifted to. Who's the other deity Ms. Lovers is devoted to? This concludes it, the Lovers is a part of an ancient organization. A prominent member. There are other continents. The son Derek blurted out with profound shock. Selena continued to speak. The history is blurry, dear. The Sea of Ruins is a massive body of water where a crater of corruption persisted from unknown cause. No other vessels can possibly cross it, let alone survive. She got to know corruptions, the speculations of the Kingdom in Silver, the Sea of Ruins and the forsaken land of the gods within the documents Ysir gave. However, she wasn't too fond of fairy tales, thus she skimmed through it, taking notes, and quickly moved on to the next entry. I should review it again. Sigh, it would take hours to find it. Selena regrettably sighed, brooding if she had not skimmed, she would have given more details. Beyond the Sea of Ruins, a cratered body of water filled with corruption separated the spirit world surroundings. This explains it, why the forsaken land of the gods is isolated, no sunlight and littered to the brim with monsters. It is also one of the lands Roselle is trying to reach. Klein listened thoughtfully without breaking his image. If he's not the fool at this moment, he would have asked why did the gods forsaken it? What is the White Maiden's involvement with how the continent is shaped now? Can she also extend into the land with her divine kingdom? Alger slowly adjusted himself after the lovers stopped. Within his knowledge, he further added in his heart, the forsaken land of the gods is where the fallen creator is said to reside with his divine kingdom, as per claims of the Aurora Order members. To think that it is indeed a true place. Excuse me, what is the forsaken land of the gods? Audrey blurted out with piqued interest, marveled by the direction of the discussion. And at the same time slightly terrified. The Tarot Club had such a connection at the start with Ms. Lovers is what amazes her. Now that a member who resides within a mysterious land occupies a slot of the club, the topic now involves gods. At that moment, the fool in his seat of honor rapped the armrest. The whole table's attention was drove to him immediately. Noticing this, Klein spoke languidly, the forsaken land of the gods is a continent beyond the Sea of Ruins. Darkness is its light, and it is where the White Maiden's former self reigned alongside her spouse, the Twilight King. Until the omniscient and omnipotent Lord took back his authorities. Chapter 174, Three-Way Deal. The omnipotent and omniscient Lord. The White Maiden. Took back his authorities. What does that mean? These two titles of powerful deities of ancient times rang in the ears of Alger, Audrey, and the son Derek, stirring their hearts in nameless horror. The latter was more peeled toward the title of the White Maiden. From the context of the Fool, it is the reborn title of the Giant Queen. She's alive. Forsaken land of the gods, yes, for 2,582 years, we had not interacted with any gods, we've been forsaken. Derek's chest was clogged that it made his breathing repulsive. There's no denying the fact laid before him. Mr. Fool. He said with a lowered head, facing down. I wish to become the sun that had not existed for 2,582 years. In the process of Audrey's mind adjusting to the revelations. The omnipotent and omniscient Lord and the White Maiden. She heard the son Derek say. The Justice, I will try to get the telepathist potion formula as soon as possible. I would like to use it to exchange for the beginning sequence pathway of the sun. Sun sequence pathway. Sequence 9 barred. Alger asked in reply. Derek thought and said, probably, but I lack information about it. Klein, who was watching from the side, decided to get involved, because he didn't want to risk anyone taking his business away. He smiled and said, I believe Miss Justice doesn't have the barred formula. But Mr. Hangman seems to be able to get it. Seeing Audrey nod, Klein continued with a faint smile, I will give the sun the barred formula. The sun will pass the telepathist potion to Miss Justice as soon as possible. Try to get it done within the next 2 gatherings. Miss Justice, please pass me the new pages of Roselle's diary. Then, the deal is done. Yes, according to the law of equivalent exchange, the sun is on the losing end of this transaction, but as of now, he has only made a promise. When he really provides the telepathist formula, Miss Justice can consider how to compensate him again, or I will compensate him while Miss Justice provides money to one of my adorers who needs to do some things recently. Heh, that's because the sun might not necessarily be able to receive Miss Justice's cash or ingredients as compensation. Klein intentionally added that final statement to redirect the hangmen, the lovers, and Justice's focus onto the fact that Sun might not be able to receive her compensation. He also did that to place himself in an unfathomable position, then, everyone would ignore the adorer that lacked money. Might not necessarily receive the compensation, figures. Alger can't help but creased his brow and looked toward the Fool. The Aurora Order talks of the abundancy of the forsaken land of the gods. Through the sun, I can get my hands on high-grade materials. He felt the investment in attending the gatherings became thousands more valued. But even then, regardless of his opinion, he'll likely be pulled either way. Thus, instead of resisting, he began to look at this recurring gathering in a more favorable way. The Fool is so powerful he can pull people from across the supposed grave ocean, the Sea of Ruins, and an isolated world of the forsaken land of the gods. The origin of the sun is mysterious and Ms. Lovers is mysterious too. Their goddess. White Maiden. Forsaken land of the gods. We're speaking to an inhabitant of a mystical place. Mr. Fool's knowledge and influence stretched infinitely. Audrey finally saw her hope of becoming a Sequence 8 telepathist. What other thoughts could she have? She suppressed her excitement and flashed a faint smile as she said, I have no objections. Neither do I. When Derek saw that he could obtain the beginning sequence of the sun pathway, he nodded without hesitation. He couldn't care less about the additional compensation. However, there is a thought lingering in his mind, and upon saying that, he turned to the seat of honor. Mr. Fool, is this white maiden the Giant Queen's reborn identity? Derek figured that perhaps if the Giant Queen herself returned, she could effectively banish the blight and enable the salvation of her people. Selena, who knew Mrs. White at a personal level, and perhaps because she is her, joked inwardly and answered, the White Maiden may indeed be the Giant Queen. However, if you're hoping that she will descend, that is nay impossible because as of the moment, she is still recovering. A recovering goddess? We are now discussing the status of an ancient god. Audrey was at the edge of her seat. Certainly she couldn't have imagined that their club is shaping up to be something powerful. Meanwhile, Alger also felt the scope. He found the Tarot's club's growth to be promising that he began to space out from listening. Because this is something rarely discussed, if not at all in any gatherings or assemblies he went to. The fool Klein did not add, hinting Derek that what Ms. Lovers has said is correct. Meeting with silence, Derek casted his gaze down. Only for him to lifted them seconds later. Ms. Lovers, you seem to know intimately of the reborn Giant Queen as much as Mr. Fool. What can I exchange for knowing her honorific names? Klein, with his head resting on his hand, indiscernibly twitched. How about asking me first, I'll kindly provide to you, for a price of course. Can I? Selena was wary that the fool would not favor another deity being circulated in his divine kingdom. She turned, looked at the seat of honor, using her subtle body language to seek if whether she's allowed to share. Telling them the White Maiden. Too early. I still have to establish myself for the son Derek. The fool Klein, shrouded in dense fog, spoke only after a while. In the future, you may know her title. Selena nodded and turned toward the sun, regrettably answering, yes. For now, I do not want to burden her. And because I don't want more prayers to pester me, she added playfully in her heart. Derek slowly clenched his hands resting on his lap, while he gazed down he expressed his acceptance. Yes, Mr. Fool, Ms. Lovers. At that moment when silence filled the table, Klein, who had successfully delayed the compensation to the next gathering, or the following one after, pressed his palm forward happily. The barred formula surfaced. Main ingredients, a crystal sunflower or an adult flint bird's tail feather or a fire bird's tail feather. A piece of siren rock or a singing sunflower. Supplementary ingredients, a blade of midsummer grass, 5 drops of July wine juice, a blade of elf dark leaf. He sent the formula before the sun and saw the young man first crease his eyebrows and then relax. Yes, the ingredients in the forsaken land of the gods will still be known by their ancient names. Luckily, my formula was obtained directly from the eternal blazing Sunday. The knowledge that I gained used ancient names and various replacements. Klein suddenly cast his eyes of realization towards Miss Justice. Audrey looked at the son who was memorizing the formula, then she quickly willed the 2 pages of the diary that she had memorized. The diary immediately appeared on the yellowish-brown goatskin and, with a flash, appeared in Klein's hands. Just like before, he started reading immediately. November 3rd, Matilda is 3 months pregnant now. I even find those maidservants who come from the villages beautiful. No, I can't lower my standards. Coincidentally, Countess Flourish has invited me to join a private party. November 8th, Archbishop Van Esten sought my help. What can I do for an archbishop? November 9th, it turns out that there is actually a secret hidden within sequence pathways. Archbishop Esten told me that after becoming a sequence 5 beyonder, the rest of the sequences could be replaced with sequences of the same level from 1 or 2 other pathways. In other words, it starts from the mid-sequence to high sequence. But this is only limited between those 1 or 2 pathways. If it's replaced with a potion from a wrong pathway, semi-insanity is the mildest outcome, and one can't advance any further. This way, one can begin substituting pathways from sequence 4 onwards. Sleepless and corpse collector pathways. Yes, the Church's savant and mystery prior pathways can also substitute for one another at a high sequence. Moments passed and Klein reined in his thoughts. He shifted his gaze away from the diary and shot it towards the hanged men, Justice, Lovers, and the sun. He smiled and said, actually, you didn't need to wait for me. It's our honor. Alger had already reined in his dissatisfaction as he answered humbly. Audrey set the matters regarding the earlier matters aside and thought for a moment before smiling. Mr. Fool, the open selection of government officials through examinations that you described previously has already garnered the support of the King and the Prime Minister. It will soon be passed by the House of Lords and the House of Commons and is predicted to be implemented early next year. It looks like the King and the Prime Minister still use their brains, Alger mocked out of habit. That is good. Klein's brother Benson is very diligent and intellectual, his grammatical and accounting skills should be passable by early next year. But once it is passed by the 2 houses, it will definitely be announced widely by the various newspapers. I wonder how long Benson's advantage will last. The earlier the examination, the better. Sigh, I hope Benson can triumph. Although these elites who have graduated from the various universities, there's no need to compete with them, the positions they're fighting for wouldn't be the same. Those people likely only have their sights trained on positions such as the cabinet secretary or finance secretary. Klein and his family could finally have a better financial standing as fate smiled. Selina silently thought worriedly and hopefully for the Moretti family. Audrey straightened her back when she saw the fool's affirmative nod. She said with a smile, "Mr. Hangman, you got me to check on something for you previously. I've received an answer. The king has been convinced by the Prime Minister and won't seek revenge on the Fasak Empire at the East Balam Shore for the time being. I think you can now give me the extra payment that you promised me." Alger thought for a few seconds before saying, "Miss Justice, thank you for your answer. This eases my concerns over certain things. What kind of extra payment do you want? I'll consider it if it's within reason." Audrey smiled, obviously prepared. Since Ms. Lovers had covered clues to the psychology alchemists, so now clues to the main ingredients of the potion telepathist. Of course, that can wait until after the sun hands the formula over to me. No problem, Alger said without hesitation. Psychology alchemists. Selina gently smiled to the lady next to her and she asked, "Miss Justice, I hope that my clues led you far." Audrey nodded in a pleasant reply, "There have been quite the acquaintances I've had over these last 3 parties. I suspect few of them are a part of the organization. It seems they're testing you." Alger said frankly. "Don't fret, organizations tend to examine and analyze a potential candidate for their members. Not only that, because of your standing, they will very soon give in and invite you." "Thank you for the advice, Mr. Hangman," replied Audrey with a warm and polite tone. 3 parties. Just how extravagant are these aristocrats that within just a week did 3 parties she already attended? Wait, Yzer was in one of them. Selina suddenly had an epiphany. 2 seats away from the hangman, Derek Bird couldn't understand a single word. He was very confused, feeling that he only understood a few terms, but couldn't string them together to provide any logical sense. A method of selecting officials through examination. A king and prime minister, House of Lords, House of Commons, East Balam Shore, Fasak Empire, psychology alchemists. The world outside sounded so wonderful. Fasak, the root of the word came from Jotun. What connection did it have with the fallen giant king's imperial household? Derek looked at Lovers, Justice and the hangman with glistening imagination. He remained silent and listened on. He had a faint understanding of why the mysterious fool mentioned that he might not be able to receive the monetary compensation Justice was going to give him. To be able to gather people this far away from each other, disregarding the terrifying monsters hiding in the darkness of the cursed lands, the fool might really be a god, an ancient god, he thought. Chapter 175, Topic of Admirals. After accomplishing everything that she set out to do, Audrey wanted to become a silent observer, but she suddenly remembered something. She spoke in a hurry. "I recently came into contact with a Beyonder Circle and found out about a powerful person named Mr. A, Mr. Fool, Ms. Lovers, Mr. Hangman, Mr. Sun. Do you know of this person's background and identity?" "I don't even know what you're talking about." Derek maintained his silence. "Mr. A. I only know a Mr. Z. With such a similar code name, could he also be from the Aurora Order?" Klein made a guess, but didn't give an answer. He had to maintain his image and try not to give answers he wasn't confident in. If he had to, he would give a vague description just like a charlatan. Like how he spoke of the omniscient and omnipotent Lord and White Maiden. He pieced it together through his divination of the latter and Derek's prayers. Where after the giant king and queen's reign did the former emerged as the City of Silver's deity. Alger looked at the fool and found him calm and unchanging. It was hard to read his true thoughts. Thus, he said in a deliberative tone, "The Aurora Order is at odds with the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, so members of these churches understand the Aurora Order more than any other organization. And I happen to know something about them. You need not explain, I know that you come under the Lord of Storms. Of course, you could be a whistleblower. But why would there be hatred between the Aurora Order and the 3 ancient churches?" Klein smiled but didn't speak. He looked calmly at the hangman. Alger knew that he couldn't hide his sequence pathway from the fool, but didn't pay too much attention to it and continued. "The Aurora Order has 5 saints and 22 oracles. These oracles use the alphabet as their code names, from Mr. A to Mr. X. They are Beyonders, with the weakest being sequence 7 and the strongest sequence 5. They are all adept at hiding themselves. Should a oracle die, a new oracle will take their place. I cannot guarantee that the Mr. A you spoke of is the Mr. A from the Aurora Order, but there is a good possibility. As for the details of the Aurora Order, I have mentioned that to you before." Audrey nodded, becoming even more cautious of Mr. A. She said, feeling a little pinch in her heart, "Thank you for your answer, Mr. Hangman. You need not make a payment anymore." "No, I wish to ask for your help with the answer just now, as well as provide extra compensation," Alger said with a deep voice. "What help?" Audrey asked curiously. Alger thought for a few seconds before saying, I received intelligence that the pirate Kalangos, codenamed Rear Admiral Hurricane, has secretly gone on shore and infiltrated Backlund. I don't know what he's up to, but I hope that you can help me locate his whereabouts. As for whatever happens afterwards, you need not put yourself in danger. Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. One of the 7 great admiral pirates. Audrey widened her eyes, almost unable to maintain her spectator state. What was the thing she wanted to do the most after she became a Beyonder? It was, of course, to interact with the people that only existed in the fables of the nobles. Yes, he's a sequence 6 Beyonder of the Path of the Sailor, a wind-blessed. He also has a miraculous item that could be classified as a sealed artifact. He's quite crafty and cruel. Don't attempt to deal with him, Alger introduced seriously. He suddenly turned to Klein. Mr. Fool, can I get your adorer to assist me at the critical moment? I would pay a price that interests you. The only adorer I have is myself. Klein lampooned to ease his emotions as he smiled. That is built on the premise that my adorer happens to be in Backlund. All right. Alger retracted his gaze, a little disappointed, but also a little expectant. Upon saying that, another person of interest sparked in his mind. He turned and his eyes reflected the woman dressed formally behind a thick gray fog. Admiral Senior changed course. He's no longer in any island in the vicinity of Byam and neither is he within Rorsted Archipelago. What? Selina creased her brows and her heart stirred. If Blood Senior wasn't in Byam nor is he in Rorsted Archipelago. It meant 2 things for the Admiral, either their objectives had been accomplished or something occurred. The tree of flesh and blood has sailed and theirs was no status of Arola and Jean. Met with silence that speak louder. Alger momentarily paused before continuing, on another note. A ship heading for Tiana port had recently been plundered by a pirate ship called the Future, steered by the Admiral of Stars. He mentioned this because he suspected that Admiral of Blood wasn't merely there for restocks but also to expect an arrival. The vessel that was recently attacked and got washed ashore in Dylinius Island had prisons below the deck, which he thought carries captives to be transported. The Lovers is concerned, hence it's why she commissioned him to ascertain Signor's whereabouts. Noticing Ms. Lover's eerie silence, Alger objectively confirmed this. A ship plundered, is it the ship Arola and Jean was on? Selina softened her expression, replied in a gentle and elegant tone. Thank you. May I know if the ship had any bodies? Alger nodded but also denied. The crewmates are dead, left with but only one of their organs. The captives, however. The cells therein were destroyed hollow. Hearing that, Selina closed her eyes and secretly exhaled in relief. She said freely, I will add that to your compensation. She was relieved because hollowed meant no physical evidences of their death. She hoped they're still alive until Jean's husband finds them. I have no objections, said Alger. What's so special about Kalangos' magical item? Audrey asked slightly confidently. She considered it carefully and suddenly realized that she had a decent ability to locate people in Backlund. Firstly, her father was one of the most wealthy, connected, and reputable nobles, while she was quite popular amongst the younger generation too. Hence, in the upper middle class of the society, she had quite a few resources to take advantage of. Secondly, the 2 Beyonders that she knew had their own circles as well. Apprentice Furs was originally a clinical doctor, and was now an author. She knew quite a number of people in the literary world and publishing industry, as well as among the middle-class doctors. Arbiter Zio Dericha had helped many middle-lower class people to coordinate and mediate disputes over a long period of time. She was also quite famous in East Backlund Borough among the working class and mafia. She had a lot of hidden channels. Plus, considering the Beyonders that they knew and their circles of influence, their ability to look for a person wasn't to be belittled. Toward Justice's question, Alger answered almost straightaway without hesitation or thought. No one knows the real name of the magical item, but the people who have come into contact with it call it the creeping hunger. Kalangos uses a living person's soul and flesh to satisfy it every other day. Otherwise, it would consume its owner as a replacement. This could be one of the most important clues to seek out Kalangos, Audrey said, creasing her eyebrows. She felt utter discomfort and extreme hatred towards any evil item that desired a living human's fresh blood and soul. Yes, but in a big city with at least 5 million people, a few vagrants going missing wouldn't be noticed, Alger reminded her. Ever since he got his hands on the creeping hunger, Kalangos has been very difficult to deal with. He was originally a wind-blessed. He possesses great beyonder power in domains related to water, wind, and the weather. But, later on, people realized that he could drive his targets crazy, enter the dreams of others, summon light to purify a dead soul, sing to strengthen himself, and change his appearance. There's almost nothing that he can't do, Alger described in detail. We suspect that those are all effects that came from the magical item, creeping hunger. Before he finished sharing, Derek Berg, who had been listening quietly, suddenly blurted, Shepherd. Shepherd. Sequence 5 of the Secret Suppliant and Listener Pathway. Selena quickly noted from her conversation with Klein. Of course, one of his topics was the addition of the new member of the Tarot Club under the Fool. Through this, Klein shared the sequence pathways of the Warrior up to Sequence 4, her first known high sequence formula, and Listener all the way to Sequence 5. Secret Supplicant was a sequence pathway of the Aurora Order. Klein also said that among the 6-member council in the City of Silver, there is a new elder who's a shepherd. Selena calmly maintained her poise. Shepherd. Shepherd. Justice and the Hanged Man asked in unison. Both were confused and shocked, but it's incomparable to the first topic. In this, it was as though they had heard the title of shepherd elsewhere before and knew something about it, but didn't understand the actual situation. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Derek suddenly panicked a little. No matter how quiet, depressed, and vexed he was a boy after all. He hurriedly explained with a stammer, what I meant was, the traits that the hangman described were like the beyonder power of the sequence job, shepherd. Every shepherd can swallow another's soul into their body, including wraiths and evil spirits. They control these souls to do their bidding with a unique method, which allows them to make use of their abilities, just like a god letting his lambs out to graze. Hence, no one knows how many powers a shepherd has. That depends on how many beyonder souls they have swallowed, and that makes them very scary. They're almost like a high-sequence beyonder. However, there are people who suspect that there's a limit to the number of souls that a shepherd can consume and let out to graze, and that the souls inside them could be replaced as well. I see. What an enigmatic sequence pathway. No wonder they worship the fallen creator. Selena was suddenly enlightened. After listening to Sun's explanation, Alger seemed to have sorted out the puzzle in his mind as he nodded in silence. Audrey got even more curious and pressed, which sequence pathway is shepherd from? Which number is it? The Secret Suppliant pathway, Sequence 5. The Fool Klein seized the opportunity to answer so as to demonstrate that he knew everything. Selena remained composed hearing that. As if she expected it. Secret Suppliant. Aurora Order. Audrey suddenly recalled Mr. A, who was a suspected oracle of the Aurora Order, and she immediately felt heavy-hearted. She started thinking seriously, thinking of what price she could pay in exchange for Mr. Fool to take action and rid off that disgusting fellow effortlessly. However, she couldn't think of anything that would move Mr. Fool into doing so. As expected, a figure akin to a god wouldn't be easily moved. There aren't many things and matters that would garner their interest after all. Audrey sighed. Putting her impulse aside, she nodded to the Sun gratefully, thanking him for giving them a new perspective on creeping hunger, so that they could deal with it more reasonably and efficiently. Mr. Hangman, I'm willing to accept the mission. But I can't guarantee if I can find Rear Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos. Audrey looked opposite her when she spoke. There's no better answer than this. Regardless of your success, as long as you try, I will definitely compensate you with things like secret information or intelligence. And if you succeed, maybe I could provide you the telepathist's main ingredients directly. Of course, the prerequisite is that we have to know what it is, Alger promised generously, which was a rare sight. Deal, Audrey pursed her lips and replied with a faint smile. Then, Alger created Kalangos' portrait with Klein's permission and assistance. He was one of the 7 major pirate admirals. He had a distinctive broad chin, brown hair tied into a bun at the back of his head like an ancient warrior, and green eyes that seemed to hint at laughter, but were abnormally cold. After dismissing the portrait, starts the free exchange phase. Alger scanned the room, seeking if they had insights to share first. Noting that Miss Justice was quiet and likely still sorting her thoughts, he decided to go first. There was events happening in Cerelia Pier of Sonia Island, the polar coast of East Balam southern continent and the groups of organizations around Rorstad Archipelago. Then, he lowered his voice, these are anomalous sightings, folktales, and strange behaviors. Chapter 176, World's Anomalies. Alger's voice resonated in the space above the gray fog. Of course this was not the only time did an occurrence like this happened. He was taking similar steps that Selena took. However, this isn't merely for unsettling everyone. This is also a plea for intel. If he could not properly find any reliable logics behind this anomalies, then he could only resort consoling the Fool. Alger looked at the seat of honor and found that Mr. Fool had not spoken. The entire table reacted except Ms. Lovers. Supposed she's backed by another high networking organization, it is to be expected. Regardless, I still have connection with the Church of Storms. I have an edge in the sea's traffics, trades, and information I can leverage. Alger listed his thoughts and after seeing the silence persisted, he continued. It was a few matters circulating among seafarers and voyagers that have docked in Biome. For starters, Cerelia Pier. Sonia Island's east coast had been experiencing a natural change in climate. Fogs have become thicker periodically, obscuring lighthouses and boats. However, folks noted seeing a silhouette of an island during evening fogs. Many believed its myth as once the coast clears out, no islands can be seen in the horizon of the sea. An island only appearing in foggy climates and noon. How mysterious, Audrey felt like listening to folktales. Her heart palpitates with the thought of myth adventures. On the other hand, Selena and the fool Klein wasn't so excited hearing that from Alger, they feel unsettled. How long has this been circulating? Audrey's eyes then lit up. I had not ever heard of this folktale before. She almost blurted brother from the tip of her tongue. Alger was expecting more of details to solicit it. He sighed before replying, apparently, this has been a phenomenon in old records. But for the last 3 decades, it died down. It explains why it's not that talked about in the mysticism of Backlund. This only first happened in the past 3 weeks. Which leads us to the next matter, the iceberg that washed ashore in the polar coast of South Continent. Still no insights from the members, Alger continued, the iceberg likely came from the Antarctica. The word Arctic and Antarctica came from Roselle Gustav figuring what to name the polar end regions. It refused to thaw and is being examined by the colonial Balam empires. It extends about 20 to 25 feet and as wide as 4 buildings. It has a very deep blue surface. Sonia Island. Does it have anything to do with the Elven King Siniathrim? Polar coast, South Continent, iceberg. The son Derek was listening with high retention. In the City of Silver, the concept of icebergs had no significance in teachings, placing great importance in survivability. It just can't compete to be learned. Antarctica, strange, the only documented details from both polar regions are merely its terrains and emphasizing the dangers venturing into its frozen tundra. Such regions could not have any inhabitants, so it's likely that the world disregarded it. Selena inadvertently shook off her thoughts. She could task Isabel to investigate the iceberg, however there are things that are much more important than a harmless, unmelting ice. Audrey reveled at the image of the iceberg in her head for a short time before immediately being interested at the organizations mentioned. It wasn't that an iceberg is lackluster, but her interest fit more toward mysticism and magics. Organizations are linked to it. An iceberg that do not melt. How interesting. What about the prominent groups of organizations? Klein's thoughts was already stirring by the revelation of the mysterious island. Over 3 decades. The tales stopped and started again just last 3 weeks. This is alarming. Does it have anything to do with the meteorite being used? Sigh, I can only trust the Church of Storms to deal with this. Now for the iceberg. Klein wanted to rub his forehead right then. It didn't got reduced in size. Not even sweat for 3 weeks. Those 2 anomalies, although may seem unrelated in the surface, exposes subtle connections that Klein couldn't quite grasp. It was until he hit a link while venturing deeper into the logics did he felt a rough idea. The hangman said it happened 3 weeks prior. Both the folktale resurfacing and the iceberg landing ashore. Klein's pupils deepened. As a seer, there are some things that can produce a subtle mystical relevance. This subtleness would oftentimes always hint at something large that regardless of absurdity and dissimilarities, would bridge connections toward a logic. This could in fact, hints at a very small cog, a minuscule segment of a greater, larger machinery. The meteorite suddenly activating in Moroi's hand that would otherwise remain dormant for a suspected few more years. The mysterious island where the meteorite originated suddenly gaining significance and a never-melting iceberg drifting in the South Continent. It felt as though they're spilling. Things that have not been mentioned in the historical records. After Audrey's question, everyone in the table slightly moved on. However, Alger did not reply to that. He was scanning the table, glancing at the lovers or Mr. Fool. They remained silent. He had an epiphany. Naturally, the iceberg would start melting by now and that vessel-sized shape after 3 weeks would be just about a giant boulder in length and width. It is unconventional, strictly unnatural. Alger is aware that information about polar regions are scarce and insignificant in contrast to the main world. Of course this has not always been the case. Greeted with empty replies again. He sighed. Perhaps this last topic can he finally elicit some opinions. Lastly. Alger deliberated his words. Just like Blood Seigneur, who exhibited a strange behavior such as calling his entire fleet to Dylinus Island. Organizations around Worsted Archipelago has started to act strangely as well. For starters, the Food Compendium. The Food Compendium are an organized group of culinary seekers. Their aim was to record the world's various cuisines in a single compendium. They travel, scour, and taste. Documenting the culture, spices and traditional flavors of this world. Alger explained, this group is currently in Worsted Archipelago to finish their catalogue of cuisines. They seem harmless. Audrey couldn't quite grasp the anomaly. From her brother's stories of the archipelago, it certainly is abundant of cultures from different islands. Their strange behavior is their sudden interest in relics involving the sea god Calvetua. Alger added solemnly. At that moment, Audrey saw it with peculiarity. Sea god Calvetua. Isn't the Lord of Storms the only sea god? From the Bible of Storms, it is explicitly marveled the Lord of Storms domain over seas and land, thus allowing for an association of the title sea god. Sea god Calvetua is the god worshipped by the natives of Rorstad archipelago. The church's cardinals had once purged this god, which is in the form a giant serpentine snake that afterwards escaped and hid. This situation has persisted for more than 100 years. However, there are still plenty of believers of the sea god in Byam, Blue Mountain Island, and the Rorstad archipelago sea. Alger didn't include the major pillar as that would be over-explanatory. So they're food bloggers eager for some exquisite snake dish. The fool Klein quietly lampooned while suppressing his seated aggression toward snakes. Selina wondered and mused. Sea god Calvetua, relics, they're foodies but also treasure hunters. They should start reiterating the group's name. With the continuation of Alger's recollection. Mentioned organizations are the Fisheries Guild in Port Santa that have begun extending their reach onto neighboring archipelagos, the black market deeply enforcing laws such as shadow contracts for transactions. Reaching the end statement. He finally included his crewmates' encounter. Recently, a case of incidents involving teenage girls are being driven into a corner by a Rose School of Thought pirate. The authorities could not find him but we chanced upon him, and his abilities. For what he displayed, all I could is, they're strange. Audrey's heart tightened. What does it mean driven into a corner? Alger swept the table with his gaze and continued, we had been induced with the carnal urge to let loose. He had, at the time, drugs that can put someone to sleep, we caught him with the same desire prior to the confrontation, handling a girl. The son Derek exclaimed, torn from confusion and doubt, that seems like a desire apostle. But not quite right. Desire apostle? Audrey perked up and asked. She fought imagining what had happened to the girl as her heart tightened. But dismissing justice. Derek retorted slightly and added, yes, but a desire apostle can't specifically target a desire to be magnified, or induce a specific desire. At best, they can only enhance the desires already in the target. Maybe a high sequence. Little Son was uncertain. Not quite like a desire apostle. By the name it seems it could be a sequence of the criminal pathway. Klein was starting to orbit his mind around the idea of shaman powers and boons written in Moroese notes. Impossible. Alger said in certainty. If he were a high sequence, he could have easily dispatched all of us. Derek felt slightly guilty as he lowered his head and said, then I'm at a loss. Tap. 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 At that moment, all of them suddenly heard the rapping sound from the seat of honor. The fool Klein gently interrupted, and with a deep voice he said, it seems they are being brought to light. Being brought to light? They. Who are they? Alger's eyes narrowed as he reined his gaze away. Audrey, hearing that, quickly noticed the blind spots she overlooked at the cost of her interest. Quickly adjusting her state of mind, she maintained the spectator air while feeling slightly bewildered. The son Derek was just as perplexed and mystified by the display of revelation from Mr. Fool. To the City of Silver, the history are merely kept in the spire, under strict clearances. What could possibly be the voided history of the world outside? Meanwhile, Selina was only slightly triggered. But alas, she quickly associated this with their past case, Moroi Roundel. The existence of the singled-eye deity. Mr. Fool is likely referring to the new named deities being discovered. Selina fixed her gaze toward the trio Sun, Hangman, and Justice. She knew what the anomaly of the Cerily Appears Ghost Island could be. But from the tone and context of Mr. Fool, the iceberg had a sort of connection. Which for Selina, is strange because of the continent's gap, until she realizes the time intervals are similar. She remained tethered to her poise. Ms. Lovers is calm again. Does she already know this? Alger couldn't divert his attention from the seat across him. How? Unless, she's Mr. Fool's blessed. But how can that be? A prominent member of an organization worshipping the White Maiden is also the blessed of Mr. Fool. Wait, could there be a possibility in the future the Tarot Club will jointly operate with the organization behind Ms. Lovers? Mr. Fool foresees the future, the White Maiden is also the Giant Queen. Was Ms. Lovers selected because of the White Maiden? Or was the White Maiden the reason Mr. Fool took interest in her? A chill ran down Alger's spine. He looked toward the seat of honor with a profound, terrifying reverence. Meanwhile, across the table, Audrey noticed Alger's frights, his unsettled hands betrays his ominous and obstructed visage. At this point, she's even willing to pay a sum just to be explained in detail if her doubts are true. That the iceberg anomaly and the ghost island are interconnected pieces. But she wouldn't want to appear as inexperienced, not with the new member. Thus, Audrey forced herself to remain punctual and adept. The table instantly went quiet, and was only broken when Justice Audrey asked while looking at the seat of honor, Mr. Fool, what is being brought to light? In the future, all of you with meet more of them. The Fool Klein retroactively linked this to the discovery of the singled eye. He also hoped to prepare them for these kinds of anomalies as he had finally pieced the puzzle, that is the realization that the world is undergoing a drastic change. This stemmed from his knowledge of the history, the evaluation of the recent and past events. Meet more. Mr. Fool is implying that there are more strange powers, varied ones, for us to encounter. There are only 22 pathways of the divine, and as the Sun hinted, the pathway that closely associate with the one I mentioned isn't quite the exact ability the pathway holds. Alger couldn't utter a word even if he wants to. When time had receded above the gray fog, the topic regarding the things being brought to light shifted. The Fool Klein smiled at the end of it. He announced the ending of the gathering. He saw Justice, Lovers, and the Hangman get up swiftly from their seats and bow while the Sun mimicked their motions, only slower. He pressed forward with his right hand and severed the connection, but he didn't leave immediately. Chapter 177, Invitation to Dine. In the Berg household in the City of Silver. Derek looked at his familiar surroundings and glanced outside at the dark sky that had flashes of lightning. He was momentarily thrown into a trance. But he soon jolted to his senses. He searched for goatskin and a quill before writing down the barred formula he memorized. He looked at it several times and was finally certain that there was nothing wrong with it. Derek wasn't worried that possessing the barred formula and becoming a different Beyonder would gain the suspicion of the upper echelons of the City of Silver. This was because in past exploratory expeditions, members of those elite troops would often collect some formulas, ingredients, and strange artifacts from the monsters in the abandoned and destroyed cities. During this process, it was normal that people kept some of the loot privately. As long as it didn't involve anything too important, the captains and higher-ups would tacitly overlook it. Over time, some formulas started going around through non-official channels within the City of Silver. Some became the foundation of strong families from generation to generation. The things of the dark surrounding the City of Silver were relatively fixed. Some ingredients could be obtained easily while some could only be encountered if one went far into the Cursed Land. Putting aside the goatskin, Derek recalled the mysterious fool's instructions. Hence, in his simple bedroom, he lowered his head and simply prayed. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Jotun was a very ancient language. It came equipped with the mystical properties demanded by rituals, prayers, and spell casting. Therefore, Derek didn't need to change the incantations into ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Klein, who was seated at the seat of honor at the long bronze table, suddenly heard prayers reverberating in his ears. He then saw the crimson star that corresponded to sun blinking. He didn't try to touch it, but planned to reply to him 10 minutes before the next gathering so that the City of Silver youth would make preparations to be alone. The most important part was for him to evade the conversion of time and date, to decrease the possibility of damaging Fool's mighty image. After he confirmed that, Klein wrapped himself up with spirituality and stimulated a descent. Returning to the room he rented next to the St. Selena Cathedral, Klein instantly felt regret. Sigh, he failed to solicit Ms. Lovers regarding bestowment rituals and Mrs. White. It's fine, I can still ask Selena. But damn, do I really need a SMUF account? As he briefly fell into thought. He stride toward the rack, picked up his windbreaker as well as his silver-inlaid cane and top hat. He had deliberately asked for a chance to properly take a nap, to which turned into a full break considering he still had the Tarot Club gathering earlier and Daxter Guderian waiting for him at the shooting club. Klein was pleased of himself. He took out his pocket watch and thought of how he adjusted the meeting to 4, reserving the noon and looking for a restaurant to bring Selena and siblings to. However, despite that, he felt half-hearted. The exchange was that he couldn't properly arrange his plans. I'll quickly buy a pocket watch along the way. Klein muttered, reaching for the ground level and walking out after returning the keys. In the roadside, he raised a hand and looked up. Small drops did he felt landing on his right palm. Raining, hopefully it does not worsen because I don't have an umbrella with me. I wonder if Selena, Melissa, and Benson had theirs. Then, Klein's mind changed on a whim. About the pocket watch, maybe after meeting up with Daxter do I visit the market. That way I can properly scout for an affordable and durable one. But just as he resumes, his right hand suddenly clenched when he retracted it. I should apologize to her in person, he muttered. With his plans set in stone, Klein tipped his top hat and strode into the currents of the crowd. It has been over 4 hours since Selena had left. In her company, Sika replaced Klein in escorting her home, under a guise of quick street barbecue invite. Selena had ate a little. Considering Klein's invitation for dinner, she deliberately only took nibbles of what Sika offered. Pausing right onto the living room's window, her gaze lingered at the light rain outside. Selena held a notebook on her hands, opened with letters of Mandarin language. She ought to burn the pages once she's done reviewing. It was slightly chilly, the muffled patters of the raindrops continued to accumulate onto the oriel window. Soothing hum resounded in the room where Benson and Melissa is currently at, learning adequacy and reviewing class materials respectively. shifting her gaze to glance at the wall clock. A slow sigh escaped her breath. Klein likely didn't brought his umbrella with him. He didn't came home first after returning, that's why. Controlling her concerns, Selina went back to face the page of her notebook. Ideally, she would have used the time to recount the events of the day to her feline companion. But as of the moment, it had not yet appeared by her window sill, and lazing around would deteriorate her proficiency. At least, in her perception, once she becomes fluent in Mandarin, can she recline a little, not adding the agency of concocting new medicines to help in combat, minimize health issues, and aid overall. Old Neil's condition will have to wait until tomorrow. And the vessel Aurora and Jean are in, it was destroyed, I hope they're all right. Today's gathering is also very peculiar, the latter made Selina pause briefly. For over decades, the folktale about the island was fading, only to be brought up again weeks ago. Does it have anything to do with the meteorite? Being brought to light, it certainly is like that, while in deep brooding thought. Selina suddenly heard the frantic turning of a doorknob from across the hall. Oh, it seems Klein's here. She didn't quickly came forward to greet him. First, she tore the page out of the notebook, walked toward a kerosene lamp, and burned it to ashes. Walking over at the door, pushing it open. Klein, his hair soggy and drenched, scanned Benson, Melissa and Selina. Clad in a linen shirt and dark blue trousers is his humble brother, Melissa was also readied with her outwear of blue dress. As for the latter, Selina had yet to change and she's in her casual clothes, a plain white dress. He smiled at them, taking off his tie and slicking his hair back to avoid droplets on his face. I'll freshen up first before we head out. Melissa slowly placed down her notes and looked at her soaked brother, you'll catch a cold if we continue. Remind me why suddenly picking a restaurant for dinner anyway. Like I said, it's for my raise. Klein took off his cold socks and quickly headed for the bathroom in a swift. Is it that fast getting a raise? Benson lowered his dictionary. Sounds of footstep arrived at the door, Selina held her notebook close and was the one to reply, his service is being paid off. Klein is a very diligent man, just like his brother. Benson was utterly taken. He smiled and awkwardly said, hey, glad my influence led him this far. I'll get ready too. Melissa propped herself and with her notes, walked toward Selina, who seems to also heading upstairs. After an exchange of words, they arrived at the stairs and ascended. Running water was muffling from across another door, leading to the washroom. Then, a couple of steps later, Selina closed the door to the guest room and opened the gas lamps. Though the pallid glow, she lowered her body on the bed and slid out her luggage from underneath. Taking out a girdle, a dark green dress, and a capelet, but afterwards returned them. It's raining, and she couldn't be bothered with the laundry that will come if her attire was splattered by dirt waters. Instead, she lifted up her trench coat, one she got from the Oriana, and a pair of dark trousers and linen shirt. Under the guise of the moonlight, her silhouette pictured her slender hands moving up, coiling her hair, accentuating her waist, hips, and overall figure. Once her braided bun was done, she bent her leg up and put on her black boots. There. Selina muttered. Usually I would put on a makeup. But after being here, I stopped caring about vanities. Not that I do in the past. She chuckled at herself. It's true that as a secretary, one who is always placed as the reliable one, her most maintained appearance is merely a bun. Other than that, it is the usual office attire that would tip someone as a mundane person. Regardless, that label didn't faze her a little. She's more concerned of the projects and interns than socializing. Sigh, it's only now did I started thinking of these things. Subconsciously, her gaze went toward the direction of Klein's room. After a few moments, her mind changed on a whim, maybe a little powder would be nice. The pouring droplets made a stark contrast to the bright lights of the road. Reflected on the puddles was the buildings who are yet to close. Patter patter patter. There was only 3 umbrellas. Selina and Melissa held the 2 whilst the boys Benson and Klein had to stick close. It's been a while since I held you like this, Klein. Benson started laughing. Back then, when the sun dried up from the horizon, you would run to my side for comfort. Klein's face twitched and mimicked his brother's glee dryly. We should have stayed and rescheduled it. Now we're walking in the rain. Melissa remained fixed ahead while her eyebrow are furrowed. I suggested we take carriage but you insisted on walking. Sis, I know I don't usually do this but I have a reason demanding me to. Klein sighed at the bottom of his heart as he replied. Because throughout the rest of the week, I'll be busy. He had to finish 2 variants of charms, construct the fool's version of the bestowment sacrificial rituals, look for the red chimney, compile the cases that Selina shared with him to investigate her destiny, finish their mysticism lesson, and file for the sequence 8, clown potion. Sigh. I've heard that the big-timers are all quite busy. I still have to make time for the Tingen Family Servant Assistants Association with Benson and Melissa to look for a good maidservant. Klein forced himself to set his plans aside for tonight. Amidst the ambient drops, Selina noticed Klein's expression beside his smiling brother, praising and complimenting him. Yes, busy. So, where's this restaurant you had in mind? She shook the dreadful emotion and asked Klein. Klein snapped, glanced at her right away before pulling his face back. It should be around this district, he said with a controlled voice. Once they took a turn at an intersection. Klein finally saw the building from a mile, the Macadamian Eastwell. Eh? Isn't this the place I used to go to? Selina was torn and doesn't know what emotion she should display. However, she quickly realized that its best option Klein could have opted for. She somewhat knew the staffs, their services are delightful and their cuisines vary to different dishes across North Continent. They also serve desi pie at a low price. You have quite the good taste in selecting a diner, Klein. She added in her heart and smiled when Klein glanced at her. I doesn't look bad, and I could already smell their dishes from here. Melissa carried up her nose slightly and taking a whiff of the fragrant scent. Benson also had a look of eagerness as he closed his eyes. It's appetizing. Sis, why do you think I would pick something bad? Klein muttered inwardly, but revealed a faint smile as he said. Then let's head there. Chapter 178, Strange Klein. At 7:12 in the evening, corner table of Macadamian Eastwell of Southeast District. Klein checked his newly bought wallet multiple times in secret, hoping the pounds would remain until he survived the night. After this. I promise after this, I'll ask Selina for Ms. Lovers. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Can I take your orders? At that moment, a woman in a tailcoat and white gloves suddenly came to their seats and asked. She had a dark hair and was prepared to take notes with her fountain pen. Selina glanced anxiously at Klein, noticing his eyes constantly lingering on his lap. Oh, Klein. Yes, we'll take. Melissa listed everyone's orders. Of course, she deliberately chose an affordable one, without desserts in mind as those are added expenses. But Klein saw the modesty of their list. Instantly gave him conflicting thoughts that stirred his mind. He had the compensation for hiring a detective, there's also the need to buy expensive materials. His savings right then will totally be important. He can't lose another few pounds. It's only this once. Klein reluctantly reconciled as he drew a silent breath and began ordering himself, I'll have this, and this. He chose a couple of dishes, some were mildly pricey while others are deemed affordable. Ranging from fillets, tenderloins, steaks and greens. Selina and his siblings are immediately torn between bafflement and apprehension. Klein, you're going to eat all of that? Benson asked worriedly. Or afford that? Melissa's voice followed closely. When the waitress left, Klein had a knowing smile as he finally withdrew his wallet. He told everyone, this isn't for me alone, I brought all you here, didn't I? It's only best to return with a bloated stomach from a paid meal. Although his heart wrestled with his mind earlier, Klein found a momentary reason to slightly loosen. With that said, he sneaked in a glance to Melissa's side, where Selina is seated. She was smiling wearily, eyes reflecting him as her face softened. Dummy, you didn't have to do all of this. Is what etched in her expression. Klein lightly scoffed it off by grinning faintly and reclining back to his chair. Several minutes later, they each saw plates being brought to their table that was draped with a cloth of white and red decor patterns. Caramelized goat tenderloin, fish fillet, gravied steak, chicken and apple gumbo, spring rolls and pillow tarts, desi pie for desserts. Throughout the rest of the evening, Klein swallowed his worries and stuffed it with what he loves, foods and cuisines. His fork and knife danced to the rhythm of flavors and subtle glances to the enjoyment of his siblings and Selina. Because he remained fixed on the moment, and not the issue of a torn wallet, all of them got to be at ease. Inside, Melissa wanted to taste varied dishes as well, but eluded in constant financial apprehension. She stayed modest as even with Benson, their allowance could only cover normal staples. Seeing her embrace her portions, Klein felt lightweight in his chest. He then turned to see Benson, who's slowly taking bites while also bickering in between his gulps. Are those red color from the tip of her hair? But Klein wasn't paying too much attention to it. Fascinating. He noticed how indiscernible it is without close inspection. Perhaps in a daze while gazing at Selina openly did he saw subtle traits on her eyes and behavior. All thanks to this chance. It will likely be unpleasant to his savings, but the cost was clearly worthwhile. Then when it was time to leave, Klein's face paled a little as he bitterly let go of 3 whole pounds to the receptionist. It was 11 when they got home. In order, all of them went to the washroom, with Selina being agreed to head first. In less than half an hour, she called out Melissa to be the next, then afterwards went straight to the guest room after bidding Benson and Klein good night. The moonlight glow was casted off by the dark skies, engulfing the streets in total darkness, driven only away by the street lamps reflected from the puddled road. Upon changing to her nightgown, Selina walked over to retrieve a paper bag and brought it close to the sleeping cat by the drawer. Fallacy, have you eaten yet? I brought fish fillet and beef for your dinner, she said in a hushed tone. The black feline whiffed the air and was snapped awake by the contents of the bag. Reluctantly stretching, it leaped off for the bowl Selina had placed on the floor. Phew, all right, now time to compile today's happenings. Selina stood up and took the fountain pen and notebook from her drawer. However, before writing anything, she placed them all on the table and briefly left for the kitchen, returning back with a cup of heated milk minutes later. Someone's still in the washroom. I believe Klein was the last one to enter. She muttered to herself. After lowered the cup down, she took the fountain pen next to her and began to write her day. In the span of 7 minutes, she had done 3 paragraphs. Which was lengthy compared to her previous entries. All because of Klein and Alger. Right, I still have to review the documents User gave me, about the topic of Sea of Ruins and the Forsaken Land of the Gods myth. Thud. Thud. While lost is her thought, Selina suddenly jolted by 2 light knocks on her door. Who is it? She reflexively answered. Across the door pane, Klein's voice muffled through the door, it's me. Oh. Slightly surprised, Selina briskly closed her notebook shut and went for the door to twist it open. Klein was there, standing with collar slightly unbuttoned. He seemed flustered by something as he can't look at her directly. So disorganized for someone who's so capable and cautious. Selina's eyes droop in discontent. She extended her hand out for shirt and started fixing it. Klein was startled at first, but slowly, he just let it happen. Why are you still up? Selina asked without retracting her eyes away from her hands. You said you'll be busy tomorrow. So why not get a proper rest? Pulling up the courage within him, Klein waited until Selina was done and some distance from her he fished out a silver pocket watch from his pajama. Here. A watch. Selina tilted her head slightly. I figured you would need it. Since, as you know, there can't always be wall clocks around everywhere you go. Klein faced her as she looked at the watch in daze. Then quickly, he added, I hope the appearance suits your taste. A silver, pocket watch, for me. Selina's head lifted up, her eyes reflected Klein staring at her. So. Klein smiled awkwardly a little. After nearly 10 seconds, Selina took the pocket watch from Klein's hand with both of her palms. She gazed at it, even caressing it with her right thumb before finally smiling back. It looks beautiful. Then, in the silhouette casted by the dim glow of the gas lamps, her shadow reached for Klein's face just for a split second. It immediately pulled away. Thank you. After that, the atmosphere instantly became tensed. Klein's face was burning while Selina deliberately looked away. It was only when the latter spoke did the dense air broke. I'll go ahead and sleep now. Woo. At that moment, a sinister wind blew at them without warning. The light from the corridor lamp turned a dark green and Selina stopped halfway from closing. Sensing this, Klein snapped from his stupor and subconsciously grabbed Selina closely. His instinct drove him to breach into the room and close the door. At the same time, he tapped his left molar twice. Where is your revolver? He turned his head to the door while asking Selina. At the drawer. Selina instantly left his embrace, tapped her left molar twice, and ran for the revolver along the way. Just 2 seconds in and she quickly started aiming. In their vision, a face suddenly protruded from the door. It was a translucent face without any eyes or nose. All it had was a mouth. Do not fire. The face with a mouth spoke. Noticing Selina's intent. It can talk. Selina remained fixated at pointing her revolver. What do you want? Klein spoke in a deep voice. The face chuckled. I'm Daly. Daly. Spirit medium Daly. The spirit medium Daly who was sent to the Backlund diocese. Selina raised her brows in doubt. Klein spoke warily, Madam Daly. I know that this method of visiting you is a little rude. I should have given you a warning so you could make the necessary preparations. But it isn't convenient for me to meet you right now, and so, I can only communicate with you using this little guy. The translucent face laughed. Wait, I only came here for Klein. Then, facialless face turned to Selina with a peculiar grin. Ms. Roy is in the same roof. Have I interrupted something? Even though the voice is different and jarring, the manner of speech is indeed Madame Daly's style. The abilities of a spirit medium sure are incredible. Klein reflected wistfully. He calmly interjected, cleared his throat and said. Selina is staying here until Captain secures a place for her to settle. Preferably near our department. So madam, what is it that you want to talk about? Are you sure? The spirit probed teasingly. Selina slowly lowered the revolver and gathered herself from the floor. Seeing this from the corner of his eye. Klein retracted away and pressed, I came to check on her. All right. If I were you, I would first seal the bedroom with spirituality. Otherwise, your family members might think of that you two have a guest. The translucent face quipped, "Heh, you need not be so cautious. I came back to Tingen in secret because of Dunn's letter. You know that a Nighthawk cannot leave the area they are assigned to at will." "The captain's letter?" Selena adjusted her revolver's safety cap. "Dunn and I are both Beyonders that started with the Tingen Nighthawks. We have always maintained a good relationship. Last Thursday, yes, Thursday, he sent me a letter and mentioned Klein." The translucent face turned to him. "He said that you emulated the maxim of a mystery prior, came up with a set of rules for a seer, and claimed that it was effective in helping you grasp your potion. From then on, you no longer hear sounds and see visions that you shouldn't. Dunn said that it was similar to what I did. Heh, are you not going to seal the room? I personally do not mind your brother and sister misunderstanding." The translucent face said at an adequate pace. "I see, so that's the reason. Indeed, she's Madame Daly." Selena heaved a sigh of relief, closed her drawer and walked slightly over. At the same time, Klein asked if she had any holy night powder. Receiving a negative reply, he briefly told the spirit, "I'll be back." He briskly opened the door, passed right through the translucent face. A couple of seconds later, he returned to see the spirit conversing with Selena. He becomes quite stingy at times, like when a kid suddenly. The translucent face chuckled but quickly stopped. "Oh, speak of the devil. What are you talking about?" Klein wearily smiled and snickered in, quickly putting up a wall of spirituality with Selena's silver dagger. Watching this, Selena took the chance to turn to the spirit with crossed arms, and asked the protruding face, "So, Madame Daly, what else did the captain talk about in the letter?" He only expressed his own confusion and said that he seemed to understand something, yet, he couldn't describe it clearly. "He hoped to get my opinion on the matter," Daly said with the help of the face without eyes. "And Moretti, when I read the letter this morning, I knew that you aren't as clueless as you pretend to be. I think that you have deduced the acting method. That's the reason you came looking for me." Klein neither confirmed nor denied her statement. "So she knows it as well." Selena calmly made a judgment. Daly's translucent face revealed a slight smile. "Yes. It also seems that you shared it with Ms. Roy. I believe that we should be honest with one another. Mr. Moretti, I know that you have deduced the acting method, and you also know that I grasped the acting method as well. Sigh. But what's making me unhappy is that I used nearly 2 years to understand it, yet, you've only been a Beyonder for 1.5 months. Klein fell silent for a while after hearing Daly. He then smiled honestly. "That's because I have you as my role model." He wanted to say that he was standing on the shoulders of giants, but ultimately decided not to give the Emperor Roselle a chance to appear in the conversation. Chapter 179, Midnight Guest. Klein's reply made Daly chuckle. The translucent face with only a mouth said, "Even though you found inspiration through the maxim of the mystery priors and confirmed your theories through my experience and performance, it only took you a month to understand the acting method and come up with your own seer principle. That shows that you possess outstanding wisdom and an open mind." Klein didn't engage in the topic which made him guilty, but instead asked in response, "Madam, do the higher-ups in the church know about this so-called acting method?" Selena averted her gaze from Klein and onto the translucent face. "No doubt, they understand it very clearly. I once read through the historical information in the church and searched through stories of people ignoring the norms and advancing quickly. I realized that there were more than a few Nighthawks and bishops who have done so. I'm not the most unique one either. But they're ending." Daly intentionally paused, and she suddenly sounded heavy-hearted. "Ending, what?" Selena felt a tug in her chest. "What kind of ending did they have?" Klein asked cautiously. The translucent face suddenly laughed. "Their endings were rather great. Besides the few who lost control or were sacrificed in Beyonder incidents, the rest of them have at least become archbishops or high-ranking deacons. Among them, there are also experts that have successfully become high-sequence Beyonders. In the Church of the Goddess, sequence 4s and sequence 3s are called saints, while sequence 2s and sequence 1s are called grounded angels. Of course, every angel was once a saint." Selena was lost for words. Then in her heart, she mused, "What an eccentric lady you are, Madame Daly." The corner of Klein's lips twitched before he asked, without hiding his suspicions, "Since the church has mastered the acting method, why didn't they just tell every Nighthawk?" Although it wouldn't prevent every Nighthawk from losing control, it would definitely lower the probability and reduce unnecessary losses. A sense of loss appeared on the translucent face. "I have no idea why either. They told me that when I become an archbishop or high-ranking deacon, I'll be able to know the secret. I came here today because I hope that you can tell Dunn about the acting method more clearly before you hand in your special request." "So once noticed by the church, one has to swear not to tell anyone about the acting method," clarified Selena wistfully. "Yes, you must do it before the goddess's holy items and swear upon her name. That holds enough binding force. Trust me, you definitely don't want to know the outcome of a violation." I can only talk about it with people who have mastered the acting method, like you and Klein. Mr. Moretti's body language already gave me the answer before he replied, that's why I dared to say the term. Daly made the creepy face sigh. She paused for a moment before saying, I only faintly grasped the essence of acting back then and digested the potion very quickly. Yes, among the higher-ups in the church, using the term digesting to describe the control of the potion is very aptly worded. Anyway, before I made the pledge and found out about the acting method, I had no clear understanding of it, so I couldn't accurately explain it to Dunn and the others. I gave up at first. I never thought that I would meet you. The head turned to Klein. An eccentric wonder that could clearly understand the acting method before handing in a special application, no, a genius. Klein was torn. He felt guilty that he glanced at Selina, flashing a knowing smile softly while crossing her arms. I'm back riding our emperor. Klein's face casted down before he solemnly promised, I originally intended to remind Captain about the existence of the acting method through my special application. With your explanation, I don't have to worry further. Very well, you're such a kind lad. Daly sounded relaxed. Madam, you're only about 2 to 3 years older than me. Klein inwardly pointed out the error in her words. Without him speaking any further, the translucent creepy face continued, darting between him and Selina, if both of you had any problems or anything that you require assistance with, you can write a letter to me. Wait for me, heh. When I become an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon which allows me to understand why the church hides the acting method, I'll give both of you a hint whether if it's a good or bad thing. Actually, with not only Klein learning the acting method, perhaps there'll be a chance to help Dunn and others fully grasp it, but I guess it's better not to press. Daly said through the spirit thoughtfully. Better not to press. Selina perked up. Klein was suddenly energized, and he asked without hesitation, Madam, what's your address? As Selina had said, the more aid they got, the merrier. Plus, she was a pretty strong spirit medium. Seeing that neither opposed the idea at all and Selina merely watching, Daly remained silent for a while before she laughed. Our communication shouldn't go through the post office, as we would be using normal letters. That's very dangerous. I'll teach you relatively easy ritualistic magic. You can use it to summon a special spirit, one that belongs to me. Pass the letter to it, and it'll send it precisely to me. It wouldn't be faster than a telegram, but it's faster than a steam locomotive. If either of you were to send a message at noon, I would receive the message in Backlund that same night. Klein listened to her with his full attention. He nodded faintly. A very pragmatic ritualistic magic. Right as Daly explained, she made the face glance at Selina, retracting away from seeing Klein's expression before saying, that will be very helpful, Mrs. Simone. Daly chuckled. The uniqueness of the ritualistic magic is to pray to yourself. Obtaining power from your own spirituality, without going through a god. Hence, it's quite secretive, but it isn't very powerful. First, you select a herb and essential oil in the corresponding domain. This is no different than normal ritualistic magic. However, you only need the candle that represents yourself. Then, regarding the spell, there are 3 parts. The first part is I shout I in either ancient Hermes, Jotun, Dragonish, or Elvish. The second part is I summon in my name. That part can be said in Hermes. The third part is the exact description of the summoning object. For instance, you would use this in the future, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the higher dimensional creature that a human orders, the messenger that belongs to Daly Simone. Higher dimensional. In mysticism, this is normally referred to as the spirit world, not the one hinting the single eye. Klein memorized as he analyzed the ritual procedure. In that aspect, he could barely be considered an expert. Oh, I see, this ritual is exactly from Usur's sacrifice documents. Once Selina recognized the ritual, her mind simply started to cross-reference. The benefit of this kind of ritualistic magic is that it avoids calling upon a god but relies purely on a person's power. It achieves various magical effects without the constraints imposed by a god's specialized domain. The problem lies in the strength of a person. A weak result for the weak, and a strong result for the strong. Daly repeated the description a few times and emphasized solemnly, remember, don't change the actual description of the summoning object, or the ritual could easily attract a terrifying monster. All right. Klein nodded honestly, which was naturally followed by Selina. At the same time, his thoughts wandered off. Amidst this silence, Selina contemplated before posing a thoughtful question, Madam, if one were to strictly practice the acting method, how long does it take to ascend the sequences? According to the information that I've read, it varies from 3 months to 2 years for sequence 8 to sequence 7. It depends on whether you can grasp the core spirit and corresponding principle during the acting process. From sequence 7 to sequence 6, it varies from half a year to 3 years, likewise for sequence 6 to sequence 5. As for sequence 5 to sequence 4, 3 to 20 years. Daly described roughly. Selina softly smiled. So Madam is already at sequence 6. She heard from Dunn that Daly used a year's time from sequence 9 corpse collector to sequence 8 gravedigger. Then, from gravedigger to sequence 7 spirit medium, she used another year. She had been a beyonder for 5 years. In other words, Daly was at the spirit medium stage for about 3 years. Yes, that's the reason why I was transferred to Backlund Diocese, the creepy translucent face answered frankly. My current occupation is a spirit guide. However, I prefer the name spirit medium. Alright, this little guy is getting tired. I have to go. Under such circumstances, I won't be saying, may the goddess bless you. Alright, have a good night. Selina waved slowly. Until it stopped when Daly wearily said, sigh no good in this night, I have to rush back to Backlund. This isn't a happy experience, it's like having a relationship with someone you don't like. Daly's voice grew softer, and the translucent face with no eyes or nose slowly shrank back into the wall without leaving behind any traces. The gas lamp light suddenly became bright and the gloominess vanished into thin air. Selina watched the changes until everything returned to normal. It took her a short while to snap, after which she saw Klein doing the same. Spirit guide is very impressive. Klein remarked. It can actually conjure up messenger. I wonder what's the specialty of our sequence 7 and sequence 6. As he went and dispelled the spiritual wall, he heard Selina in a melancholic tone. Right, oh I almost forgot. She quickly turned and sought the dresser again, rummaging it until her hand fished out a letter. Klein saw this and snapped out of his own realization, he had something to ask of Selina. Thus, he stopped midway from finalizing the wall and once Selina made her way back, giving him the envelope. Klein lowered it and told her, Selina, I presumed you already know of Ms. Lover's past situation, right? One that involved the Rose School of Thought. Selina paled a little and she asked, why so sudden? You see, she placed the operation as a commission. Adhering to the equivalent exchange, she rewarded everyone, as long as it's within her abilities, explained Klein unhurriedly. Selina nodded. As I can't bring myself to join the gatherings yet. He informed me and thus giving me a chance to claim the reward, in the form of £300. Klein paused momentarily to glance at Selina, who was calmly listening. I had forgotten about it, which probably why he does not mention it. However, I don't want to disturb the future gatherings, so Selina, can I ask if you could reach out to Ms. Lovers and tell her about this? Selina's eyes inadvertently drooped. You're refusing my help and asking for my help at the same time. How ironic. While she mused in her heart, she sighed, I will. So how will Lady Lovers send this to you? She had the urge to tell that it will be covered by her, but that would place constraints to Klein. Idea that she's not so fondly of. Tell her to settle an account within Backlund, then hand me the receipt for transferring. Klein said thoughtfully. Backlund Bank was one of the 7 major banks in the Lone Kingdom, and as such, it possessed the right to clear transactions. Alongside it was the North Bank. However, unlike receipts, they handle cards that are fabled by the Diocese of the Church of Storms. Thus, transferring can be done between cities as long as there's a Cathedral of Storms within it. Connecting to what Selina had done to allow User and others to access her wealth. She had made a separate account, and gave them its total information, dates, origin, balance, and contractor, her under the guise of Lenore Holmes. As their contractor, she gave the account multiple beneficiaries, all having her believers' names. It only needed now was their stamps, to which happened during each of their own visits to the local North Bank for withdrawals. Needing a receipt. I never knew how convenient being a believer of the Lord of Storms was until now. Still, they could be using the bank as a unified storage for their plundered wealth, perhaps laundering as well. Selina acutely made a judgment before answering Klein. Very well, I'll have Lady Lovers sorted out as soon as possible. Clearly, we need the savings, she was pointing out Klein's reluctancy to her support. Klein, noticing this, wearily smiled and quickly allayed the spiritual wall before bidding good night. Chapter 180, Finishing the Foundation. Klein returned back to his room but didn't immediately switch off the lamps. He walked forward, extended his hands and closed the curtains before reclining to the chair of the desk. His fingers tore through the envelope, revealing a letter. Then, under the dim light, he started reading. The White Maiden. What an interesting deity, no I have not heard nor encountered such a goddess before. If I were to speculate, this goddess may have been one of ancient deities from the Cataclysm era, lurking and hiding in the depths of the spirit world until the conditions are right to make an appearance. Cataclysm era. Klein saw the tidbit and quickly associated this with the Giant King. The Cataclysm era, or simply the Third Epoch, is the point in history that contains profound mysteries. Within the scriptures of the Evernight and similarities within the other Orthodox churches passed down, it is the era where the world descended and the 7 deities protected humanity from the cataclysm. It is also where different races backed down as humanity outpaced them in growth. The Giant King and White Maiden, who both ruled the kingdom in silver, are one of the ancient deities. From the third epoch. Klein continued with openness toward the letter. As for what are those conditions, it is beyond my knowledge. Perhaps it may not have been conditions at all, and that the goddess had been actively trying to make an appearance again, but due to the nature of ancient wraiths, could not affect the physical world. On another note, it seemed you have found I have a few nags in mysticism-related fields. Very observant. Moving on to your next questions. I am fascinated by how you came up with this idea, utilizing dreams as the power for a charm. Quite unprecedented for a normal beyonder. Klein's face twitched with faint guilt as he resumed. It is not uncommon. Dreams are products of the astral world that are in essence evoke effects to the physical realm such as fatigue. I may have quite a few familiarities with you bringing this up, but I cannot answer anything valid. All I can say is that it is possible through mediumship rituals. As for procedural charm making, I do not know any of such charm making, I only know that there are genuine charms in the market. Talking about an artifact dreamcatcher also did not ring a bell on me. But I do vaguely recall a similar item with such powers. Now then, bestowments and sacrificial rituals, they're quite distant. I am unsure, thus I cannot give any valid answer beyond telling you this, do not pray to any god other than the 7 orthodox deities. Though I suppose encountering the White Maiden and surviving gave you an exception. I do wonder, how did you encounter this deity? I'll respect if you do not answer. After all, everyone has secrets. But if you do, it'll have to wait until I got back sometime next week. Figures. Klein finally ended his reading session and burnt the letter under light of the gas lamp. I only asked these questions because Mr. Azik, you know of things such as disharmonious fate. Sigh, it's worth a try, at least I got my guess correct and it bore fruit a little. Klein's hypotheses were made days before the Baron portrait. Therefore, it was pure guess. The answer shocked him a bit, but ultimately complied with the dream divination. With that said, Klein shifted his mind onto the next matter mentioned in the letter. The bestowment and sacrificial rituals. It is regrettable, but I only intend to seek insights. Ms. Lovers and Selina already informed me that, I only need is time to standardize it for the fool. At that moment, her name struck him. Selina. Klein subconsciously raised a hand. He touched to where Selina reached for his cheek, then slowly, his fingers encapsulated his mouth. Though his ears reddened a little and his eyes looked softly distant. His heart can't help but race. So this is where my savings led me to. Not bad at all. I should start spending more, see if that would result to anything. Klein joked, but suddenly realized something. Wait, no, Selina once said she's not into material things. So what made her do this? Did she saw through me? Sigh, I couldn't keep my guard up from her. Klein completely forgot to seal the letter by an envelope as he tilted his head back and stared on the ceiling for some time. Stay safe, always let her know, and do not decide on my own. He decided to apply actions to his words from the promise, instead. Where no materials can ever outmatch it in Selina's eyes. When he finally reined in his thoughts. Klein moved on with a clear head and considered the dream siphoning. What did Mr. Azik meant by another item with similar powers? Probably. Changing the topic, so by mediumship ritual, I can harness the person dreaming. Was that also the effect akin to what the Giant King did? Wait. By Klein's improved understanding. Mediumship also acts as a buffer for the unconsciousness, dreaming mind. It lets the practitioner pry into them. However, the things old Neil taught him were heavy on the ability of prying, not siphoning. There are other types of mediumship rituals, like the one the Giant King used to make a toy. Klein pieced in his mind. To which he suddenly thought of another person to ask for. A perfect time to practice summoning a messenger. In the world of vibrant meadow rolling infinitely into the horizon. Selina, for once, had no prayers to tend to. Allowing her to prioritize scanning Ysir's documents again for the forsaken land of the gods' whereabouts. After an additional 10 minutes, finally she reached an entry. Yes, Kingdom of Silver is in the forsaken land of the gods. Oracles of the Aurora Order blathers a promised land of their god, the true creator. It is in fact, the corrupted land beyond the Sea of Ruins. Entry, unknown. Voyaging in the waters subjects one to disappear from weather phenomenon. In the Mystical Beast and Plants article authored by Wura, one of the shamans, explains creatures of unimaginable horror and a piece of the spiritual world that is isolated out the borders of the Sea of Ruin. Properties of the land is unknown. Exact location is unknown. Creatures are unknown. Entry concluded. Selina sighed and muttered, I guess now I know why I dismissed it. That's exactly all there is in the entry. Then she turned a page, and just as she set the documents aside after a quick glance. Selina perked up. Beyonder characteristics. Stumbling this topic again. She finally began considering if this was also a theory or perhaps a true rule. The page goes. Beyonder corpses. within exactly 10 minutes after death. Will produces what's known as beyonder characteristics. Very fervent, very bold concept, as expected of lunatics. This was hinted in the Book of Secrets, subtly pointing at beyonder ingredients as potent spirituality and pathway specialization. The moon-related rituals are much more effective when practiced by an apothecary beyonder, and corresponding body materials acts as powerful conduits for exact rituals. However, this might just be the mind, breaking into madness. We do not simply trust the moon. It sounded derived from horror movies. Selina remarked. She initially didn't thought much of it as it emphasized not to simply trusting the moon. But what if they're right? Beyonder characteristics formed from a beyonder's corpse after a few minutes. The last term could also be one of the reason why they were betrayed. Selina ultimately closed the page. What is a beyonder characteristic anyway? Is it a unique trait? Or perhaps it's the way they are once consuming a potion. Wait, maybe it's the formula itself. Selina reined in her thoughts and a stark idea hit her. It's the ingredients that is the characteristics. It took her a short while to sort it her mind. Afterwards, due to lack of concrete evidences, she ultimately set the matter aside again. Perhaps Mr. Fool knows the details. Sigh, but I hadn't made any contributions about Roselle's diary notes as of yet. Yes. I must task my believers with this. Then she heaved a breath. Just how forgetful am I? Her voice faded as she extended her hand toward one of the vines, Mr. Pig's King Piolo. Inside Piolo's dream, in multiple places was a myriad of painting strokes and colorful adult butterflies. Amid them was his figure, draped in a single cloth as he bent a leg of a woman to accommodate his waist. Later, the scene shifted. Through what seemed like an orb, a goddess bestowed him, thus everyone claimed him as king. But it all seemed but the surface when Piolo threw away the crown. Then, he suddenly woke up in a green pasture, rolling into the horizon. His breath hitched and his body stiffened. The cold air pressed lightly on his skin, slowly compelling him to turn. Right in front of him, he saw a lady obscured by divine light. Could hardly be seen by allows one to discern her gold-and-silver hair. Mrs. White, he lowered his stance reverently. I was just sleeping. What is it that you've summoned me? At that instant, he heard a distant, majestic voice from afar, telling him. Tell my believers to find pieces of notes scattered across the world, Roselle's diary pages. Roselle's diary pages. Diary. Notes. Those notes are actually diary pages. Piolo's face was etched upon hearing that. Mrs. White knows of Emperor Roselle's secrets. She can discern them. His lips quivered for a few seconds, only for it to slowly calm down as he spoke politely, yes, as your wish your grace. After that, the world shattered akin to the inside of a glass globe. Piolo was banished from his sleep and jolted awake. Ha. Ha. He panted for a bit, then a smile crept. Everyone should know this. After it was done. Selina was left alone and before she could forget, Klein's words reminded her. Right, the reward, she muttered, right before her face turned red. Why did I do that again? Right. In the spur of the moment. It felt like I should return a token of my own, that's why. Ugh. I hope he doesn't weird it out. Anyway, did I reach to him right? No. Selina shook her head vigorously. I meant will I be able to reach a nearest Backlund bank with him around? Her identity that involved the lovers is associated with many thorns that would disturb her guise. She doesn't want even Klein to know how chaotic her first week is in this world. At least once I sorted things out, like redeeming my believers, I can't let Klein know yet. Although she felt a sting in her chest, she must persist. Yes, I'll just task Catherine for this, that way the description points to a female. Selina nodded with her idea and extended her hand toward the corresponding vine. On the second day, Selina and Klein arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company 30 minutes early. Good morning, Klein, Ms. Roy. The new clerk is here and Adam Insall has started to speak clearly. Roseanne greeted with a splendid smile. Selina felt sincerely happy for her. Congratulations. The goddess heard your prayers and doubled it. My skin shall be back to perfect condition. Roseanne nodded, her eyes beaming with joy. Hey, glad to hear that. Klein has started to peel his outwear clothing while walking toward the break room. Today, I had to attend another Requiem Mass in St. Selina Cathedral, but this time only with Leonard and Fry. There's still a lot of tending to be done on the deceased. Once, there's this two siblings who lost their mother. Now they are part of the church's choir as per Leonard's request. The newspaper boy T.N. How awful. Selina's heart tightened as she crossed her arms, watching Klein leave. Even though the families were freed of burial costs, the liberty from their loved ones is heavier. Not to mention their spirits are missing. At the very least, the two siblings will have a brighter future. Just then, Klein stopped right after taking off his coat. He suddenly turned and told Selina out of care, "I'll be back by lunch. It's likely the captain will have us deal with the missing spirits today because of this early break. Also, don't forget about reporting." "All right, I'll see you later." Bye, take care." Selina waved a bit. Then after going back to Roseanne to chat for a while, she left for the partition, walked past it, and knocked on the door of the captain's office. "Please come in." Dunn's mellow voice sounded. With that said, the door smoothly creaked open. A woman with a silver-braided low-bun hair entered from the ajar. Selina closed the door on her way and saw her captain sit up instinctively as his gray eyes turned dark. It was as though he was prepared for confrontations. Selina exhaled silently and sat down. "Captain, I had something to report." While sorting what Klein shared with her and final part of his foundational plan, she heard Dunn asked in a deep voice, arms crossed. "What is it?" Chapter 181, Reasons for Red. Selina recounted Klein's advice and smiled. Klein had shared with me his discoveries. "And what is that?" Dunn repeated the question in a serious tone. He relaxed his arms. "You see, I had been the department's doctor for quite some time. Ever since, similar to what Klein has experiencing when attending the divination club, I too feel much aligned, like a job meant for me." He concluded, and soon I realized, the names of sequence potions encompass a whole set of principles that can help us gain control over them, a set of principles that allow us to avoid the negative impacts. It is when we do this do we feel much aligned with corresponding job. Similarly, these sets of principles are inherent. We can only make conclusions for our own bit by bit and adjust our understanding based on the different feedback we receive. Thus, when Klein became a real seer at the divination club or I became a real apothecary and obtained my set of principles for it, the auditory and visual illusions that plagued me just vanished. That is my understandings. I hope we're right. Captain is an experienced and smart person. Once he understands the acting method, he'll definitely notice that the church is hiding relevant information. He'll know what he should say and what he shouldn't. Sigh, otherwise, a lot of attention will be placed onto us. Selina tried to file her thoughts linearly. To which made her settle an ultimatum. If Captain is still oblivious after all this, then he'll better prepare for a whole lecture straight up. Dunn listened quietly to Selina's description, his gray eyes becoming even deeper. He was silent for nearly 20 seconds as he rubbed his temples before he picked up his pipe and took a whiff. After sniffing it, he took out a matchbox, seemingly forgetting about the rules of the Nighthawks. The white smoke billowed into the air as Dunn closed his eyes, seemingly appreciating the smell of tobacco. After a while, he opened his eyes and smiled at Selina, looking unimpressed. "Oh, I'm sorry. Second-hand smoke is just as harmful as smoking." Selina reminded casually. "I forgot that you're the doctor." Dunn blew out the pipe, carrying a wind that made the sparks instantly die out. After putting it away, he added, Also, why did you sat close to the door?" "Because I fear I may forgot what Klein told me earlier." Selina jolted out of slight fear and smiled. "I've recently found doors quite peculiar." Because we couldn't open the door last time." Dunn sighed melancholically. "Huh?" Selina snapped as she realized something. "Oh. Captain, it is nothing as you would think. I am merely just not fond of smoke." Dunn looked at the direction where the dim light fades and the darkness grow. Of course, he too would see that her excuse is flawed. But instead, "I seem to have understood something as well. Several even. Some I am not fond of." What did Captain meant by that? Klein mentioned Captain's been practicing it on him. Poor Klein. Selina held the urge to chuckle at herself. "Perhaps it won't be too long before you submit the special application to me as well," Dunn said to Selina, half-jokingly while exhaling faintly. "Well, I couldn't submit it right away even if I wanted to. Klein kept on pressing me to wait until he becomes Sequence 8 first." Selina sighed inwardly. She took her silver pocket watch, glistening under the dim light. It had an intricate linings frozen in its surface, with an S initial that stood out as a vine. How thoughtful. Selina recalled what had happened again and quickly withdrew the pocket watch after knowing the time. Captain, I have to be at Old Neil's. Today's mysticism lessons are starting soon." Although Klein would be missing with his lessons, he instead asked Old Neil for notes he can study. "All right." Dunn returned back to his chair and started writing. After closing the door, Selina made her way towards the steps leading to the basement. She saw two strangers, a male and a female, while walking past the clerk's office. The new clerks. Selina thought of Adam Insall right then. If he starts his job as a clerk soon, how will we navigate the department then? As she starts to question herself, she realized there weren't many holes to avoid encountering the monster beyond her. I would just have to ask for his schedule and where he'll be stationed. Along the silent underground passage, Selina turned to the armory and pushed the guard room door open. Mr. Old Neil. What happened to you? Selina was shocked to look at Old Neil. Old Neil looked dispirited, his face was pale. He yawned constantly as he said, I've been a little constipated lately. I tried ritualistic magic that can solve such problems last night. In the end, I didn't sleep well the entire night. I had to head to the bathroom multiple times, and in the end, I nearly fell asleep on the toilet bowl. Selina creased her eyebrow. How about medication? I can prescribe you one. Following her suggestion, she saw Old Neil looking slightly hesitant, but still answered, I've already taken one. I apologize because I used one of your labeled vials from the alchemy. It's all right. Selina felt slightly relieved but clicked her left molar twice anyway out of concern. Instantly, she saw the brightly crimson all around Old Neil's body. At the same time, some parts of his body grew much dimmer among the red colors. Selina can't be settled with just looking at it. However, Klein's words from their earlier walk made her stay silent. Klein's right, I have no idea of what this crimson could mean. Ugh, but red generally means danger, right? Both symbolically and mystically. She sighed while controlling herself. Crossing her arms as she asked, how do you feel now? Other than the crimson hue. There are some darkness and impurities in the digestive system's yellow and the kidneys' orange colors, but it's nothing too serious and is within an acceptable range. I'm fine now thanks to it. Old Neil yawned like a drug addict. Self-study for today's supernatural lesson. There's only 2 or 3 days left of content anyway. All right. Selina dropped her arms. By the way, Mr. Old Neil. Where's Adam Insall? He's in a separate room across. Old Neil casually responded and smiled once again. I'll visit him later for his another therapy and to record his condition. Hey, it won't be long before he'll attend our ranks as another clerk. It seems Old Neil's coughing died down quite a bit. Selina had just realized that and was at least glad about it. Other than Old Neil, Fry, Dunn, and Sika would sometimes seek medicines from her. Mostly to soothe their minds and maintain a healthy condition. Roseanne would be super happy. Selina remarked. Along her way to fetch a seat, she added, I could help you guard the armory and study here. How about you go rest or finish Adam Insall's daily therapy for today? Old Neil immediately straightened his back, his eyes glimmering as he answered, Ms. Roy, you are one excellent doctor. A very kind one at that. Ha. All right, I'll hand over the armory to you. He picked up the cushion he had placed on his knees and stormed out of the guard room like a typhoon, leaving Selina in a daze. The morning went on, during which Leonard and Fry returned earlier than Klein. It was just in time when the Blackthorn Security Company accepted another mission. The task involved escorting a rich merchant to the harbor for a deal. Leonard and Kenley completed it easily, earning themselves some extra pay. When lunch receded like tide around 1 p.m. Klein finally returned from the St. Selina Cathedral. He wasted no time to study his materials first before accompanying Selina out and into the underground shooting range. Bang. Bang. Selina fired 2 more rounds of shots and finally run out of bullets. Old Neil had constipation. Klein heard her voice, which made him lower his own revolver and asked, how is he now? Pursing her lips, Selina looked at him with concern as she said, I checked him with spirit vision, but crimson color did not disappeared. I fear it had gone brighter. We can't report anything yet. Being able to see this likely comes from your connection with the White Maiden. Klein had turned his head back onto the dummy and spoke contemplatively. Then, he added softly, did you tell anyone else about this? Only Mr. Old Neil when I was caught by surprise. Selina answered as she replaced the bullets from her revolver. That's all right, maybe he saw it as you being paranoid. Klein relaxed his shoulders. Did you already ask this from Mrs. White? Mrs. White doesn't know because I don't know what this means. Selina exclaimed inwardly and she answered, I have not, and it's best not to disturb her. Right. Klein went silent and aimed his thoughts into shooting the dummy. Bang. 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 After his own revolver run out, Klein thought of an absurd hypothesis. Was Old Neil the only elder you casted your vision on? He asked in all innocence. Selina looked back at him, puzzled. But later she realized Klein's train of thoughts and she answered honestly, I don't. No, I have not. Maybe it's really just the age that I'm seeing. Klein returned the safety cap of his revolver after replenishing it. He said casually, do you want to test it before going back? Selina quickly nodded. Hopeful that perhaps that is the case and that the uniqueness was merely the change in color from grayness to crimson. The two packed their things and quickly headed out of the booth and shooting range. A horse-drawn carriage drove past the entrance of 3 Zutland Street. Its slipstream carried a gentle draft under the ambient sun of the afternoon. Walking next to Klein, Selina activated her spirit vision and instantly, the surrounding turned gray where ether bodies burned like bonfire. Looks like there aren't many elders here during this time of day. Klein scanned while keeping a calm pace. He also clicked his left molar twice to ensure of the surroundings. Let's get to Iron Cross Street. The scorching sun bathes the road, encompassing the colors of the street. When Selina and Klein encountered an old tramp, wearing a torn brown shirt, long beard and head lowered where his cap hid his face. The former quickly set her eyes as they walked past him. Red. Selina gasped internally. This meant that crimson merely replaced the gray colors of age. She immediately turned to Klein with her excitement peaked and eyes alit. I guess this means I'm right. Klein was feeling glad. Earlier he planned on resorting to divination, but he guessed that the need for it is gone. He fished and opened his pocket watch, and upon looking at the time, he smiled and said, "Let's go back. Captain said we'll meet with him in his office." Okay. Selina answered and she retracted her gaze away from the tramp. When the two couples, wearing a formal suit and coat finally disappeared, the tramp from the corner lifted his head and placed a hand on his abdomen. A loud grumble was heard, but none of the pedestrians even bothered to turn an eye. He spotted a rodent not long after, and he immediately eyed it. Everything is food. He muttered with teary mouth. Like a flytrap, he remained still, only when the rat came to check on him, his body motioned to a style, akin to an ape. And he lounged. His deep squat sprang onto the unsuspecting and appetizing rodent, catching it with ease. Of course, the rat tried to escape by sinking its teeth onto the man's skin. But the men bit harder and gorged and feasted on the animal's head. None of the pedestrians saw it, nor intend to intervene. Soon after, even the bones of the carcass was nibbled. The tramp's hand had scratches and bites, enough that infection is almost certain for his health. But he was satiated, he looked up into the sky and recalled another group of tramps. Ultimately, the silver-braided bun-haired woman came into his mind. An unsettling smile formed on his face. Food is heaven, way to heaven is silver. Chapter 182, Perilous Dreams. Dunn's gaze swept everyone in the room. So it will be just the three of you. Klein, Selina, and Leonard stood side by side. The former middle had her hands intertwined below her abdomen, while the latter's coat casually reveals his shirt. Captain, you don't seem very enthusiastic with our lineup. Selina mused quietly while maintaining a faint smile. Perhaps likely due to her presence, Dunn had not taken out his pipe, instead he inspected the three of them with crossed hands. Midnight Poet Sika and Royale are tasked prior to investigate and cleanse the apartments of the deceased, and their relatives, reserving the dream matter for Dunn and the next unit. As for Fry, he's currently patrolling a St. Raphael cemetery. After a while, Dunn unfolded his arms and said, I will need only two, that way we can file for 3-0137. The region we'll be covering will be the southern boundary of Iron Cross Lower Street. I'll see myself out then. Leonard Slight threw both hands away as he walked out, leaving only Klein and Selina. Watching the poet out, Dunn rubbed the bridge of nose and lifted his eyes to look at the two recent rookies, but have brought the most cases since they've joined. Not only that, it was clear he stressed. Simply because the female of this group is being eyed by some secret organizations, and a god, where their subordinates may erupt and appear at any point during their mission. Sigh. We'll only be visiting 4 of the affected families, so hopefully we'll be done before sundown. Dunn tried to reach his coat, bent one hand and slipped the other into the clothing before taking his top hat. Klein watched as their captain prepare, he can't help but address in his heart, Captain, you find Selina and I as troublesome do you? As the thought faded, he glanced at Selina momentarily before immediately being startled by Dunn's voice. Let's go. In front of a building in Colean Street, southwest boundary of the Iron Cross. Inspector Bitch Mountbatten came to greet Dunn, Selina, and Klein arriving from a trackless carriage and immediately stepped aside to allow the Nighthawks to enter. On their way to ascend from the stairs, Selina adjusted the squared briefcase, containing 3-0137 to her front, matching its motion with the rhythm of her steps. Pungent odor seeped into the crevices of the doors and stained clothes hung on the ceilings of balconies where many tenants eyed on them and their attire, but not one was an elder. Selina endured the smell of wax mixed with sweat as she clutched the briefcase and abandoned testing her spirit vision as the subjects aren't present. Soon, they reached the specified floor. Dunn silently twisted the door open and they saw a cabinet right across. The panes of the cabinet was broken, revealing hangers. The dresser underneath it had a match, an unlit candle and some tattered cloth. Dunn and company pressed in and found that there are 2 doors leading to the exact same room, where bunker beds are placed and a man around his 50s, quietly sorting his merchandise under the sunlight. Ahem, so today's the inspection. Thankfully Mort and Telf won't be coming back until evening. The men with dark pupils, sullen face, and recessed eyes lowered the toys down from his hand. It was a cloth mannequin, holding a spoon. Dunn nodded and he answered in a deep voice, "You can lay down anywhere you want. My wife, she used to enjoy these mannequins I made. She would stitch the cloths, I designed them." The man's voice was hoarse and he said while slowly standing up. Unbeknownst to him, there were already drops forming around his eyes while his vision slowly blurred. Ah, if only she did not fell ill, if only our daughter had not passed away, if only she wasn't obsessed with gazing the stars at night, if only our house did not burn down. As he laid down on the lower bed, Dunn approached him and lowered himself on one knee. Klein followed and Selina was closely behind him. "Persich, that's your name, right?" Dunn asked. Persich nodded, forcing himself not to shed a tear, instead focused on the iron railings of the bed. Dunn sighed. "Persich, there are a couple of things one will learn from having a dementia. First, forgetting is a burden, you do not want to lose sight of things you value. But sometimes, it allows you to pay attention, and see that forgetting is also freeing yourself. Will your wife agree to what you're doing if she's still alive?" Persich Rummel is a former middle-class gentleman, whose life crumbled when a fire broke out inside his toy factory. One of casualties was their daughter, who was once intrigued by the stars that she would invite him and his wife to enjoy comets. That was 5 years ago. Afterwards, due to the lose, Persich's wife fell ill caused by stress, urging him to sell his properties, just a glimpse of a day where his wife recovers. However, medicines did not aid her effectively, rendering unable to leave without Persich. This reclusion made her develop a habit of stargazing from the window of the room, as another family slept alongside them on the bunk bed across. She probably wouldn't. Persich answered melancholically. He turned his gaze to see the mannequin he's trying to dismantle and added, "But would that even matter if she's gone?" Dunn traced his eyes and fell onto the cloth mannequin holding a small spoon. "Klein, could you hand me that?" he said suddenly. Klein snapped as he grew more and more intrigued by their captain's personality and innate ability to make an example. He quickly reached for the mannequin and, as ordered, left it on Dunn's palm. Dunn looked at the toy momentarily before he faced Persich again. "Your wife loves this as much as gazing at the stars, right?" "I don't see why you don't." "I love gazing at the stars too. I became affectionate of it because of her and our daughter." Persich retorted. "I see, then if you love the things she loves, why do you dismantle the mannequin?" Dunn probed another question. Persich felt a clog in his throat when answered, "Because it would remind me of her." Dunn set aside the mannequin before saying frankly, "Then you don't love her." "I." Persich realized it and was left utterly speechless. "You seem to forget the valuable things from the bitter ones. I may not want to say this, but learn how to discern between the two, as life alters between losing and gaining." Dunn gave one last advice before saying, "You can close your eyes." Persich's thoughts stirred with emotions, like an eruption. However, inexplicably, he suddenly found himself struggling to stay awake. Dunn lied down next to the bed, and in sync, the two fell asleep. Klein took a breather and he glanced at Selina, standing beside him. He heard her say, "Captain is so wise. I feel the same sentiment." He looked at the sleeping Dunn for a moment before adding, "Do you think you can attempt dreaming the nightmares of 3-0137? Selina nodded as her clear answer. Thinking for a short while, Klein made careful considerations, which made him flick a coin upon reciting the line, "Dunn would not wake up for 4 minutes, 7 times. It is his standard set for Selina's window of opportunity. When the coin results in a positive, Klein relievedly said, "You can use the time now to enter, but do it 3 times only. I'll be here with you as you sleep. Remember, signal me with the seed if there's a problem or if the dream you encountered can be used, that way I can set up the ritual to siphon the dream and transfer it to the seed." From Daly's letter this morning, she detailed of a variant of mediumship ritual called hollowing. It is the practice of using high spiritual materials to allow as vessels for spirits to be contained, just like a normal mediumship ritual, which includes dreams. Klein already finished the hollowing ritual with the Taqua seed he had earlier this daybreak. Which now comes extraction. His plan was to allow Selina to take the dream with the protection of Mrs. White. Afterwards, use her uniqueness while dreaming to signal him for extraction, and if the dream is nothing of significance, she is ought to wake up. Extraction is done simply by lighting up the tip and allowing the sleeping Selina to inhale the smoke, creating a bridge in her astral body. This smoke inhaling in mysticism is the trance state, and it is common in the Evernight Church where the slumber incense drives one to serenity. It uses the successive word, implore, relinquish, and embed while praying to oneself in ancient Hermes. And since the seed also acts as a sort of candle directed to Mrs. White, this solves the need for excessive materials. "Carry me." Selina fell dazed for a moment, and she quickly shook the redness off before saying, "All right, I'll do my best." Klein drew a faint breath and he revealed a clothed silver dagger from behind his coat. After unwrapping it, he wasted no time to seal the area in a wall of spirituality. Careful not to hinder the sleeping Dunn. During that, Selina went behind the wall that separated the front door from the room. She opened the briefcase, took out the veiled object from inside and pried the cloth away. Reflected on her eyes was a lamp, a chain-handle lamp. Within it, glass casing and iron black grid, there was a candle, burning brightly. It is as though it had never shed a single melt from the last time Selina saw it. Caught in the brilliance of its flame, Selina slowly and gradually found it difficult to divert away. Whatever is within it, the dreams it stored would have details of this world. The deeper they uncover the history and mysticism, the closer they will be from returning. Selina's eyes has now began to droop, and the flame of the candle burgeoned intensely before it lost its size. Clank. The lamp fell out of her hands and her body swayed to collapse. However, just as her head met the cold floor, a hand caught her shoulders. Following that, Klein calmly returned the veil back to conceal the lamp before setting the briefcase aside. His eyes are filled with concern, but there's nothing he can do but trust. He quietly shoved both of his hands underneath her, and lifted her limp body up effortlessly. "Selina, are you skipping meals?" Klein muttered jokingly while looking at her peaceful face. After that, he carried her back to the room along with the veiled lamp, and without putting her down, he sat on the bunk bed across. He placed the briefcase next to him, just in case Dunn wakes up and he had to return the lamp back immediately. Bathed in the glow of the afternoon sun cutting through the dust motes in the air, and the bustling ambience of the lower street beyond the open window, where the burgeoning dim light of 3-0137 fades, Klein fixed a strand of Selina's hair and silently watched three people in the room fall into a deep sleep. In darkness swirls and iridescent streaks of violet and gold, blending with the gray smoke. Suddenly, a light shattered. Selina found herself in an antique room. She had a pale arm, where her colored veins faintly seen between her recessed skin. Walking up to her from the counter, a boy with an adorable face, pearl skin, and round brown eyes. He seems to be saying something, but only silence followed it. When the boy turned, the vision also shifted to a clock with distorted appearance. It then continued to fell onto a portrait, which is also vague and obscured. This dream doesn't seem to offer much. Selina gained lucidity soon after. A portrait, from the looks of it, these are the dreamer's family. Right next to it, an antique lamp. It has an iron grid, casing a flame that was captivating. Chapter 183, First Stored. In just 30 seconds later, Klein snapped as he felt a spiritual disturbance around him. The light casted down by veiled lamp seemed to sway erratically. Is there something wrong? Klein felt a cold sweat and he quickly inspected Selina, sleeping in his embrace. Her eyelids were moving, and to his relief it fluttered open. That was quick. Wait, sigh, I'm glad that was quick. Klein heaved a relief and asked her, how was the first dream? While saying that, he kept on glancing Dunn and Persich right across. Selina required some time to recover from her stupor. But when her senses cleared, she found Klein's arm wrapped on her shoulder. She paused. Heat came over her face that made her involuntarily smile. No, it's a simple dream of an old lady running an antique store. Some local proclaimed shaman likely used the artifact to cure her dread for her family. What about Captain? Is he awake? Klein shook his head and replied, he's still exploring Persich's dream for traces of the divine light. I see. Selina casted her gaze down and she saw her own body against Klein. She could hear his heartbeat thumping fast. Klein's nervous. Hee, I guess it's natural when you hold a lady. Unbeknownst to her, she let out a soft chuckle. What's the matter? Klein was growing weary. Nothing. Selina simply answered. Can I absorb more dream? I feel like I can learn more on this next one. You only have 2 tries left. After that, wait until we get to the third person on our list, said Klein before taking the veil out of the lamp and handing it to Selina. He quickly turned away toward Dunn on the other side, avoiding any chances of peeking. After just 10 seconds, he felt Selina's hand fell limply onto his chest, and the lamp almost fell from the bed. Klein caught it in time, and after adjusting Selina's head, he placed the lamp back to its spot and veiled it quietly. The brilliant blend of light receded from the darkness. Selina woke up and found herself in a gray world. In front of her was a university. The place in the area where a wide body of river streamed from the other side feel familiar. Koei University. Selina made an accurate judgment. At this moment, she's now in the lens of a young man, who is clad in the standard attire imposed by the university. While seemed normal at first, the tattered darkness all across the environment made it hard not to be noticed. Selina can't help but constantly glance at them. They look like omens. A sign of bad luck. Wait, don't tell me this is the 3-0137's description of a college student. A voice of a female came from behind the dreamer. Asterisk. Seems like she's calling him. Though the words are static, through the signals of the woman, Selina guessed. The girl arrived right next to her, or in this case next to the men. An enthusiastic smile was plastered on her face as they continued to enter the building. At that moment, the colors blended and swirling once again, settling onto a scene where the man is no longer in his university attire, instead he wore a linen shirt and a jacket. Held in his hand was a cloth doll wearing a regal dress. It had a sinister smile, and based on how Selina felt the man's face, he's frustrated. This doll, isn't this the misfortune cloth puppet? She was shocked. The scene resumed with the man selling the cloth puppet to a merchant at Lower Street, familiar but quite distinct as it reflects past years. The young man doesn't look like he had any intent and just wanted to rid of the doll. This should be enough. For once, Selina heard the young man's voice. Then the scene shifted again, to his sister coughing while playing wooden toys. Cough. Cough. The girl heaved and exhaled, then went into smiling. I'm home. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The girl clearly exclaimed her brother's name, but the static element of the dream made it hard for Selina to discern. Here are your medicines. Selina saw the vision lowered to the girl's level. Afterwards, the girl hugged her. During that, another person walked over, a woman with frail body and fading complexion. Her hair was rugged, her face and eyes follows the creased lines of age. I'm sorry about your toy. It was made of material that sells quite a bit in the market, he said before turning to the mother. I found a job. As Selina saw this, the dark spots around grew. This family only had you, but you disappeared. The scene transitioned immediately after. Now the young man was on the bed, right next to a man wearing fervent tunics and a hide wrapped around his head. Selina had a terrible feeling as she saw the lenses of the man turning to another, younger man, who's wearing a similar university attire. Is he a classmate of his? As this thought fades, the shaman reached for something underneath the bed, another iron grid casing, containing a bright lit candle. Beneath the shadows of the window light, Selina woke up to see Klein again, silently watching everyone tensely. The college victim had came into contact with two sealed artifacts. What a cruel fate. Selina felt bitterness from the dream. Noticing this, Klein immediately asked worriedly, "Some wrong? Did a dream do anything to you?" No. Selina shook her head slowly and decided to tell him the second dream. That should be the dream of the victim from the description. Klein said reflectively. Fate played a cruel game that made him contact two different sealed artifacts. Likely both of it are now in the church's possession. Also, did you said each time you saw 3-0137 in the dream, you wake up? He didn't thought of the college student much as the case was already concluded years ago. Selina nodded and replied, MHM. Maybe it's a node that allows you to wake up from 3-0137 stored dreams, said Klein after considering the first time it occurred. That you should help you get out along with Mrs. White's help. After that, Selina didn't waste another time to vessel another dream. This time, the dream presents an environment of a grand tapestry hall. Lofty and serene, like a banquet inside of a palace. Selina felt like she was inside of a mansion, those depicted heavily in a Gothic romance novels. Words failed to form as her lips parted faintly in revel. Just as she pulled away and find what the dream's protagonist will be this time, a loud, deafening, and blood-curdling scream gripped her heart. Ah! A terrifying storm and white illusory flame swept everything. The hall itself fractured, fissures are forming on the ground as the dream trembled. Selina's was caught into the fire breath and the blinding storm. However, instantly, and in a blink of an eye, she saw the meadow. Cold wind bellowed from the east. Distant pastures and mural-like vines appeared from the grotesque floor that reverted to soil. Ah! Suddenly, her hands reached for her head. Ah! Selina buckled down and writhed in pain. No matter her desire to roll, the ground integrated beneath her refused to budge. Ah! Another wind roared from afar. Flowers sprouted against her will and allowed their petals to leave their heads to storm Selina. As she winced, her veins protruded from her pale skin. All of it connects and extends throughout the land. Moments later, the luster in her eyes slowly returned. Selina finally got to breath normally, but she remained fixated on the grass. She needed to recover a bit more. A storm, Selina said in a low voice. Dragon's breath, and flames. Was that a battle of beyonders? After a couple more seconds, she finally got to reclaim her composure. The mental collapsing and emotional outburst faded away completely. This dream world protected me again. Selina swept her eyes around the surrounding pasture. She felt pensive. Those powers, they have the ability to destroy a foe's mental state, break them into losing control. They're too powerful to be placed in mid-sequence. Wait, a saint. A high-sequence demigod battle of saints held in a dream. 3-0137 Dreamcatcher is holding a remnant of a demigod fight. A nameless horror bloomed in Selina's heart. She was in disbelief that she had just witnessed a high-sequence battle. Nothing could even be compared to how she would imagine mid-sequence Beyonders from seeing Nightmare done. This could be it. Taking in 3-0137 stored dreams are undoubtedly very dangerous, exclaimed Selena's voice that echoed in the unending meadow. I'll have to signal Klein to extract it from me. Since her dreams do not dissipate it as long as she's asleep. Either being inside the dream world still keeps her as the vessel of the dream she's having. This was demonstrated and realized during the time she reconstructed her dream of Moroe's basement. With that said, Selena immediately went into controlling the seed that belonged to her. Klein's spiritual intuition was triggered. His gaze went from observing the faces of Selena, Dunn and Persich, and onto the veiled 3-0137. However, nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. It didn't move nor became erratic. Does this mean Selena is still in the dream? Klein thought, and he quickly set his eyes back to the sleeping Selena. At that moment, he noticed that a spot of her coat was squirming and wriggling, almost as if there's a worm in the pocket. A thin, bark-wooded vine slipped out. Klein instantly became tensed. This meant that she found a dangerous dream. He quickly looked at her face, and she's sweating profusely. Immediately, without wasting any time, he fished out a hollow turquoise seed and match from the compartment of his coat. Then, after lighting the tip of the seed and placing closer that Selena inhales the smoke, he began chanting in Jotun. The smoke bellowing from the seed suddenly had a color, a fading green. Klein then switched and resumed with Hermes. Implore in my name the power of this divine vessel. Relinquish the boundary of Selena's astral body and dream. Let the smoke bridge the way and embed the ashen into yourself. The first chant made extracts the spirituality within the seed, the second allowed Klein, under cogitation, to sense the smoke creating a bridge toward an unknown place. Inside the dream world, where Selena currently stood to adjust her state of mind more. Her body jolted and she hitched. I couldn't control the seed anymore. She felt a ghost limb disappeared. Finally, once the incantations are done, Klein suddenly saw colors traveling down the smoke using his spirit vision. This must the dream. The colors are erratic, symbolizing that the dream is under intense pressure. Following that, the light underneath the veiled lamp burgeoned and dimmed visibly. He watched intently while tightening his hold of Selena. The smoke was filled with color in a matter of seconds, to which it faded into the seed not long. The hollowed spot of it that allows for containing suddenly lit up, creating what seems to be a gem, a jade. Once he felt that the process is done, Klein quickly put out the fire on the seed, placed 3-0137 back into its briefcase and used one hand to dispel the wall of spirituality he created. He refused to place Selena down as he finished cleaning up, fearing it might break his word earlier. Returning back to sat on the other bunk bed. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. Only 1 minute left. He made sure to double-check his coin divination, securing the result before going back to monitor everyone. However, in the moment, Klein's gaze suddenly fell onto the jaded seed. A doubt and consideration washed him. I wasn't aware it could do this. He raised the seed closer. Klein's initial plan was to forge a jade vessel, a plate, to use the seed's power. Of course, at this point, the seed had truly become just a mere vessel, where once the content is taken, its spirituality will vanish. However, there's also a penalty. Transferring a high spirituality holding a dream is far riskier than using the high spirituality to receive a dream. So lowering its potency is a must. But if I use the seed as the charm's base instead, I won't have to go into trouble of another ritual. Although Klein's mind is occupied with the amount of pounds he could save, he didn't fail to wipe Selena's face with his handkerchief. Soon, he realized she was waking up. Chapter 184, Wise Done. As the interior resounds a throttling of hooves from the outside. Streaks of sunlight courses through the window, illuminating and casting shadows inside the carriage. Selena crossed her arms, watching the scenes of the road pass by her in motion. Suddenly, she pinched her head, still recounting the last dream. I'll narrate what I've seen to Klein right after dinner. After feeling relief, she shifted her mind. I'm surprised. He is actually steering a carriage smoothly. I thought it would be difficult to him since real horses do not act like in the games he played. You look pale. Dunn's voice suddenly echoed in the room. Selena snapped in fright as she forced out a smile. Likely because I've been using myself as my test subject. That was a split-second confession to conceal 3-0137's dream effects. Dunn looked at her deeply before pulling away after a while. You should take care of yourself more. Yes. Selena maintained her smile. Then as her thoughts trailed off, she suddenly asked Dunn across her, Captain, did you said that in Mr. Persich's dream, his wife appeared? Is that why you took 4 minutes long? Dunn pulled his gaze away from the fleeting crowds outside and casted it to Selena. My words of advice likely impacted his subconscious mind and dream. Selina knew of the connections of what Dunn mentioned. Nothing in any dreams are truly real, and while some would be visited by someone they know, when it occurred, it ultimately comes down to their emotional and mental attachments. That is, if this was the modern world, ghosts are nothing but supercilious beliefs, but unlike it, spirits here exists. Did she said anything? Selina failed to ask this earlier, so only now did she address this. Dunn gazed blankly outside and replied, "It may not be a spirit. Perhaps just a product of his state of mind that turned into his image of his wife." Selina was about to ask how, but in the split second she stopped. For a Sequence 7 nightmare, it's certain for Dunn to sense if what he's encountering in a dream is a spirit or not. Thus, she pursed her lips and listened. She said that Persit should continue making toys, and gazing at the stars. "Find someone else, allow himself to forget and forgive," added Dunn in a deep voice. "It's like what you said," Selina exclaimed. "Heh, hopefully that will adjust his mind for his own future. Persit is still young, I can even argue he's the same age as me." Dunn humored with a chuckle. "Really? How observant. Captain, I thought you would have a worse discernibility than I am." Selina mused quietly before she realized something. Right away, in a hitch of her breath, Selina scooched farther away and pressed herself onto a wall. Dunn continued, but this time his voice turned soft and solemn. "In the future, Selina. Whatever happens, carry yourself away from the griefs. There are things we could not control, things that we can only endure. This is because, similar to being a nighthawk, life will be meaningless without constraints. Captain, did you eat a cooking of Madame Daly's today? You're so wise." Selina commended while following up with a simple smile. Constraints. After the second person and a quick break, the carriage arrived at a dilapidated building, situated a few blocks from the apartment complex Klein and his siblings used to live. The road never ceased to disappoint as it reeks of alcohol, manure, and street dwellers. Mixed into the crowd are children of stained appearances and sharp, vulture-like eyes. Klein finally got to exhale and alighted from the carriage. This time, he was greeted later by an officer, clad in an inspector attire and a top hat. "So you must be Captain Dunn Smith." But the man in front of him squinted his eyes while wiping his glasses. "What? Do I even look remotely identical to Captain?" A corner of Klein's mouth twitched upon hearing that. "That will be me." Dunn walked over with a genial smile. When the officer finally wore back his glasses, he flinched from looking at Klein and instantly retracted to Dunn. "Oh, that feels more appropriate." The officer quickly left his side and went to their captain. Klein sighed as he watched. "My name is Orland Pinemont. I came from Stone City for the investigation of the 30 victims." Orland lifted up his top hat slightly in greeting and withdrew his badge after briefly presenting it. "Captain Dunn, you appear as the description tells, young but appearing old with a recessed hairline." "That's quite a description." Dunn forced an affable grin and quipped calmly as he mirrored his gesture. "I have to apologize. Only quite a few of us came to Tingen in response to the case." Orland took a step back from Dunn as he followed. Majority of the inspectors started to visit rural towns over the last months. Their own cases had yet to finish. Rural towns. Selina heard the tidbit quite instantly. "It's likely because of Milo." At that moment, Klein's voice resounded from beside her. Selina was immediately startled, her eyebrows creased by the time she turned to him. "What's this about?" Dunn naturally asked. "Some ordain of the Holy Church to secure rural towns from cults," Orland said in faint exasperation. However, apparently, the investigation did bore fruit. A family, with the surname Sanson, had been trying to spread the words of sinners around northeastern regions of Trier. It first started from the citizens of Bayman, then was traced to the locals of Pilko town across Srenzo River. Dunn listened quietly and did not add any further. The same was expected from Selina and Klein. "Anyway, is the divine light truly as what they say?" added Orland to shift the topic. Of course he would already be informed of the case, however he wanted to elicit opinions instead, rooted from personal cause. "I can't tell personally," Dunn replied as he pivoted his head to face the building in front of them. "We merely encountered what the source could do. And since the effects are similar, our guesses should be correct." "The meteorite, huh?" Orland said slowly. At that moment, Dunn pulled away from the building and flexed his wrist. "Based on the rumors and feedbacks from my teammates that have personally experienced it, this power doesn't directly kill you from sleeping. It is when you enter the dream produced, do you experience a revolt?" And who are these teammates?" Orland innocently asked, and right away he retracted. I'm trespassing my boundaries. My mistake." Of course they're free not to answer. Dunn stayed silent for a while and his eyes deepened. "Let's enter. Selina and Klein still have to attend their combat training before 5. Anything else? Perhaps brief us of the situation in the building." He stopped midway to listen to Orland's report. After that, Klein and Selina followed closely as Dunn twisted the handle and entered the corridor. Similar to their first two apartments. This building had planked windows, liquid running down and a scent of sweat mingled with the unmaintained public restroom. Selina had to use Klein's handkerchief throughout the walk, just to press it on her mouth and ventilate with the scents. They arrived at a door by the third floor. It reeks of dust and phlegm. Outside can be heard coughs muffling from the walls. Cough. 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 Before entering, Selina recounted the next victim's profile information. Wotton, 42 years old man who lived with only his wife. Their weekly income comes about 14 pence, amounting to 5 soldi and 2 pence per month. Almost a quarter of the income comes to necessities and living expense, assuming the taxes were not applied. All of it are received from recycling lamp oils, gigs, and forging matches. Mrs. Benula, his wife, should be the only one across this door. Selina's heart aches for the fate of the affected victims. You two can stay here. Once I called, use the dream catcher to contain any instances of divine light in Benula's dream. Dunn said in a deep voice. In response, Klein nodded. Both of them watched as the wooden pane creaked open to reveal a single room, 3 bunk beds on the side of a wide window, lacking curtains. On the side was a stove, installed with pipes, no gas lamps attached on the walls, and there was only one on the desk. Benula sat in one of the bunk beds, massaging her chest while clearing her throat. Her gaze looked detached and there was no luster that expects one from another day's toil. The door eventually closed by the time Dunn entered. To which Selina diverted away from the door with a heavy heart. Do you think this could have been prevented? Asked Selina out of the blue. Klein, who had taken his top hat during Dunn's words, returned it to his head after checking for a stain. No, he said first, before adding, during that time, none of us are even aware of the meteorite's existence. So maybe, there was already someone else who was eyeing it. Someone other than Marvik, he emphasized inwardly. Sigh, I still have to investigate that 1,600 houses later after this. Klein glanced at Selina momentarily. Seeing her expression, he abruptly cleared his throat, ahem. If we're going to have to blame, it will definitely be that person. I'm bad at this. He forced a jester smile, wide and vibrant. In response, Selina rolled her eyes and shook her head slowly while smiling. I'm fine. She said, returning the same energy to Klein. I understand that. Perhaps on the spur, or likely that the moment is too precious to pass. Klein turned toward the staircase, where sunlight is abundant. That part seems to have a balcony. Klein maintained his smile. And we're just high enough that the scent from the road won't reach us. Care for some fresh air? Ha. Selina sighed and grinned wearily before nodding. All right, but if you're wrong I'll need your handkerchief again. I've divined it prior. Klein said in confidence and gallantly strode, but this time, he took hold of her hand, as a gentleman would. Clutching the briefcase tightly in her delicate hands, her silver hair glistens in the broad light as it fluttered. And amidst her moving image, the colors of her eyes slowly gained luster. Basked under the scorching sun. After another grueling session with Gawain, unusually more irritated than before and escorting Selina back to 2 Daffodil Street. Klein gasped for air as he walked. The last house with the red chimney continued to fade from his view, and his expression turned grave every second. The house with the red chimney that I saw in my divination isn't in the list of houses with a recent change in tenants. If that's the case, this has just become troublesome. I wonder how much time I would need to investigate about 1,600 houses. Sigh. I can't ask for any help to do something like this. After all, only I would have the sense of familiarity from my spirituality when I see the target. Don't be discouraged, don't give up. I'll continue the investigation whenever I have free time. I'll try to complete it within 3 months, no, 2 months. Who knows, the target might be found in tomorrow's investigation. And, I'll organize the material when I get back and plan a route according to the distance of the sectors. Klein motivated himself, banishing his feelings of depression. Now that he had made a decision, he planned to instruct the driver to turn toward Daffodil Street. However, he suddenly realized that he was somewhere close to where Mr. Azek stayed. Before Mr. Azek went for his holiday, he did right to tell me that he would be back sometime this week, but he didn't specify the exact date. Since it's on the way, I'll leave a note for him. Also, I rented this carriage for an hour with 2 soldi, and the time's almost up anyway. I'll just stop at Mr. Azek's house, then take a public carriage back. Klein quickly made a decision. For minutes later, he alighted from the carriage and arrived outside Mr. Azek's house. The houses here were obviously of higher quality than those at Daffodil Street, but not as good as those on House Street. There was a patch of grass in front of the house, and a small garden in the back. Ding! 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 Klein pulled on the rope outside the door and sounded the bell within the house. A few moments later, he heard footsteps from inside before the door swung open. Azek's mild facial features and bronze skin appeared before Klein. Since he was at home, he was only dressed in a simple white shirt, a brown vest, and matching pants. Klein. I was just about to write to you, Azek greeted enthusiastically. I just arrived home last night. Klein stared at the small mole near Azek's right ear momentarily, before gazing back. Mr. Azek, I found a clue to your past. Chapter 185, Behind a Lost Facade. Really? Azek instantly became excited. The sadness he had in his eyes dulled. Let's talk inside. Klein looked around. Azek quickly nodded. He moved to the side and allowed Klein entry. He locked the door and guided him to the living room on the first floor, to which they sat on 2 of the 4 sofas. What clues did you find? He asked eagerly. Having not expected to meet Mr. Azek today, Klein organized his words. I received a mission recently and had to deal with a wraith in Lamud town. Lamud. Azek repeated the term softly, his eyebrows slowly meeting. Klein observed his expression and slowed down his tone. In the process of dealing with the wraith, we discovered something and thus conducted an investigation within the town. A resident of the town was in possession of a portrait of the first Baron Lamud which he tried to sell me. I asked to view the portrait out of curiosity and discovered that the person drawn had facial features that resembled yours, other than the hair. He even had the same mole near the ear, similar position, similar size. Under my interrogation, the men told me that the portrait was about 40 years old, but the person in the portrait definitely came from the abandoned castle. It was a replica of the ancient portrait excavated from the castle. You should know that people like us with unique abilities can more or less tell if somebody is lying. So deduce that his words are true. Azek leaned forward as he listened to Klein. He crossed his arms and remained silent for a while. 5 minutes later, he exhaled. Your description didn't make me recall anything. Perhaps, I should visit the abandoned castle myself. Can you take me there? That would be my honor, Klein replied. But I have to head home first. I don't want my siblings and Selena to worry. Selena. Azek stopped Klein just as he left his spot. Klein, I don't know if you noticed, but Miss Selena, her fate is tangled with many things. Even more so than what I initially saw from you. Klein fell silent. How are you letting someone let her casually into your home? Azek asked with piqued curiosity. Of course, you need not tell me. I can't tell, at last, Klein answered simply after 1 minute. Hearing that response, Azek nodded regardless. He then stood up and said, all right, just be careful. At 2 Daffodil Street. Azek sized up the building and said to Klein right beside him. Is Selena in there? Klein nodded, yes, I left as soon as I escorted her. You seem to be keeping a close eye on her. Is it because you've noticed it long before I told you? Azek asked, reflecting on his pupils as Klein's impeccable top hat. Same as what he answered. Klein nodded again, please wait here, I'll be right back. He briskly walked to the door of his house, fished out his keys, and opened the door. Soon, he heard and saw the doorknob being twisted from the inside. Opening it was his sister, Melissa, beaming with joy as she said, Sis Selena is cooking again. Sis. Sigh, Melissa, you're quite easily swayed with food. Have you forgotten? She's only staying for a while. Klein secretly gulped and smiled. Tell her to count me out for I'll be out of town. Yeah, I'm doing a favor for Mr. Azek, a teacher from the Koei University's Department of History. I'll try to return as early as I can by dawn. As he spoke, he turned sideways and pointed at the carriage that was waiting outside. But right in the middle of that, Klein's nose caught whiff of the scent from inside the door. He instantly felt slightly regret. Melissa's lips opened and closed twice, before she pursed them and said, all right. Klein fought the negative thoughts in his head, the likeliness of unappetizing food from an inn they'll be staying, as he bade farewell to his sister. You seem reluctant. Azek remarked, seeing his expression. No, let's just go. Klein quickly got into the rented carriage that Azek had hired and traveled 2 hours and 40 minutes to Lamud town. It was almost 9 at that point. The sky was dark, and they could only rely on the crimson moonlight and the twinkling starlight that penetrated the clouds to illuminate the areas without street lamps. While thinking for a time he'll be free, he instructed the driver to wait in town. After that, Klein led Azek towards the ancient abandoned castle. As they walked, he realized that Azek was walking faster, to the point of him having to break out into a small jog to keep up. In the end, it was Azek who led the way. Klein wanted to say something initially, but cleverly swallowed his words when he saw Azek's solemn expression and tightly pursed lips. With such speed, they quickly arrived at the ancient castle. The castle, which was almost a wreckage, extended itself in all 4 directions while its spire looked desolate, wild, eerie, and dark. Azek looked at the ancient castle and slowed down his footsteps. He stopped there and his gaze looked profound but lost, as though he was hovering between dreams and reality. Back then, it was still complete with a robust outer wall and a high spire. I remember that there was a stable there, a water well there, and a barracks there. Over there was a garden that was used to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes. I remember there was a training field. My child, he was a boy. He was only about 7 or 8 years old, but he enjoyed running around while dragging a broadsword that was taller than him. He said that he wanted to become a knight when he grows up. My wife always complained about it being too gloomy in the castle. She liked the sunlight, the warmth. Klein looked at the color of his energy field, and what the men said made his scalp tingle. He was also slightly touched, as though he was experiencing a paranormal story himself. The ancient castle is really related to Mr. Azek. Could he really be the first-generation Baron Lamud, a transcendental creature that has lived for 1400 years? Is he a human or an evil spirit? No way, there are no such things as evil spirits running around under broad daylight and getting involved with the Nighthawks. Klein couldn't help with his thoughts and allowed them to clash against each other to ignite more ideas. Just then, Azek stopped muttering and took huge strides through the main gate. He walked all the way into the castle without Klein's guidance. He found the hidden gear with obvious familiarity and opened the secret door to enter the basement. Gripping his cane tightly, Klein followed behind Azek. They walked down along the stairs and returned to the place where there was a coffin. Unlike the previous time, the coffin was closed and the warm and pure feeling was gone. The coffin is closed. It must have been Fry. It's his work ethic as a corpse collector. Klein nodded thoughtfully and watched the conflicted Azek walk in front of the coffin with his spirit vision. Azek extended his hands to push the coffin lid until there was a gap. He gazed at the skeleton without a skull for a long time, and he suddenly wailed in pain and sorrow. Azek lurched backwards with heavy footsteps. He staggered and fell against the wall before Klein managed to respond. He covered his face with his hands and sat there dispirited. The surroundings suddenly became even darker. Klein quickened his pace and extended his hands, but he retracted them again, not daring to disturb the men. Just then, his spiritual perception told him that the current Mr. Azek was very scary, so scary that the basement grew gloomy and terrifying. Klein slowly moved closer to the stairs. He trusted Mr. Azek's character, but he was afraid that the men would lose control. In such an uneasy situation, he waited for a few more minutes. Then, he finally saw Azek lower his hands and stand up slowly. Mr. Azek seems to have changed. This is what my spiritual perception tell me. But in my spirit vision, his aura colors don't have any obvious changes. His emotions are in low spirits, depressed and pained as before. Klein made a quick judgment and felt that Azek had become gloomier and more imposing. I recalled something, but it's very minor. Azek spoke with an emotionless tone. Then, he looked around and said, I sense the power that made you and Selena's fate disharmonious. Huh. Klein was stunned and bewildered. Because that is what he had been secretly occupied for 4 weeks. His heart skipped and he asked immediately, where? What is it? Can you trace the source? The person behind Selena's destiny that he saw, behind the scene who stayed in the Red Chimney House created coincidences in secret and came to Lamud's ancient castle to take away the black armored knight's head. What is he trying to do? What is his true intention? What does he want with Selena? It's been too long, but I'd like to try. There seemed to be a volcano that was close to erupting within Azek's deep voice. How? Klein asked eagerly. Azek walked before the coffin and gazed upon the skeleton inside it. He took my child's skull. I want to find him through a blood connection. Your child? Mr. Azek, are you sure the black armored knight is your child? So you really are an antique. You really lost your memory after such a long time. This is the price you have to pay in order to obtain such longevity. Klein took a silent breath, feeling the odd sensation of interacting with a legendary creature. Then, Azek extended his right hand and suddenly cut his index finger with his thumbnail. A drop of fresh red blood accurately dripped onto the white skeleton. It quickly seeped into the skeleton, and the entire skeleton suddenly turned blood red. Wah. 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 Klein suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying and felt that there was someone staring at him from behind. He drew his revolver and pointed behind him before turning around slowly. However, there was nothing in sight. Nothing existed behind him. Even the stairway that connected to the ground floor was gone. Wah. Wah. The sound of a baby crying drilled into Klein's ears, and when he looked towards the coffin again, he was shocked to see that there were many shapeless and distorted faces rising amidst billowing black fog. Then, they manifested a strange door. Creak. The illusory door opened and palish white arms extended out, one after another, but they vanished into the black fog before Azek. Through the crack that the door opened, Klein saw a white skull. It was thrown underneath a brown tree and reduced to powder as a result of the elements. Creak. Countless palish white arms were sliced off by the door that suddenly slammed shut as they fell onto the ground. Then, Klein heard a long sigh, Mr. Azek's heavy sigh, a sigh that seemed to have a rich history behind it. Along with the sigh, the black fog dispersed and the sound of a baby crying ceased. Everything returned to its original state, except for the accentuated chill. Klein clenched his hands and looked into the coffin. He saw that the red skeleton had returned to its original, crystal-clear white. "I'm sorry. I couldn't find him," Azek said in a deep voice, his back to Klein. At the same time, he closed the coffin. Chapter 186, 2 is better than none. Klein felt deprived, but he adjusted nonetheless. "Sigh, well, it's not surprising that we couldn't find him," he said as his voice went soft. "If we did, that would have been more astonishing. I've been disappointed many times regarding this matter anyway," he added in his heart. Azek took another glance at the coffin before him. He turned around slowly and said, "Would you prefer if I answer the questions you've sent me recently? It was the least I could do to compensate for your help." "Really?" Klein heard and was overjoyed. But on the last second, considering that most of the questions he had were merely just verifications, he opted for a different one. Instead, he replied, "Actually, can you give me any seals I could use in making this a charm instead?" After all, the remaining questions other than seal brandings, symbols, and dream siphoning were the actual ones he is oblivious of. He already has mapped out the bestowment and sacrificial ritual in his knowledge. For this, Klein felt he can safely tell Azek of the seed. Of course he divined this prior during the carriage trip. He fished out and presented what looked like a button, the size of a thumb, with an embedded stone. Azek's eyes regained its luster a bit. "This isn't a simple seed. Where did you get it?" However, before Klein could even answer, Azek deduced already. "I sense distant corruption from this seed. I suppose that's the White Maiden." Klein nodded and handed the seed in Azek's request. After inspecting it on his hand, Azek said, "As much as possible, limit your ties with this goddess. I can't tell if this is malice or from a supercilious nature. She may have impervious reasons for this. Evil deities don't usually able to affect anyone normally in this era, especially if it's an ancient deity. Do you have a possession that connects you to this goddess? Or perhaps a person?" "It's Selena." Klein hesitated but ultimately answered. He didn't intend to be in opposition. However, he do understand that there's reasons for why Selena is being targeted. Being Mrs. White's blessed and caught in the crossfire of Ms. Lovers and the Rose school of thought is one but simply wouldn't cut it. Azek observed the seed once more as he smeared it with his blood. The still air churned but ultimately died down in an anticlimactic fashion. Nothing happened. The divine essence within this had faded. "Likely due to the hollowing and storing of a dream you've done on the seed," he said reflectively. Klein, but on the transition, he stopped. "Selena herself isn't dangerous, but the fate revolving her is. If she meant to you deeply, I could only hope that you know what you're doing and succeed unscathed." Klein's eyes deepened by he nodded firmly. "I know." After that last advice, Azek instantly moved on to fulfilling his words. He described, "It can be used as a charm just as it is. You only need seals corresponding to the evernight over the dark, the symbols of the dreams, and mutations." "Huh?" Klein was perplexed by the last word. "Mr. Azek, what do you mean by mutations?" "The mutation of life. That is what I sensed in this seed. You can exploit it for various effects, such as the dream itself affecting the body," answered Azek before handing it back with an open palm. Klein gasped inwardly as he felt a mix of joy from getting the scope of that effect. "Mr. Azek, you're the best," he praised deeply in his heart. After receiving back the seed, Klein asked just one more, "I want the effect to limit on one target only. Is that possible?" Azek was staring at the coffin. But he heard Klein's voice, he pulled away and answered, "Yes, that is possible. But it requires a seal of the apprentice pathway's direct siphon." "Apprentice?" Klein always found joy in knowing the other 22 pathways. "That makes it 17. Seer, spectator, bard, sailor, secret suppliant, sleepless, corpse collector, warrior, assassin, mystery prior, savant, monster, planter, apothecary, arbiter and apprentice. Can I ask where can I possibly know one?" Klein wasn't about to decline on the opportunity of safeguarding his allies. "I can give you one. Alongside the ones you requested," Azek said in passing, taking his finger that was started bleeding again and used it to etch symbols on the walls. "Remember that," he added after finishing. Klein narrowed his eyes and stared intently. Minute later, he closed his eyes and pictured the symbols. Yes, this should do." He opened them again and smiled toward Azek. "Thank you, Mr. Azek." "It's nothing." Azek nodded slightly and slowly faced the coffin again. I'll continue investigating and I hope that I will still have your assistance. At that moment, behind their backs, Isaac's blood melted and seeped. Vanishing. No problem. This is exactly what I wanted to do. This time, Klein held back his urge to tell Isaac about the red chimney. Because it was useless to bring it up. He could only rely on himself to confirm his target. However, that solved one of his major problems, which was how he should involve the Nighthawks after he found the red chimney house. He didn't believe that he could take out such a mysterious and scary puppet master alone. Now, he could ask for Mr. Isaac's help. Isaac widened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. All he did was sigh and walk towards the stairway quietly. After leaving the basement and closing the secret door, the two of them walked along the road covered with weeds and brambles. Neither one of them spoke as they walked back from the abandoned ancient castle. In the dark night, Isaac suddenly said, "Until this matter is resolved, I will quit my job and leave Tingen to look for my lost past." "Mr. Isaac, did you find out what happened to you?" Klein asked, having failed to hide his curiosity. Isaac suddenly looked ahead. Amid the chirping of insects and the hooting of owls reverberated along the path back to the small town. He said after a few seconds of silence, "Even though I'm not entirely sure what happened to me, I do have a rough idea. Perhaps I'm someone who has lived for a very, very long time." "Mr. Isaac, you have to seriously consider if you still fit the definition of someone," Klein thought to himself, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. "This wilderness, this silence, often makes one weak. I should have paid some sort of price in exchange for this long life. I've lived since the end of the fourth epoch, like a wandering spirit across the continent." Isaac's voice deepened, as if he was trying to suppress his emotions. "I don't remember the past. I've forgotten about the people and things that I've sworn to remember." Klein poked at the weeds in front of him and said, in thought, "Mr. Isaac, I have a theory regarding your situation." "What theory?" Isaac looked to the side. "I think that there's a cycle to your memory loss. Perhaps you die once every few decades, and your memories of the events before that vanishes. Then, after some time, you wake up from the darkness of your slumber and begin on a new phase of life. This way, we can explain why you would have such varied dreams. Those are events that you came across over your several lives," Klein described his theory. Isaac slowed down his pace, as if the darkness had grabbed onto his sleeve. He looked ahead with a turbid look before saying after a while, "That is consistent with the memories that were jolted awake just now." Memories that were jolted awake. Klein had an idea as he said immediately, "Mr. Isaac, you might not have to leave Tingen to search for your lost past. You'll regain your memories slowly." "Why?" Isaac turned his head in surprise. Klein smiled and said, "Your memories aren't completely gone. The parts of your memory that jolted awake just now are proof of that. Furthermore, do you remember the moment you woke up in Backlund and discovered that you had forgotten all about the past?" Isaac nodded. "That's a nightmare that bothers me till this day." Klein tapped downwards with his black cane and explained in detail, "Before today, I didn't think that there was a problem with that. But your description just now, together with my own conjecture, makes it feel a little weird. You had a document of identification and enough money when you woke up from your dream. You also appeared in a way that didn't startle anyone. All of that seems like it was arranged for you, allowing you to fit into society with little effort. Then, who made the arrangements? There is only one answer, the you from the past. The past you regained his memories and knew that you would have to usher in a new life. Thus, he prepared everything for you, trying his best to not let you attract suspicion from anyone else." Isaac stopped walking. He looked at the specks of light coming from the town, once again slipped into silence. "Perhaps the parents that I've been searching for were the past me all along." He sighed, admitting that Klein's deduction was very plausible. "Thus, you don't need to do anything. All you have to do is patiently wait for your memories to come back to you," Klein concluded and consoled Mr. Isaac. Isaac subconsciously waved his cane before he turned still, like a sculpture carved out of marble. After a long time, he looked into the distance and answered, perhaps I'll only fully regain my memory when this life is nearing its end. I don't want to wait that long. I want to have plenty of time to understand and free myself from this destiny. So I have to be more proactive in searching for my past, to trigger my memories a little at a time. I have to get back my memories back before the time you hypothesized. Waiting would only make me repeat the cycle. Indeed, that's the choice worth looking forward to the most." Klein didn't advise against it. Instead, he asked, "Mr. Isaac, may I ask for your help in something trivial, other than finding the criminal that took the skull of your child and made my fate disharmonious?" Isaac nodded slightly. "What do you need me to do?" Klein organized his words and said, "I hope that you can head to a town between 2 and 5 hours away from Tingen by carriage next week, or the week after. I need you to cause a paranormal incident, something that wouldn't harm anyone. Judging from how you tried to search for the criminal using your bloodline's connection, I would think that you are fairly adept in the field of dead souls." "No problem," Isaac promised without any hesitation. He didn't ask Klein why he wanted him to do something like that. At the same time, he had tacitly confirmed Klein's conjecture about his powers. Thank you. This is very important to me. Also, you can only choose a follower of the Evernight Goddess when you are picking a target. Also, don't leave any clues behind, Klein instructed. Only through this method could the incident be relayed to the Tinjin Nighthawks. Only then could he join the team on the mission and suggest using sealed artifact 3-0782. Only then could he extract the divine blood from the sealed artifact to create flaring sun charms. That was one of the most powerful items he and Selena could obtain at the moment. Under the assumption that the culprit living in the house with the red chimney hasn't left Tinjin, and that Klein was going to continue investigating, he had to become powerful. Yes, according to the information I obtained, stealing a little of its powers wouldn't damage 3-0782. At the very most, it would only lessen the amount of time it takes to purify. This is for her safety and Tinjin City's peace and stability. Klein inwardly tried to justify his actions. Isaac had enough of asking and thus, didn't care about his motives. He nodded. I will tell you the name of the town and the estimated time beforehand so you can prepare yourself. Chapter 187, Discovering New Fog. At 11:30 that night, Klein came to his other rented room across inns, expending a quarter solely in his stay. Stuffed with the meal he had eaten by himself, using his own savings. Klein sat on the bed. I guess it's only natural Mr. Isaac wouldn't have appetite after that, but regardless, my spoils today are abundant. Klein muttered with satisfaction. They did not left the town as per his request. This is because after having Selena into his home, he feels reluctant in performing the luck enhancement ritual, lest she found out and be worried. He had to be cautious. Klein didn't want her to know the fool is him yet. That would place heavy burden on her and would likely devastate her. After all, she placed her deep hope into the fool's recovery, associating with returning back. Until I truly find a way back. Klein sighed as he caressed the crest of his silver inlaid cane. But since the matters of Tinjin is brewing, that attempt has to be shelved for Selena's mental health and safety. Bathed in the pallid glow of the crimson moon, a seed glistens under Klein's palm. This one had no holes and was perfectly intact. It was Selena's seed. Prior to him scouting for the red chimney, Klein had already asked and received Selena's consent. This meant only Leonard now who can communicate with the White Maiden if he turned this into a charm. We only get one. Klein was concerned and conflicted. If it's only him whom the White Maiden can't reach and protect, it's fine. But Selena is another matter. It was through the seed did the monster Moroi fail to accomplish his objective and Selena was still alive. So depriving of her of this seed would meant compromising the White Maiden's protection. Klein felt an ache in his head. While rubbing it, he muttered, that poet can really get through my skin. He did ask Leonard about needing to use his share of the seed. But was rejected. Of course, who wouldn't want protection from a goddess if the situation is seeming turning haywire? At that moment, Leonard's voice resounded from Klein's memory, I also need my own version of preparation. Sigh. Klein exhaled in resignation. Reflected on his eyes was the seed laying on his palm. And following that was a sudden idea formed in his mind. I still have to make the fool's version of the ritual. That will prove to be helpful and allow myself to request artifacts from the Tarot Club members under an alias. That way, I can give Selena something to use to protect herself. Klein stood up and walked to one of the windows. He extended his hand melancholically and drew them all close, denying the light entry into the room. In darkness, with very dim crimson lights that are still seeping and illuminating. Klein approached a table and took out the silver sacrificial dagger, materials, and some unlit scented candles from his coat. He had discomfort carrying these, but he had to prepare not only for the hollowing ritual but for his attempt at constructing the fool's version of bestowment and sacrificial ritual. Taking up the chair that stood next to it, Klein constructed the altar after putting up a wall of spirituality to encompass the whole room. Using the silver dagger in his hand, presented the seed in front of the lit altar. After a grueling time of twisting the dagger and embed all the way into the seed's center, Klein was left with a hollowed turquoise seed. He wanted to have 2 of the seeds to contain a dream first before turning them into a charm. Thus, he refrained afterwards and placed the seed back into his pocket. Klein then stood up, threw himself onto the bed and lied down for a couple of minutes. Just as he was about to doze off, he carried himself back and he stretched. All right, for the bestowment ritual. For what Selena had shared. The ritual uses the dualism method of altar construction. The procedural advises incenses, additional herbs, and holy oil to be mandatory, that is the case to appease the deity. Klein will be dismissing that, since it'll be just him and there's no need for formalities. Lastly, the chants. Alongside the deity's honorific name are lines in ancient Hermes that are as follows, pray, notice, offer, kingdom, gates, and open for sacrificial ritual. Pray, notice, give, kingdom, gates, strength, and open for bestowment ritual. These are critical terms that allows for the ritual to succeed. Bestowment is also commonly used for charm making. This naturally ignited a path for Klein's own ideas, making a charm using the space above the gray fog. And so, with the ritual's description out of his way, Klein finished the altar in less than an hour, even needing him to leave. Under the dim-lighted candles was 4 meals placed on each sides of the table. He figured that if Mrs. White had a version, then perhaps it would also require the fool's version of the ritual. Using his established 4-meal prayer ritual can likely accomplish this. On one side, a honey-glazed rye bread, and a bowl of mushroom noodles. The other, lamb chops, and stir-fry. Then lastly, his chosen sacrifice, his taqwa seed. However, these alone could not hold a candle to his standard of safety. Klein performed a 4 steps counterclockwise motion and ascended. The gray fog filled the air in its eternally unchanging manner as the illusory crimson stars hung around him at varying distances. Klein sat inside the lofty palace that looked like the home of a giant as he looked at the familiar sight before him. After a few seconds, he looked away and made a yellowish-brown goatskin appear before him. Then, he lifted a pen to write his attempt. Through Selena's information of this ritual. Use the Fool's Prayer ritual to design for a similar version. Sacrifice the seed from the White Maiden. After scrutinizing it 3 times, Klein wrote a divination statement at the bottom. There will be danger if the ritual above is carried out outside of this world. After scrutinizing it 3 times, Klein wrote a divination statement at the bottom. There will be danger if the ritual above is carried out outside of this world. Phew. He let out a breath, put down the pen, took out the silver chain in his sleeve, and held it with his left hand. The topaz pendant hung above the goatskin steadily, only a slight distance above the divination statement. He reined in his thoughts and entered a cogitation state. There will be danger if the ritual above is carried out outside of this world. There will be danger if the ritual above is carried out outside of this world. After reciting the statement 7 times, Klein opened his eyes, which were almost all black, and looked at the topaz pendant, which was spinning clockwise. That meant a negative outcome. There would be no danger. I can give it a try then. Klein made the items before him disappear. He then extended his spirituality to wrap around himself and simulated the sensation of falling. Returning to his rented room, the fragrance of the 4 meals enticed his buds. However, he already had his fill. It didn't bother him and merely ensured that the foods are still fresh. Recounting the incantations he had written, considered, and will be employed. Klein gazed at the altar for a moment before chanting in Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong in this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take his offerings. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed the wavering candlelight suddenly dance vigorously and produce a vortex with the surrounding fragrance. It absorbed his spirituality at an insane rate. Klein endured the discomfort brought about from having his spirituality drained as he finished reciting the incantation. Then, he saw the candlelight stop wavering. It was tainted with a gray luster, which extended to about the size of a palm. Right, I had to respond. Klein pinched his aching forehead as he muttered. He also noticed that unlike the White Maiden's version of the ritual, there was no added effects of carnal desires being triggered. This proved his theory, and that every deities had a unique circumstances in bestowments. He calmed himself down, then took 4 steps counterclockwise before arriving above the gray fog again. He saw that there was a rippling light above the seat of honor at the ancient table. However, it didn't seem to have a form and is visibly contorting, unstable. This could mean something. Klein scrutinized and felt as if there should be a missing piece to allow the light to be uniformed. Regardless, even after performing another divination, the danger resulted in a negative counterclockwise motion. Thus, with cautious, extend his hand to reach for it, and he immediately heard, the fool that doesn't belong in this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take his offerings. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom. Then, he saw surging spirituality combined with a rippling light that formed into an illusory yet shapeless door. The door shook as though it wanted to be opened. Klein immediately felt inspired and strongly willed for it to be pushed open. Almost instantly, the boundless fog and lofty palace was drawn forward. There were a few barely noticeable ripples. The ripples surged towards the illusory yet shapeless door. But, no matter how much Klein pushed it, the door couldn't be pushed open. Every movement resulted in dead silence. The door of summoning has yet to take shape. Klein reined in his will and creased his eyebrows when he analyzed the reason why he had failed. He had casually named the door of summoning. Perhaps it's because the form of the light is distorted. It had nothing to accommodate into. I'm also lacking spirituality, so is that another reason I can't form a complete door of summoning? Klein was a bit perplexed and he wanted to ensure one of the two are the reasons. He made a 2 yellow-brown goatskin parchment appear in his palm and wrote one-line sentences in each. The blank form of the light should have a proper form, and the lack of my spirituality is why I can't open the door of summoning. Both resulted in a positive clockwise motion. Klein was stumped. It took a short moment to sort his thoughts before muttering, for the former issue, I'll have to ask the experts. Madame Daly and Mr. Azik again. No, I'll write to Madame Daly first. As for the latter, when I advance to sequence 8 clown and pass through the initial dangerous stage, I can give it another try. Maybe it won't be a problem by then. Klein nodded lightly. Although it failed, producing one more to be solved. This experiment gave him a confidence boost. He felt heartened as this was the first time that he received some sort of response from the mysterious space above the grey fog, other than the incident where he divined about eternal blazing sun. There will come a day when I'll understand all the secrets here, Klein declared in his heart. He then made a rapid descent into the boundless fog after he wrapped himself up with spirituality. The break of dawn rose in the horizons, accompanied by the chirping of birds and fading crickets. The town's dilemma for the day never ceased with the folk already on the toil. After freshening up and securing the insect repellents he bought and used, Klein looked momentarily at a retail store and back on the inn's entrance. He saw Azik with his bronze skin and top hat walk out. The trackless carriage he had rented was next to the sidewalk. Klein sidestepped to allow Azik entry before he himself boarded. The coachman gripped the reins of the horse, bent his arms back and finally, "Hiya." The horse started galloping. Chapter 188, Frightful Night. Within the dream world. Vast mountains and wide lakes nurturing luscious trees vibrantly liven in the background on which Selina stood and thinking. Through the spirituality of Catherine right in front of her. She felt it was more refined and radiating than the rest of the people that have visited her, including Klein and Leonard. Is this how I determine my believers' sequence? But how about their pathways? Selina deduced Catherine's sequence roughly. Right now she's sequence 7. Your Grace. How do I relay the receipt and bank information to one of your admirers? Selina copied the fool's wording of admirers. It sounded more refined than what she initially intended with special believers. Having said that, Selina was at a rope of her abilities. She can't simply replicate what the fool has been doing with the yellow-brown goatskin parchment. However, through the body to which Catherine borrowed to enter the dream world, it does allow her to pry into her thoughts. Even if it does not manifest into physical objects. As long as the person pictures them clearly within their mind, it would allow Selina to see and recreate a copy. And so, that is what Selina instructed. Picture the bank information in my mind. Catherine muttered in a languid voice. She then nodded right away and did as what she was instructed. Her spirituality churned, and Selina felt another wave of an ocean body somewhere, allowing her to synchronize with Catherine's body, sharing her thoughts. That seems to be the Backlund Bank's receipt. She used Dr. Stone as an alias. Added Selina inwardly with a mix of surprise. At that moment, she lifted her left hand and her palm turned into a mud. The mud then melted and underneath the shedding of its layer are the details of the receipt and bank information. It worked. Catherine fell into a daze as she saw what was written and what the clay tablet formed. She was both amazed and terrified. Now all I need to do was to present this to Klein. That way he can use mind print ritual to create an exact copy. Selina felt an uplift in her mood. But considering his workload today, she quickly dismissed the idea of doing that today. After all, he had just gone off to do a favor for Mr. Azik and had yet to return. Moving on to Catherine's reward, Selina simply dismissed her, since the saving used was from their allowance and received from her. She viewed it as enough as a compensation. They still had to earn my full blessing with the pharmacy and their redemption. Selina tried to justify herself. Now alone and still integrated into the ground. Selina has nothing left to do other than checking Klein and Leonard's status. The former had just finished doing a ritual and was about to sleep. Selina saw it to be the hollowing ritual Klein was conducting. The latter, on the other hand, was talking to himself while eating dinner. This late and he's still eating. I guess that's one of the perks of being alone. Selina nodded in share of sentiments. As she was about to wake herself up, sever her connection with the dream world. Suddenly, all her spirituality was alarmed. Without her consent, the infinite horizon petered from a scene, a point of light that came from a door. The image of the dream world faded and fizzled until Selina found herself in a room, and saw the doorknob being pried. What? What happened? Selina tensed up and she felt an ache. The dream world ejected me out. Out of my will. Her eyes was glued onto the door. She sensed there was someone there. She darted her gaze around just once and felt compelled to open it. Suddenly, she was parched. I want water. Selina's confusion was increasing each moment. She extended her hand, as if it was the appropriate thing to do, and opened it with a twist of the handle. The wooden pane swung with her fingers on the knob. There it was, Dunn, in his dark windbreaker, cane in hand and a pipe in the other. Captain. In my dream. What are you doing in my dream? Selina was so stunned she failed to lift her head and look on Dunn's face. He was towering her. Dunn simply casted his gaze down, that's what Selina felt. He observed her with his gray eyes before proceeding to face away and helping himself in. He phased through Selina as if he was a phantom. Is this what Klein has been experiencing? Captain, intruding in our dreams to digest his potion. Ugh, I'm parched. Selina couldn't hold a candle to her thought and she strode to find the nearest kitchen. She discovered she's at the Moretti household, thus her travel was short due to familiarity. I have to look over Captain. Or else he might find something he shouldn't, like fallacy. Selina hurriedly went up the stairs. However, when she arrived on the guest room door, she realized. Right, I have to feign ignorance over Captain's intrusion, or else he'll find out I'm lucid. She calmly twisted the handle, and let the door produce a creak. Thud. Selina closed it on her way as if oblivious for the man in windbreaker who was reading a note on the desk. Her daily notes. Ah. Selina almost gripped her hair in alarm, but she stayed indifferent. With controlled steps, she wanted to take the chance to seemingly trying to resume the notes. Then, luckily, the paragraphs that were there had yet to mention of Klein. It was still about the mysticism lesson she self-studied. Phew. Selina was profoundly happy and was deeply relieved. Then, she started writing again, resuming and diverting where her diary page is leading. During that moment, Dunn hadn't left her seat, both of them were overlapping each other in an illusory refraction of colors. Finally, Dunn seemingly had enough. He stood up and started walking around the room, inspecting even what little of her belongings. Now, Selina gradually faking her writing. Inwardly, she was tearing with exasperation. Captain, please leave. Only when Dunn was content did he occupy the edge of her bed. He sat there quietly, contemplatively, looking at Selina without a reason. Ugh, this is a nightmare. Selina exclaimed. Tap. 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 At that moment, 3 consecutive knocks rang from the closed oriel window. A shadow of a feline was casted by the crimson moonlight from the outside. Fallacy. How? Selina was forced to check, walk over and open. The cat with a peculiar form similar to a Persian cat, with green pupils jumped in. Dunn quickly saw this and was curious. After snuggling in her embrace, Selina closed the window again and brought the black cat to her lap. She was in full adrenaline and she was writing gibberish in her notes hoping Dunn wouldn't suspect. Then, she heard the creak sound of the bed, hinting that Dunn had stood up. Please don't come here, and yet Dunn was already next to her. Captain, I hope this got you very far into digestion. Selina sighed out of resignation in her heart. She sensed that Dunn kept on scrutinizing the feline as it softly wags its tail and seating a loaf position. Surprised I had a cat. Fallacy isn't actually my cat, you know. He's a stray and I doubt he wants to be my pet. I'm just someone whom he can get stable food from. Selina remarked in self-deprecation. Well, to me he's similar to a family. Dunn finally stopped inspecting. Instead, he extended his hand, to which Selina caught from the corner of her eye. Captain. Are you trying to pet Fallacy? Selina's body stiffened. Wait, now that I think about it, Tingen City had little to no cats around the streets. They might have been adopted. By wealthy people. If that's so, then perhaps this is the first time Captain has ever seen one. But the street vendor saw Fallacy and did not have any fiery reaction. Maybe once in a while a stray cat is around but was immediately captured. If you think that way. Ugh, this time I'll get you to stay. Selina was so deep in her thoughts that it didn't occur to her that Fallacy left her lap. It was only when her hand fell did she snapped. Fallacy. She looked in a panic, but immediately saw Dunn holding Fallacy up, inspecting the feline closer. Seeing that there was no harm in the interaction, Selina slowly closed her eyes in relief and calmly returned to writing. After 5, 10, 15 minutes, she finally felt it was the time to burn the paper she had rewritten, as per her routine. Dunn was now holding the cat, embracing it in his arms after placing his cane over the chair. Seeing Selina ignite the paper to be smoldered inside the lamp and walking over to her bed, covering herself with its sheets. It seems he noticed the cue, lowering the cat and watching it leap away. Dunn donned his top hat and picked up his cane. Selina half closed her eyes and held her breath, sensing that Dunn was leaving. Once he was gone, she took a breather, relief etched on her face. Phew. When everything returned to normal, Selina let out a breath. What a nightmare. Backlund, West Backlund, Phillips Department Store. Phillips was one of the top-end department stores in the Lone Kingdom. It only opened to nobles and wealthy people who were qualified to be members. There was always luxurious carriages parked outside with different emblems printed on them. Not only was it a safe place for shopping, it also became a popular social venue due to the strict restriction on members. Audrey brought her maidservant, Annie, and her golden retriever, Susie. Under the ushering of an eagerly attentive attendant, she got off the carriage and walked through the entrance. Along the way, she saw daughters of viscounts, countesses, or maidens with parents of high social status. She maintained her elegance and greeted them all gracefully. She communicated with different nobles on different topics. For instance, when she faced a particular countess, she would compliment the fittings of the countess's dress, and when she greeted a particular baroness, she would praise the outstanding performance of the baroness's husband in the House of Lords. Audrey hadn't been good at that previously, she was too stubborn and too arrogant. But now, she didn't even need to put in much effort to respond perfectly. In a spectator's eyes, most of the emotions and thoughts of the female nobles were written on their faces. Arriving at the second floor, Audrey turned into a shop that sold ready-made dresses. The attendant in the shop was a petite maiden. She wore a black and white dress and had shoulder-length blonde hair. She was the arbiter, Zio Dericha. Audrey gave Susie a look without changing her facial expression. The dog understood what her owner meant immediately and ran to another counter. Maidservant Annie went after Susie to try to drag her back. Well done. Audrey complimented inwardly and walked next to Zio Dericha, pretending to look at the variety of dresses. Why did you arrange to meet me here for? Zio inquired with a whisper while she loudly introduced the dresses. Her voice was tender, just like a child's. Where's the original attendant? Audrey asked in reply instead of answering her. Zio looked around and said, I convinced her. She was happy to rest for the morning. Audrey looked at the different styled dresses while she took out a piece of neatly folded paper from her lamb leather handbag and secretly passed it to Zio. Rear Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos, has snuck into Backlund. This is his portrait. I hope you can find him for me. Oh, and don't alert him. Zio received the piece of paper and unfolded it to take a quick glance. She saw that it was a lifelike portrait of a man in his 30s that had a unique broad chin. I was once constantly praised by my art teacher. Audrey stole a glance at Zio and lifted her head. She added, the kingdom offers a reward of 10,000 pounds for Kalangos. If he were to be arrested, even the person that only provided clues would definitely be awarded with a few £100. Just as she finished her sentence, she saw Zio's eyes beam with joy, as she had expected. Chapter 189, Tidbits of History. In the streets, near the Tussock River Bay of Westborough, Lower Street. The rhythmic throttle of the horse resounded in sync of the sporadic turmoil inside the carriage. Light permitted and illuminates Selina, Klein and Dunn from the windows, across each other with the latter two side by side. Fry was steering the reins as the coachman. While basked in the sun on the window, Selina stared at the streets blankly. She can't help but think. Klein has submitted his application and he'll soon become a Sequence 8 clown. How does one act like a clown? Just be a clown. Will he start using makeups from now on? Oh. I haven't been using makeups ever since high school. Yes. I'll make him the most beautiful clown. I can still vividly tell I have a nag in these sort of stuff. After all, I've been to a ball. Selina was enthusiastic until she added. Only, as a makeup artist. She once attended a cosmetic group as a part-time job. Though vanity was another matter. In the presence of silence, Dunn suddenly spoke in deep voice while merely glancing at the seat next to him. Moretti, do you think perhaps this is one of the things lurking in the dark? He was referring to the coincidences Klein had mentioned. Klein snapped from his thoughts. He saw Selina looking at him, then looked at Dunn. He quickly adjusted his tone, I believe so. I don't exactly know what is happening, but I feel this is interconnected. Dunn's eyes deepened and after a while, he said, I received an intelligence recently. From the mandated punishers. Mandated punishers? Selina secretly gulped a saliva, hoping it's not about her. A report came to their agency, and it seems to be about Leonard and Sika's commission of a missing jewelry. They made a great judgment about filing and lodging the case for the punishers to settle. Dunn described. Selina nodded lightly and was relieved. Otherwise there would be conflicts regarding jurisdictions. From where Captain's information is going, it seems to be about Carter Works and the safe, or maybe not. I want to know. What's this about Captain? She said with curiosity. Dunn thought about it carefully that he remained silent, succeeding Selina's question. It's all right, Captain. I'm all the way here. Sigh, if only the carriage were wider, our condition would not clash. Selina remarked dryly in her heart. Only after the carriage drove past a street, did Dunn responded in a reflective tone, it was about the safe. They recovered files regarding cutting of wages higher than usual for an operation and Carter's connections. Few of them are identified to be a suspected Demonisec members, and the other is the Rose School of Thought. The Rose School of Thought. Selina repeated. Dunn fell silent for a bit before adding, yes, he has been meeting with the Rose School of Thought members that are in Halster Company, discussing about the chained god and the preconditions for certain arrangements. He has also been involved in the case of human trafficking across Tinjin's dock areas as recorded in a grid. Human trafficking, the street paupers and tramps' disappearances. 2 secret organizations. Is that the contents of the second notebook I didn't checked? Selina gripped the fabric of her coat. What could his involvement be with the Demonis SEC? Oh, I guess that explains the mistresses. But what about the Rose School of Thought? Are there more? Klein was eager as his voice turned deep. At this moment, he had an epiphany. Carter Works is a building situated near the docks of Tinjin, and when he divined Marvik's location, it was the same landmark. The records also planned on transporting the traffic people to an island. Meanwhile, majority of the other notebook are the details of his mistresses. That's all, Dunn described with slight difficulty. A slow, faint breath escaped Klein's mouth. I'll have to see it for myself personally. Across him, Selina has been gazing at his expression silently. After going inside the apartment, Dunn quickly pulled the dream of the first day's listed individual. He fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Selina once again stared at the light of 3-0137 Dreamcatcher, and subsequently dozed off right into Klein's arm, after he had finished setting up a wall of spirituality. Within the depths of her consciousness, illusory blend of violet and gold formed a brilliant light. The darkness receded in the arrival of a scene. Selina discovered that her body was that of a man. Burly body, robust arms wearing a shirt made of cow's hide. What is this place? Selina can't help but scan the dream. The road was dirt and mud. The architectural designs of buildings are cobblestone and wooden beams. There was no multifaceted roofs, nor gray fumes bellowing from afar. As she gazed around, she witnessed vendors selling meats in the open. Pedestrians wore either bandanas on their heads for women, with classic girdled dresses and wooden sandals, and tunics tucked into their pants with chemise underneath for men. This felt more like medieval. Selina remarked. However, strangely, the men she's occupying the dream had been walking in the same linear path. The merchants and pedestrians looked at him intently, as if he had done terrible of them. Selina was a bit puzzled until she realized what was happening. I see. Social disorder or scopophobia. What does locking this dream even do? Does it help coping with the phobia? While pondering, she saw the men took right. Immediately, she perked up. Once the men stopped at a wall, he turned his gaze to spot an iron grid lamp, with a bright plume burning on its candle. 3-0137. Selina's eyes fluttered open, and it was Klein's face that she saw first upon waking up. She hears his heart racings and face slightly red. But regardless, he still made a solemn expression. Anything happened? Did you discover something? Do you still feel nauseous? Klein asked in quick succession. His reaction of the dream's contents, coupled with Klein's earlier solemnity, made Selina chuckle a bit from the contrast and answered, I'm fine, I can rely on Mrs. White. I'll tell you what I saw again later. Klein creased his eyebrows. All right, just finish this as soon as possible. He never forgot Azek's words of advice regarding this goddess, and with the addition that Mrs. White is actually the giant queen of the Kingdom of Silver, that only waited on his concerns. Selina reached for the veiled object while in Klein's arms and opened it. She stared, and Klein pulled his gaze away from the light. In just 10 seconds, his spiritual intuition triggered as Selina almost dropped 3-0137 on him. Phew. Klein caught it just in time. When the chaotic blend receded, Selina saw herself in a grand tapestry hall. High, intricate windows bathed the 8 circular columns, heralding a carpet path all the way to platform, elevated half a meter above the ground, revealed the thick wall signaling the hall's end. To the left, 41 inverted candlesticks stood, mirrored by 40 on the right. Atop the raised platform, towering ancient seats overlooked the others positioned below. Emblazoned on the back of the seats were 2 distinct emblems, one bearing the insignia of a tasseled spear with golden wreath-like crown, while the other displayed the emblem of a peculiar golden feathered avian, with stalks frozen in an emblem. The Tudor and Trunsoist crests. Selina froze and her heart skipped. A dream of the 4th epoch. The castle of the Tudor Trunsoist Empire. Right on the heels of that, 2 blurry, misty figures walked toward the intricate carpet, illuminated by the streaks of sunlight coursing from the windows. One had a deep brown hair, clad in a black regal tailored coat with gold epaulets and rich embroidery. Next to him had a similar attire, only white. It formed a crest by the chest, and a red lining sash hugs his body. He had a dark ebony hair, wearing a clear glasses. Standing side by side, they project an atmosphere of rulers and sublime princes. Aelista Tudor. T. Trunsoist. Selina was aware of the different rulers of the 4th epoch empires. In the Warring Era, the Black Emperor Solomon reigned over the northern continent, that was later replaced by the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire. The two rulers. They're depicted in this dream. Through the lens of the girl Selina saw a sudden motion. It seemed the scene was turning for the giant double door right at the end of the hall. The architecture was mesmerizing, even the heavy panes of the entrance had crests, misaligned from each other. At the hall's base stood 7 large, weighty black stone doors. Positioned in a line, 2 on the left, 1 in the middle, and 4 on the right, exemplifying the fourth epoch's penchant for asymmetry. And when the scene shone, the door opened and closed, another hallway came illuminated with arbitrarily placed windows. A valet greeted the girl and led her straight to the spire. At that moment, when the girl entered and gazed down the deep, dark abyss, a burning light suddenly appeared. It outlined a pale white candle, inside of an iron grid lamp. Selina once again woke up, and she noticed Klein had put 3-0137 back into the suitcase. Captain is waking up. Klein leaned in and whispered. Due to that, she quickly got up and left his warmth. At the same time, Dunn's eyes were starting to open as he contorts them. How convenient. Selina looked at Klein. I know. You woke up just in time. But I don't sense anything, so it's purely just a coincidence. Klein, although skeptical, understood that he couldn't always associate coincidences to the mastermind he's convinced is behind majority of it. Let's pack up. Klein added as he stood up first from the couch and offered a hand. In that moment was Dunn waking up, right next to another sofa, holding up a sleeping person, dressed in pants and stained shirt. Captain, how did it go? Asked Klein right as got up, placing her hand on his palm for help. Dunn took a bottle of soothing rigor, a concoction made by Selina to help fight the effects of waking up and stupors, and drank it. There's nothing significant I've seen. Let's head on to the next on our list. Selina secretly sighed in relief. She glanced at Klein, stretched her arms a bit and fixed a crease of her long coat. As Dunn walked to the door, she took the suitcase and quickly followed him, along with Klein. On the third house, with a terrain close to a workhouse. As soon as Dunn entered the tenant's dream, the deceased victim's niece. Selina herself took 10 seconds in on staring at 3-0137. When it passed, she collapsed right onto Klein again. And as her vision turned elastic of violet and gold. The darkness receded from a point of light, a scene from which she somewhat recognizes. That is that a man, seated alone in a room where he's writing on a note in front of a desk, has a dark ebony hair, princely air and clear glasses. In front of him, unlike the notes Selina had seen from previous dreams. These particular ones had written letters. Is that the dark-haired prince from earlier? Right as Selina blurted that out, the scene transitioned to where the woman acting as her lens finally crept up to the note the prince was writing. From this day forth, I will be called the Night Emperor. Chapter 190, Fate in Nightmares. Due to the corruption the Black Emperor has condemned, I have settled with the arrangements the 7 gods intended. Castilla family had the other sequence 1 hand of order in their possession. I should have Intella's blessing to take it. As for the other one, I will need the Sanguines for their approval. The empire wouldn't last as predicted. Written in the papyrus paper, the following words became blurry and unrecognizable. These are ancient Loanese. Selina's heart skipped a beat. Sequence 1. This is my first Sequence 1 name discovery. How exhilarating. Sanguines, Castilla, is Entella the name of a grounded angel of the Castilla family? Sanguine family. Selina was left disappointed by the following words fading into the dreamy mist. But by then, the girl had already closed the book, placed in a drawer and left the room. When another blend of chaotic violet and gold color engulfed her vision, Selina found herself yet again in the girl's shoes. She was behind a red velvet curtains, behind the wall next to a very large balcony, equipped with stone railings and intricate marble floor. Selina suspected at the moment that this is the earlier hall's balcony. However, at the same time, it was different. Distinct that it left a few crests, like the candles from behind the balcony, completely aligned. They're symmetric. Trunsoist was there with his back facing Selina. He was clad in a dark tasseled robe, where its interior designed a golden surface. He wore a black iron crown and while his face was obstructed, he gives off a scholarly ruler temperament, now deprived of any accessory except the crown. Beneath him, millions of people looked up, eyes on his presence. As the vast skies interlocked with the rising sun, Trunsoist casted his gaze at the crowd beneath. At that moment, the people's voice raved the scene. The dream produced multiple incandescent spots, to which the girl fell and so is Selina. She braced herself for the dream's following scenes, and upon the end of the wormhole to which the incandescent spots created, another room appeared. The heavy, large double doors displays asymmetric details like the metallic frozen wreaths. At the following second, a pool of viscous dark liquid began pouring beneath the door where the woman faced. Selina felt the girl's despair crept. Right as the liquid reaches her, a singular light made the darkness dispel from a spot. Tracing it, a lamp. 3-0137. Selena's eyes fluttered open, and this time, Klein wasn't there. She woke up on a piece of coat acting as a layer from the rundown mattress. Almost immediately, she realized that if Klein had left, it meant Dunn was awake. Her heartstrings tugged and she rolled over to see the couch. Dunn was indeed standing in front of Klein, discussing certain things. Then perhaps Selena can leave early, Dunn said casually. Klein, only having his long-sleeved linen shirt, strapped with gun holster, shook his head slightly and said, "It's likely just the fatigue of brewing." "So Captain, what did you saw in Sir Rouse Stream?" "Nothing notable." Dunn set his eyes onto the sleeping tenant, who's dressed in a rugged linen shirt and typical worker's pants. He had a dream of running away from his old man as a kid. Even now as an adult was running away. Perhaps it indicates a deep-seated desire to leave him and start anew. Klein was equipped with dream deciphering. It was one of the lectures old Neil taught him. Thus, after a thought, he explained. "Maybe. But considering the loss of grandfather, it's likely it could also indicate that he never lose thought of him." Dunn stared at the sleeping man, nodding slightly as he moved on. "Let's head to the next person on our list." "Klein." Selena's voice spoke. "Oh, I'm sorry I fell asleep." She smiled sheepishly upon seeing Dunn fully awake. "Fry will take your place. So next time you won't have to join. By the way, did you dreamt of anything?" Dunn's voice suddenly turned solemn. "No, I have not." Selena answered languidly. "Are they sensitive to whenever I fall asleep and dream?" "Well, it's clear that because of this, I was almost killed by Moroi." Dunn nodded once and casted his gaze down to where the main entrance resides. "This might be too dangerous for you." Having said that, he glanced at Rouse, who works as a cobbler, one last time before turning around. On the trip, Selena was spent on staring the moving houses and roads, preoccupied by what Dunn said. She was wondering the reason behind it. Then upon reaching the next house at another street, Dunn alighted first, before Klein offered a hand for Selena. Once again, another building that is unremarkable and paved with multiple clothes hanging everywhere. This is to be expected. In Lower Street, it is common for women of the house to become a maid, capable of handling any work, including laundry, which is sometimes done in their home. On the entrance, Selena could see wooden tubs filled with white water and one girl scraping the stain off a shirt. She only had her gaze fixed for a second before retracting it back to see the entrance. When they reached the second floor, the wooden floorboard creaked as they strode past a candle-lit area, filled with hanging robes and sheets. They arrived at a door at the end of room. There, Dunn knocked thrice and waited for the muffled steps to stop right at the door. "Who is it?" An 8-year-old child peeked his head from the gap. Selena and company casted their gaze down to see him. Dunn was the first to lift his top hat and smiled softly at the child. "We're here to see Mr. Boré. Is he here with you? He should be attending a teaching program of the church by now." Selena muttered inwardly. Right on the heels of that, she heard from within, a rush of heavy steps coupled with a man's heavy breathing. "Ah. Why, you're all here." The father of the child, Boré, came to widen the door further as he smiled wearily. "Tyre, go ahead and finish your bread. I'll be here to talk with these gentlemen." The boy, whose face had some residue of food, nodded and was the next to rush back into the room. "Come in." Boré gestured and sidestepped for their entry. The greeting wasn't as much as treating them for a meal. Boré was only a dock worker who spends the rest of his days fishing for a chance to participate in loading cargoes. As for his son, Tyre, he had went out of his way to do the dishes in the apartment's communal area outside. And after he was and have been sent off by his father to do an errand. Boré nodded at Dunn's words and laid down on the rugged, brown couch. Him and his son wasn't the only tenant in this single room, so they were temporarily been escorted out through a license. "All right, I will sleep now." It was clear from Boré's expression that he had been suppressing his emotions under an impression. He would smile often. His son Tyre seemed to also adopted it by looking normal. But for Selena, she knew that from their aura, their health is degrading. A sign of stress, fatigue, and emotion for their wife and mother. Putting those thoughts aside, Selena once again unlocked the briefcase and took out 3-0137 out of its compartment. "I hope this will be done soon." A mirror of a hallway washed the scene. Selena saw a portrait from a lens of a girl. There, she tilted her head to see a young boy with her. With dark ebony hair, clad in a white uniform attire. For a split second, the portrait had but a misty figure, who was dressed in a dark ceremonial robe, holding a scepter and a dark inlaid crown. It wasn't that the portrait is unrecognizable. But the young boy right where the lens of the girl Selena inhibits bore the peculiar mold to the trunsoist with dark hair. Could it be his childhood? Selena suspected, but could only theorize at the moment. Following that, she saw the young man turn and pivot to the hallway. At this point in time, she felt the dreamer's intense emotion surge. From a blink of an eye, the young man reappeared inches away. Selena then saw herself running after the boy, reaching her hand out, wanting to be reciprocated. Ultimately, the scene yet again faded. Darkness surged to which Selena saw herself falling. The light grew dimmer and dimmer, until it vanished to a spot. 3-0137 then appeared yet again when Selena scanned the deep abyss. Dunn had not woken up. It allowed Selena to briefly explain to Klein what had happened, from the first to the second and third dreams. You've seen a lista tutor. And Trunsoist. Klein almost raised his voice while whispering. Selena nodded. I need to see more. Right as she reached for 3-0137 Dreamcatcher. Klein quickly took the lamp and pulled it away. This is getting dangerous. Are you sure Mrs. White still guards you? Although his voice was low, she could tell he was getting worried and deeply concerned. It's fine. Selena reassured. On behalf of Mrs. White, you can trust us. Klein was utterly helpless. Sure, they needed the dreams as power source for their charm. However, it doesn't justify losing her. If what they're trying to obtain for protection, and it risked the one he swore himself to protect, then it would be pointless and stupid. This is the last. If you did not find any nightmares, then well, find another source. Klein firmly said. I now have Mr. Azek for help and guidance. Someone who had lived hundreds of years ago and had been losing memories. When he heard from Selena herself that she encountered a suspected remnant of Saint-level battle, frozen inside the sealed artifact, that's when Klein's anxiety spiked. All right. Selena nodded without protest. She knew better than pressing, and most certainly wouldn't burden Klein with concerns. She had seen a fair amount of dreams, and she was also partly occupied by how far the dream world could protect her. Thus, she reached for the lamp again, and for the last time she fell asleep. Under the swaying, glitching trees, producing a chromatic distortion of red, cyan, and magenta. Darkness loomed from above from giants. From the reflection of the puddle, the starry sky filled with galaxies appeared. But centering them was Selena's vision of the world. She inhabits a figure constantly twisting and reverting. At some point, hairs grew on her skin, the scene returned to the same spot. Again, her right eye bled, making her lens of the world bathe in crimson, the scene circled back. The attempt was constantly reverting in a loop. And each loop does Selena gain lucidity, retracts again to when she wasn't. There were no lights in the distant, no screams, no voices. Mere, complete, and utterly suffocating silence. Splash. Selena saw herself get mutilated. She woke up. Splash. A wolf gnawed at her abdomen, its pristine teeth smudged with her blood. Splash. Time and time, Selena's body was torn, her face infested, her eyes crawled, her beautiful face consumed in the darkness. At that moment, without even knowing she had suffered multiple cases of death, Selena gained lucidity to a familiar open field. She was pulled by the dream world again. But by then, she stood frozen, blank, and uncannily calm. Whoosh. Only after did a strong gust of wind hurled at her face, did she snapped. Selena clutched her shoulders, eyes unmoving, face paling. Horror. Nightmare. Pure horror. The soil integrated with her lower half mimicked what it had done during her breakdown with the dream storm and dragon's breath. However, she took quite a long time to recover the mental facilities she had lost. Chapter 191, Second Seed Secured. Guarding Selena's sleeping body. Klein's nerves were triggered the moment the lamplight burgeoned dimmer. Selena had encountered a dangerous dream. Klein instantly looked at her condition, she was paler. He wasted no time but to fish the seed out, hoping it would move. In what felt like forever, it suddenly dent itself, a crevice of the shell was pried by a root forming out. Klein felt deeply relieved. Just as after he siphons the dream, he secured Dunn's status, confirming that he's still asleep. Selena felt a disconnection of another ghost limb. She drew a breath, mixed with emotions, that makes it two. Wearily standing on the carpet of tall grass, seeing it rolling onto the vast plains and into the infinite horizon. For an inexplicable reason, after easing her emotions, she felt her mind and soul recover at an exponential rate. Finally, Selena felt whole. Both mind and body. Over the past weeks, her mastery over controlling her spirituality have been improved drastically. Thus, it made her further grasp the dream world and her relation to it from this last few days. Trying to occupy her mind in other matters to relieve her swirling mind. It was also when Selena did recall Klein's discovery of something from Mrs. White's sacrificial ritual. He mentioned and detailed to her along their way to the company. Flawed. Sigh, I can't say I knew it. I trust Uzur's attempt because it had worked. To think that the dream world's faint corruption is polluting the ritual is due to this. In the documents User gave, the procedures mentioned of dualistic ritual which is the standard and that the child of God's unique ritual allowed believers to bypass other requirements that are otherwise present in the standard ritual. The child of God existed in the kingdom of silver, possibly dated all the way to the mysterious era of Third Epoch. Of course certain rituals would become outdated. Selina raised a finger to press against chin. Then, she nodded lightly. What could those other requirements possibly be then? This issue could resolve her inability to bestow herself anything more than a seed, or at least one more seed. But at the same time, this was also when she started to recall her experience bestowing. Now that I think about it, what I've been doing was only just extending my hand and reaching a spare of my spirituality to open the door of light. Selina was struck by an epiphany. I haven't been actually opening the door myself. More or less it was the emerald sparks that push on its own. Even from the first time, I did not open it consciously, let alone know what spirituality is. Is the dream world doing it for me? Her hands fell and Selina lifted her gaze to observe the endless, white and blue sky. I'm not the one who's responding. I was merely just the person the other end of a call. The dream world is doing this under my behalf and it causes pollution. Selina has felt she had roughly deciphered the cause. I have to try this. I have to know what the ritual is missing. Considering that it was about time to wake up. Selina didn't dally and let herself face the daybreak of waking up. Several minutes later. Selina in her three-piece attire was constantly dozing to Klein's shoulders on their way to Daffodil Street. The fleeting buildings over the windows projects Klein's calm but uneased chest. He's somewhat stiff but at the same time, peeved. He glanced at the braided bun-haired Selina, asked her a simple question, do you need a Serenity agent? Selina shook her head before proceeding to silence. They now have two powerful seeds that on its own is the base of a charm. However, in exchange, Selina had to experience sorts of mental dangers lurking in the artifact. She also had her spirituality expended, and of course the residual images still haunt her mind that it affected her condition, turning it pale. We're almost there. Benson and Melissa will come back around 4, so only rest until then. Dunn Smith, across from them, had his arms crossed while quietly looking at the passing road, thoughts a mystery. Then, Klein added, I'll excuse you with Mr. Gawain, and after I return we're going to find a maid for the house. I just wanted you to know. There's also the meeting with Mr. Guderian. I'll inform this to Captain after returning from the combat practice. Okay. Selina said languidly. Klein stared at her head, leaning against him. He slowly closed his eyes and averted away from seeing her. Instead, threw his gaze outside. Soon after, they arrived at Unit 2 Daffodil Street. Fry steered the reins until the carriage halted at the street walk. Selina alighted thanks to Klein's support and after escorting her in, he returned to the carriage and boarded. On their fourth and last person on the list. The couple lived at a rented boarding house with which had many sticks and nitrates lying about in the room. This time, the victim was a child, so Dunn had to investigate 2 people, but was listed as one due to proximity. He used another night tranquility to effectively pull the men to sleep. Klein and Fry had to accompany the wife in another room. The darkness shattered like globe and on the first instance, a light flickered. As the dim light grew, it illuminated more of the room. A wardrobe, curtained walls to separate some space, a desk with surmounts of books and a single backdrop of a window. Dunn saw the men, Hal Tim, on his one knee while accompanying a girl with dark brown hair, dressed in a gown, staring at the starry sky next to the crimson moon. Pa, one day I'll be the first to discover stars miles and miles into sky, her squeaky voice sounded so enthusiastically. I'm sure you will. Hal Tim smiled and caressed the girl's head, smoothing it. Hee hee. The girl chuckled sweetly and pulled away to gaze at the stars once more. It was clear this became their daily routine each night. Allowing the girl to gain hope of leaving this unprecedented living condition and to give attention to her regardless of their toils. Hal Tim is a dock opportunist who, among many other working-class men, sees every bit of chances to work. He had a reputation, thus it made him stick to that job all while his living partner, the till, sell matches. At some point, he was hired. However, it also resulted in a contract that bind him to the company, Carter Works. Dunn stayed at a corner while listening. All right. Go to sleep now. Hal Tim smiled gently. The little girl nodded and took her materials with her. The dream shifted after that, it swirled to when Hal Tim was going to his work. At this moment, Dunn was following him closely behind. Assuming a passerby or a coincidental pedestrian. Dunn saw him took a turn, and so he did as well. Only he waited moments before doing so. Hal Tim was approaching a building, it was near the harbor. 3-story tall and had a tinted blue color. It hadn't been long before Dunn completely halt on his tracks. He seemed frozen. Because reflected on his eyes, the building was radiating strange, misty and dreamy colors. As if an aura cloaked everything around it. Then, Dunn recalled. Royale and Selina both reported high concentration of weariness around the totem, in which the meteorite is present. Prudently judging the radiation, Dunn completely forfeited in his investigation and instead left. Once he returned, he did not waste any time and immediately went into the room where Klein and Fry is waiting. I found something, Dunn said deeply in passing, as well as, let's not idle. We'll need to head back and report this to the church. Captain found something. Klein abruptly stood up, while his heart skipped. Due to the moment, he didn't have the chance to ask. He grabbed his cane, gripped it tightly and donned his top hat, following closely behind Fry. Because of this discovery, the investigation was complete. And although Klein realized from Dunn that it was a 3-story building near the harbor, by Company Carter Works, it left lingering in his mind throughout his combat practice. In the end, he carried this along with the meeting with Daxter Guderian for Sequence 8, Telepathist Formula. A mix of light and weight came from when Dunn accompanied him, successfully lodged an investigation with Eugene and informing that he would not need any more meritorious deeds. The next morning when he and Selina ended their shift and left Cheney's Gate, the Nighthawks still hadn't obtained any useful information from monitoring Eugene. For now, they had to place their hopes on their informant's internal investigation. Mrs. Heath's seared mutton is delightful, isn't it? They came at a sudden notice. Well, since Benson and Melissa seem to like it. I'm planning on preparing it tomorrow, what do you think? Selina's words was cut off. In her 3-piece suit, reflecting the discipline of an officer, she called. Klein. Klein was staring blankly toward the road. Klein, and when Selina raised her voice, he snapped. Yes, he replied hurriedly. What's wrong? Selina asked softly. At this moment, Klein was caught in the mirror of her eyes. He pulled away for a bit, shook his head and smiled. I finished the charms. Sorry I didn't told you this when on our way to work. He presented her on his palm, 2 seeds that had multiple sigils and symbols etched on its surface, alongside a prominent jade at the center. The one in the middle, I thought it was jade as well, but apparently it was the seed's interior trying to fix itself. Klein said after seeing her fixated on the spot. Selina slowly lowered Klein's hands and said, but you didn't properly answer my question. What's wrong? While walking, Klein sighed. It was about Captain's discovery. He described the time from which Selina had left early, sharing even his suspicion to when he divined Marvik's location. The mandated punishers will likely blow up the whole building. Selina suddenly chuckled. Because of that, Klein was at the same time stunned. You're treating this way better than I do, and so, he was infected by the gentleness and ease of her emotions. How would you even know they would do that? Then he added in his heart, unless they're me. Well, out of curiosity, I asked and Lady Lovers told me the situation of Milo before. Selina's voice sounded mellow and calm. Milo. Klein repeated. She said that thanks to him, her plea reached the mandated punishers. And you know what happened when the officials arrived? They made a wreckage of her hometown, completely destroyed, continued Selina with a tinge of reminiscence. How irascible. Klein understood what the Sailor Pathway Sequence 8 is, and being a folk of rage definitely added to their disposition. Could you tell me what actually happened? He asked, leaning more into her voice. He hoped that in doing so, it would avert his attention away from Marvik and the Rose School of Thought. When they returned home, Klein had his breakfast quietly and laid down in his bedroom to sleep until noon. He woke up naturally, washed up, and walked to the first floor, following the smell of cooking food. Who's preparing lunch? Klein looked at Benson who was reading the newspaper in the living room. Usually, he would instantly thought of Melissa, but since Selina is also living here, that changed. Benson lowered the newspaper and said, Melissa, she has a guest visiting today. I wanted her to chat with her guest while I prepared lunch. But she doesn't trust my cooking and took the guest into the kitchen. How rude. Benson, you actually managed to quickly realize that Melissa detests your culinary skills. Klein held back his urge to laugh and walked towards the single-seat sofa as he asked, where's Selina? She's also there at the kitchen talking to the guest. Benson leaned backwards and continued to read his newspaper comfortably. Then, Klein asked again, Melissa's guest. You should know her. Elizabeth, we met her at Selina's dinner banquet. Benson turned a page and still answered casually. It wasn't only at the dinner banquet. She came to visit for real. Klein turned to look at the kitchen with a stunned expression. Just then, Melissa walked out carrying some plates while Elizabeth and Selina followed behind, the former also wearing an apron. Oh Klein, you're already up. Folding her arms loosely, and lightly cradling her elbow, Selina, sporting a soft floral dress, called mid-convo with Elizabeth. Melissa laid the plates on the dining table delightedly and noticed her brother, Klein, I was just about to wake you. This is Elizabeth. You know her. Hello, Klein. Elizabeth's adorable face flashed a splendid smile as she greeted him. Klein replied gently and politely. After they greeted, Melissa blinked and spoke seriously. Elizabeth will follow us to the Family Servant Assistance Association later. They hire a few maidservants at home, so she has experience in that. Her opinions might be helpful. Actually, we've already drawn up the requirements for picking a maidservant. Listen to this and see if there's anything that needs to be added. Melissa wiped her hands on her apron and took out a piece of paper from the pocket of her home clothes. She opened it and read it out loud. 1. Healthy. 2. Hardworking and responsible. 3. Good at cooking. 4. Quiet, not rowdy. 5. Simple family background. 6. Looks ordinary. She read the requirements one by one while Klein and Benson gawked with a vacant look. They never expected that hiring a maidservant would be so troublesome. Selina pressed a finger to her soft smile. Very meticulous. I believe Klein once told me Melissa opposes to this idea. Melissa, weren't you against the idea of hiring a maidservant? Klein subconsciously asked. Melissa pursed her lips and nodded solemnly. Yes, I was against it. But as my opposition was in vain, I thought we should get this thing done properly. To be able to get it done well, we must be well prepared. Do you have anything that you'd like to add? No. Klein and Benson shook their heads in unison, causing both Selina and Elizabeth to laugh. Chapter 192, The Emperor's Life. On the same day's evening, Selina had finished dinner and as usual, gave Fallacy a heated, fresh meal. Eat well, she whispered. Upon seeing the cat gorge, she stood up and threw herself onto the mattress. She stretched her arms, taking in the comfort and softness before turning gray. A lot of things stirred her mind and it made her take out the seed charm from her drawer. Klein's words reverberated in her head. I'll let you name them. Blood-curdling charm, murmured Selina, clutching a nameless horror in her heart. In the illumination of the gas lamps, the seed reflects in jade luster. Upon turning it around, multiple symbols that are even foreign for her can be seen. Is that doors? Asked Selina herself. This one seems to be in ancient Hermes. Mutation. Following her train of thoughts, she recalled the Hermes mantra for activation, release. After what felt like hours of vacant stares, Selina finally hid it back to her vial. Captain might intrude again, so it's best not to write anything. But, what if I began to forget? Captain, you're already a transmitter, why do you have to be the influencer too? Selina rolled once in her bed. Sigh, after consideration. She sat up and walked to the usual chair and table. Then I'll just have to be super cryptic. Selina woke up to see the familiar pasture and unending horizon. At the same time, it was also when voices coming from the vine overlapped in her ears. Piolo. This time, she used her own spirituality, she can grasp it now, even more than before. However, it didn't give any changes. Perhaps it's the rituals. Selina noted and looked at Piolo's visage. He wore a nightgown, stripped white and navy blue. Your Grace, I have 2 of Roselle's diary pages. Piolo made a splendid gesture of lowering his hand and placing his right arm to his abdomen. Selina's chest palpitated with joy. How delightful. Just as what I expected from the followers of the Child of God. But, with all due respect, Honorable Mrs. White, how can I relay them to you? Piolo said with caution. At that moment, the wind stirred to accommodate a majestic and sublime voice. You may picture the notes in your mind. In my mind. Piolo repeated, and all of a sudden, that same words through his voice resonated in the world. His breathing paused and eyes peeled open. Yes. Yes. I'll picture them. Piolo can't help but excitedly recall the notes he had seen. Of course, as per Usur's constant probing, he had memorized them by pattern. Believing that it would bore no fruit. He now couldn't have been more grateful. He held back his urge to think of his reward. Simply focusing on forming every bit of words pasted on the paper in his room. From Selina's hand, a dirt tablet etched with Mandarin letters began to mold. 2 of them appeared. To which, in Piolo's suspicions, is indeed the contents copy of the diary pages he collected. Can Mrs. White read this? Well, of course she can. I can ask for the contents are, as my reward. The treasures and mystical secrets of Roselle. Selina could still hear Piolo's thoughts through the vibration. Sigh. With resignation, she figured it will be better to pay attention onto what matters. She laid her eyes onto the dirt tablet and reads. May 18th. Exquisite. Selina was profoundly puzzled. This was her first time, thus she may even mistake a few words, but as what was written, is undeniably refined and, delicately fashioned, placed together. Selina almost pinched her glabella in front of Piolo. What is happening? I wasn't aware Lady Marcusis has that culinary expertise. Almost comparable to Matilda. I had almost considered taking her in as our 26th maid to prepare Bernadette and Bornova meals while we're gone. Just how many maids do you have? Sigh, I was too quick to judge. Selina felt penitent over her rashness. My deepest apologies. So our senior had 2 children. Bernadette and Bornova. I wonder how are they doing now after their father's death. They must be high sequence beyonders now. As Selina was in dismay of her own thoughts, she wrestled and moved on. If only she wasn't Duke Margin's wife. I take that back, but the remark was deserved. May 20th. I did it. I made a fully automize, with water dispenser, and non-contact flushing handle, golden toilet bowl. After being glued to the rationalizations and internal logics of steams and engines for some time. It's good to unwind here and there. This is my original invention, quite proud of it. I wonder what those powder wig monkeys would say. This time, Selina was growing more and more unsure of allowing Piolo to remain here. Thus, she set the dirt tablets aside and initiated dismissal. What do you wish as your reward? Piolo immediately wanted to say power, but Mrs. White's secret follower had explicitly informed him and user that bestowments are temporarily off limits. This stems to the quality of the White Maiden's recovering authorities. I wish insights on Roselle Gustave's diaries, he spoke reverently and also with conviction. You want this? Are you sure? Selina was in disbelief. She instantly thought of a way to bypass this. Very well, then, the world stirred to add, this details his daily life. The other talks about the continents other than the South and North. She had to incorporate what she knows to dress up the whole notes adequately. It is an attempt of voyaging the deep waters. Failed, and thus will redo it. Piolo stammered and his lips quivered. Other continents. Thank you, I am grateful for the reward, Mrs. White. After that, Selina severed her connections with him. Refocusing her attention on the diary pages. June 12th. To think I had to attend Paler Soizer's ball. I had to be a good father, you know. Bernadette had just turned 12. Such an age is considered unstable for the many. What would her impressions of her old man is if he was always gone? June 15th. I completed the digestion of sequence 6 artisan. I have become a true artisan. Now I will pursue the next sequence, astronomer. The Church of God of Craftsmanship should have the necessary formula and materials. I have no regrets. My ascension is smooth and fast. Selina perked up. Sequence 6 artisan and sequence 5 astronomer. They sounded like they belong in the Church of God of Steam and Machineries, which is the Church of God of Craftsmanship before. But why does he mean by no regrets? June 30th. I have become an astronomer. The inaudible ravings persisted, however my tenacity suppressed these effects. Truly is what those main characters would say, believe in oneself. In the matter of oddities. I don't see why everyone had not placed importance over the polar regions. They developed no names for such. Thus, I took it upon myself to name them. Antarctica and Antarctic regions. Look at you, senior. Selina now had the freedom to massage her temples wearily. July 6th. This has been a rather fortuitous encounter. Something or someone is within another plane where tempestuous storm bleeds with darkness. That mysterious Mr. Zeradel told me a rather interesting story. According to him, near the end of the War of the Four Dynasties, an angel serving the Tudor dynasty disappeared under the gaze of evernight and storms. Tudor dynasty. Wasn't that the empire of the Blood Emperor? I had to see it through for myself. Seers are nothing but charlatans. I do not condemn myself to believing their words is the truth. Is Klein going to be a charlatan too? Or perhaps he already is. Selina chuckled at the tidbit that intrigues her. Finalizing the entries. She sorted her mind and only paid attention to what's important. Mr. Zeradel. Is he Senior Roselle's mentor? Perhaps not. But he said he's a seer, a high-level seer, an angel. Something or someone within another plane where tempestuous storm bleeds with darkness. A powerful angel of the Tudor Empire, a fourth epic being, how terrifying and mysterious. What could have happened that subjected them? Wait. Selina felt an epiphany. In the dream within 3-0137. Those two princes should be Tudor and Trunsoist based on their crest and their thrones. Was there a betrayal? No, in the entry it was likely due to the Black Emperor's corruption over the pathway. Both of them are under the same pathway. And Trunsoist switched. Selina's heart palpitated. What could the pathway under the Black Emperor Solomon then? Is he a deity? Does this mean that at higher sequences, one can change pathways? Her mind stirred with the rush of dopamine. After minutes of unanswered questions, she could only sigh and rein in her thoughts. Putting those aside. I now have something to hand to Mr. Fool. With that said, Selina didn't stay for long. She woke herself up and slept again for a proper rest. In a dark, gloomy house of Backlund, Hillston Borough. A middle-aged man with graying hair sat silently on a rocking chair in front of an unlit fireplace with a dark-colored pipe in his hand. He looked at the guest, Furs and Zio on the sofa. In his palm was the contents of the folder for consultation. In summary, we can outline the possible radius of activity for the target. He should be living somewhere close to the Backlund Bridge area. Perhaps somewhere close to both banks of the Tussock River, the West Borough or the Sherwood Borough. I can only deduce this from the materials that you have given me. Even though they didn't understand all of it, his deductions seemed to make sense. Zio and Furs looked at each other and nodded. They took back their materials and stood up to leave. Seeing his assistant send off the two ladies, Isengard took out a bronze item from his vest pocket. It was an open paperback book. In the middle of the book was a vertical eye. Isengard rocked his chair, rubbing the item while softly muttering to himself, Kalangos has infiltrated Backlund. In a particular basement of Pritz Harbor. After waiting for the men to recover, Alger leaned back. He emulated the peaceful and calm tone of the fool. Tell me the reason why Kalangos went to Backlund. He's there to complete a commission, but I'm not sure about the details. The pirate had completely lost the will to resist. He answered honestly, all I know is that he might receive something that he wants. Kalangos once boasted in front of us. He said that if this mission was a success, he would be able to obtain something he's dreamed of getting for a long time. The 4 pirate kings would then become the 5 pirate kings. An object he's been dreaming of obtaining. Alger knitted his brows and slipped into deep thought. Carter Works, Tingen City Harbor. 4 mandated Punisher officers that were clad in deep blue robe, streaked with gilded lightnings, approached the building. No protesters were in the area. 4 police officers and 1 inspector had the building on standby, awaiting for any responses coming from the sent intelligences. Let's enter, said coldly by a man in grey bonnet. Inside was a lobby, and proceeding into every room are workers' documentary offices, staff office, break room, and warehouse. However, each bore no fruit. Walking back into the lobby, a man with messy dark hair belonging with the 4 mandated Punishers remarked to their captain, haven't we already dissected this company? A team of Nighthawks found its involvement with the Divine Light in West Borough. They requested another clearance, replied Monner, the man with grey bonnet, seemingly knitting his eyebrows. At that moment, another member walked out of the basement, entry beneath the staircase. Captain, there's nothing in the basement. Only a large painting of the administrator's office we saw last time. Before, they neglected this, however, since because of the insights that the Nighthawks had issued for them to take precautions of. This seemingly harmless painting invoked another air. Paintings are a product of expressing imaginations. Monner's face grew solemn. He did not spoke, only he followed his ally back to where they found the painting. On a wall, about a medium-sized horizontal and rectangular portrait depicts Carter's mundane office. However, scrutinizing on the multiple painted portraits on the walls was him, dark hair, squarish face with stubbled chin wearing a magnificent top hat. It was nothing out of the ordinary until, on another picture was the exact same painting of the office, only it had a tree statue of a woman with a strange stone center of an altar. One more was viscerally haunting. It was an image of pure, unfiltered chaos of screaming faces, blended into a pitch swirls of dark and red. A painting of bleeding people. Chapter 193, Giving Contributions. In Monday morning. Coursing sun bathes a golden glow over the furnished corridors of Blackthorn Security Company. Bidding farewell to Klein after he left for another church duty. She was left alone to stride for the stairway and walk down to the basement. After checking her silver pocket watch. Her steps then slowly diminished as she heard muffled voices coming from a corner door. With piqued interest, Selina leaned closer to it and chimed a little. Yes, now what will be your thoughts? Old Neil. Selina acutely guessed by the tone of the old gentleman's voice. It's nice, ball is round. It's sphere. Do I hold it? Like this. A ball. Selina pictured a round rubber ball in her head. That must be Adam Insall. He's talking freely now. Seemingly nodding, old Neil quipped, it's called a crystal ball. You see future in it. You can try channeling your thoughts into it and tell us what you're seeing. Heh, that way you have to blathering anything. Ball. Crystal ball. Mr. Old Neil, I'm seeing you. This isn't you, right? I smell death. Colors melted on Selina's face as she tensed with nameless horror. Death? Adam Insall also remarked that on me, but white. Nonsense. Old Neil laughed as if receiving a comical joke. I am as healthy as a blessed poplar tree. You know, as Klein had made me realize. Fate does not come as a linear path, it branches out. Look at you for instance. If we had not come across another like you, your fate would have been kept in the corners of Evil Dragon's bar. Which is, not entirely bad considering you had no rent, free food, and protection. The following statement made old Neil press a finger to his chin. But then he smiled prematurely. But would you settle? You do not have freedom to do anything else but to be agonized by the fates you're forced to see. You're right. Adam Insal's voice slowly tuned down as he contemplated on his visions. You've been a great mentor, Mr. Old Neil. Do I have any way to repay you and everyone else for allowing me to this opportunity? To become a whole sequence 9. Well, you do need to a few years to shed that excess half sequence you had. But all I can say is you're welcome in the Nighthawks. Old Neil said joyously. Behind the door. Selina reclined to the wall behind her, intertwined her hands and continued to listen. Perhaps, fates do change, for the better. How long do I have to stay here? Adam Insal innocently asked. Hump, a peculiar grunt escaped Old Neil's mouth as he hoisted himself out of his chair. Once we have your records and credentials, you will be allowed to leave. However, you will find that jobs nowadays are indifferent to the conventions. If you like, you can assist us by becoming one of our clerks. Pays are decent, acceptable working conditions, where else will you find that? Mr. Old Neil, it's only now do I strike you as an articulate gentleman. Selina remarked inwardly. Sigh, all right. Selina will be at the armory soon, I didn't to stay for long so handle that crystal ball with care. With that, sounds of footsteps reverberated from the door. Almost immediately, Selina's heart stirred as she scattered away for an excuse. She didn't have time, thus the door creaked opened. Mr. Old Neil. A sheepish smile curled from Selina's lips. Near noon. Klein followed his plan and continued his investigation on the buildings with red chimneys in Tingen. Unfortunately, he didn't come across his target. He returned home, witnessed Selina heating up the leftovers from yesterday's dinner and he paired them with bread before taking an hour's nap. At about 20 minutes to 3 in the afternoon, Klein placed his book down and sealed his room with a wall of spirituality, once again entering the mysterious world above the grey fog. He sat at the seat of honor at the ancient bronze table, extending his hand toward the crimson star representing sun while ignoring the frequency of his heartbeats. In the city of Silver, Derek Berg was sweating on the practice grounds. His vision suddenly blurred as a heavy fog entered his view. He saw the fool sitting high above, deep within the fog. He froze, then stopped whatever he was doing and bowed his head. When the illusion vanished, he counted his heartbeats silently and carried his silver sword to a rest area quickly. 1,000 heartbeats later, he locked himself in a bathroom. After about 10 breaths, he saw the red light swell over him and swallow him in an instant. Above the grey fog, Klein leaned back into his chair and tapped his left molar twice to stealthily activate his spirit vision. He saw that the mottled color deep within the sun's ether body had turned pure, akin to the light of dawn. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Bard." At the same time, he saw the stars behind the sun's chair shift quickly, turning into the symbol of the sun. It transformed without my will, as if it was a reflection of the sun. Also, other than the palace, table, and chairs, the items that I conjure cannot be preserved once I leave this world. They are very special. There sure are many secrets to this world above the grey fog. Klein took in everything in front of him as he contemplated. Derek lowered his head and replied humbly, "This is all due to your assistance. This is but the beginning." He wasn't surprised that the fool knew that he had consumed the potion. Klein took out his silver pocket watch and looked at the time. He chuckled and said, "Then let us start the gathering. Remember, the frequency, or should I say gap between the gatherings should be about the same in the future." In the guest room, Selina was waiting for the gathering to initiate, laying her head on her desk using her arms as cushions when suddenly a crimson light engulfed her vision. Instantly, she found herself seated at a high-backed chair, greeted with a long mottled bronze table and 4 occupied seats out of 22. Right then, Audrey looked at the scene before her and immediately greeted the fool. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. I have a page of the diary of Emperor Roselle with me." "Good afternoon, Mr. Sunday. Have you gotten the formula for telepathist? Being cheerful seems not only as a trait for Ms. Justice, but also a punctual choice." Selina reclined back to her chair and mused silently. The son, Derek Berg, was a young man that cared a lot about his reputation. He immediately replied, "I have obtained the telepathist formula." For the past week, he had been settling the inheritance that his parents had left him. Besides the property, furniture, and a few sentimental items, the rest of the valuable items were brought to the black market in the city of Silver in exchange for the telepathist formula and the Bard potion's ingredients. His meals were now rationed. However, he believed that the situation wouldn't be for long. When he passes the combat examination, he would then join the team that cleansed the things of the dark in the outskirts of the city and be paid a decent amount. "When I become stronger, I'll apply to become a member of the elite squad, to explore the depths of the dark and find a way to remove the curse." Derek thought with hope as he looked towards the fool who was engulfed in the fog. He noticed that last time, after Miss Justice made a request to Mr. Fool, she was able to produce a page of the unknown Roselle diary out of thin air. Although Derek didn't quite understand what had happened, he felt that it'd be better if he watched Mr. Fool. First, recall the formula in your head. Then, grab the pen by your side and instill it with the strong desire to express your thoughts. Klein casually leaned back in his high chair. As the sun was from the city of silver, which might be the forsaken land of the gods, the pen that instantiated before him wasn't a fountain pen, but a quill instead. Of course, there still wasn't any ink. Derek didn't dare to doubt what the fool said, so he immediately grabbed the quill that suddenly appeared by his hand. He followed the fool's instruction, and as expected, he saw the telepathist potion formula appear on the brown goatskin parchment before him within seconds. After looking through it twice, Derek silently pushed the promised item towards Miss Justice. Audrey was overjoyed and eager, but she took the parchment gracefully. She glanced at the page, and the words that Klein had translated came into sight. Main ingredients: phantom netherdrake's complete pituitary gland, 10 milliliters of half-spectre rabbit. Supplementary ingredients. Main ingredients that I've never heard of. I don't know enough. Audrey, who had been trying to learn more about the different types and names of Beyonder ingredients from Furs and Zio, seemed to fret in thought. During such moments, she would completely forget how a spectator should behave. Suddenly, Audrey heard a light rapping sound. She quickly looked towards the seat of honor at the long bronze table subconsciously. She was surprised to see Mr. Fool rapping at the edge of the table with his right index finger while he gestured to her with a nod. What's going on? Audrey was confused as her eyes wore a vacant look. Just when she was about to ask, the corner of her eyes suddenly saw some changes on the telepathist formula. There were remarks next to some of the ingredients. Main ingredients: phantom netherdrake's complete pituitary gland, also known as rainbow salamander, 10 milliliters of half-spectre rabbit, also known as Farsman rabbit. Supplementary ingredients. I know all of these. Audrey was stunned at first, then there was an intense surge of delight from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Mr. Fool. You're really very knowledgeable. She looked towards the seat of honor as she thanked and sincerely complimented him. The hangman Alger didn't know what had happened, but he felt extreme contempt towards what Justice had said. How could you describe a godlike figure with the word knowledgeable? His existence alone is equivalent to knowledge itself to a certain extent. Selina also had the same slight sentiment. But considering the lady's demeanor all throughout the last gatherings, she could only sigh. Audrey looked at the telepathist formula a few times and then reined in her gaze unwillingly. She then personally expressed Roselle's diary onto a page. You deserve this. She put down her pen. At that moment, Selina in turn also made a request. Mr. Fool, may I borrow a pen as well? Klein paused for a moment and blinked twice. Her lips curled a smile as he lampooned inside. Is this going to be another roller coaster? Humor me, Ms. Lovers. Please. He gestured with an open palm. Selina lifted her hand, and there, fog coalesced to form a pen just right at her delicate fingertips. So this is how it feels. I wonder. Almost giving in to her urges, she shook her thoughts and made 2 pages appear to her palm. Audrey watched. She was mixed with anticipation and joy. Because from Ms. Lover's body language and tone, she has 2 pages of Roselle's diaries. The son openly gazed at Selina as she remained staring at the parchment, seemingly wanting to question her. Then, the 2 pages are done, and Selina did not even lift pen at all. She sighed inwardly and added to the seat of honor. Mr. Fool, I hope that my assistant had got through to your admirer, receiving the receipt. Assistant. Selina. Klein was puzzled at first before nodding with a languid voice. Yes. The account was created under Ms. Lover's other identity, as per Selina's explanation. Thus he'll be able to freely access the account anytime he please. The transfer of receipt was done through the use of mindprint ritual appealing to the White Maiden. Though bestowment and sacrificial rituals are forbidden until the goddess had regained, fortunately trivial rituals are an exception. This is as long as her authority is done indirectly. At that moment, Klein pressed down on the page of Roselle's diary, but he wasn't in a hurry to read it. He looked to the side at the son and calmly asked, "What compensation would you like?" Derek thought seriously and said, "As of now, I don't have anything that I desperately need. I should digest the barred potion very soon. I shall wait until then to request my compensation. Yes, perhaps to prepare for the corresponding Sequence 8 formula or the necessary ingredients. Sequence 8 is light suppliant, which I have, but the ingredients. Even if I had them, I would have no idea how to give them to you." Wait, he used the word digest. Indeed, the City of Silver knows of the acting method. The highest sequence there is only sequence 4, so are they limited by ingredients? Klein nodded in deep thought, agreeing to the deal. Audrey also sharply noticed the word digest. She weighed her words and asked, "Mr. Sun, are you aware of the acting method?" Chapter 194, Intel Gathering. Derek looked at Miss Justice in confusion and answered straightforwardly, "It's nothing strange." The general education classes in the City of Silver teaches the acting method. The acting method is taught in general education classes. Audrey stole a glance at the hanged man and realized that he was looking back at her. In silence, both of their gaze later landed on the lovers. What will be her insights to share this time? Selina felt the air. Momentarily puzzled but quick to grasp, she remarked, "The Kingdom Silver is the closest to the true history of this world than in the South and North continent. I wouldn't be surprised that they were taught what we, of the outsiders, perceive to be highly sought-after secrets. A product of survival. Ms. Lovers is really knowledgeable. Will I be able to barter to her interest?" Derek inwardly marveled at the lover's spectrum and nodded slightly. "That is correct. Our history is recorded in the Twin Spires. Although I do not have any clearance yet to make an example." The Twin Spires. Selina engraved the term in her mind as secretly sigh. Then, Alger probed, "Mr. Sun, do you talk about any key things to look out for with respect to the acting method?" "Yes." Derek nodded without hesitation. "It's clearly stated in our general education classes that the one and only key point for the acting method is to remember that you're only acting." Hearing that, Selina's eyebrow twitched indiscernibly. "I see." As expected. Klein was right. We're using an ingenious method to go around, completely breaking down the remnant spirits in the potion, without submission. She sighed even heavier in the inside. And Klein is right about another thing. Little Sun is such a simple boy. The fool Klein read the 3 notes. In the middle of it, his finger halted from rapping, feeling a mixed emotions. This. I see now how Roselle came up with that name for the polar regions. So he had 2 children. Bornova and Bernadette, how are they now? Many thoughts flashed through his mind before resuming on the last page. The sound finally stopped. He looked at Justice, the hanged man, and the Sun before settling to Lovers. "What do you wish for in exchange?" Klein felt slightly pressured. In his views, Lovers is a genuine prominent member of an even more mysterious organization. It wouldn't be surprising that after constant rewards, she would make a difficult request. Selina thought carefully about it. Initially, she wanted to brought up the Beyonder characteristics from Usur's documents. After all, this might allow her to dig deeper into the Beyonder world. But seeing as it may relate to the knowledge of the primordial moon, she refrained and said, "For now, nothing." Selina doesn't want anything to do with the primordial moon. As for another reason, she understood that knowledge may also be a form of corruption. Curiosity kills the cat. Phew. Klein sighed a relief. Then, he glanced all of the members at once. "You can start your discussion freely now." Alger immediately said, "Mr. Fool, Miss Lovers, and Miss Justice, I received a new piece of information. Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos infiltrated Backlund to complete a difficult mission. He might stay for an extended period of time and create an appalling tragedy. Also, I know that this incident involves a very important item, an item that would allow Kalangos to quickly become a high-sequence Beyonder." Quickly become a high-sequence Beyonder? Does he not fear losing control of himself? Audrey asked, adopting the posture of a spectator. Kalangos was only a sequence 6 wind blessed, so there was still a sequence between him and sequence 4. Selina, who had seen Moroi's mutation, had her thoughts stirred in silence. "That is plausible." She added melancholically. "In Moroi's case, he mutated due to the leakage of the meteorite's power. Through the Church's autopsy and cross-dissection of events, it is revealed that the power he manifested is equivalent to that of a sequence 6. This is because sequence SIXS is second to the start, displaying the mysteriousness of the pathways." Klein had also thought of similar things, which in turn made him think of Moroi Roundel, having a peculiar agitation toward ever mentioning that man. Alger had expected this question. He answered honestly, "That's why the object is important to him." "Of course, those are simply my deductions. The information I received goes like this: Kalangos believes that once he completes the commission and obtains the object, he will be the equal of Nast, the king of the 5 seas. The 4 pirate kings would then become the 5 pirate kings, and the 7 pirate admirals will be reduced to 6. The average person might not aware of this, but as Beyonders, we should know that pirate kings are either high-sequence Beyonders, or are able to reach the combat strength of a high-sequence Beyonder with the use of Beyonder boats and mysterious items. For Kalangos to be acknowledged as their equal, he must reach standards that are close to that. That's my deduction. The pirate kings. Most common is the king of the 5 seas, Nast, likely a sequence 4. The other, the king of immortality mentioned in the Usur's documents." Selina bundled her thoughts and in constant recall. King of immortality Agalito, the one steering a relic of the pitch darkness in our hearts. Our hearts. The Sun, Derek Berg, didn't understand anything the hanged man said. He didn't know who was who, but he still listened attentively. He felt a new door had presented itself in his world. Pirates. The place they live in has seas that are mentioned in books. The world outside definitely makes me very curious. But, Mr. Fool once instructed me not to ask about the secrets of others. It's a very rude gesture. Derek thought in his heart, once again observing the hanged men and justice. Your deduction is very reasonable. Of course, that could also be a mysterious item that could hold its own against a high-sequence beyonder, Justice replied with a smile. The hangman looked at the fog-enshrouded fool, pondered over his words, before he looked at Justice and emphasized, there are two key points in what I said just now, the first being the fact that Kalangos will stay in Backlund for some time. The second is that the incident involves a very important and very mysterious object. So, Mr. Fool, are you not tempted? There is ample time for you to send your adorer to Backlund. Alger added in his heart but didn't dare say it out loud. All he could do was beat about the bush. Sometime. I could send Kothi, Catherine, or anyone to help with the investigation. Selina heard that tidbit and taken into a short consideration. Ultimately, she sighed. But that would be like inviting them to death's door. Besides, Miss Justice is already on the case. At that moment, the fool Klein's voice echoed slowly, I am aware. Seeing how the fool continued to not place much importance in the matter regarding Kalangos, he sighed and held back his disappointment. He started asking about the investigation Miss Justice conducted last week. In conclusion, we have more or less targeted the general area Kalangos will be at, and will soon start the next phase of investigations. Audrey first gave a simple summary, then with the attitude that she was doing something important, said, we need more information, preferably the hobbies and habits of Kalangos. Alger recalled, he loves fish, especially fish from the sea. He would slice it and eat it raw. He also likes hard liquor, and despises champagne, red wine, and the like. He will often look for women to relieve his needs whenever he heads to shore, and with his strong body, one woman will not be enough to satisfy him. He's used to using cold weapons and avoids hot weapons. He cannot be away from water for long periods of time. What I mean is that he needs to swim or dive once every couple of days. Audrey committed these facts to memory, creating an ample character of Kalangos in her mind. Let's hope that the investigation will be a success. It's a pleasure working with you. She smiled after Alger was done. My pleasure. All Alger could do was force himself to believe in Miss Justice, who had considerable power in Backlund. Throughout the interaction, Klein seemed to be listening intently, but in reality, his thoughts had been diverted to another question. That was the question of how to deliver ingredients to Sun if he did manage to obtain them. While his mind stirred with the failure of the sacrificial rituals. In the end, he resorted to placing importance on improving his abilities. Meanwhile, Selina similarly do not have any opinions to be given. Nothing notable. She listened as their discussion changed from Kalangos to the characteristics of particular monsters. Some time later, the fool smiled. Let's end it here for today. By your will. The lovers Selina, Justice, Hanged Men, and Sun all stood in unison and echoed the same words. Almost immediately, a burgeoning crimson light swallowed her in a receding tides. Selina returned back, heads nestled on her crossed arms on the desk. Left with nothing to do in the margin of afternoon, she decided to start preparing for the evening dinner. East Balham. Aldesh town situated in Harvest Plains. Isabel had her chestnut curl hairs tied up beneath the hood. Her freckles was prominent under the sun that despite the natives, her presence stood out. She wore a robe made of elk hide and a pelt around her waist, acting as belt. Amidst the fervent crowd in the square, their image sweep past several hundreds of candles lined up on the corners. They had a porcelain white base with a pattern of petals. Yes, they are the white lily candles, symbolizing nurture, and respecting death once it is displayed in masses rather than few. The latter was the side commemoration. As hundreds and thousands of candles centered a number of women in white, tasseled gowns made of sheep wool. They all had a flower as accessories on their heads, varied between roses, tulips, and etc. They are the expected waxing jewels of the Aldesh town. Jewels from their value in traditions and rites. All right. One more time, said Lesser Pastor Ropolden. He is the man in a hoodless robe, wearing a headband made of local rubber. Watching the pairs, courting their wife's hand who have conceived their child, made Isabel recount the rite. Originally named, the Rite of the Waxing Moon. Celebrated yearly. Under the peak of the Bumper constellation. Women of Aldesh town who have a successful conception, are to be invited into the courting moon dance held in the center square. The choreography follows a rhythmic strings of harps, lyres and pitch of traditional flutes. Their steps denotes the motion of leaves flowing, their waltz symbolizes unison and hope for a bountiful future. After the dance, comes the parting. It is when the mothers leave their spouse to head to the farmlands and oversee the entirety of the ripe crops. Each caress of their hands tells a certainty of the next harvest. Meanwhile, the husbands are to arrive at the convents first. To tend and prepare the cradles they have crafted beforehand. Expecting their wife to come and give it purpose after months. Once the parting and crops bless phase ends. The mothers are to finally held a mass at the church. Listen to the head priest's sermon before finally going to the convents. For a week, the mothers would stay in the convents, where visits of their husbands only are allowed. As these recollections subsides in Isabel, her heart tightens at the nature of the twisted version. She can't help but look at the lesser pastor with disdain. Among the other acolytes beside her, her gaze is piercing. These other acolytes are also a part of the primordial moon faction. But ultimately, Isabel is incapable of anything. Smuggle dynamites and leave them in this address. Do only that and wait. Those are the exact words Dylan promised her. Every second was a clutch in the chest for Isabel. When will it happen? How will she escape? Can't this operation also save the townspeople? Even though the last thought is practically impossible. Isabel's worrying mind still displayed it, her hand almost slipped as she held a pan with the white lily candle alit. What made her even more poignant is her inability to steer anything. Her life has always been under the thread of another, affecting her whether she like or not. I want to be capable too. A woman with a silver hair, coiled elegantly that it reveals her soft contours and nape imagined itself in front of Isabel. Hands so delicate, yet it traced a fine long needle, connecting to a vampire's heart. Smile so gentle, yet it faces a dying husband, in a seemingly innocent union. How absurd. How tenacious. How in control. That image has always stick with Isabel. But just when will she be able to muster a courage to be a weaver of her own fate? Chapter 195, Morristown. The yellowish sun peeks through the steeples of the church's small spire, bathing a sea of boundless golden wheats, dancing like waves and ripples in the skirmish of the wind, affected by the unseen currents. The hems of Klein's coat whirls gently as he walks, looking at the town surrounded by orange fields. How beautiful. The dates representing the volcanic constellation was coming to an end, and the bumper harvest constellation was going to rule everyone's life. Klein, although hard for him to admit, could picture a silhouette of a familiar lady, smiling at him in the middle of those golden wheats. But oblivious to this, Leonard opened his mouth, like he's about to recite a sonnet. In the end, he just spurted out, beautiful. Klein hid his smirk as he continues to take in the surrounding scenery, holding his top hat and cane tightly. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a black priest's gown walked over. He drew a crimson moon on his chest and said, "Praise the Lady. Are you the friends that St. Selena Cathedral sent to help us?" "Yes, priest sire. May the goddess bless you." Leonard walked over and replied with a smile, "We're here to take care of the recent paranormal incidents." Seemingly. The gray-haired, blue-eyed sire saw many townsfolk approaching as he quickly emphasized. Morristown wasn't big. Regardless of which direction one chose to travel in, one would enter the plains within 10 minutes. The people who stayed there knew each other, so what happened earlier had spread. Many townsfolk were waiting for the Church of the Evernight Goddess to send people to resolve the problem. Hence, when they saw that the priest was greeting 3 strangers, they quickly surrounded them out of concern and curiosity. Some tiptoed and some tried to hear what they were saying. Leonard chuckled and said, "Priest, don't worry. We're professionals. Look, we brought holy water, silver daggers, dark sacred emblems, and also garlic." He took out the described items from the inner pockets of his clothes as though he was pulling a magic trick. "Garlic? Are you trying to stink the spirits to death?" Klein found it ridiculous yet funny as he watched Leonard's performance. Sire wore a look of confusion, and he even started to suspect that the St. Selena Cathedral had sent over a bunch of frauds. The citizens who surrounded them revealed gratified smiles, as though they were finally in safe hands. Leonard got close to Priest Sire and explained softly into his ear, "They believe in these things." Without waiting for the priest's reply, he added, "Let's have lunch at the church first. Then, we shall take care of those matters." Yes, lunch. After the paranormal cases comes the routine of handling 3-0782. Sigh. "I hope everything goes smoothly." Klein nodded in silence and keen goal. Today marks the end of Klein and Selena's mysticism curriculum. It made Selena feel an accomplished relief. But with her available time, after attempts of failed concoctions, she decided to check on Klein and Leonard. Thus, she headed from the archive room into the break room. On her way, she encountered the 2 clerks again, passing by them with a short, genial greeting. Selena instantly wondered. "I wonder just when will Adam Insall be able to leave? Will he accept becoming a clerk?" That thought stayed until she arrived on a sofa. Her body, draped in 3-pieced suit, accentuating her femininity, laid comfortably in embrace. However, she seemed restless, as though something was off. Selena quickly knew what it was and her ears reddened. Klein's definitely had a toned body. You, why am I thinking this? Calm down, but I wish he can lift me aga, no. Ugh, maybe it's because I haven't been pampered after my days as a kid that I became prone to it. The pillow, always present in sofas, got used as a screaming bag by Selina as she pressed it whole on her face. Will he lift me again if I slept on the living room's couch? What a twisted picture did formed in her mind. Eventually, her mind cluttered that figuring out her reason in the room became the priority. Right. I have to check on them. But the seeds were just turned into charms. Selina placed a palm on her face and she lifted a turquoise seed from her pocket. I guess I'll just nap the rest of the time. She muttered in defeat. The townsfolk looking at Klein and Leonard broke into discussion, curious and excited, as if they were watching a circus. It's useless. I'm just acting. Klein suddenly felt that he had become a clown. He closed his eyes, placed the 4 cloves of garlic in all corners, and splashed the holy water onto the ground with the silver dagger. He splashed the water as he walked around the house, reciting an incantation, the Evernight Goddess. The Mother of Secrets. The Lady of Crimson. Empress of Disaster and Horror. Mistress of Calm and Silence. These typical acts of a charlatan shocked everyone present as the townsfolk fell silent. And once people turned silent, it was easy for them to notice something they missed. What a warm feeling. It feels like I'm sunbathing. No, I feel like I'm looking at a pure sky. How magical. Is this the effect of the holy water? They sure live up to their names as priests from St. Selina Cathedral. Praise the lady. The townsfolk discussed in whispers. The looks they gave Klein, Leonard, and Kenley slowly became that of respect. Noah also visibly relaxed, not doubting that the problem had been solved. Sealed Artifact 3-0782 is doing all the real work here. We don't actually need to do anything to chase the ghosts away, all we need to do is stay here for a minute. It's not tiring or troublesome at all. After Klein purified the sinister aura off every corner of the house, he opened his eyes and put away his silver dagger, drawing the shape of the crimson moon in front of his chest with a serious expression. Praise the lady. Praise the lady, the townsfolk replied devoutly. We still have things to deal with, but we need absolute silence. Leonard smiled as he looked around. The townsfolk, after witnessing something so professional, didn't stay. They receded from Noah's house like a tide following Priest Sire's lead. Even the master of the house had to leave temporarily. I actually wanted to take a nap. Noah pouted as he walked toward the cathedral. Leonard took a step forward and closed the door, then turned towards Klein. Do a divination on the cause of this incident. No problem. Klein also wanted to find out what he could divine. I know Mr. Azek did this, but he seems to be of a rather superior nature. A person that can live for 1,300 years must be of a superior nature. So my divination should definitely be affected. Under such circumstances, without the help of the mysterious space above the gray fog, even I'm not sure what revelations I would receive. Klein took out the pen and paper he brought along with him and wrote down a divination statement. The cause of the haunting at Noah's house. He held the piece of paper and walked to a round table. He then took a seat, closed his eyes, and leaned back. Klein suddenly saw a black mausoleum in his blurred, hazy dream world. It was similar to a pyramid, but stood inverted and was almost fully buried. A black fog obscured everything within the ancient mausoleum. Klein snapped awake and opened his eyes. Did you find anything? Kenley asked in concern. Klein thought for a moment and described the revelation he received in his dream without hiding anything. He ended it by saying, the mausoleum was definitely not in the style of the northern continent, I mean the fifth epoch. I'm somewhat of an expert in this field. Leonard nodded, seemingly in thought. That's an inverted pyramid from the southern continent. It represents the entering of the nether realm from the living world. It's a mausoleum that only the so-called descendants of death can erect for themselves, be it in the Balam Empire of the past, or its satellite states such as the Highlands Kingdom. In some sense, it's the symbol of death. Well, the ghosts are definitely related to death. The results of the divination are undoubtedly correct. Ignoring Leonard's mockery, Klein suddenly had an interesting thought. Could Mr. Azek be the descendant of death, or could he have made a transaction with death to obtain such a long life? According to a chapter from the Revelation of Evernight, as well as the internal records of the Nighthawks, death was a malevolent god, once causing a catastrophe in the northern continent at the end of the fourth epoch. Those times were now referred to as the Pale Era. It's said that death fell to the combined efforts of the 7 gods. It's impossible to determine when Lamad Castle was built, but it couldn't have been built before the Pale Era. If there was a connection, then there would be something to investigate regarding the person working behind the scenes, lives in the house with the red chimney, and stole the skull of Mr. Azek's child. Of course, this could be an excuse for the northern continent to colonize the southern continent. After all, most of the inhabitants of the southern continent believes in death. The 3 Nighthawks didn't stay for long since they didn't discover anything. They soon left Noah's house and started dealing with the 2 other haunting incidents. The same process, the same results. They quickly rid the town of the auras of dead spirits, but didn't manage to find the cause of all the trouble. Along the way, Leonard asked the townsfolk if any strangers had entered the town in the past few days, but received a negative answer. Mr. Azek must have came discreetly. When he said that he would be returning to Tingen by Wednesday, did he mean that these spirits would vanish on their own accord today? Without any actions. Klein thought about it as he returned to the entrance of Morse Cathedral with Leonard and Kenley. They could still last another hour and 45 minutes with the mutated sun sacred emblem. We'll take 1-hour shifts looking after the sealed artifact. Klein suppressed the excitement in his heart. He looked at the color of the sky and said, let's try to head back to Tingen City for dinner. In this extremely quiet atmosphere, time flew by quickly. Klein suddenly snapped back to his senses as he took out his silver vine leaf pocket watch, flipped it open, and took a glance. 20 minutes have passed. He muttered to himself. He then set his silk top hat and silver-edged black cane by the side. He got up and walked towards a hidden corner near the altar. At first, he faced the side of the altar, but once he saw the large dark sacred emblem and the holy scenery that resembled a depiction of a night sky, he felt guilty and uncomfortable. Hence, he turned his back to the altar. Then, Klein took out the sealed artifact 3-0782 from the inner pocket of his black tuxedo. He bent down to place the golden unadorned badge on the ground. Klein took a look at the sun symbol that was filled with abstract meanings, then he took out a small candle mixed with sandalwood. He put it right at the bottom of sealed artifact 3-0782. That was the dualistic ritual that he learned from the eternal blazing Sunday. He used an item that was closely related to the deity to represent him while he used the candle to represent himself. He took a deep breath to ease his tense emotions. Klein then took out the items required for the ritual, seemingly finding how convenient is Mrs. White's seed more than this. After reflecting a bit, he adeptly used the silver ritual dagger to guide the flow of spirituality. He guided it to flow around the simple altar and created a shapeless sealed wall. He squatted down, placed the silver dagger down, and extended his right hand. He lit up the candle that represented himself by rubbing his spirituality. Under the flickering dim light, Klein picked up the sun essential oil and dripped a drop onto the flame. With a puff, an illusory fog spread out with the slight scent of sunlight. After burning the fingered citron and rosemary powder, Klein held the carving knife and golden slices. He stood up, took a step back, and then recited in Hermes, the blood of the eternal blazing Sunday, you are the inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of deeds, the guardian of businesses. Klein had no way to divine if it would be successful ahead of time. He felt that it would result in him directly dealing with the deity again. So, he could only recite the rest of the incantation with a strained heart, I pray to you. I pray for you to give me strength. Give me strength to complete the flaring sun charm. The blood of the eternal blazing sun, please transfer your strength into my charm. O fingered citron, a herb that belongs to the sun, please bestow your powers to my charm. As the incantation neared completion, Klein suddenly felt something light up before him. The simple gold badge radiated with an intense light, as though the sun had descended onto the land. Klein suddenly found himself enveloped in extreme heat. His hair was heating up rapidly and was almost on the brink of igniting. His feet felt like they were stepping barefoot on yellow sand that had been exposed to the midday sun, and his face and body were greeted with the hot wind blowing from every direction. In that instance, he felt that he needed to do something to let the burning energies out. Otherwise, he would turn into a human candle. It required almost zero thought as Klein lifted both his hands. While his thoughts were boiling over like porridge, he relied on the combination of his spirituality and the strong winds, as well as his instincts and ritualistic guidance, to begin etching symbols, corresponding path numbers, magical characteristics, and ancient incantations onto both sides of the gold slices with his carving knife. Outside the church, Leonard was standing in the shadows to hide from coming into contact with direct sunlight. Suddenly, the sunlight intensified, like the hottest days of a year in early July. He squinted his eyes and looked towards the sky. He saw that the blue sky had no clouds or dust. It was so pure that it made people gasp with admiration. Such strange weather. Beside him, Kenley also noticed the changes in the sunlight. Leonard responded with a smile when he suddenly turned his head. He knitted his eyebrows slightly and cast his gaze towards the cathedral. Luckily Roseanne isn't here. Otherwise, she would be complaining about the sun tanning her skin. Leonard looked away and said with a smile. The blazing sunlight remained intense for a few minutes before it returned to normal. In the cathedral, Klein's carving knife finished the final stroke. Chapter 196, Flaring Sun. After a successful and draining attempt, Klein, Kenley, and Leonard took another journey back. The latter was confused and bewildered by the time Klein handed the turn to him. Regardless, the subsequent guarding went smoothly. But before they left during that, they told Priest Sire to take note of the town's situation. If there were any paranormal incidents, he was to immediately send a telegram to St. Selena Cathedral. At 20 minutes past 7 that night, they finally arrived at Zutland Street and returned sealed artifact 3-0782. When he had made sure that the captain didn't notice anything unusual, Klein left the Blackthorn Security Company and arrived home before 8. A creamy aroma wafted in the air as he entered after pocketing his keys. This means that Selina is cooking, Melissa is studying in the living room with Benson resuming his vocabularies. But something was off, there was another figure helping Selina in the kitchen. It was obviously a maiden who wasn't even in her 20s. She was in an old, grayish-white dress, and she was peeling an apple on the counter, bit by bit. She had black hair and brown eyes. Her eyes were small, her nose wasn't sharp enough, and her facial features were very ordinary. Who is she? Klein was stunned at first, then he realized that she was most likely the maidservant that had come for a trial. At that moment, Benson lowered his book and looked at his brother. He smiled and said, "A company that doesn't allow employees to leave the office on time is annoying. But it provides a salary that can counteract any kind of dissatisfaction," Klein replied with a laugh. "Once I get a chance to withdraw of Ms. Lover's £300, I'll inform Benson and Melissa about my raise to £6 a week, that way they would worry less about our family's finances." Klein thought as he put his cane aside and took off his top hat. He walked to the living hall and lowered his voice as he asked, "Have you made a choice?" He had divined the information of the 3 maidservants the day before, and he had found that all 3 were suitable. Hence, the decision was left to his brother and sister. "Yes, Bella. Weekly salary of 5 solely. She's very willing and also capable of learning cooking. She hopes that she can become a home chef, at which point her weekly pay will double. Her father is a factory worker at the Tingen Steelworks Union factory, and her mother is a laundry worker," Benson replied with a chuckle. "Of course, another thing that led Melissa and me to the decision is that the other 2 servants believe in the Lord of Storms, and she is a believer of the goddess. I personally don't mind the believers of the Lord of Storms, but Melissa didn't quite like the idea. It wasn't that Melissa didn't like it, a more accurate description would be, I grieve at their misfortune and am infuriated at their refusal to resist." Yes, it was said by Lu Sun. Klein recalled his sister's behavior, and revealed a smile. What about Selina? Of course, soliciting Selina of the family matter wasn't necessary at all. However, instinct took over Klein and thus subconsciously wanted her opinion as well. What's this? Benson had lifted his book only to settle it down again. Already attempting to integrate her into our household. I thought her stay is temporary. There was a clear smirk on his brother's face. Klein fought the urge to strangle him. Reflected in his eyes when he turned. Selina was dazzling again. In her modest, simple dress that hugs a slender waist, her coiled hair that reveals a beautiful nape, and her gentle smile enjoying the dinner preparation, everything about her is beautiful. Which was strange, yes, because there are occasions where this fact changes. Klein would see a simple colleague, a guest, then the most beautiful lady, and the maiden who should spark a massive and collective attention. Sometimes, Klein would even wonder why she's stuck here as an officer. With her looks, her mysterious status, and Ms. Lovers, in no time she would become a figure in Backlund or in any city. Underneath it all, however, is he saw someone who might stick with him, even after all of this. Her personality bleeds deeper than looks. And her beauty is also the reason why Klein felt utterly hopeless. Because behind it is his divination claiming someone is trying to obtain her. Melissa is also starting to get used to. Benson's voice began to tune away in Klein's drowning thoughts. He wondered when will this scene, of Selina smiling faintly as she stir a pot, preparing a dinner he didn't even ask for. I can't let it all end. Sigh, look at you. I guess me and Melissa will have a peace of mind knowing what kind of lady you're planning to marry. Benson drew a breath as he grins happily. Klein's face snapped. What? His raised voice reached Selina, her hand lifting the ladle filled with curry stopped just near her lips. Oh. Klein, you're back, she exclaimed with a smile. Sika escorted me home since you're gone earlier. Now that you're here and the curry is done. Let's eat. The next day, Klein alighted near the Blackthorn Security Company in a good mood. You seem rather in bliss. Selina remarked as she slowly got down with Klein's help. Was it due to my cooking? Or that you finished the charms you promised yourself to make? Klein smiled, seeing her in a 3-piece suit reflecting his, both. Very much both. I'm glad. Selina chuckled behind her right index finger, and right after that, she walked closer to Klein. All that's left to do is finding the nodes that destiny would inevitably leave behind, feeling secured that if those nodes did not happen to lead to the destiny, they would be prepared. Next would be the destiny. Yes, that room from which I saw Selina, it doesn't seem too far from the red chimney house. If I find it, I might track it down, otherwise I'll use landmarks instead. Suddenly, Klein quickly snapped back as he saw Selina getting closer. His face shows changes each step she take. Finally, he saw her extend her hand. When you get overly excited, you tend to neglect trivial things. Selina spoke softly and curled her lips into a smile. And as her face gets closer to him. Zayip. Her fingers pulled Klein's tie neatly. Oof. Klein wimped out a breath. There, enjoying the reaction, Selina chuckled. You look very handsome. Klein's eyes froze and his heart skipped. Blood rushed to his face as he quickly squeezed out a reply, thank you. He heard her chuckle faintly. In a daze, he watched as Selina strode past him. Let's go inside. Good morning, Klein and Ms. Roy. Roseanne greeted as usual. Good morning as well, Ms. Roseanne, replied Selina. Behind her trailed Klein, hiding his face with a top hat. After pleasant talk of the weather and some trivial things, the receptionist finally added as opposed to Selina's question of old Neil. Old Neil is sick. Oh, Ms. Roy, how about we visit him at noon? What you say? Old Neil is sick. Selina asked in surprise while Klein shared the same reaction. Could it be that the ritual for treating diarrhea caused severe constipation? But I explicitly told him to consult me. I gave him medicines, didn't I? Ugh, old Neil. Don't you realize your headedness may cause us anxiety? Meanwhile, Klein had an epiphany. From the way he acted after learning of the acting method, it's not impossible for him to suddenly fall sick. He's getting old, so once his mind turns frail, his body would also suffer from those ramifications. Roseanne nodded and said, yeah, he sent someone to the captain to request some time off. Selina nodded right away. Let's visit him. Hearing that, Klein instantly realized that she'll only be going with Roseanne, a normal civilian. If something were to occur and it requires more than the flaring sun charm or blood-curdling charm he gave to Selina, she wouldn't have anyone but herself to confront it. Anxiety crept him, and Klein intervened with a smile, I'll be going too. Sigh, old Neil sure is pitiful. His wife passed away early, and his son is busy in some other city. When he's sick, all he can do is stay at home in loneliness and helplessness. But 3 is too many. Roseanne asked, feeling a little lost. But then she quickly realized and Klein remarked, the more the merrier. However, right at the tip of the sigh, Roseanne added, her lips quivered regardless of the enthusiasm. With wide, opened eyes, she added in shock, but when did old Neil get married? What? Klein was left dumbfounded when he heard Roseanne's question. He recalled in his daze, I previously visited old Neil's place just last month. I saw a piano in the living room and he told me that his deceased wife loved music. As he spoke, Klein suddenly became alarmed as he began having unpleasant thoughts. Following that, Selina turned to him, tensed, Mr. Old Neil had a wife. The apprehension of her grew, and Klein tried to suppress his emotions as he nodded calmly to relax her, yes. Roseanne knitted her beautiful brows and said with uncertainty, perhaps I remembered wrong. No, Mrs. Oriana and I frequented old Neil's place during the earlier half of the year. There was no piano in his living room back then. I clearly remember asking him why he chose to remain single. His answer was that he hasn't met a lady that he wished to marry. There was no piano during the earlier half of the year, and he answered the question of why he chose to remain single. Klein tightened up and asked in a deep voice, Roseanne, how long has it been since you visited old Neil's place? Not ever since Kenley became a Nighthawk, and Viola chose to resign as a clerk. I've been either burning the midnight oil or catching up on sleep, so how could I have the time to visit him? It's been, since the beginning of June. Roseanne became a little lost upon receiving the question, so all she did was answer honestly. Klein's heart sank, as if he sensed something was wrong. He fished out a halfpence from his pocket and held it between his thumb and middle finger. He took a deep breath and quickly decided on a divination statement. There's something wrong with old Neil's current situation. There's something wrong with old Neil's current situation. His pupils quickly darkened as he recited the statement silently and entered cogitation. Ding. He flicked his thumb, pushing the brass coin into the air and allowing it to spin. Pack. The coin fell right into Klein's open palm. This time, the portrait of George III was facing up. The portrait signified that it was correct, that it was positive. That meant that there really was something wrong with old Neil's current situation. Seeing this beside him, Selina figured out from Klein's expression. Her intertwined hands quivered from where it was placed beneath her waist. She suddenly remembered the translucent pair of cold and ruthless eyes without any brows that he had seen behind old Neil when she had just received her first lesson and experimenting with her spirit vision. Klein's expression was grim, which means he too saw it one time. Old Neil had explained that the pair of eyes was a characteristic of ritualistic magic. There was also that almost formless human figure by the door at the periphery of the light. The color of its aura was identical to the surrounding darkness. Wait, Klein also said that old Neil coughed violently when he was secretly changing his spirit vision trigger. I shared the same experience. Wait, could it be that the spirit vision? No, no way. I also happened to look at him. Those crimson colors. Scene after scene appeared in Klein and Selena's mind, turning their expression grim and the latter pale. Did those crimson colors indicate farther than one's health? It gauges their control. Roseanne looked at Klein and asked in fear, did old Neil lose control? No way, even though he's petty and stingy, and wants to be reimbursed for all of his expenses, he's still a good person. He rarely gets angry. No way, he wouldn't lose control. I cannot be sure, but I think that old Neil is on the brink of losing control. Klein consoled Roseanne. Klein, suddenly, a hem of his coat was tugged. It was Selena, with her heart breaking, in my spirit vision. Do a divination of it. Seeing her in this state angered Klein. His emotions was starting to erupt, but he refused to let Selena see it all. I can. After a series of 7-lined divination. The coin flew in the air and landed on Klein's hand. The sentence is, thanks to Selena's spirit vision, she can gauge the chances of someone losing control. Pap. Dang. It revealed King George's face. It's a positive. Old Neil and that old man she tested this on, happen to be similar, they're losing control. Not only that, that beggar is a beyonder. Beyonders are around us. Old Neil is losing control. Selena clutched both her hands tightly and she quickly turned around. We need to tell Captain. Chapter 197, Visit. Creaked. Dunn Smith was startled by the sudden intrusion, nearly choking on his coffee. What happened? He didn't blame Selena nor Klein, his expression instantly becoming stern. Klein answered before Selena, simply without hiding anything, Captain, my divination tells me that there's something wrong with old Neil. Last month, old Neil told me that his late wife loved music, but today, Roseanne told me that he's remained single all this time. Also, on the day that I became a beyonder, I saw a pair of mysterious eyes looking over everything behind old Neil. There was also an almost transparent human figure near the door spying on us. He told me that those were characteristics of ritualistic magic. I felt that something was off and, thus, attempted a divination. He excluded telling about Selena's uniqueness. After Dunn finished listening intently, he stood up immediately. As he walked over to the coat rack, he asked in puzzlement, why didn't you directly divine if old Neil had lost control? Over the past month, old Neil hasn't acted any differently from ordinary beyonders. He even worked with me to help Swain deal with a mandated punisher who had lost control. I've also observed the colors of his aura from time to time and noticed that he's relatively healthy other than his frailty that's due to his age. Thus, I think that he's only close to losing control. He could still be saved, Klein explained his point of view in one breath. Dunn put on his black hat and windbreaker before nodding. A very reasonable deduction. Let's go pay a visit to old Neil now, and try not to agitate him if possible. After that, we can attempt to control him and use ritualistic magic to stabilize his condition to prevent it from getting worse. Control. Klein had an idea when he heard this term. Captain, could we use sealed artifact 3-0611? 3-0611. Hearing that, Selena recalled the confidentials. Number, 0611. Name, peaceful hair strands. Danger grade, 3, considerably dangerous. It has to be used carefully. It can only be applied for operations that require 3 or more people. Security classification, official Nighthawk member or above. Sealing method, no direct contact with living organisms. Description, a simple decoration formed with many strands of black hair. As long as contact is made with a living being without any protection, the living being would lose all their desires and emotions, including, but not limited to, hunger, anger, grief, pain, envy, jealousy, hate, joy, satisfaction, greed, etc. It has been ascertained that living beings under 0611's influence will even lose the desire to break contact with it. They will silently stay in their spot until the end of their life. If an external force is used to break contact between the person and 0611, then the person will gradually recover. But experimental data suggests that the prerequisite to this is that the person has not been in contact with the sealed artifact for more than 2 hours. Once the contact lasts for more than 2 hours, the victim would become silent for eternity. The highest sequence tested is sequence 5. You can avoid contact by means such as wearing gloves. The strands of hair aren't equipped with the capability to live. It doesn't have any inclinations of escaping the seal. Appendix, these strands of hair appeared during a failed advancement. It was something left behind when a captain of the Nighthawks failed to advance to sequence 6. Klein has been preparing. Selena looked at Klein's side profile, appearing extremely solemn. The great-eyed Dunn nodded after he heard Klein. Great suggestion, I nearly forgot about 3-0611. Find Royale in the recreation room. I'll retrieve the sealed artifact from Cheney's gate and submit the application after we come back. There's no time to waste. Klein didn't dawdle. He quickly told Selena on what to bring, the medicines she had been concocting. As her capabilities expands, Selena was able to procure magical brews that came from even mundane materials. However, this consumed spirituality in the process. Night Bathe, a scented liquid made of night flax and orange rosemary extract. It enhances the pulling effect of a nightmare, specifically crafted for Klein and Dunn. Restorative agent. Consumed will regain and double the person's energy, allowing for a great boost in spirituality that would result in wounds quickly patching the blood leakage. Tranquil agent. Promotes production of oxytocin, enhancing the engagement of the practitioner into relaxing thoughts, calming them. There are more, however, taking too many would instead lead to a mix of these agents, confusing one from the other. After this, Klein immediately went to the recreation room and shouted for the usually expressionless Sleepless Royale. "What's the mission?" Royale asked calmly. Klein exhaled and said in a serious tone, "Pay old Neil a visit." "Pay old Neil a visit, he." Royale opened her eyes wide as she had an ominous feeling. "It's not confirmed yet." Klein shook his head gently. Royale didn't speak any further. They slipped into silence, turning the mood heavy. A few minutes passed, and Dunn finally returned from the basement. He was wearing black gloves and had a tangled mess of black hair in his hand. Compared to the mutated sun's sacred emblem, the peaceful hair strands didn't look particularly weird. It would be glossed over by people if it were tossed on the road somewhere. After calling for the chauffeur Cesare, the five of them made their way to old Neil's house. The wheels of the carriage rolled across the asphalt road that was wet from the rain. The carriage interior was more silent than the night. It was unknown how much time had passed until Dunn sighed. Old Neil did have a partner that he was about to be engaged with when he was younger, but she suddenly became terminally ill. Old Neil risked divulging the secrets of the Beyonders and tried using ritualistic magic to save her, but he didn't succeed. Old Neil back then was just a beginner in mysticism. According to the records, the Nighthawks back then were all on alert, afraid that old Neil would lose control because of this. But luckily, he managed to find his sanity and looked normal. "Goddess, please let this be just an epiphany." Selena drew a crimson moon over her chest, the same way Klein did next to her. She heard him prayed, "May the goddess watch over him." Dunn and Royale followed suit. "May the goddess watch over him." The sky started to turn brighter as the dark clouds receded. The Nighthawks arrived in front of old Neil's bungalow. After getting Cesare to drive the carriage far away, Dunn collected himself and walked towards the main door, cane in one hand and sealed artifact 3-0611 in the other. Selena clenched her intertwined hands, following closely behind Klein and Royale as they traced the captain's steps. They made their way past the rose and gold mint garden. When they reached the door, Klein took a step forward and pulled on the rope connected to the bell within the building. Clink. Clang. A pleasant chime resounded in the house as it broke the heavy silence. Clink. Clang. Clink. Clang. Klein pulled several times, then politely took a step back without making any further attempts. The four Nighthawks waited patiently for a few minutes, but they didn't hear any footsteps approaching the door. Perhaps old Neil went to visit a doctor and isn't at home. Klein forced a smile. But couldn't he just request my aid? Selena bit her lips secretly. He hadn't finished his sentence when a melody came from within the building. It was the music from a piano. It was like a silent lake veiled by a thin mist beneath the moonlight. Dunn's expression became abnormally stern and grave. Selena's heart skipped in horror. Just as Klein, whose face paled, was about to do another divination, he suddenly saw liquid flowing out from the gap beneath the door. Reflected in the eyes of Selena. A stream of pure and transparent liquid oozed from the crevices. Her spirituality was triggered. As the puddle began to dye in red, Selena saw an immensely horrifying aura of crimson, a crimson similar to that of blood. The liquid was an intensely dark crimson red. Selena trembled, her hands shot for her mouth as she can't stand the extremely pungent aura radiating from the liquid. Klein quickly noticed this. He immediately wanted her to step away. Just then, there was a light cough from within the house. Old Neil spoke with a raspy voice, "Dunn, why are you here?" Dunn's gray eyes were extremely deep. His mellow voice replied calmly, "I heard that you're sick, so we came to visit." There was a sudden silence in the house. A few seconds later, old Neil roared in anger and terror, "No. You're lying." Without waiting for Selena and company to say a word, his tone suddenly became weak. "Yes, I know my condition isn't quite right." Klein closed his eyes, but the bloody liquid that was seeping through the gap of the door didn't cease. He half-turned his body and advised Selena, "Don't look underneath." As he said that, old Neil heard. Klein. "Selena must be here too. Our Ms. Apothecary, I know how concerned you are of my health. I have been taking the medicines you prescribed me on a basis." Selena's eyes turned blurry, her nose turned rosy red, and she can't utter any words. Many scenes flashed in her mind. From the first time she met old Neil, to the underground where she got to know him, probed him to teach her. The petty, wizard-like gentleman who would use black magic to pay his debt, the humorous kind teacher who would offer her coffee even though she doesn't drink it. That old Neil, whom she slowly sees as a grandpa in this lonesome world. It pains her deeply knowing those words are meant to deceive her. Let us see you first then. Yet with a quivering voice, Selina still softly replied. Let me treat you. Suddenly, old Neil raised his voice and said, I'm fine. All this time. I've never hurt anyone, nor have I thought of hurting anyone. I never betrayed the secrets of the Nighthawks, even one. At the most, I've made claims for undeserving expenses. I really haven't committed any evil. Klein. He suddenly shouted like he usually did. I told you about the maxim of the mystery priors, do as you wish, but do no harm. I still live by this saying. I'd rather be patient, I'd rather endure than do things that will harm others. With that said, he pleaded sincerely, in fear, go back. Selina, Dunn, Royale, Klein, go back. Wait till tomorrow, by tomorrow, I'll be back to normal. I swear to the goddess, I wouldn't harm anyone. Really? Dunn closed his eyes and asked extremely gently, what do you plan on doing? What have you been trying to do all this while? Me. Old Neil was confused at first before he described with a tone filled with hope, I'm trying to resurrect Celeste. Dunn, I found a way, I'm on the right track. You should have heard about it. Back then, I made a mistake during the ritualistic magic to treat her illness, so I failed. I failed to save her. I now know it was because I had yet to master mysticism. But now, I have enough knowledge and experience to complete everything. It's regrettable that I wasn't inspired by the maxim of the mystery priors and Daly's example. I missed the best opportunity. If I was a high-sequence beyonder, all of this would become extremely easy. As he spoke, old Neil's voice sounded tearful, no, I cannot give up again. Dunn, go back. Go back, please. I beg of you. Selina bit her lips, holding her emotions tightly in her hands. She heard the captain ask emotionally, how do you plan on resurrecting Celeste? Old Neil instantly became very excited. I'll use the alchemical life method to create an immortal body for her. Dunn, you might not know of it, but Sequence 4 Beyonders from the Church of Mother Earth are good at this. The corresponding sequence in the Savant pathway can barely do it as well. Yes, I will complete it with the aid of God's favor. Then, I'll summon her spirit from the spirit world and pray for God's help to combine her spirit and body together. Isn't it a great idea? Dunn lifted the corner of his lips forcefully and said, yes, it's a great idea. Chapter 198, Reminder. So old Neil, let us in. Perhaps we can help you. Dunn, are you still not willing to let me off the hook? Old Neil pleaded, go back, just go back. I'll return to normal tomorrow, really. Dunn, I swear I'll never steal your coffee beans again. Klein, Royale, I swear I won't make you help me with my undeserved claims. Selina. I won't disobey you or even press you on drinking coffee again. Really. I already saw it. This crimson aura has been hinting at this for so long, yet why was it only now did I figure this out? Old Neil. I was too flustered, too indecisive, too secure of myself. Unable to stay firm, Selina turned away from the door. Meanwhile, in blurry eyes, Klein glued his gaze onto the ground, gritting in guilt from doubting Selina's spirit vision. But this also means that the beggar wasn't random during that test. He was a beyonder. One who is losing control. Dunn lowered his head before lifting it up again. Old Neil, you're misunderstanding. We're here to visit you. You are our teammate. You're sick, and you aren't well. We definitely needed to visit you. Open the door. Let us see you, so that we can be certain. If you're really okay, we'll return immediately. As you know, there are especially many missions recently. We have to monitor the asylum, keep Selina away from the other organizations while we take care of various other sudden incidents. Old Neil hesitated for a moment before saying, there's really nothing serious about my condition, really. I'm not lying. I'll recover by tomorrow. The bloody water that flowed out through the gap under the door went down the stairs, towards the stone path, and onto the garden soil. Old Neil, we've known each other for about 15 years now, right? We've worked on countless missions together. I'm really concerned and worried for you. I have to see you with my own eyes before I'll be at ease, Dunn said gently. All right, old Neil pouted. There's really nothing wrong with me. With a creak, the door opened slowly. Selina heard it and quickly wiped the tears away from her delicate face. Then, she turned around and saw that the carpet in the lobby was red and sticky, covered in blood and hair. She looked forward and up, only to realize that the living room's floor, ceiling, round table, piano, and chairs were all covered in the same disgusting, sticky and hairy liquid. Old Niels had hung in the air, connected to the ceiling by a thick liquid. His forehead and cheeks each had a pair of eyes. They were cold and ruthless eyes with no eyelashes. The piano's keys were dancing on their own, playing a melodious tune. "Done, look. I'm really okay," Old Neil said with a radiant smile. "Isn't it, Miss Roy? Royale, Klein, both of you think so too, right?" The moment he opened his mouth, Klein saw the same thick, hairy, and bloody liquid flowing inside it. Dunn's gray eyes shimmered as he chatted like everything was normal. "Old Neil, where did you learn the alchemical life and resurrection ritual from?" Old Neil replied excitedly, "I heard it. I tried the first part, and confirmed its authenticity. It's a gift from God. He kept describing it in my ears. He kept describing, he is. Old Neil's voice came to a halt. More than 10 seconds later, he continued in fear and in apparent loss, "He is the hidden sage." The hidden sage? Isn't that the non-anthropomorphic God that the Moses ascetic order believes in? The God that was resurrected, bringing about evil and corruption. The Moses ascetic order has the complete mystery prior sequence. Selina repeatedly caressed her hands as she thought of many things that stirred her heart. Upon mentioning the hidden sage, Old Neil seemed to finally awaken. He looked around vacantly and observed everything. In the indescribable silence, his 6 eyes looked towards Dunn, and he said with a bitter smile, "So it turns out that I've already become a monster." Without waiting for Dunn and the others to reply, Old Neil suddenly revealed a smile, one of groveling, fear, and cowardice. "Let me go. I'll go deep into the mountains and won't appear again. I'll never harm anyone. I'll only attempt my ritual quietly, really. Let me go, please. I beg of you." Just then, Selina felt something illusory shatter before her eyes. Then, Old Neil's 4 cold-looking lashless eyes flashed with a dark glow and locked onto Dunn. His expression suddenly turned cold. "You're pulling me into a dream." "No, it's useless. My eyes can see through all of that." The sticky blood that covered the ceiling, floor, and walls started squirming, like a giant opening its mouth to swallow Klein and company. Old Neil's head grew blurry like overlapping afterimages. Klein didn't fumble for his revolver. Instead, he extended his hand into his pocket. He gulped the night's bathe and planned to use slumber charm. Suddenly, everything calmed down before him. The sticky, bloody liquid suddenly turned placid like a still lake. Old Neil lost his coldness, hatred, desire, and all other expressions. He became quiet and peaceful. It was unknown when Dunn had thrown sealed artifact 3-0611 into the blood. The 4 lashless eyes on Old Neil's forehead and cheeks slowly closed, seemingly having lost the desire to keep them open. Any living creature that came into contact with the peaceful hair strands would turn peaceful and lose all motivation until the end of their life. Dunn, Klein, and Royale drew their guns at the same time and aimed at Old Neil's head. Even with a breaking heart, Selina finally took her own revolver and aimed as well. Then, Old Neil revealed a look of extreme fear. He was struggling, his strong desire to live fought against the effects of sealed artifact 3-0611. The 4 extra eyes disappeared. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth were still deep, his hair was still white, his crimson eyes were still turbid, just like when Selina had first met him. "Dunn, do you remember the time I saved you? Royale, do you remember when I helped you redeem your family's lives? Klein, do you remember how I taught you mysticism every day? Remember when we fought against a mandated Punisher rampager? Selina, do you remember when you were alone and needed guidance at the underground market? When you probed me to teach you mysticism, when you want to learn how to brew tea instead of coffee? Do you remember my advices?" The illusory pleading echoed in Selina's ears, and suddenly, the trigger felt locked. Her trembling hands made it difficult to focus and pull. Bang. Bang. The 2 silver demon-hunting bullets flew out and penetrated Old Neil's head one after another. Selina watched as the familiar, abnormal face revealed a hopeless expression. She saw the man's skull tear open, the red and white within spurting in all directions. The sticky blood that coated their surroundings started shrinking as it flowed back into Old Neil's broken head that had fallen to the ground. Dunn and Royale lowered their guns simultaneously, and all was silent. Selina stared in vacant breath. Old Neil's corpse was becoming a ball of rotten flesh. She saw that there was a pair of eyes, crimson and crystal clear, yet incredibly pained amidst the blood and flesh. She wrestled within that it was just a dream, it was impossible to ever bring herself to confront the sequence of events and how it ended. If she had known about the crimson vision. If she had understood what they meant. If she had made the decision to report this or make effort preemptively. Could this have been prevented? Same as her, Klein stood dumbfounded, anguish, and contrite as he saw Dunn take 2 steps forward, his figure stooped. Dunn looked at Old Neil's corpse. Then he paused, the room was filled with wrenching silence as his lips parted. echoing a slow, pained and heavy voice. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. Chapter 199, Doctor's Note. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. Dunn's words echoed throughout old Neil's house. They reverberated across the corroded floor, the walls, and ceiling, as well as within Selina's mind and soul. It was suffocating, as if drowned. That taboo, warning, advice, and sentence, they seemed so absolute. She felt the horror will haunt her, even if she and Klein managed to go back to Earth. Amidst the still atmosphere, Dunn walked towards old Neil's corpse and kneeled down. He took out a white handkerchief from the pocket of his windbreaker and covered it over the dark red, crystalline eyeball which looked pained. At this moment, Selina noticed that the keys of the piano had stopped moving. A faint, translucent figure appeared. She was fixated on old Neil's condition earlier that it did not came to her. A soul was seen pulling away from the piano. Who? Why? Why did I only see this now? Is it because I was distracted? Or perhaps it was because of old Neil. Selina saw the formless figure evaporate quickly, vanishing before her very eyes. It seemed Klein also noticed it upon seeing her gazing at the lonesome piano. Both have a rough idea of what's going on. Suppressing the heavy feeling in his heart, he heard the captain order, search old Neil's house carefully for possible clues. All right. When Klein spoke, it took him a minute to recognize his own voice. His voice was raspy and deep, as if he had the flu. On the other hand, when Royale echoed the same word, Selina remained quiet, and just walked. As much as Klein wanted to acknowledge this new side of Royale, one who has the same reaction as him, he was engrossed on something else. Placing his cane on an umbrella rack near the door, he made his way around sealed artifact 3-0611. He took heavy steps into the living room and secretly followed Selina wherever places she searched, on the premise that he happens to be searching near her. Eventually, they got upstairs and Selina found the Mistlivy medicine she prescribed old Neil, laying on a vase table, in a glass cup. It was half empty. There was a note there that reads, drink 3 times a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Don't eat dairy products, fatty meats, fried foods. Most of all, tell me what hurts next time. Hope you feel better soon. Signed, Selina. A sentence was next to it. Remember not to cause any trouble for this young girl. In silence, Selina reached for the note. She muttered tearily, you didn't follow what I said. At that moment, Klein's voice resounded from the stairs. Selina. Reflected in his eyes, Selina turned to him, sapphire eyes glistening with tears. Oh. Klein. Hearing that unsteady reply, Klein recalled numerous things and the scene haunts him far deeper than the rest. It was the first time those gentle, refined, and gleeful smile broke into harrowing emotions. As much, he wanted this to be the first and last time. I'm fine. It was clear Selina forced it from her lips. I just remembered something old Neil said. What is it? Asked and replied Klein slowly. He walked to her side and gazed at the glass cup next to the note. Sometimes, no matter how you obsessed with preserving life, life needs to be let go. A beauty in that, he calls, is progression. A faint broken chuckle escaped her lips. Selina added, how ironic. At that moment, she leaned her head, and allowed it to fall on Klein's shoulder. Do you think old Neil is happy he's meeting Celeste again? Yes. Klein did not hesitate to answer. He's very happy. Sigh. Selina drew a breath and closed her eyes. During that, Klein instantly refused to move even an inch. The gloomy sky wandered to obscure the light fading into the second floor. The air felt still and the moment felt like it will last forever. After minutes later, Selina calmly pulled away and said, thank you for lending me a shoulder. Her sweet, raspy voice made Klein's finger jolt. He quickly said, always. Let's go and search old Neil's. Suddenly, Selina stopped mid-sentence. She turned her head again to Klein and telling her, always know I'm here. Before Selina can say anything, her hand was reached by him, their fingers intertwined. Quickly, Klein wiped his tears first and smiled, I'm curious as to what could old Neil's bedroom look like. Care to join me? Selina almost chuckled as she answered in a slightly better mood, very well, King Sunday. On a few handwritten notes on a bookshelf in old Neil's room. The notes recorded a weird, mysterious ritual. Alchemical life. The materials required include 100 milliliters of spring water from the Spring of Elves, Golden Spring on Sonia Island, 50 grams of star crystal, half a pound of pure gold, 5 grams of phlogiston, 30 grams of red iron. And a large quantity of fresh blood from living people. Old Neil annotated beneath the part about fresh blood from the living. I can consider drawing my own blood, accumulating it little by little and preserve it using ritualistic magic. Selina and Klein found this, and the latter quickly destroyed it. On Thursday morning at 9, the time of the moon. Raphael Cemetery. Selina was in her regal black dress, with dark gloves and fishnet black bonnet. She stood silently next to Klein, wearing a formal black suit, holding his cane in the corner of the cemetery. She had a folded handkerchief, holding it with her intertwined hands along with a slumber flower. Dunn, Fry, Leonard, and Kenley were carrying a black coffin that stored old Neil's corpse. They slowly walked to the front of the tombstone and silently lowered it into the grave. As she saw the brown soil being tossed into the grave, Roseanne, who was wearing a black dress and a white flower in her hair, wept. This can't be happening. Someone please tell me this is true. Why? Why did he lose control? Why did he consume the potion? Why did he become a beyonder? Why must there be wraiths and monsters? Why is there no safer way? Why? Selina clenched her hands, bit her lips. She silently listened until old Neil's coffin was completely buried in the soil. Until all signs that he existed are soiled and reduced to mere memories. Buried deep within where he can no longer appear in anyone's life. May the goddess bless you. Klein's voice echoed next to Selina. She saw him drew a crimson moon in front of his chest, then took a few steps forward and placed the slumber flower in front of the tomb. May the goddess bless you, she repeated. Leaving another flower before stepping back. May the goddess bless you. Dunn, Fry, and the others tapped at their chests in a clockwise fashion. Selina lifted her gaze a little, and saw a black and white photograph laying on the tombstone. Old Neil was wearing his classic black hat, his white hair was peeking out around the edges. The wrinkles beside his eyes and mouth were deep, his dark red eyes a little turbid. He was so peaceful, no longer feeling grief, pain, or fear, just someone smiling faintly for the picture. There was an epitaph carved underneath the photograph. It came from the contents of the last entry in old Neil's diary: if I cannot save her, then I shall accompany her. The morning breeze blew gently. The silence and emptiness of the Raphael cemetery hung over everyone. In the afternoon, Klein told Selina that the Requiem Mass has concluded, but the spirits of the deceased remained lost. But what he received as an answer was silence. Just Selina, moving closer to him and fixing his bow tie before smiling. That smile was forced. They both took a form in the captain's office and headed for the armory. Klein opened, and on the half-closed door, they saw Brett with a thick, black beard behind the table. He froze visibly, and noticed Selina remained by the door. He collected himself and handed the form to Brett. 100 rounds of ordinary bullets. Hearing him, Selina scanned the room. In her blue eyes reflects the tin can on the table. She felt as though she could smell the fragrance of the hand-ground coffee and hear the cheeky words in her ears. Heh, I'll tell you, this Fermo beans came from the plateau of Dunn's office. Oh. Your revolver. Apply to Dunn and get him to approve of the expenses, no need for spare cash. Brett noticed Klein's expression and sighed. I can understand what you're feeling right now. I, myself, cannot believe that old Neil would leave us like that. Sometimes, I even feel as though this is a dream conjured by the captain. Perhaps this is the destiny of many Nighthawks, Klein replied with a bitter smile and resignation. Destiny of many Nighthawks. Selina looked at Klein anxiously. It was unknown to her when, but her hands began to caress one another, secretly. After this incident, she felt much more disappointment and hatred toward the upper echelons of the church for keeping the acting method a secret. Not only that, another fear sprouted in her heart. Let's hope that there will be fewer such tragedies, may the goddess bless us. Brett drew a crimson moon in front of his chest. He took the application form and walked into the armory. Bang. 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 The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Klein vented with clear anguish until he used up all the bullets in his share. He then looked at the custom revolver in Selina's hand. He said, we'll get it repaired by tomorrow. Selina's revolver refused to pull right when she fired her 10th shot on the moving target. Before answering, her fingers traced the Evernight emblem frozen in the silver surface of the gun. She exhaled and said, I guess it's time I should reimburse for another. Then, she added without allowing Klein to reply, let me borrow yours for now. Klein watched her get closer and placed her hand onto the one he's using to hold the revolver. He easily let go of it. It's heavy. Selina weighted the gun and felt a foreign sensation right away. It feels like my father's revolver. Your father's revolver? Klein asked obliviously. Is it the revolver you originally possessed? Selina chuckled behind a finger she lifted to her lips. Sorry, it's this body's father's revolver. Sigh, you helped me recall all of the memories of the original body. Even in death, a stubborn man Vincent was, he still helped his child. I didn't get to know them, but I got to know old Neil. They have some similarities. Stubborn. My true father back home is stubborn too. Suddenly, Selina lowered the gun and faced Klein, but I don't to lose another man in my life. No one, not Captain, Fry, Kenley, or Leonard, and especially not you. We'll still need to return home. I hope I can still see Dad again and you. So. I won't. Klein's voice had a touch of joy and solemnity. Selina drew a faint breath and added again, don't be stubborn. I will, answered Klein lightheartedly. Don't be rash, follow those 3 rules I said to you, remember to avoid danger and always remaining open for me so you will not lose control like Mr. Old Neil. Yes, 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 and yes. Klein was smiling. Good. Selina the expression was contagious, she herself can't help but lift her lips up in joy and assurance. Then after, 2 voices burst out laughing from a corner booth, echoing as if they're the only people left in this world. Selina was the first to break, hee, now help me get used to revolvers like this. It will be a shame to keep mine locked away forever. All right. Klein, who is now in a mood much better than before, walked behind her and wrapped his hands around hers to help Selina adjust. Chapter 200, Inspect. Friday morning, in the recreation room of the Nighthawks. Klein, Sikatron, and Fry were seated around the round table, but they weren't playing cards. One of them was flipping through newspapers, the other was looking out the oriel windows in a daze, and the last was holding onto a pen, wanting to write something but failing to do so. The room was quiet. No one spoke, and no one joked around. The atmosphere was heavy. Selina is with Roseanne across the partition, maintaining her other role as the company's concierge. Sigh. Klein exhaled. He lowered his newspaper and planned to focus on reading the materials he had found. At that moment, Dunsmith knocked and entered the room. He looked around before saying, Klein, come out for a moment. What happened? Klein, who had a premonition of what was happening, stood up and made his way out of the recreation room. Dunn stood at the entrance of the stairway leading to the basement. He turned and looked at Klein. The person that the Holy Cathedral sent is here. The person examining me is here? Klein's nerves tensed. Instinctively, he gulped, and posed a request, I'll need to let Selina know. Dunn didn't stop him. Arriving at the guest lounge, fitted in a black windbreaker. Klein saw Selina in a button brown coat dress, her braided bun hair looked prominent while chatting with Roseanne. Despite the scene, the air was rather dense. Their topics would easily trail off, avoiding the tidbits that will remind them of someone. Selina. He called right away. Klein saw her turn to him with curiosity. What is it? The examiner is here. I want you to come. Klein slowly approached the sofa. It's here. Selina stood up from her seat and looked at him in a daze. You mean you're? Klein nodded, it'll be fine. Selina fell silent momentarily before she quickly told Roseanne, Ms. Roseanne, I'll be leaving. If you need me, I'll be at the basement with Klein. Roseanne still had angst with the idea of advancing. Nonetheless, she nodded and bade goodbye. There was a cold breeze blowing from the basement, providing a hint of relief for Klein's tense emotions. It's finally here. Meanwhile, he stole a glimpse at Selina, who's much more anxious than he anticipated earlier. It made him recall of her worries during yesterday's shooting session. But similarly, he can't help but think. Hence, the silence only drowned him deeper into thought. Dunsmith smoothed his sleeve and said in a low voice, the person in charge of the examination is one of the 9 high-ranking deacons of the Nighthawks, Christet Sesamir. The Holy Cathedral attaches great importance to you. A high-ranking deacon? Klein blurted in surprise. In general terms, the 13 archbishops and 9 high-ranking deacons made up the upper echelons of the church. It was said that there was no lack of high-sequence beyonders among them. The 22 ladies and gentlemen were all equal in terms of their rankings. They only followed the orders of the Evernight goddess, and they were only answerable to the Pope. Archbishop Munlade is among them. The goddess's flower. Dunn took a whiff of the cold wind from the basement before nodding faintly. Yes, he's a high-ranking deacon. But you don't have to be nervous. Christet is only a sequence 5, and has yet to enter a demigod state. So, you don't have to be too afraid or reverent. Oh, his title in the Beyonder world is the Goddess's Sword. As he possesses a holy item, his combat strength is similar to a newly advanced sequence 4 Beyonder. I just chatted with him. He was very friendly. Klein nodded thoughtfully and asked, where should I meet the high-ranking deacon? The alchemy room where we concoct potions, Dunn replied simply, as a hint of gloominess flashed across his face. The alchemy room. Where old Neil used to guide me through the Church of the Earth Mother's documents. Where he used to visit and check in on me. Selina looked down bitterly before glancing at Klein. She saw Klein appearing melancholic as well. But isn't Adam Insull there? Asked Klein immediately after noticing something. Dunn thought and answered, Adam Insull left after knowing what happened to old Neil. He said he'll return and become a Nighthawk. He wanted some time to settle being sane, so I sent Sika to help him find a home. That's a relief. Selina sighed as she almost thought this monster beyonder would become erratic after seeing her and Klein. This is where we part. Dunn stopped at the junction. I have to get in touch with the church through the telegram at my office. Klein nodded and Selina waved goodbye at the captain. You don't seem very enthusiastic about this. Klein leaned closer and asked. Selina perked a bit and replied, they say it would take years for a Nighthawk to safely advance. Klein wanted to retort and mention the digestion. But it didn't seem to come from a place of doubt. But I can't afford that long, instead, he answered. Very quickly, Selina and Klein saw a secret door under the light of the elegant gas lamps that lined the walls. They saw that the long tables in the room had been moved aside to open up a large space in the center of the room. Just as Klein was about to enter, Selina called him behind. He turned and a snowskin hand reached for the flares of his windbreaker. She said with slightly bitter smile, I'll be waiting here. Klein exhaled soundly, in relief, before turning back and entering the room. There were two classic high-back chairs facing each other with less than a meter in between them. There was a man in his 30s wearing a black windbreaker and a white shirt seated on the chair that was facing the door. His golden brown hair was cut very short, and his blackish-green eyes were as dark as a forest on a moonless night. The collars of his shirt and windbreaker were put up, and his entire chin was hidden within the shadows. Hello, Your Grace. Klein bowed. Crestet Casimir had his right leg crossed over his left as he leisurely leaned back into his chair. He smiled and replied, Hello, Klein. You may sit over there. He pointed at the high-backed chair opposite him. By the side of his leg was a suitcase made of silver. It was about the size of a violin case. It can carry a sword with an appropriate length. Klein walked forward and sat at his appointed seat. Crestet rested his right index finger on his upper lip as he thought for a few seconds. I plan to first examine how well you've mastered your potion. That's not a problem, right? Not at all. Klein shook his head with utmost confidence. Very confident. Crestet smiled, but maintained his previous posture. All he did was intently watch Klein. Klein suddenly felt the light from the surrounding gas lamps vanish, as though they were swallowed by the rich darkness. He suddenly became exhausted, as though his biological clock had struck the time for sleep. But, his mind was extremely tense, making it impossible to relax. It was just like when he was unable to sleep peacefully due to overexhaustion. The silent night filled his surroundings as Klein heard the noise of dripping water from a tap that wasn't closed properly. Then, he heard the conversations in the Blackthorn Security Company and the movement of the wind blowing through the stairway. Besides that, he didn't see anything that he shouldn't see, nor did he hear any noises that he shouldn't be able to hear. Excellent. Crestet's hypnotic voice dispersed the darkness, and the light from the gas lamps inside and outside the alchemy room came into Klein's sight again. Klein suddenly shook off his exhaustion and returned to his previous energetic self. He affected me without me realizing it. Is that what a Sequence 5 Beyonder is capable of? This is the horror of a high-ranking deacon. He recalled what had happened and felt a little frightened. Crestet Casimir clasped his hands and put them on his knees. He bent down slightly, and his lips were blocked by his collar. You passed the test. You achieved a level beyond outstanding in your mastery of your potion. I'll need to observe to see if there are any hidden dangers in your mind, to make sure that the potion's remaining spirit hasn't changed your character subconsciously or left some problems behind. You have 3 minutes to prepare. Klein immediately nodded and said, all right. He secretly took a breath and allowed himself to enter cogitation to remove various negative thoughts. Crestet didn't speak again. He took out a silver pocket watch from the inner pocket of his black windbreaker and flipped it open. Then, he attentively watched the second hand move. 3 minutes later, Crestet closed his pocket watch and said with a smile, I'll begin singing. Singing? Klein wore a look of confusion. Before Klein could reply, Crestet started humming a lovely melody. The melody reverberated in the alchemy room and gradually lost its harmony and went out of tune. Squeak. Scratch. Zing. Klein heard the noise akin to the scratching of blackboards with nails, the sound of bubble wrap rubbing against each other, electric drills drilling, and various other annoying noises. The noises intensified and turned more and more chaotic. They made him want to vent his frustrations and cause destruction. But Klein, who frequently experienced the mad ravings and terrifying screams, restrained his urges very quickly. He displayed annoyance, tension, frustration, and insecurity at appropriate times. Being in too perfect of a state would end up being a problem. It was unknown when Crestet Casimir had stopped singing. The noises in the alchemy room disappeared and room was awash with tranquility and silence. Silence sure is great. Klein exclaimed in his head. Very good, excellent. There are no latent problems in your soul. Of course, if you wanted to beat me up or stuff my mouth with something, that's only normal. Crestet's mouth was blocked by his collar so Klein could only determine his emotions through his tone. No, I wouldn't dare, Klein admitted honestly. Christette smiled and said, congratulations, you have passed all the tests. Now it's time for the question and answer session. His green eyes suddenly darkened. His gaze was deep, as though he could see through flesh, and looked directly at the spirit. Go ahead, Klein replied, sitting straight. Christette maintained his earlier posture and casually asked, you said that your experience in the divination club allowed you to quickly master the potion. Yes, Klein answered frankly but didn't describe further. Christette nodded slightly and said, and you said that your inspiration came from the maxim of the mystery priors and also Daly's example. Yes. Klein confirmed this first before explaining in detail. I found out from one of my teammates who was a mystery prior that those who abide by the maxim of the mystery priors have a lower probability of losing control than normal. After that, I heard that Madame Daly once said that she wanted to be a real spirit medium, and that she is a genius that leveled up to sequence 7 within 2 years. After noticing both situations, I thought I could give it a try. I attempted to be a real seer and outline some principles for a seer. The outcome was better than I expected. I mastered the potion very quickly. Your Grace, I'm not sure if you have had a similar experience. When I fully mastered the potion, there was a very special, very magical feeling. Klein described his experience as if he only vaguely understood the acting method. The man he had been when he was on Earth would have been nervous and embarrassed to speak so many half-lies before such a powerful Nighthawk. But ever since he transmigrated to the current world, he had lied so much that he was used to it. He could do it flawlessly. The darkness in Christette's eyes disappeared, and his gaze returned to normal. He smiled and said, don't worry, it's not an illusion. From his answer, Klein couldn't see any doubt or scrutiny, so he felt at ease. Dunn endorsed your experience. I believe that you really are a genius, with a logical mind and sharp senses, Christette complimented. He then asked, did you share your experience with your teammates? Of course, Klein admitted frankly. I hope that I can help them lower the risk of losing control. We're teammates, comrades that face danger together. I don't have any reason to hide the truth. But for the same reason, I didn't tell the clerks. Christette uncrossed his right leg and sat up straight. His thin lips were exposed from the shadow of his collar. He lifted the corner of his lips and said, although you haven't even been with the Nighthawks for 2 months, I believe your understanding towards partners is much better than many others. I plan to share more information with you, but according to the Holy Cathedral's rules, you have to swear to the goddess that you won't reveal the contents of our conversation to anyone that doesn't know about this. That should be fine, right? I passed the test. Klein was delighted. He nodded without hesitation. No problem. Although I won't be able to teach others the acting method, I can let Miss Lovers, Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman do so indirectly. Chapter 201, Qualifications. All right. Christette Casimir nodded. He leaned forward. Then swear upon the holy artifact. Klein looked curiously and at the same time, tensed. You will only be permitted to know after you become a core member of the church, such as an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon, Christette emphasized afterwards. Klein nodded sternly. Christette placed the silver suitcase back beside his foot and crossed his legs. In the long history of time, the church has had generations upon generations of genius beyonders slowly figuring out a way to avoid losing control. And the core to this method is the name of the potion. It's not only critical, it's also the key. After looking at Klein's thoughtful expression, Christette continued, we have realized that the names of the potions all point to a certain group, and this group has their own approach and operates in unique ways. In simpler terms, there are a set of rules that come with the name of the potion, different rules for different potions. When we follow these rules strictly, the risk of losing control is reduced to a minimum. Similar to my set of seer principles. Klein took the opportunity to ask. This explanation isn't as simple or understandable as the one I gave to Lovers, Justice, and Hanged Men. Klein silently criticized. Yes. Christette gave an affirmative answer. When we follow the rules of the potion, we become more and more like the group described by the name of the potion. In other words, we are acting as the job that the name of the potion points us toward. That is the acting method. You must remember, the spirituality of every individual is special, unique. Even though the core rules must be followed by the people who consume the same potion, there are always certain variations to the rules that are unique to the individual. Thus, the experiences of others can only serve as a guide. That is a point that I didn't realize. Klein said sincerely, thank you for informing me. I will remember that. Christette laughed. These are the experiences accumulated over the generations. After using the acting method, we not only gain mastery over the potion, we're also digesting it, just as we would our food. When you truly digest the potion, you will feel a unique, mysterious sensation, understood. I understand. Digestion, this term is very appropriate. Klein pretended to be deep in thought. After Christet explained the method in more detail, Klein weighed his words as he asked, Your Grace, since the name of the potion is not only the core, but also the key, then how did the first Beyonders obtain them? I heard that it was recorded on the blasphemy slate. Yes, that is correct, Christet replied frankly. But the blasphemy slate was inscribed with the ancient names. The names of the potions which we use today were derived in part from divine revelations. Some were also consolidated by the experiences of the Beyonders themselves. Klein nodded slowly. He pursed his lips and asked, Your Grace, since the acting method is so effective, why wouldn't the Church tell every Nighthawk about it? I have said that it is a secret of the Church. You will understand the reason behind it once you become an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon, Christet answered, unfazed. All right, return upstairs and tell the rest of the Nighthawks to come down one at a time. I have to carry out the final step of the examination. Klein didn't add more and instead nodded. How is it? Selina asked right away after the door was opened and Klein walked out. Archbishop will need to carry out the final step of the examination. Klein was smiling. This is the last step. Which means there's no problem. Selina's mood spiked but it diluted down right after, but Royale's guarding Cheney's gate, Leonard is that the asylum and Kenley and the rest are on break. She lifted her chin from pressing it with her fingers and met Klein in the eyes. They both suddenly laughed. Hee, I'll go tell Captain. You can go ahead and enter to be the first to examine. Klein said while his chuckle died down to a smile. Selina pinched her head and remarked, I heard lullabies and songs earlier. They're still ringing in my head. Are you all right? Klein asked immediately. To which she heard her answer, now Klein excuse me. Don't exert yourself, last moment, he added. Selina smiled softly and still answered, yes, now remind our forgetful captain. The door closed. Inside was the same old alchemy room, with her brewing set placed aside on a separate table. There are 2 high-backed chairs, from which she saw the Archbishop Casimir across an empty one where Klein left. Good morning, Your Grace. Selina curtsied briefly. Christet Casimir adjusted the violin case on his head, leaned back to his chair and smiled, Good morning, Ms. Roy. You may take a seat. It seems the sword Captain talked about is stored in that case. Selina guessed thoughtfully before taking the chair. Christet sized her up and afterwards placed a finger on his chin, seemingly contemplating. I heard from Dunn that Klein and you are much closer than anyone in this department. Selina perked up. She heard him continue, I don't mean to dabble into anything, but that must mean you knew him better than anyone. Yes. Selina nodded and admitted candidly. I plan to first examine how you've mastered the potion. Just like Klein. That won't be an issue. Selina shook her head slowly and answered, not at all. Christet smiled, but he remained in his poise. Watching Selina without lifting a finger. Selina felt the same instance from before. The gas lamp's light faded, the darkness consumed the corners. She felt exhausted, as if her biological clock had struck the late night hour. Due to this familiarity, her nerves wasn't as tensed as before. She tried to remain calm but the imposing air was clutching. The silent night filled her surroundings as Selina heard the noise of dripping water from a tap that wasn't closed properly. Then, she heard the conversations in the Blackthorn Security Company and the movement of the wind blowing through the stairway. Besides that, she didn't see anything that he shouldn't see, nor did she hear any noises that she shouldn't be able to hear. Just like Klein's, Christet's hypnotic voice dispersed the darkness, and the light from the gas lamps inside and outside the alchemy room came into Selina again. Indeed, he may have shared it with you much earlier than the others. Selina simply smiled impeccably, secretly heaving a sigh of relief. Christet Casimir clasped his hands and put them on his knees. Even though you did not submit a note, it is clear you have achieved a level beyond outstanding in mastery of your potion. And with the merits Dunn spoke of you, I don't see why you won't be qualified for a promotion. Celine joyfully replied, I am waiting for my chances to arrive before submitting my own special application. Yes, it will be soon enough. Casimir nodded but didn't add more. I can examine you now so that once you do submit, this procedure can be skipped. Is that all right with you? Selina thought about it carefully before nodding, please. This is the phase where I'll be observed if there are any hidden dangers in my mind, making sure there are no mishaps like the potion's remaining spirit affecting me subconsciously or left some problems behind. You have 3 minutes to prepare. Selina replied, very well. She secretly took a breath and allowed herself to enter cogitation to remove various negative thoughts. Christet didn't speak again. He took out a silver pocket watch from the inner pocket of his black windbreaker and flipped it open. Then, he attentively watched the second hand move. 3 minutes later, Christet closed his pocket watch and said with a smile, I'll begin singing. It was unknown when Christet Casimir had stopped singing. The noises in the alchemy room disappeared and room was awash with tranquility and silence. Selina, who displayed slight pain, irritation, and mood swings, quickly recovered. Of course these were merely clues, as being too calm would divulge something about her. Very good, excellent. There are no latent problems in your soul. Of course, if you wanted to beat me up or stuff my mouth with something, that's only normal. Christette said with pleasant tone. Similarly before, I discourage being violent. Selina smiled genially. Christette smiled and said, congratulations, next time, your tests would just be minor answer and questions. Selina calmly nodded, not opposing it at all. Now. Christette leaned on his side and added, then swear upon the holy artifact. The goddess's sword? As Selina thought of this, she saw him bent down and lift the silver suitcase by the chair's foot. Christette placed the suitcase on his knees, his dark green eyes instantly turning black. Selina broke from a trance and the nightmare that wasn't there before. A suction force draw all darkness and air at a point from which the suitcase was being pried. She looked at the porcelain, unblemished white-bone sword in Sesamir's hand, moving it away from her. She cast her gaze to the side and asked gravely, Your Grace, do I need to put my hand on the holy sword? Yes, come over. Christette's voice was melodious as if he was singing a lullaby. Selina stood up, still looking to the side as she took small steps forward. As it was dark, she couldn't see where the legs of the deacon were, nor her heeled boots. Stop, Christette spoke calmly. Selina immediately halted on the spot. Her gaze remained fixed on the opposite direction, refusing to give in to curiosity, lest something might happen. Sesamir then slowly made the sword closer to her, for Selina to reach until it was just an inch to her hand. Okay, you can extend it. Having said that, Selina felt a cold feeling swept through her skin and into her mind. The distracting thoughts and feelings of worry instantly eased, as if he was sitting on a roof in a noisy village, smelling the scent of the harvest and admiring the starry night sky. Recite after me, Christette said solemnly. O Evernight Goddess, nobler than the stars and more eternal than eternity. I swear to you in my real name and my spirituality. I, Selina, will never reveal the details of the acting method to those who do not know of it from this moment forth. If I go against this, I shall accept any punishment you deem fit. Please witness my oath. Selina's voice reverberated in Hermes. Afterwards she collected herself and followed the Archbishop's lead. She had the faint feeling that a connection has been established between her and the faraway being through the pure white-bone sword. After retracting his right hand, she drew a crimson moon on his chest. Praise the lady. An hour and a half passed. In the break room, Selina and Klein were left alone. She discussed with him what the Archbishop had said to her until he was called again downstairs. Selina still followed and she saw Kenley walked out of the alchemy room in puzzlement and dazed. After a greeting, she said, Okay, I'll be waiting again. Klein heaved a relief and entered, seeing Christette Sesamir again by the creak of the door. This time, the golden brown-haired and blackish-green-eyed deacon wasn't seated. He stood there, allowing the breeze in the basement to blow at his black windbreaker. Christette's collar stood tall, hiding his chin in the shadows. He looked at Klein and smiled. Nighthawk Klein Moretti, I announce in the name of the goddess that you have passed the examination of the Holy Cathedral. Congratulations. With your contributions, you can immediately advance to become a Sequence 8 Beyonder. Chapter 202, Excited Klein. After several minutes, the door creaked open, and Klein walked out of the alchemy room. Selina looked at the newly advanced Nighthawk with curiosity and felt something was different. She tilted her head slightly, waiting for a reaction. Klein tipped his top hat, and smiled at the lady with silver-braided bun hair next to the door. Then, out of nowhere, he took the hat off and threw it. Selina fell into a daze. She saw it rotated in the air and landed back into Klein's hand. I am now a clown. Klein exclaimed. The rush of joy made him do multiple agonizing bends but without any pain. He used his top hat and cane to perform feats a professional acrobat and a clown at the circus could do, rolling the brim of hip top hat from his right arm, to his shoulder, and then to his right arm. The cane spun across the back of his shoulders before sliding into his waiting palm. Without looking, Klein flicked the hat skyward, ducked beneath it in a theatrical bow, and caught it behind his back. Selina was chuckling, pressing a finger on her lips. Very impressive. Should I throw some coins next, King's son? Klein stopped. He smiled awkwardly, so. What do you think? I think it suits you already. Selina couldn't stop suppressing her laugh. Right away, Klein felt a minuscule of potion was stirring inside him. Klein paused at the pose he was in, completely unaware that the door was opened and Sesamir was watching from within, preparing to leave. But you should have closed the door before doing that. Only when Selina glanced behind him did Klein froze. I feels nice to impress her. Sesamir, even if his mouth is hidden, looks as if he was toying with Klein. At that instant, Klein felt all his muscles contract and subsequently became a statue out of shock. Later, in the midst of his thoughts, Klein observed himself once again. He wanted to see if the clown potion had brought along any other abilities. According to the confidential records of the Nighthawks, if the potion would allow the person who consumed it to gain mastery over a certain spell, the person would be able to faintly detect what kinds of spells he obtained after advancing as if he was being instilled with knowledge. But I don't sense any of that. In other words, Clown doesn't come with the ability to quickly cast spells, as reported in the confidential records of the Nighthawks. Could the meaning of crafty be that I can now effectively use my expressions and body language to more easily fool people with my lies? Klein stretched his neck while seriously analyzing his current condition. At this moment, he couldn't help but think back to the suited clown he had encountered previously. The clown's peculiar and varied spells had left a deep impression. That member of the secret order is probably a sequence 7 beyonder. His clown getup was purely to mask his facial features to avoid being placed on a wanted list. It's no wonder that he could hold his own against 2 sequence 7s and a sequence 8. If he had deciphered the fact that I wasn't under the influence of sealed artifact 2-049 and avoided falling under its control, 10 of me might not have been enough to deal with him. Of course, Clown is not completely devoid of spells. There are still spells like these. Klein. Selena's voice resounded next to him, abruptly snapping Klein into his sense. Right away, he smiled, and he excitedly told her about the capabilities of the clown potion and how the advancement go. Is that so? I didn't heard anything when I came into this place. Before, I woke up and was already a beyonder of the apothecary pathway. Selena thought while walking. Already an apothecary? At that moment, Klein grew hesitant. But in the mid of it, Selena said excitedly. Even though I didn't get to become sequence 8 before old Neil, sigh, I still want to advance. Seeing you healthy puts me at ease. I'll write a special application now. Wait. Klein stopped her on their way at the partition. He heard Selena ask, but his chaotic thoughts screamed of something he fears. Seeing her paused and look at him curiously, it took him quite a long time to settle. Let me help you. After minutes in the clerk office, Selena had succeeded writing an application letter. She calmed her nerves and sighed a relief. I wonder what will Captain say if right after a member's advancing, another is going to follow. Klein chuckled and replied mellowly, maybe glitched when in the middle of his coffee. When are you going to submit it? Now, yes, the sooner I advance, the better. Selena smiled cheerily at Klein. Upon seeing that reaction, Klein couldn't find himself from denying her that mood. He nodded and even joked, now it would truly shock Captain. They returned to the captain's office, and saw the door was wide open, enough to glimpse at the refined furnishings inside. Dunn Smith was leaning back in his chair, sniffing at his pipe. When Dunn swept his gray eyes at them and noticed a paper clipped on Selena's hands, he changed his seating posture. It's undeniable that in his voice, it was tinged with surprise. I didn't think you would request so soon. Are you waiting for Klein to advance first? Actually, it was Klein who discouraged advancing before him. Not that I don't mind. Selena gave a faint smile and answered, yes. That's good. Klein's treating you well. Dunn then shifted to Klein. As for you. You seem to be in good shape, nothing like someone who had just consumed a potion. This might be the advantage of fully digesting a potion before leveling up. Klein closed the door behind him after Selena entered. Because there's only one high-back chair, he simply stood right next to her. Since everyone in the room knew about the acting method, their oath didn't keep them from talking about the acting method with each other. They could exchange their thoughts about it, but no one didn't bring it up with a tacit understanding. They fell silent at the same time after the exchange. Klein thought and asked, has His Grace left? Right, well, I can wait for some time, only now did Selena thought of that. However, she's more focused on submitting than advancing the same day. Yes, as a high-ranking deacon, he has other matters to take care of. Dunn smiled, happy to add, but he said he'll return 3 days later. Return. Selena and Klein exchanged looks before the latter asked curiously, is there a reason why he would return after a short time? I don't know either. Perhaps during the examination of Selena he figured it won't be long before her turn comes. Dunn said thoughtfully. Is this how powerful sequence 5s are? Able to glimpse at the future? Selena's eyes lit up in a daze until Klein nudged her to hand the application. I'll be sending to him at a later date. Dunn informed. Suddenly, he paused and said, oh, and the Archbishop also took the pair of red eyeballs that remained after old Neil died. Selena was shocked and confused. Why? Klein seemed to also wish to know the answer. Dunn picked up his coffee and took a sip. He answered after a long silence, we shouldn't lie to ourselves. A rampager is in fact already a monster, and as I told you before, monsters leave behind things that are rich with beyonder powers after they die. When these relics can't be controlled, they have to be sealed. Yes, that is one of the most common origins of sealed artifacts. According to the Nighthawk's internal rules, the items left behind by rampagers need to be stored elsewhere, so that they won't trigger their partners. A logical rule. Selena heard Klein and saw him nod heavily. Items left behind by rampagers, most common originas of sealed artifacts. In the documents User gave, it is said that Beyonder characteristics formed from a Beyonder's corpse. Rampagers are Beyonders that lost control, they leave behind things that contain their powers. Also, in the Church of Mothers documents, it is said that the higher the sequence, the rarer the main ingredients will be. Selena widened the scope of her speculations while plunging into deep thought. By the seconds, she grew to realize that those are Beyonder characteristics. Suddenly, Klein sharply noticed that the captain had missed out something. So, he asked curiously, what if the item left behind is controllable? Dunn looked at him, his gray eyes were deep like a quiet night. He sighed and said, you wouldn't want to know the answer. Wouldn't want to know. After hearing that, countless things resurfaced within Selena. Normal monsters left behind Beyonder ingredients which could be used to make potions. Those are Beyonder characteristics. For rampagers, it's the same. If they left behind controllable items, those things can be used as Beyonder ingredients. Realizing that, Selena turned away in disgust. Finding it hard not to retch. This is such a terrifying theory. But it's likely closer to truth. In that instant, she had a deeper understanding of sayings like, to fight against the abyss, we have to endure the corruption of the abyss, and, we are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. At the same time, Klein also mirrored the same reaction. Seeing their response, Dunn suddenly laughed. There was a twinkling light in his gray eyes. Think about it on the brighter side of things, you can think of it as our teammates watching over us in a different form. They will be with us forever. After saying that, Dunn lowered his head, picked up his coffee, and brought it to his mouth. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, he lifted his head and said, and you don't have to worry. As long as we can find sources of Beyonder ingredients, we wouldn't do what you were thinking about. Alright, Klein, according to the rules, you'll receive a day off since you just advanced. You can decide whether or not you want to go to your combat training this afternoon, but you have to inform Gawain either way. Selena opened her mouth, but closed it afterwards. She wanted to say, I can inform him, but she figured Klein wouldn't allow her to go out alone. After all, witnessing old Neil and the revelation of her spirit vision, the Beyonder they tested this on likely isn't alone. Thus, when Klein included his wishes to use his morning routine for learning techniques in monitoring and tracking, that meant she's going to follow. For anyone else in her shoe, they might thought she's being oppressed. But for Selena, she didn't mind any of that. Because the least thing Klein want, is for someone he's trying to protect, oppose him. Dunn gave Klein a piercing look and sighed. You're tougher than I imagined. As you wish. Thank you, Captain. Klein waited until Selena got up. We'll be leaving, she waved goodbye before being offered by Klein to head out first, a sign of etiquette. The Tussock River ran through Backland and harbors that dotted around the area. Alger Wilson wore the long priest robes of the Church of the Lord of Storms as he walked down from the passenger ship slowly. He saw people walking to and fro around the harbor with countless port workers sweating under the sun. It was a bustling yet noisy scene. It's been a while, Backland, Alger muttered to himself. Chapter 203, Maximizing Time. By Saturday, Selena took the turn guarding the Chinese gate. Thus, using the time, she entered the dream world once again. She was monitoring the state of all the seat holders during this. Catherine was seen at a clinic, in her new disguise she named, Ella Stone. Her aim was to provide herself with blood from her patients, being careful not to breach the goddess's scriptures and to gain a reputation of an eccentric doctor aiming to build her own pharmacy. User was in tandem with Piolo. At this point in time, it seems they are now preparing to the contracts for a land at 64 Westchester Street. The plot is 15 acres, suitable for a venue. Meanwhile, Greg, in the city of Tingen, has listed the plots available, one of which is the land at the West Borough, near the Tussock River, where the Purple House was located. It seems that the church has finally seized the land Trissy used to own, intending to make use of it by reselling. Selena nodded slightly before shifting to the next seed holder. One more thing she noticed, is that her seeds were turned to either be accommodated in brooches, be worn as necklace, embedded to a pocket watch and sewn into a handkerchief. Each member's has their own flavor in allowing others to discern one another through accessories. Leonard is at the asylum again. He wore a half-top hat, and a trench coat, lingering in between the gates and the nearby roads. Isn't that the asylum where Daxter Guderian was working? Selena acutely recognized the place. Similar to her, Leonard used a vial to contain her seed. I wonder what this poet will do with the seed I gave him. Her thought passed and finally she checked the last one to have gotten her seed, Judius Brown. In a hotel located at Opera House Quarter, District 9 in the capital of Intis Republic, Trier. Lamplight that surround a lit candle magnified a room. There was 3 long couches surrounding a table and beside it was a billiard area. Julius, wearing a black long coat and a bonnet, sat next to a woman with closed eyes and golden locks of hair. Surrounded by men with formal dark suits and a crest right by their chest. It was a cross between 2 iron-black swords. A man among them had an imposing air. He measured nearly 1.8 meters in height and has a hair, typical black as found in Intis. He exhibited a few silver strands near his temples. He appeared to be in his early 40s, possessed strong facial features, and his slightly reddened eyes contrasted with his otherwise brown irises. While looking at him, Julius politely replied, "The only descendant of the Ivory family is not in the possession of the faction of the Child of God. She escaped." "Then help us find her," the man who seemed to be the commanding officer, seated firmly across Julius. Julius remained stern and simply posed a question, "Why?" At that moment, the men with red and brown irises suddenly gazed away and spoke languidly, "Something has changed and we can't put a finger on it. Did you know you and the faction you joined are supposed to perish during that ritual? Every one of you is being hunted by the Primordial Moon faction." "The point?" Julius's voice was growing colder. "It seems it have everything to do with the failed vessel. We don't know if it has any links, but a will deep within the underground is compelling us to meet her." The men faced Julius and leaned forward. "Deep within the underground? Compelling them to meet me?" Selina felt a shiver threaded through her spine. It took Julius a while before finally replying, "As you know, we collapsed. Our next in command perished under the hands of the Ivory's descendant. We're confused as to how that happened, but it's partly understandable considering that what he did was rash. Tell us where she was last seen." The man abandoned mincing his words to cut to the chase. "In Tingen City." Julius answered. The man with silver linings near his temple nodded, but his curled lips died down. It was as though he had realized something. "Here's what you asked for. That is." Selina peeled her eyes at the sight of a glowing luminous item sitting inside of the briefcase. The infrared aura was outlining an uncanny shape of a biological heart, beating. The moment she realized that, her thoughts stirred. A beyonder characteristic. Selina followed the scene. From the inspection of Julius and the lady, to the scrutiny of the commanding officer's men. She continued monitoring through the seed that was embedded into a hairband worn by the lady. This lasted until they reached the Anarchy Street, to which Julius and the fair maiden with closed eyes beside him took a sudden turn and arrived behind a casino. Selina wanted to continue. However, the pain was starting to surface. Thus she tried to press until she heard a greeting from a staff. "Welcome back, Monsieur Fallet." Selina abruptly woke up from laying her head on the desk. She felt her body dried with sweat, partly due to the coldness underground. When she scanned the break room, nothing was out of the ordinary. Recalling that she's on duty, Selina quickly walked to the door and glanced at the Chinese gate. "Nothing here either," she sighed in relief. Then, turning around, her finger unknowingly pressed to her chin. "That man, I don't know who he is or what is Julius's business with him. What does he want from me? Other than the Rose School of Thought, I don't know any other organization that would want to target me. Was the Milo truly that controversial?" Selina lowered her hands and looked at the desk in the room. There sits her silver pocket watch, glistening under the dim light. This means not only the Rose School of Thought, but other factions are out to get me. Sunday came and went. While Monday arrived, Klein narrated what had happened during the time Dunn assigned him on the Maynard case. He had went from probationary inspector to inspector, whilst his weekly salary increased from £6 to £10. That's £30 per month. Klein can't scrape the pleasant expression from his face as he tells this to Selina. Maynard case. A parliament representative of Tingen. What happened to him? Asked Selina curiously. He was found dead in his house. The Tingen Police Department is under huge pressure and wants us to use a mediumship ritual to help them pinpoint the murderer. Captain said I'm currently the only one who can do that. Klein explained. The Holy Cathedral will send over a mystery prior to our team next week. Captain also mentioned another would have been sent before. But because I joined and happened to choose Seer, it led to this. I see. Selina retracted her gaze and looked up ahead. How long has this member been dead for? Regrettably, the initial autopsy report shows that Mr. Maynard died between 9 and 11 last night, answered Klein, repeating Dunn's words. I only need to provide assistance. If it was more than 15 minutes, the information that could be obtained would decline considerably. If it was more than an hour, there would be very little left to find. If it was more than a month, contact with the spirit of the dead would most likely fail. Selina nodded slightly. So what came next? Klein followed with the investigation, his cooperation with the brawny Inspector Tolley on the Maynard case, but he left out the porn scenes he saw, considering it as intercourse. However, just this bit was enough to pull a reaction from Selina. When he looked at her, her face was flushed. An. Selina had her face on the opposite way, not wanting for Klein to look, but her red ears still betrayed her composure. Klein chuckled and continued. I figured he died from exhaustion. His face ecstatic. What he solicited from Selina was a mere nod in the head. Then, he resumed to when he drew the picture of the woman, even describing her looks, a woman whose age was hard to tell. She had the mature vibe of a woman in her 30s, but there was a remnant of innocence to her. Her eyes were crystal clear, and she had a delicate look. When Klein said she was beautiful for a simple description, the response he got was a piercing gaze from Selina. Is that so? Klein suddenly felt cold. I am joking. Only when he saw that her expression calmed down, he resumed. Maynard became a zombie. Selina repeated. Klein nodded while keeping track of their steps. It was terrifying. But unlike before, I dealt with it rather decently. But there is something I discovered during that. Selina became curious that she tilted her head a bit, waiting for him to finish. Then, she saw Klein pull out a copper whistle from his pocket and presented it to her. What's this? Was her natural response. Klein explained, remember that I told Mr. Azik gave me a whistle before leaving Tingen. That was also his plan to lure out the target that was cautious of him. He left me this to keep in touch. After being handed, Selina felt a cold sensation, as if bearing the weight of a dead corpse in her palm. A whistle that connects to a messenger belonging to Mr. Azik. Sorry I didn't get you one. Klein apologized sincerely. Selina smiled and returned the copper whistle back. She replied mellowly, it's all right. I believe I will be at ease more if you do the contacting of Mr. Azik. There's a risk I may forget this copper whistle in missions. So it's because of the aura within this that triggered Maynard's zombification. Then, she posed a question. Klein nodded and frankly said, I even suspect Mr. Azik is an undead, who might have been resurrecting himself after a certain amount of time. Selina nodded thoughtfully. What about the woman Mr. Maynard got into relationship with? Did you discover her? Because the photo was handed to Dunn and Klein had not made another copy, he simply nodded as confirmation. Tully exclaimed it's Madame Sharon. Having said that, he continued to describe who she is, the prettiest widow in Tingen City. The most sought-after lady in social settings. She was the second wife of Baron Coe, but unfortunately became widowed. Welcomed by many amongst the nouveau riche merchants and aristocrats, someone who can be invited to banquets by both the Conservative Party and the New Party. It's rumored that she and her stepson, the current Baron Coe, are on friendly terms with many nobles and senior civil servants in Backlund. A powerful lady. Simply put, she's an exceptional socialite. Klein secretly concluded. The next part is not included in my job description. So I told how you interrogate Madame Sharon is none of my business. Selina nodded in a better mood, that's good. After that, Klein has still more to narrate for Selina, thus they took the longest path to head for a carriage station. Hudyujin had gone mad. Selina arched an eyebrow. Why does it feel like Beyonders are losing control left and right? As a Sequence 7 psychiatrist, he actually pretended to be a mental patient. Even though he was giving treatments to other patients, it doesn't align with the core element of the potion's name. That was an incorrect way of using the acting method. It's no wonder that he went insane. Klein shared his internal insights during that time. And besides the staffs there, the patients and the members of the psychology alchemists, one of them came for ice. Selina felt he was emphasizing someone and thus paid close attention. His pseudonym was L. His real name is Lenivus. Chapter 204, Dark Figure. Lenivus. That criminal who cheated £10,000 and even took advantage of a lady. Selina's nerves started stir. He's a scum. Looks like Roseanne was safely transferring her nature to you, Selina. Klein lampooned secretly and nodded, yes. Clues gives £10, helping to arrest him gives £100. But there's more. It seems that there's another motive for Hudyujin sharing that name with Daxter. The upper echelons of the psychology alchemist sent liaison, but afterwards hearing the name, Lenivus, they abandoned replying. His last visit was at early of July. His scam hasn't been exposed since, right? And he hadn't left Tingen. Selina deduced acutely. Klein concurred, for now, there seems to be no physical changes on Hudyujin. I plan to consult Madame daily about mediumship rituals and hope that I can elicit information from him. That's the best way to solve this. Selina praised with a smile. Backlund, Empress Borough. In a hidden corner of the municipal garden built by Duke Negan, Zio Dericha with her unkempt blonde hair and furs wall with her languid bearing were gawking at the liaison before them in a daze. They were momentarily at a loss at which language to use for a greeting. The petite Zio, who was slightly over 1.5 meters tall, looked at the golden retriever that had extended its tongue and was wagging its tail. She smoothed out her trainee night attire and weighed her words before she said, "Are you Miss Audrey's messenger?" Oh my goddess, why am I asking a dog so seriously? Furs was holding a thin cigarette with her fingers as she chuckled. Maybe it's a magical creature. I've never seen a magical creature that looks so much like a dog. Zio replied in all seriousness. Susie sat down and closed her mouth. She then pointed at her belly with her paw. There was a leather pouch tied around the dog's body amidst her long golden fur. Zio looked to her left and right, making sure that there was no one watching before she quickly moved closer. She bent down and removed the pouch. Furs watched curiously when her expression suddenly turned weird. It's made of crocodile skin, and it looks like the work of the fashion designer, Mr. Sadas. She's actually using such a pouch for the transaction. In other words, it's very expensive. Zio raised the leather pouch. Furs pursed her lips tightly and nodded seriously. Zio instantly lowered her speed in an exaggerated manner. She carefully opened the zipper and took out the letter inside, as though she was carrying an antique vase in her hands. After she read it, she passed the letter to Furs. Furs burned it with her cigarette after reading it carefully. She watched as it turned into ashes and scattered onto the soil. There's no extra information provided. Zio pouted subconsciously. She took out a neatly folded paper from the pocket of her trainee night attire. She looked at Susie in an imposing manner and exhorted subconsciously, "This is the investigation report for the past few days. You must pass this on to Miss Audrey Hall directly." Susie quivered and sat up straight, her tail was wagging vigorously. Zio nodded in satisfaction, stuffed the stack of papers into the leather pouch, and tied it around Susie again. Susie howled and ran off very quickly. In the Hall family's luxurious villa, Audrey was sitting on the sofa of her own living room. She was holding a letter opener and was trying to open the letter before her. It was a letter sent by one of her brothers from the Balam Empire in the southern continent. There was a parcel that came along with the letter. At that moment, she saw Susie push open the half-closed door. The dog dashed over quickly. Susie sat on the carpet before Audrey and pawed at the leather pouch. "You really are an excellent messenger." Audrey wasn't stingy with her compliments. Susie looked back at the door. It induced vibrations in the air and said softly, "Your friend is very serious." When I saw her, she reminded me of the time when a hunter came to train us. She had been a complimentary gift when Count Hall bought hunting dogs. Susie, your loan is getting more and more fluent. There are just a few problems with your logic in using the language. Audrey watched as her golden retriever took off the pouch on her own and skillfully pulled open the zipper. She gave Susie a look and immediately understood. She stood up and ran to lock the door. There's no result so far, but we found that some vagrants disappeared around the Backlund Bridge Burrow. Though, we can't know for sure that it was Kalangos. Perhaps the vagrants merely changed their movement pattern suddenly. Audrey flipped through the investigation report and seriously wondered how she should reply to Zio and Furs. "I'll tell Zio that as long as she can track down Rear Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos, I'll buy the sheriff potion formula for her." No, that's not friendly enough. It would make her feel an inferiority complex. "Yes, I shall say, Zio, I've prepared your reward. As long as you can complete the task, 450 pounds will be yours." Sigh, as far as the main ingredients for the telepathist formula, I've only found the Farsman rabbit's spinal fluid. I still need the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. Glaint, Zio, and Furs have yet to find it. Audrey, cheer up. At least you've digested the spectator potion completely. Once you put together all the ingredients, you'll become a sequence 8 beyonder. Audrey reined in her thoughts, picked up a pen and paper, and quickly wrote a reply. She stuffed it back into the leather pouch and entrusted Susie to make another trip. She watched her golden retriever as she opened the letter that her brother had sent. She read it with a smile. "My dear sister, I think you should come to the southern continent too. Come over to the colonized regions of the Balam Empire. There's abundant sunlight, fresh air, a clean environment, freshly caught seafood, various unique cultures, and the very kind and obedient Balam people who make good servants, as well as the smell of freedom. On the contrary, Backlund is cold and moist, the air is bad, there's always dust, and it's always gloomy. Plus, it's highly populated, which leads to all sorts of problems. And the endless balls, banquets, and salons. The social events are so boring and insipid that I wouldn't want to stay for a minute. Dear sister, I believe you share the same feeling. I'm not running away from home. I'm merely seeking my own place in life, but our brother definitely doesn't think so. He's always been a selfish person. Of course, he wouldn't be stingy with you, because you can only claim a tiny part of the family wealth, while I would be his biggest competition in the fight for the inheritance within the ranks of nobles. After all, our father is a duke who takes a long view. He definitely wouldn't be restrained by the rule that the eldest sibling will inherit the rank of nobility. As long as he feels that it's necessary, he would do anything. Just like when he sold off half the farmland and pastures to enter the banking industry, regardless of the strong opposition. I miss Backlund sometimes, mostly father, mother, and you. I miss the smile that you put on my face during those few years. You must have become the most dazzling gem in Backlund, but unfortunately, I'll only be able to return after 2 years. A career is a man's pride, while the outstanding young people in the Lone Kingdom treat the world as their stage. You can tell our dear aunt that the coastal regions in the Balam Empire are very suitable for vacations, and especially suitable for her, given how her joints ache and swell in the winter. I sincerely invite her to be my guest. If you can come with her, that would be even better. I didn't send you too many gifts. They're mainly things that are rich with the traditions and styles of Balam, such as the unique yellow silk, and the ornaments that are filled with traits related to the worship of death. I remembered that you love things regarding mysticism, so I'll look around for you. The culture here is full of mystery. After reading the letter, Audrey picked up a pen, paper, and writing board. She leaned back into the sofa, pursed her lips and wrote seriously, "My dearest Alfred. Although it has been less than a year, the little girl in your memories has grown up. I don't like mysticism anymore, so you don't have to search for those kinds of things. Because it's very dangerous." Audrey puffed up her cheeks and added in her head. She had heard of too many tragedies related to mysterious objects when participating in Beyonder gatherings and from stories Zio and Furs recounted. She thought and declared excitedly, "I'm now interested in biology. Recently, I've been in awe of the rainbow salamander. Can you ask around for me and find out where I can find one of these creatures, or if they have a complete corpse that has been preserved?" Zio, Dericha and Furs Wall were returning to the Backlund Bridge burrow after they received Audrey's reply. Zio, with her messy blonde hair, was looking out the window of the carriage, her eyes were bright like 2 burning balls of flame. She muttered the term 450 pounds to herself repeatedly, as if reciting an incantation. Her strength and courage grew every time she repeated the term. "Darkholm hasn't reported the status of the investigation today. Let's make a trip to his house." Zio suddenly turned to look at Furs. Darkholm was the leader of a triad in the Backlund East Borough and had control over many beggars and thieves. Even though he looked very friendly with his chubby face that was perpetually adorned with a warm and amiable smile, Zio knew that he was a merciless scoundrel. He once broke the arm of a 13-year-old thief because the boy had hidden his profit. Unless it was necessary, Zio was unwilling to meet Darkholm, but Darkholm was one of the few people who were most familiar with the vagrants in the city. Furs pushed her slightly curly hair back behind her ear. "As long as it doesn't delay my lunch." "No problem. Perhaps I could treat you to an Intis feast after this week." Zio promised in complacency. "Must I thank God?" Furs asked as she laughed. Unlike Zio, Furs was a moderate believer of the god of steam and machinery. As they conversed, the two ladies switched to another public carriage and arrived at the Backlund East Borough, and arrived at Darkholm's house. It was a terrace house located in a narrow alley. There were green plants hanging from the walls, the exterior looked relatively unkempt. Zio walked to the door, raised her right hand and knocked in a unique rhythm. The unlocked door opened with a creak following her knocks. Zio's apparently confused expression immediately turned stern, like a wary lion's. She took out a bayonet she carried with her and cautiously pushed open the door. She then slowly stepped inside. Furs also stopped looking nonchalant, having produced a dagger of unknown origins. They didn't smell any peculiar scents, but their rich experience told them that something was off. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zio and Furs entered Darkholm's house. Then they saw a pale limb on a gas lamp, internal organs on a coffee table, as well as strips upon strips of flesh strewn on the floor and hung on the clothes rack. Pieces of bone had been stripped clean and piled up near the door. And amongst the bones was a head, its vacant eyes open. It was none other than Darkholm. His chubby face still maintained the amiable smile, as if everything was normal. Furthermore, there was no stench of blood in the house. As a former clinical doctor before becoming a best-selling author in Sequence 9 Beyonder, Furs has seen many death scenes more disgusting than this. She patted the tense Zio, who was on the brink of vomiting, as she surveyed the surroundings. Kalangos? Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. He realized that Darkholm was investigating the missing vagrants and tracked him back to his house. Or could it be said that Darkholm had tracked him down, but ended up being caught? Zio fought back the urge to retch and said with a serious expression, "He sure lives up to his name as a merciless and crafty pirate admiral." The strangeness here also fits the description of his treasure. Crafty. Furs was suddenly alarmed as she blurted out, could he be waiting nearby in an ambush against the mastermind behind the investigations? Zio froze for a moment before answering in a fluster, "That's highly likely." He was a Sequence 6 wind-blessed, a powerful pirate with a mystical artifact, while they were just 2 Sequence 9s. This was an extremely simple and easy contrast. In the house opposite Darkholm's house, a man with a unique broad chin and dark green eyes in his 30s was standing by the window, coldly observing Zio's and Furs's opening of the door and slow entry. He was none other than Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. The black glove on his left hand twitched as if it were alive. A layer of dull gold scales appeared on its surface. Kalangos revealed a cruel and joyous expression as his dark green eyes turned pale gold and indifferent. The moment Furs realized this, she dragged Zio to the other side and avoided the area just across the main door. She then gritted her pearly white teeth and took out a bracelet that was hidden by her sleeves. This silver bracelet had 3 dark green, coarse stones which showed signs of burn marks and were rough and uneven. Furs pulled out one of the stones and let out a low growl in ancient Hermes, door. She grabbed onto Zio Dericha tightly as the stone released a faint blue glow. The figures of the 2 ladies turned indistinct, nearly invisible. They saw many forms they found difficult to describe. There were even transparent objects that didn't seem to exist. They saw different colors, lustrous splendors which seemed to possess immense knowledge. They had entered the mysterious spirit world. In this strange world that stood distinct from reality, Furs proceeded in a particular direction while pulling Zio along. Seconds later, they exited their indistinct states and returned to reality, to Backlund. But they were no longer at Darkholm's house, but instead arrived at an empty cemetery. Kalangos, who was wearing his scaled glove, silently appeared at the door of Darkholm's house. He swept the interior with his cold gaze. He froze for a moment, then creased his brows as he muttered to himself, "Traveler. In the cemetery. What are we going to do next?" Furs panted, sensing their predicament and feeling a lingering sense of fear. The bracelet was a mystical item she had received along with the formula for apprentice and its corresponding materials back during a fortuitous encounter of hers. Other than causing her to hear strange, faint murmurings during the full moon every month, it posed no threat. There were originally 5 stones on the bracelet, each stone allowing her to traverse through the spirit world, technically allowing her to teleport. But now, there were only 2 stones left. Zio calmed herself down and nodded solemnly. "First notify Miss Audrey, then we call the police." Chapter 205, Out of Wits. Call the police. Furswall repeated in surprise. To Beyonders, lodging a police report seemed to be something of another world. Zio paced back and forth as she tugged her coarse blonde hair. The scene of Darkholm's death is harrowing and creepy. As long as the police aren't blind, they would definitely pass the case on to the mandated punishers, the Nighthawks, the machinery hive mind, or the special department of the military. When that happens, we can leak some more information and let them know that the murderer is Kalangos. At that point, the entire city will be chasing after him. Our goal is only to look for Kalangos, not to capture him. With the help of so many Beyonders, things would become much simpler and safer. Once Kalangos panics and makes a mistake, it would be our chance to claim our bounty. Heh, I'm referring to the discovery of his whereabouts. Zio laughed dryly and looked at the appalled Furs. Do you think that the only way I know to deal with problems is by charging into them head first? The difference between us and Kalangos is as vast as the Desi Bay. Furs nodded slowly and said, "Your understanding of yourself is absolutely right. You've done too many things of a similar nature. Hence, the losses that you've suffered is sufficient for you to advance to Sequence 8. Luckily, you're still rational enough regarding this matter." Zio lowered her head to look at her bayonet. She thought for a moment and said, "I have to be honest. I clearly sensed the approach of death earlier. Kalangos was no doubt nearby. That was an aura evil enough to destroy us at any time. That triggered an instinctual response in me." Furs wore a silver bracelet that had 2 stones left and thought seriously. "I agree with your idea. Let's inform Miss Audrey first and lodge the police report after. Yes, regardless if it was Darkholm or his underlings who found Kalangos' traces, we could continue to investigate with that approach and find out Kalangos' activity range and the location of his residence." Zio creased her slim blonde eyebrows and said, "But Kalangos would definitely not remain in the same place. Even as one of the 7 pirate admirals, even if he had the assistance of a mystical artifact, Kalangos had to be extremely careful in Backlund. Even Nast, the king of the 5 seas, had once encountered disaster here and was nearly caught. No, what I meant was, to surmise or confirm the purpose of Kalangos' visit to Backlund based on the clues. Once we know what he's trying to do, no matter how he disguises himself or what tricks he pulls, he'll be exposed to us in the end. Then, our mission would be accomplished," Furs explained in detail. 2 years of novel writing experience tells me that things would become simple once we grasp the crux of the matter. Zio looked at her best friend in shock. She couldn't believe the woman had just made such a logical statement. "I'm different from you. I'm merely too lazy to think, while you think with your muscles." Furs pursed her lips, leaned her head sideways, and smiled. "Teasing me doesn't make you smarter." Zio tried to smooth out her few strands of blonde hair that was sticking out. "All right, let's head over to Empress Burrow and tell Miss Audrey about this." Furs nodded faintly and said, "So, what's our emergency contact method with Miss Audrey?" Zio was momentarily put at a loss. She looked afar at the tombstone as she said, "She told me that pet dog of hers we saw earlier walks herself at least 5 times a day. Well, the next walk should be after lunch. In other words, we have to loiter around suspiciously outside Count Hall's luxurious manor. The corner of Furz's lips twitched. Zio suddenly looked sideways and revealed an obsequious smile. Furz, or would you prefer to just sneak in? I don't think that would be difficult for you. It's what you're good at. A hereditary count for centuries, one of the most influential parliament members in the House of Lords, the largest shareholder of Varvat Bank, the fourth largest shareholder of Backlund Bank, the special consultant of the Royal Bank of Loan, the third largest shareholder of Suchit Bank in the Intis Republic, the second largest shareholder of Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, and so on. These are the titles of Miss Audrey's father. Zio, use your brain, how could a man like that not employ any beyonders? Would he not have any prized collections? This is different from those destitute viscounts and barons. Furz replied in exasperation. I swear in the name of God, if I were to sneak in, I would be discovered and caught within 5 minutes. Zio nodded continuously in agreement. Let's wait for the golden retriever then. With that said, she led the way. After she took a few steps forward, she spoke with her back facing Furz. Well, I will compensate you for your losses and the damages in the future. I'm referring to the stone, of course. Listening to that, the corner of Furz's lips lifted and she said, I was saving myself. And, Zio, you're going the wrong way. God, if you were an apprentice and ended up becoming a traveler in the future, it would be a disaster. Outside Count Hall's luxurious manor, Zio and Furz hid behind an Intis parasol tree and secretly observed their target building in silence, watching the people walking. After God knows how long, they finally saw the golden retriever come out from a hidden hole under the wall. It pricked up its ears and looked to its left and right, appearing very cautious. Just as Susie started taking its walk happily, a black male dog popped up from nowhere. It fawned on Susie and started running around in circles. This is the first time I'm seeing a dog show such a human-like reaction. Just how much does it hate that black dog? Zio sighed. She could tell from Susie's gaze and facial expression that there was obvious detest. Furz smiled and said, it's just like encountering a rash, disgusting, and persistent lecher. Seeing Susie attempt to speed up to escape the black dog's pursuit, Zio stood up to administer justice. My ruling is for you to leave her alone. Zio shouted with a mask of solemnity. The black dog was taken aback and immediately scampered away with its tail between its legs. Susie let out a breath of relief and slowed down. It barked politely and wagged its tail. That was close, I nearly said thank you to them. The golden retriever thought in joy. That would have been a very awkward situation. A melodic tune slowly came to a halt as Audrey picked up the latest intelligence Zio and Furz had delivered and read it with knitted brows. She closed the piano cover and stood up elegantly. She paced back and forth in her piano room and considered her next course of action. Kalangos is a very dangerous man. If Zio and Furz continued investigating, they might end up in danger. It might even expose me. Yes, I should just proceed according to their suggestion. Oh yeah, it's another 2 hours until the Tarot Club. I wonder what Mr. Fool would suggest. If he's still not interested, I'll discuss it with the hanged man carefully. Audrey gradually calmed herself down. This was the first time she had encountered, or perhaps was described as being placed in such a perilous situation. There was already one death. 3 in the afternoon. Audrey's vision recovered from a crimson and blurry state before seeing the boundless grey fog that didn't belong to reality, the lofty palace that looked like the home of a giant, the long ancient model bronze table, and the fool who was always engulfed by a thick layer of fog. Lastly, she saw the hanged men, the lovers, and the sun. At that moment, Audrey's tense and anxious emotions seemed to relax. She felt so safe, so calm. I'm participating in the Tarot Club that doesn't belong in the material world, and I'm dealing with Mr. Fool who's nearly a god. Kalangos and I are on different levels. Audrey sat in an upright position proudly. She lifted her chin slightly and greeted cheerfully, Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Ms. Lovers, Mr. Hanged Man and Mr. Sun. Wonderful as ever. Selina smiled behind the thick grey fog. After they greeted one another, Klein saw that Miss Lovers is preparing to speak, therefore, he nodded faintly to express his permission. Honorable Mr. Fool. May I ask if your admirer had finally received their compensation? Selina knew that it's Klein, however she refrained from dropping any pronouns that might lead to his identity. The fool smiled and said, I didn't pay close attention to this matter. But as my adorer didn't request for additional help, I suppose he has already received it. Whilst within, Klein added happily. I saw the bank balance. £300 is there, I've checked it multiple times and a name, Dr. Stone, was used as the contractor. Is that Ms. Lover's ally? I'm glad to hear that. Selina nodded slightly, relaxed. Apart from that, Audrey seemed to also wanted to add right after Selina was done. Mr. Hangman, there's been progress regarding Kalangos. Alger suddenly sat up straight. He couldn't hide his excitement as he asked, "Where is he?" Unfortunately, he noticed our investigations just after we discovered his tracks. He killed one of the personnel involved. Audrey repeated the highlights of Zio's and Furz's story and explained their follow-up plan in detail. Alger nodded faintly and said, "I'll pay close attention." Then, he turned to the side and looked towards the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Under the vacant gaze of the son, Derek, who listened but didn't understand anything, he said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, if I were to find out Kalango's true intention and the very important and magical item that he intends to obtain, please allow me to recite your name and inform you through the ritual." He didn't repeat his request for the fool's adorer to provide him assistance. As he brought it up before and the fool had given his answer, there was no need to harp on the topic. Otherwise, it might provoke the god. Hence, Alger made it clear that his intention was only to report his findings. If the final temptation was sufficient, he believed that Mr. Fool's adorer would definitely appear. That works. Audrey widened her eyes. I should have asked for the right to report as well. I might be able to gain Mr. Fool's guidance occasionally. She thought with regret. Under everyone's gaze, the fool Klein leaned back into his chair and nodded faintly. He replied slowly, "You may." Chapter 206, Bright Mr. Sun. Alger heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the fool's answer. He lowered his head and humbly said, "Please allow me to thank you in advance. That's because I'm also curious about the item Kalangos is searching for. I want to know about the item that can allow a Sequence 6 Wind Blessed to have the strength of a Sequence 4. I'm also curious about what a pirate admiral is going to do in Backlund." Klein smiled, maintaining his profound posture. "It's not like I've promised to provide assistance after I hear your prayers," he emphasized in his heart. But now, he was a lot more confident than before. Now, he had actual allies in the mysterious Mr. Azek who was currently in Backlund. Praying to Mr. Fool to inform. Selina instantly thought of her believer's situation. But regrettably, her wish is far to be completed. Mr. Fool do not want his existence to be localized even in one's own organization. Even then, it seems he is still considering allying with the White Maiden. They have to do this on their own, said Selina inwardly with conviction. They just need a little guidance. And regarding Judius, he doesn't realize that the girl they're talking to is now their boss. Sigh, how can I relay this to Klein? That there could be more than just the Rose School of Thought targeting me. I'll be safe. In the Nighthawks and alongside Klein, I believe I will be safe. I'll have to inform him soon. Selina calmed down and watched the discussion from the sidelines. At that moment, the hangman Alger looked at the fool and spoke once again, "I'm about to receive a batch of pages from Emperor Roselle's diary. I believe that I can present them to you in the next gathering, or the gathering after that." According to the arrangement of the Church of the Lord of Storms, Pritz Harbor was under the jurisdiction of the Backlund Diocese. Thus, Alger could enter the capital and wait for Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos to show himself under the guise of reporting about his previous voyage. Backlund had been the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms until the end of the last epoch, having shifted their holy altar to Paso Island only after the establishment of the Lone Kingdom. Regardless, the status of the Church of the Lord of Storms in Backlund was second only to the headquarters of the 7 great churches. One could imagine the information the Church of the Lord of Storms held. Under these circumstances, Alger was confident that he would be able to collect pages of Emperor Roselle's diary in the name of research. After all, they were indecipherable at present. Senior Roselle's diary. Right, Kingo's was the only one as of now that have submitted 2 notes to me. Luckily, I still keep tab of that when I gave them to Mr. Fool. Selina nodded at herself. From Alger's words. Klein allowed joy to color his tone, as he said with a gentle nod, "Very good." Audrey Hall hurriedly spoke up when she saw the conversation between the hanged man and the fool end. "Honorable Mr. Fool, may I recite your name and inform you using a ritual should I receive any timely and useful information?" Timely. Look, Miss Justice's choice of words is so refined. Compared to her, you are too vulgar, the hanged man. Klein nodded slightly, saying past the fog, "You may." Great. Audrey secretly clenched her fists. At the same time, Klein turned to look at the lovers who was being an onlooker and the son, Derek Berg, who had been silently listening to their conversations. He spoke, his tone was peaceful, "The same goes for both of you as well." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Derek lowered his head and Selina echoed the same gratitude. The majestic palace was silent for a few seconds before Audrey spoke. "I need the complete pituitary gland of a rainbow salamander. One of the main ingredients of the telepathist potion." Hangman Alger nodded slightly as if he was contemplating. "I don't have it. To be honest, I've only seen this creature in textbooks." The son, Derek, heard the term automatically translated to him as Phantom Netherdrake. What kind of textbook would discuss a supernatural creature? How envious. I can only get information like that at a Beyonder gathering, through word of mouth, or through a crumpled piece of paper. There's Northwest system in place, and my search for knowledge lacks organization. I'll find a way to trade for the sun's textbook in the future. Oh, he was interested in the formula for the barred potion. Audrey thought, a little envious. At that moment, Alger looked at the fool, then retracted his gaze. He then looked opposite him and said in thought, I might have a way of obtaining the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. Without waiting for Audrey to speak, he added on, but it's under the premise that Kalangos is found. When the time comes, the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander would be equivalent to the extra compensation that I owe you. Miss Justice, you might not know, but these creatures are nearly extinct, and we can only find traces of them in primitive islands in the Sea of Fog, the Berserk Sea, or the Sonia Sea. Not many people have the coordinates to these islands. Hey, if you're interested, we can make a deal, for I am one of the few who knows how to get there. Primitive islands. Selina repeated curiously in her heart. Interesting. Meanwhile, Klein suddenly thought of someone and secretly let out a long sigh. Audrey became thrilled after hearing that. She fought back her emotions as she said, I once dreamed of going on a voyage in search of these primitive islands to take in the history. My goddess, the Tarot Club is too powerful, too wonderful. To be able to recruit a member who has the coordinates of the primitive islands. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey couldn't maintain her spectator state as a smile crept across her face. The son Derek was already confused by the terms Sea of Fog, Berserk Sea, Sonia Sea, Primitive Island, etc. However, since Ms. Lovers has also been maintaining a quiet air, he felt less worried that he could not join the discussion. If Ms. Lovers is staying silent, that could likely mean it didn't matter much in regarding the City of Silver. Derek was in a better mood. I wonder what could appease her to exchange for the reborn Giant Queen's honorific title. After collecting herself for a few seconds, Audrey asked curiously, does the near extinction of the rainbow salamander mean that the spectator pathway will be severed soon? No, there will definitely be substitute materials. Alger gave a definite answer. What substitute materials are there? Audrey's eyes brightened as she asked. Alger shook his head, replying without revealing certain profound truths, I don't know. Perhaps the members of the psychology alchemists might know. Then how can you be so sure that there will be substitute ingredients? Audrey didn't understand. Alger laughed and said, you will understand in time. Or do you have something to trade for the information right now? I guess I'll wait. Audrey pouted and sighed. She also dismissed the idea of asking Mr. Fool. There's no use in me knowing for the time being. The hanged men will definitely ask about something regarding Rear Admiral Hurricane, and I cannot be dragged too deep into that matter. She suddenly felt like praising her intellect. But what she never expected was that Mr. Fool was feeling very disappointed at that moment. After the end of the transaction discussions, Klein looked around, then turned to the sun. He asked in a gentle tone, does the City of Silver still believe in gods? Hearing that, Selina perked up. Right. Mr. Fool only mentioned of the omnipotent and omniscient. Derek replied in a respectful tone, we still believe in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. The sun's answer didn't disappoint Selina. They didn't believe in the mainstream 7 orthodox deities, nor did they believe in death as the southern continent did. They also didn't believe in the hidden existences, evil gods or devils, primordial demonis, hidden sage, dark side of the universe, chained god, or the true creator, which the hanged man had told everyone before. Even though he abandoned you, asked Klein in reply as he chuckled and was not surprised at all. So that's likely what happened. Did the omnipotent and omniscient creator retrieve his authorities and vanished right away? Perhaps it's far from the truth. Selina internalized her hypothesis. One thing is for sure. That is how the name Forsaken Land of the Gods came from. From the death of the Giant Queen into rise and disappearance of the creator they worshipped, it was forsaken by fate. Alger's thought stirred once again, but it wasn't as undulating as it was before. That is because this confirms his theory that Ms. Lovers is one of the fools blessed. The mystery surrounding the White Maiden. Alger looked reverently at the seat of honor. Knowing that a grander scale is happening since day one of the club. This could also mean we're handpicked by Mr. Fool due to reasons that turns the cog of history. Me. Yes, we believe that we will regain the Lord's favor in the end. Perhaps it will be on the day the sun rises again, Derek Berg answered in an uncertain tone. We were once ruled by the giant's royal family, and we worshipped the giant King Ormer. Later, we were saved by the Lord and we will never betray the Lord again. Ormer. Efalar Ormer. Yuzur Ormer. Selina's heartstrings were tugged. Does that mean they were the descendants of the giant King Ormer? The union of the child of God, the giant queen and giant King Ormer? No, this might not be the case. If it is, then that could mean that the surnames of the ancient families ties to one powerful ancient beings in the past. But is it? Ruled by the giant's royal family. It really is ancient. But it doesn't seem to match. Alger, who had guessed at something, suddenly recalled the description about the second epoch in the hidden chapter of the Book of Storms. The second epoch was also known as humanity's dark epoch. At the time, the sky, ocean, and land were ruled over by dragons, giants, elves, mutants, devils, phoenixes, demonic wolves, and dead spirits. But in the end, the Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom led humanity into defeating the supernatural creatures and ushered in the beginning of the third epoch, the glorious era, which was later known as Cataclysm. Giant King Ormur. Klein repeated the name in silence. In various legends and myths, it was a great existence on par with the deities. Even now, there were still some places that worshipped him. Even the most famous and most expensive grape wine in the Intis Republic was named after Ormur. It was said that the Giant King particularly fancied grape wine which was like blood. Considering the fact that the Church of the God of Combat is in control of the complete pathway of the warrior, which once belonged to the giants, can I assume that Ormur was the ancient god of combat? What about the White Maiden? Which pathway does she govern? Klein guessed but also posed another question. He nodded deliberately but didn't think any further about it. He then asked calmly, do you still offer sacrifices to this omnipotent god? Yes, we still do. But since the day we were abandoned, we have never gotten any response. Derek's voice had a hint of unconcealed pain. Klein leaned against the back of his chair leisurely. He half closed his eyes and said, describe the process of your offering ritual in detail. Offering ritual. Selena slowly realized something. Klein said there was something wrong with the ritual I shared. Did he requested Mr. Fool for insights? It could be, but there's also an underlying reasons. Offering rituals give certain characteristics toward the deity it is being directed to. What the Child of God's faction did with the wreath altar cannot be copied to pray to another. Selena deduced, paying closer attention. If there's something wrong as Klein divined, what could it be? Will it solve the issue of the dream world leaking out? Chapter 207, True Offering Ritual. Varied fluctuations in emotions did Audrey saw on everyone's state excluding the Fool. She pivoted her gaze from the lovers and onto the hanged man. Does Mr. Fool want to figure out the truth behind the City of Silver's abandonment? Or does he want to determine if the Creator still exists? Alger suddenly felt a shock through his body and he quivered. Not only was he afraid, but he was also excited too. This was because he felt he was being made privy to the secrets between deities. That made him feel like he had been elevated to a whole new level. I've been chasing after power, after strength. Didn't I do it to achieve this kind of feeling? Alger leaned back, lifted his chin, and got carried away with his thoughts. Mr. Hanged Man's mental state doesn't seem to be normal. Audrey looked at him with pity. She finally understood that there might be some sort of shocking secret behind the communication between Mr. Fool and the Sun, which led to the Hanged Man's loss of composure. After the Kalangos commission is over, I'll pay the price to get information about what Mr. Hangman learned today. I wonder if he would be willing to. Audrey thought in anticipation, yet was still a little worried. Derek didn't notice the weight that was hanging on his answer as he replied frankly, we build opulent altars covered in the Lord's symbol. Every time we receive a bumper black-faced grass harvest, we hold a sacrificial ritual. We use the monsters we capture in the depths of the darkness to use as sacrificial offerings. After we recite God's honorable title and the necessary prayers, we dance for him and then kill the monsters, to let their spirituality and tainted blood dye the entire altar. If we haven't caught any monsters, then we use a sinner on the lowest floor in the City of Silver prison instead. Then, we turn the very first batch of black-faced grass into food and serve it before the Lord. In the end, we sing praises in unison and end the ritual. At that moment, when Audrey glanced at the lover Selena, she saw her hands beneath the mottled bronze table caressing one another. Selena finally understood. In the documents, it spoke of a special sacrificial and bestowment ritual for the goddess, but it emphasized the irrelevance of something crucial. Even in the normal offering ritual, it excluded it, thus Selena gave Klein an incomplete ritual. Back when Uzer first reached out, the only thing he requested was that, even then the door of summoning did not open under Selena's will. That crucial error was the lack of a symbol. Selena is also not the one who was exerting force to open the door of summoning. Colors melted from her face. Selena experienced a nameless horror clinging in her heart. This meant that throughout the time she was utilizing the world, she was not the one to exert the authorities when interacting with its properties. If she were, then her stay would have been short. The opening of the door should have used all her spirituality, but that was a mistake, alongside it blends the power inside the dream world. It needed a seal. That's it. Symbols acts like seals that filter out powers, only letting its targeted entity through. That's why the dream world is leaking. But wait, this could also mean that during those times, the dream world was helping me. Hinting its sentience. Selena stayed silent, reining her thoughts and trying to dismiss it. What are the corresponding prayers? What language do you recite them in? The fool Klein added languidly. Derek was also looking forward to this, so as to gain hints from Mr. Fool on how to shake off the curse, so he recalled it carefully and answered, "We use Jotun, which is also our common language." The corresponding prayers are: Your devoted believers pray for your attention. We pray for you to take their offerings. We pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom. Selina listened in silence and her hands gradually calmed down. She nodded as though deep in thought and remained silent. The Fool is the same as well. As for what he learned from it, he obviously wouldn't share it. Alger found it very normal. How could the secrets of a deity be revealed directly to a mortal? Derek also steeled his resolve to quickly grow in power, so that he could obtain something that could garner Mr. Fool's interest in exchange for his guidance. After some more communication, the gathering ended. Selina saw the same crimson light engulfed and shattered, returning back to her room. She laid on the bed for a few moments, contemplating, before propping herself up and sanctifying the room with a silver dagger. A wall of spirituality was formed through the candles she had lighted. From there, she scoured her bag, not the luggage but the bag that contained the fertile soil she used before. It has all the flowers, but their wilt is very noticeable. Nonetheless, the description didn't say anything about fresh flowers, thus without any formality she wove a wreath. With her expertise, it didn't took her long to construct the ritual meant for the child of God, a cross holding a wreath that acted as a portal, upright standing on a mound of fertile soil. Upon inspecting the altar, she withheld the ceremony and took out a paper from her drawer. For some time, she brainstormed for what could be used as her symbol. The symbol of an upside-down crescent moon with an orb is not in the option. Not only because it appeared right when she was oblivious, it is also when she needed it most. The dream world might be leveraging her inexperience to try and breach reality. Hence, her mind filtered out the advances in the dream world until she stumbled upon something that came into existence as a result of her deliberation, the willow tree. With that in mind, she drew a rather rigid symbol, an upright crescent around a white moon intertwined with vines. Finally, after placing it on the altar, she lighted the 3 candles again in front of it and chanted in Jotun. The white maiden from a distant time. The reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. The beginning and the end of the extending vines. I pray for your attention to notice my affection. I pray for you to open the gates of your kingdom. I pray for the bestowment of your grace. Finishing the chants, she burned the note carrying her symbol and watched it smoldered into the altar. Similarly from the last, she heard illusory stacked voices behind her ear and she felt a burning sensation between her glabella. The burning sensation wasn't there before. She didn't felt anything from the previous offering prayers except for the voices. Selina didn't waste her time and immediately simulated the feeling of longing. She recalled Earth. Her body collapsed right then and in the dream world formed an exact replica of her figure. The boundless horizon and tall grasses emerged from the grotesque environment. The same mural-like vine spiraled out of her lower half. A vine segment connecting to hers started pulsing. When she extended her reach and this time used her spirituality, the scattered emerald light coalesced to form a door, about the size of a person. This is it. Selina felt immense anticipation. She also noticed that a symbol was formed above the door, the symbol of an upright crescent holding a white moon as its crown intertwined with vines. If this succeeds, she'll be able to allow a channel between herself, her allies, to exchange resources, magnify her reach and help Klein against the fate disharmony. As she looked at the door, Selina forced her mind to will the door open. After several attempts, the door wouldn't budge. Her best was when the door produces as illusory creak that shuts right after she let go. Sigh. Selina felt defeated. I'm still a Sequence 9. Of course Sequence 9 won't have enough spirituality of their own, and I couldn't use the dream world's power much more than what I'm capable of, lest I truly want to turn into a monster. Well, at the very least I fixed it. This meant that after Sequence 8 maybe I could safely transport items into the dream world. With that said, she left feeling slightly more grateful. Selina didn't want to overstay as that attempts already took a toll on her spirituality. Returning to the guest room, she dispelled the wall of spirituality, tidied up her mess and laid back on the bed. As she stared at the wall, her eyelids grew heavy until she cast it off to sleep. In the world above the gray fog, the dizzying, maniacal roars gradually died down. Klein finally came to his senses after opening the door of summoning. He saw a young man in front of him. The man was wearing an old shirt, had black hair, brown eyes, and average-looking facial features. The man had an average build, was a little skinny, but his frame seemed to hide considerable power. He also had the obvious demeanor of a scholar. Isn't that me? Klein wasn't a stranger to scenes like this. He encountered something like this every time he looked in the mirror. He nodded indiscernibly and surveyed his surroundings. He saw his bed with a white bedsheet draped over it. He saw his half-top hat, tuxedo, and black windbreaker hanging on his clothes rack. He saw a bookshelf with quite a number of books, his neat table that only had one candle on it. He saw the candle flame emitting a grayish-white glow. And now, he was floating in front of the palm-sized circle of grayish-white fog. So, have I really summoned myself? It feels a little like an out-of-body experience, but there's also something a little different. Klein looked at the physical body belonging to him, toward his blank, vacant eyes and slipped into deep thought. But he could finally confirm one thing: it was only his soul, also known as his spirit body in mysticism, that headed to the world of fog. The exterior appearance was that of the astral projection. It's no wonder that I can directly see the astral projection surface of Justice, the Hangman, and the Sun and confirm whether they were beyonders or not when I was in the world above the fog. I could also guess their sequence numbers. My physical body seems to be under some form of protection, perhaps from the power of the ritual, for me to stand with such stability and not lose my balance. It should be the same for Miss Justice and the others. Klein slowly got used to the current situation and started to analyze the conditions of both his physical body and soul. He retracted his gaze and tried to move his soul, now fused with powers from the mysterious space. Whoosh! A cold wind started to blow, as it spiraled around the room. Klein savored the sensation of flying, joyfully making circles in the room. I can also take on the role of a messenger in this city now. I wonder if I can carry physical items with me. He collected himself and stopped. He floated in the air and experimented with his other abilities. He tried to grab a notebook from his bookshelf, but his hand passed through it. It feels a little sticky. It's not like moving through air. I might be able to grab it after I become more powerful and able to better utilize the mysterious powers of the world above the gray fog. Klein once again tried grabbing a single piece of paper but to no avail. After more than 10 seconds of deliberation, he flew toward the clothes rack and extended his transparent hand into the pocket of his black windbreaker. He touched the slumber charms and the requiem charms that he replenished from a successful claim. They were objects infused with his own spirituality, different from ordinary objects in supernatural terms. Thus, Klein wanted to see if he could carry them about. His palm once again went through the charms, but he could clearly feel their existence. He felt the intertwining of spirituality, but he didn't have enough strength to pick them up. Of course, another explanation was that there wasn't enough spirituality within the charms to achieve a strong resonance with his current state. The spirituality isn't strong enough. Klein thought as he moved towards the other pocket. That pocket stored the flaring sun charms that he made with the stolen power of the divine blood and his own spirituality. A warm sensation quickly spread all over his body, making his form turn more stable and his thoughts clearer. He could take the thin gold piece out of his pocket. In the mirror in his room, the charm seemed to float out of the pocket on its own accord, similar to the descriptions in ghost stories. I can move flaring sun charm. I can also create sound using my spirituality. So I do have certain abilities in this state. Klein then looked at another charm next to it, the blood-curdling charm. But considering the implications that came from a divine item closely related to a true deity, he rejected the idea. Of course I'm not truly invincible in this state, only in the gray fog could I have protection. He then flew toward the mirror and stopped in front of it. He saw that only the thin gold piece was reflected. Other than that, it was only the furniture and darkness in the room caused by the drawn curtains. After a few seconds of consideration, he placed the flaring sun charm onto the bed before returning to the front of the mirror. He wanted to see if he could move through the mirror. His vision turned dark. Klein's vantage point suddenly changed. He saw the room that was reflected in the mirror, the furniture that was accentuated by the weak sources of light. It made him feel as though he was hiding in an obscure corner, peeping into a tiny portion of the room. I really can go through the mirror. But this is only an ordinary item which doesn't lead to some mysterious and strange world. Klein nodded and charged forward, once again returning to his room. The success of carrying the flaring sun charm gave him immense confidence. Hence, he attempted grabbing something else. Mr. Azek's copper whistle. Chapter 208, Resulted Test. The moment he touched the ancient and intricate object, he felt his spirituality expanding and freezing. His illusory eyes turned into dark, burning flames. It feels like I have gotten a little more powerful. My form is like a wraith's but without the strong sense of vengeance. Klein projected his current appearance by calming his mind. This was one of the abilities of a clown. Mr. Azek's copper whistle is truly fascinating. He nodded, noticing that he could now pick up pieces of paper with certain weights. He could also pick up his slumber charms. How unfortunate. I can carry the silver ritual dagger, but the revolver is too heavy. Klein concluded his experiments and turned to see if he could use any spells in this state. After serious tests, he concluded that he could conjure 2 spells, the first being a formless howl could shake the souls of his target and the second was inducing a state akin to freezing via contact with the target. Klein came to a satisfied stop. He looked out the oriel window, towards the sunlight, and street covered by the curtain. I wonder if I can move about during the day in this state. He muttered as he floated towards the window. He then carefully lifted the curtain, creating a slit and allowing a small amount of sunlight to pass through the wall of spirituality and into the room. Under the radiant sunlight, Klein felt his soul boil with a black fog. His powers were also being drained away, bit by bit. He quickly released his grip, allowing the curtain to block the light. I can't. Klein thought for a moment, then placed his gaze on the flaring sun charm on the bed. I wonder if the effect would be the same if I'm augmented with the divine blood of the eternal blazing sun. He floated toward the bed and tried to grab the thin piece of gold. But just as he touched the charm, the warm pure feeling formed a stark contrast with his burgeoning cold spirituality. It was like an existential conflict between fire and water. Sizzle. He tossed the piece of gold away as if he had been burned. The power of Mr. Azek's copper whistle cannot inhabit my soul at the same time as the flaring sun charm. Klein understood as he set the copper whistle down. He felt his spirituality shrink, and the black flames in his eyes extinguished. In this state, both the spells I can use have been weakened. After another round of experimentation, Klein grabbed the flaring sun charm, once again feeling the stabilizing and warm purifying effects the charm had on his spirit body. He returned to the window and cautiously moved through the curtain. The sunlight only felt warm on his body, but it didn't inflict any harm. Not bad. Klein let out a mixed smile. He made his way past the wall of spirituality and cautiously flew out of the house with the intention of conducting more experiments. When he arrived outside, the weather in Tingen turned from refreshing cool to a bitingly chill in early September. However, the sunlight at 3 or 4 in the afternoon was still warm and soothing. Klein went through the wall of spirituality and the oriel window. He floated in the air outside of his bedroom as he overlooked the people and carriages shuttling to and from Daffodil Street. I wonder how Selina is doing. On the verge of excite, he suddenly thought of checking into the guest room. But wouldn't that be intruding? He thought. But afterwards flew right on the window. The gap between the curtains was wide and saw that Selina was sleeping. Phew, he sighed and quickly left. Just then, there was a man in a grey labor uniform who suddenly lifted his head and looked over. Klein panicked and wanted to hide, but he couldn't find any suitable cover. When he didn't see anything to hide behind, he started to sneak back into his house. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw the men earlier merely glanced over the window. Then, his gaze followed a flying sparrow, but unfortunately, he lost sight of it. In Tingen, birds could occasionally be seen. Phew. I forgot that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to see me. Klein let out a breath of relief and felt that he had yet to get used to the situation. As he grew more confident, he flew lower and went to a nearby spacious street where he floated above people's heads. As he drew closer, Klein immediately realized that his vision was the same as his spirit vision. There was no need for him to activate it, but there was a restriction to its range. Also, besides the aura and emotional colors, he could faintly feel the existence of everyone's soul. They were blurry, illusory, and transparent. In this state, I think I could bypass a person's body and directly attack their soul, Klein nodded thoughtfully. He circled around and prepared to test his fastest speed. Hence, he flew towards Iron Cross Street with all his strength. It didn't take long before he came to a halt and arrived outside the apartment he used to stay in. It should be about the speed of a car on the highway. It's a pity that I still can't go in and out of the spirit world, otherwise, it'd be perfect. But if I were to be lost in the spirit world, it's said that the consequences are very severe. Just as Klein finished his self-evaluation, he felt low-spirited and gloomy. There was an unspoken pressure. He looked around and felt that Iron Cross Street was engulfed with gloominess that ordinary people could see, a darkness that the sunlight couldn't dispel. There were layers of numbness, despair, pain, and other emotions overlapping, as though they were corporeal. It feels just like what I experienced when using spiritual perception on this street when I first became a seer. Iron Cross Street's middle street and lower street hasn't changed to this day. I wonder how many years it took to accumulate such oppression and gloominess. Klein recalled the past and sighed as he flew up to the 3rd floor of the surrounding buildings. He finally felt sunlight and shook off his depression. Klein flew along Lower Street and, from time to time, he would see residents who were dressed in tattered clothes, looking expressionless and malnourished. He even ran into 2 bodies that had died of natural causes, prolonged starvation and malnutrition with a sudden infliction of an illness. There were countless people who died in agony every month. However, the bankrupt farmers and slaves that surged in from the southern continent replaced them very quickly. Klein sighed in silence and changed direction and flew south. That was the industrial area of Tingen. The steelworks, lead factories, ceramic factories, printing factories, metalworks factories, machine construction factories, and other factories all built right next to one another. As he flew, Klein saw towering chimneys. He saw dust filling the air and a thick gloominess that was only slightly better than that of Lower Street. It was crowded with emotions of exhaustion, pain, pessimism, and numbness. Laborers who were in their 30s were considered the minority. Just as Klein wanted to fly lower to look at the area more closely, he suddenly felt weak. It was a weakness that came from inside him. My spirituality can't withstand the duress. Klein became alarmed. He was in a hurry to return home, but he suddenly thought of a better possibility. I was summoned out. If I were to end the summon, I would return naturally. He calmed down and carefully felt the surrounding environment and his status. Unsurprisingly, he discovered something that was connected to him from infinitely far away but also infinitely close to him. It formed an intricate tether to him. Through this connection, Klein clenched the flaring sun charm tightly and willed the strong desire to end the summoning. A massive and terrifying suction force overwhelmed him as his figure went from transparent to nearly invisible, and in a flash, he vanished from the corporeal world. Wednesday arrived peacefully. Aroma of blended coffee coursed through the air in Blackthorn Security Company. On his way, Klein shared to Selina about his discoveries with Lenivas, Daly's letter, and Dunn's plan on sneaking into the asylum. Be careful, all right. Selina tugged the tie of Klein's suit. Klein nodded in response while noticing that Roseanne was looking at him with animosity. Ahaha. Klein simply looked away and replied, yes. At that moment, Selina noticed Dunn walking toward them. She notified Klein to turn around. Dunn sized the gentleman up and smiled, listen to her. Klein was stunned. He felt the surface was for his safety, but deeper in the iceberg was that the advice carried more than just, listen to her. I will. But due to lack of evidence, he simply answered. All right. Dunn approached them and spoke to Selina. Archbishop Christet Casimir has returned. He received your special application letter and is now waiting for you at the alchemy room. So soon? I mean so soon. Selina was perplexed at first but later sparked in joy. She looked at Klein with anticipation. I can't be there. I have a mission. Klein clenched his hands and thought of something. Immediately, he thought of handing her his handkerchief. I'll return very soon. Advance safely, he said, while leaving the handkerchief on Selina's hand. Seeing this, Dunn sighed at the bottom of his heart and left their side for the receptionist's desk. Selina chuckled inwardly, Captain, just ask Madame Daly out already. All right. Take care. Klein nodded with a smile and held his top hat and came to approach Dunn on the counter. The duo soon left the partition. Seeing their outlines fade from the closing of the door, Selina firmed her emotions, tucked her together down her waist and turned for the basement. The cold air seeped into the fabric of her coat, allowing her to endear the emotions eluding her mind, each of her steps. The dim light soon overlapped at distinct secret door after advancing through the junction. Selina raised her palm, pressed it on the cold doorknob and twisted it open. Good morning, Your Grace. Selina greeted shortly upon entering. Good morning. Christet, his mouth masked behind a collar, stood with his violin case. Selina anxiously took around. She could recall a faint gentle laugh and outline a hazy memory of old Neil telling her not to burn the whole place, or else Dunn's expense would skyrocket. A faint smile tugged at her lips before fading away at the nostalgia. You Grace, do I have to take another test? She asked respectfully. Of course. The only difference now will be that it will be short. Casimir nodded slightly and took the seat next to him, crossing his leg. You may take a seat. Selina heeded his offer and quietly prepared. When Casimir inspected the time, the usual test was conducted, and each of them resulted positively. At that moment, he stood up and he added with a smile discernible in his expression. Nighthawk Selina, I announce in the name of the goddess that you have passed the examination of the Holy Cathedral. Congratulations. With your contributions, you can immediately advance to become a Sequence 8 Beyonder. Chapter 209, Beast Tamer Potion. Phew. When Selina heard Christet Casimir's announcement, she let out a breath of relief despite being mentally prepared for it. It felt surreal, as though it was a dream. She had assumed that the examination would be tougher and lengthier, but thinking about it at a clear point, she thought that what happened is the normal procedure. I overanalyzed it. Investigating my friends, delving deeper into my past, but I guess this is to expected, perhaps that was already done. I'm really just overthinking it, don't overthink. Selina sighed, flashed a sincere smile at the Archbishop. Thank you, Your Grace. Praise the lady. Christet nodded gently and said, to advance is to serve the goddess better, so that you can protect our fellow believers better. You must remember this, trust me, it'll help you fight the temptation of losing control. Temptation. Selina ruminated over the word. Christet sized Selina up with his green eyes and said sternly, the acting method can help you digest the potion and lower the risk of losing control, but it's not the be-all and end-all. To a certain extent, you can even confuse playing the role and your own existence. You know, there are many actors in the theater that develop severe psychological issues. At a certain level, you might really go insane. Remember that you're only acting. The only point of note concluded by the City of Silver is identical to what Deacon Casimir said. Selina nodded thoughtfully in agreement. In addition, Crestet emphasized, not only is losing control related to the potion, it's also closely related to your emotions and mental health. The most important thing for a Beyonder is to control yourself. Only then will you be able to withstand the temptations of evil gods and devils, resisting emotions like greed and jealousy, and the erosion of desire. Of course, I don't mean that you should get rid of all your emotions and desires, because that is something that no human or even demigod can do. Yes, perhaps only some special sequences are able to achieve that sort of state. Selena suddenly thought about old Neil. She couldn't help but ask in reply, we must keep our emotions and desires at a reasonable level, preventing it from driving us to do something irrational and abnormal. Crestet nodded solemnly. Yes. After he answered, there were wrinkles at the corner of his eyes. That's all I wanted to warn you about. Now, I'll pass you the Beast Tamer potion formula and the relevant ingredients. He bent down and put his silver suitcase on the long table. He then turned around and moved a few steps, blocking Selena's view. When the surrounding light strangely vanished again, Selena suddenly understood that the formula and ingredients were in the suitcase that stored the holy artifact. It was simply because her gaze was attracted by the pure white bone sword, which was why she didn't notice, or perhaps, she couldn't notice, the other items in the suitcase. After a few minutes, the light of the gas lamps lit up the alchemy room again. Crestet picked up his suitcase and moved away, presenting the items on the long table to Selena. She saw a beautiful fading egg, the most eye-catching one among them. It had crystals featuring thin shells that appeared fragile. Despite its delicate appearance, it contained swirls of water inside, even without agitation. Next to the fading egg-shaped crystal was a bundled coalition of flowers. Seemingly looking like a dome or flower. They wrapped a hold knight's honorary sword. Just by inhaling the intoxicating scent of this fruit causes Selena to sense an indomitable aura emanating from being a primate. A spring of the elf's marrow crystal and a fruit of the king's sword flower. The main ingredients of the Beast Tamer potion. Selena quietly discerned the materials and took a few steps closer. 100 milliliters of water from the spring of the elves, 1 flower of the king's sword flower, 10 drops of wild eggplant extract, 10 grams of animal corpse oil. Selena looked at the unfurled goatskin parchment and compared the written content with the formula that she had memorized. After confirming there was nothing wrong, she recalled the demonstration old Neil did. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly to collect her emotions. With the metal pot in the alchemy room, she washed and took the water from the spring of the elves, pouring it alongside the supplementary ingredients. Selena was as skillful as back when she had done chemistry experiments in high school. As the Beyonder ingredients hadn't catalyzed just yet, she didn't see any obvious changes in the liquid in the metal pot. At most, she only saw materials floating in the surface along with the water turning faint red. When she was done with the preparations, Selena cast her gaze at the 2 main ingredients and gratefully thought, there's no description of the exact size or weight of the required. Yes, perhaps there's no differences, regardless of their weight, allowing them to meet the requirements. In the world of mysterious Beyonders, this is definitely possible. If so, I don't have to worry about putting in excessive amounts of the main ingredients. After a few seconds, Selena picked up the spring of the elf's marrow crystal and threw it into the metal pot. When the beautiful egg touched the liquid, it immediately produced a sizzling sound. The air became instilled with a strange scent and stacked voices shrilled from within. These are various voices being imitated from around the vicinity, the crawling of insects, the squeaks of rat and the hums of birds. Selena didn't delay any further as she immediately picked the fruit of the king's sword flower and added it into the cerulean green water. Poof! The amalgamation of the amplified voices completely vanished all of a sudden, and the surrounding projection of gushing waters slowly converged into the metal pot. Selena peeked into the pot and saw the liquid turned into a grape strawberry wine. A little viscous but emits a sweet scent. Even though mosquitoes aren't present. Selena could faintly hear buzzing noises within, as if attracting them. The scene reminded Selena a strawberry milkshake, a blended beverage from her previous incarnation. This looks delightful. A thought popped into her head that aligned with the characteristics of her culture. Suppressing his nervousness, excitement, and anticipation, Selena poured the liquid from the black metal pot into a glass bottle. What shocked her was that there wasn't a single bit of the potion left in the metal pot. Fascinating, this truly is a potion that turns people into Beyonders. Selena raised her right hand, and looked at the beautiful strawberry-colored liquid. Crestet Sesamir, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry. At the very least, I didn't notice any problems with the concoction of your potion. I've been waiting here to ensure that no accidents happen after you consume the potion. Don't worry, as long as it isn't anything serious, I should be able to save you." Sigh, all I could do is trust. Selena nodded and took the bottle with both of her hands. After drinking this, I'll become a sequence 8 Beyonder. The thought flashed in her mind and Selena hesitated a little before finally raising the bottle. She tipped her head, and gulped down the potion. MMH. Bitter. Like wine. Just like its appearance. Sour. Too sour. Ugh, I need water. At an instant, Selena felt the desperate desire to look for nearby water, to quench her runny mouth. However, she managed to suppress it. Following this, Selena realized that her body is becoming heavy and rigid, as if it's harder for her to move due to the immense vitality bursting in her cells. Likewise, her senses sharpened drastically, and she felt her spirit, mind, and ether body extend outside her physical body, incorporating different voices, expanding outward into the environment. The squeaks of the rodents, the humming of birds, the huffs of horses and the crawls of various insects and animals undulated her mind. She felt her sense being assaulted by these countless overlapping voices. That was, until they gradually became coherent. Slowly, they became clearer. Hey, I bet by now the trash behind monorals is brimming. I need to burrow. Burrow, burrow, burrow. Nay. These humans stinks. Selena almost chuckled hearing them, and soon she felt her self-projection return to her body. The fibers in her anatomy becoming much more intricate. Due to this strange senses, she felt she could extend her aura into these animals, intimidate them, or order them. Meanwhile, her ears buzzed. She heard the murmurs and shouting echoing around her. The first time she ever experienced a beyonder advancement. Suddenly, the voices of the animals went to a halt. My daughter, you've returned. My daughter, you've returned. My daughter, you've returned. They were an alternation of voices between two motherly females. One was rather familiar, the other a faint melody that acts very passionately. Hurry up, break the seal. Selena froze. She didn't realize that her hair was doing something unusual, the fibers that which bore her crimson tips suddenly flared to a length very noticeable. Next to her, Sesamir's face turned stern and gravely solemn. A desire to listen, to scurry back to her embrace. Selena trembled and quickly recalled old Neil's lectures regarding beyonder advancements. No. I'm here. Come back, my dear. Those are perpetrator words. Selena wasn't easily swayed the moment she realized those weren't her real mother. Simply a voice from the dream world and something she couldn't comprehend. Phew. Selena imagined the layered objects of spherical light and slowly entered a cogitation state. Bit by bit, she escaped from the condition of having his spirituality seep and extend out, where she had a slight loss of control. When she opened her eyes, she noticed Archbishop Sesamir was unsettled from where he stood. Eyes narrowed and his mouth was parted. The darkness proliferated that the dim candle lights can only cast the Archbishop's face. The whole alchemy room turned gloomy and mysterious. Shocked by this, Selena turned to Sesamir and innocently asked, Your Grace, is there something wrong? Sesamir did not spoke for a while until he somewhat realized something. He replied with a question, Those hair of yours, are they natural? Selena was utterly confused. Out of curiosity, she placed the empty bottle back onto the table and lifted her hands to untie her braided hair. Halfway on the strands of silvery white, she saw a harrowing deep crimson blood occupying it, starting from the tips. Isn't this? Selena gasped internally, her eyes widened. Not long after that, the redness slowly retracts, the luster of her silver hair gradually returns to dominate the crimson color. She felt relieved, but it was immediately overshadowed by the presence of an archbishop. Why, Your Grace? Aye. While she stammered herself, Sesamir took the chance to watch as the crimson hue withdrew to, until it was just dyed specks on the tips of Selena's hair. Finally, before she could finish, Sesamir's voice echoed from his collar, It's all right. Huh? Selena thought she was hearing things. Her mind was plagued by apprehensions and anxiety for the future. Such as being forced to a scrutiny, her existence being leaked and putting Klein and his family into danger. Pardon. Her focus was allocated entirely in the future that Sesamir's sudden reply came off as a buzz. I repeat. It's all right. Sesamir began to pack his things and head out just near the door. All right. Selena fell into a daze. She expected an on-the-spot retain to be investigated further, this became much worse. It's fine. You do not need to explain yourself. Sesamir echoed again as he turned the handle. His voice becoming tranquil, as if in a lonesome lake reflecting a quiet moon. And you don't have to worry about anyone knowing this. Though I assume Klein is an exception. Selena jolted, after some thought she casted her gaze down and nodded weakly. Klein should already know this by now. He doesn't know I'm Mrs. White. Just being the blessed of Mrs. White. Sesamir nodded slightly and added in a gentle voice, the lady doesn't condemn the lost. If you sincerely return to her, you are forgiven. Remember, do not lose yourself into temptation of losing control, as soon as possible sever yourself in the vices of the past. He knew. The Archbishop and the higher-ups knows about Milo. Selena lifted her head and looked at the Archbishop in a new light. She replied reverently and fearfully, I will. Praise the lady. Sesamir smiled behind his collar and reflected the same gesture of drawing a crimson moon. Praise the lady. After he left and closed the door, the creak resounded into the ear of Selina, who was alone in the alchemy room. In the silence, she took a deep breath and held Klein's handkerchief. Slowly, while in cogitation, filtered out the voices left behind as a result of her emotions fluctuating. Of course Archbishop Casimir knew, all of the higher-ups knew, but they still allowed me in. From another angle, she was grateful. Thinking about it now, it should be expected. Selina chuckled self-deprecatingly for how she acted. Feeling a lot better, her body leaned into the chair and quietly closed her eyes. At that moment, although there was slight mishaps, she knew that she had advanced successfully. She knew that she's now a Sequence 8 beast tamer. Chapter 210, Promise. After a few hours, Selina's eyes fluttered open at the scene of the alchemy room. Her head on the long table being cushioned by her arms. She didn't realize she fell asleep on the high-back chair due to stress and fatigue from the anxiety that Christette Casimir might follow the strict rules that opposes her. Luckily, it was all in her head. Selina caressed her hair and muttered, I didn't realize those red hues would do something like that. Next time, I would personally request Casimir to be the one to monitor me. If he can be trusted. Then, the moment her gaze caught her supposed silver hair, the red fibers seeped upward again, standing out like a sore thumb. Eek! Selina took consecutive deep breaths and gradually she saw her silver hair returning back. What happened? I thought that was it. Ugh, now I have to take several minutes alone after waking up. Well, it doesn't seem that bad. No. The issue is that what if I don't wake up? Will the crimson hue took over me? Selina saw that the crimson hair was as long as her thumb in contrast with the length of her hair. You're overthinking again. It's not good for the mental state of someone who had just advanced. Thud. Thud. While lecturing herself, Selina was startled by the sound of the door knocking, followed with a familiar voice. Selina. Are you all right? Klein found the door slightly ajar and was about to turn it over. Klein. Selina felt a rush of joy and she immediately stood up. Just as words took off from her mouth, her heartstrings were tugged by the imagery of her hair still recovering its silver vibrancy. Hence, out of fear, she immediately pressed her body on the door pane, closing it. Klein withdrew his hand shock. While Selina's silver hair cascades down, she stammered a reply, seemingly untroubled, I am fine. Klein was perplexed, but didn't mind it once he heard Selina's muffled voice. Instantly, he felt relief and added, May I come in? No. Selina shouted. To which Klein was startled. Just give me a moment. Selina was erratic watching the slow progression of the redness retreating to the tip. When it finally stopped, she quickly opened the door and smiled. But by then, Klein's eyebrows were knitted. He didn't speak, instead he looked around the room quietly, solemnly. Are you really all right? He asked again, seeing her with her silver hair down. What? Oh. I see. Selina sighed and answered the same, I'm all right. However, Klein didn't waste it a chance. He still took out his topaz pendulum and performed a divination. It yielded negative. Selina is all right. Klein drew a breath of relief as he said, Thank the goddess. He was referring to both the White Maiden and the Evernight Goddess. At that moment, a chuckle escaped Selina's pale lips. She remarked, You really have become a professional seer. So how was it? Becoming a Sequence 8 beast tamer. Klein finally got to relax. Selina was smiling as she lifted her hair up, coiling them back again before answering, rather exhilarating. Klein narrowly broke off from a daze and subsequently added another question out of curiosity, mind a demonstration? Selina lowered her hands but placed one to her chin as she contemplates. Then, she opened her silver pocket watch, she saw the long hand turn and gasped, It's already 3. I came as fast as I could. Klein scratched his cheek with one index finger as he looked away. Captain dealt the blow on Eugen as I woke up from the mediumship ritual seeing him lose control. It's fine. Selina's eyes momentarily dimmed. She lifted her head and told him, I haven't eaten yet, and so are you. I'm dismissed from combat practice due to my recent advancement. So why don't we take a stroll and find a restaurant? Klein's face softened, a great idea. A flock of pigeons flew away, creating a spotted tapestry in the orange duck sky as these white dots returns at the high steeples of St. Selina Cathedral. After excusing herself from done, Selina deliberately led Klein to an area she deemed to have birds all afternoon. They took the chance to reminisce and enjoyed a promenade at the nearby park. The previously green crown of the trees receded to entirely golden brown, where light filters on the gaps, casting a charming foliage for pedestrians to stop. In this stroll, some pigeons kept on landing on Selina's index finger. Animals like small Lowenchian rabbits, which have round tails hopped in rhythm of her walk. Klein felt like he was witnessing a live action of a princess enjoying a leisure with the animals. You can talk to them now. He paced his walk to scurry next to her. Selina nodded and cheekily said while lifting a pigeon perched on her finger, this one kept saying seeds, seeds, seeds. Hee hee, oh, and it also said beautiful just now. Thank you, mister, she said to the pigeon. By now, Klein couldn't be more honest with the small avian, he can relate to it. But at the same time, he looked at Selina as though she was talking to herself. Not convinced. Selina noticed this and arched an eyebrow. Startled, Klein can only smiled wearily as he turned away. Sigh, a light breath from Selina and she suddenly told the pigeon, fetch me that stick please. Seeds, seeds, seeds. Stick. Stick. The avian flew away from her finger and using its talons grabbed the nearest stick, flew right back to Selina and dropped it on her palm. Good boy, Selina petted the bird's scalp with a pleased smile. Then, shortly after she said that, Klein's clown spirituality stirred and found that multiple presence was attracted to someone near him. It was Selina. Another flock of pigeons came. Some were driven off by Selina while others remained persistent on accompanying her, mane skipping at the same pace, pecking on the concrete road. Just then, Selina curled her lips wearily and turned to Klein, I feel like a princess. Klein was dazzled momentarily. He also noticed a handful of pedestrians started to pay attention in their direction. Amazed by the display of affinity with wildlife. Hey, every little girl would pay anything just to be in your shoes. He chuckled after recovering. 4-to-1 little empresses would certainly be what you'll expect, 1. Aha. Selina exhaled slowly before changing the subject. Klein, can I ask you something? Selina, will you be my, Klein was mumbling to himself, feigning his gaze away when he suddenly heard Selina. Selina tilted her head a little and asked curiously, what are you muttering to yourself? The air is quite windy today, huh? The fibers as Klein's face masterfully contorts into a mundane expression. Quietly utilizing the powers of a clown. Oh, did you say something? A bit confused. Selina held the urge to knit her eyebrows, she asked again, I said, can I ask you something? The bird perched on her index finger flew away. Claiming her hands again and lowering it down. Sure, replied Klein, watching small plumages pass right from where the pigeon fluttered. Selina deliberated her words until she finally added, what will your reaction be if Sesamir discovered something about me? Klein's eyes constricted, he looked at her, unable to process it, the Archbishop. Yes. Selina nodded. She knew it would be best to let Klein know what occurred. Hence, she described the events, leaving him in a quiet, rather solemn air. It was during this moment that his clown powers were heavily abused by Klein. He knew about Ms. Lovers and my connection with her. Perhaps even Mrs. White, concluded Selina. The little critters flocking her subsided in response to her emotions. Klein nodded slightly but was more concerned about the red hues of her hair. He did his best with his newfound ability to calmly ask, this crimson tip, it should be the indicator of your relation with the White Maiden. Mr. Azek advised me not to rely on this goddess, and so should you. I'll consolidate him and see if we can do something. Phew. Selina sighed in relief and found Klein's reaction comforting and appealing, greatly helping in lifting the weights on her shoulders. She looked at him with a smile. Klein looked very handsome today, doesn't he? Amidst her gaze, Klein perked up upon noticing where they are, a restaurant he previously scouted and narrowed out from the selection, after Selina's recent complete digestion, had surfaced in his mind. It was a mid-class diner with a glass bay as its front wall, allowing light and the scene outside clash with the vintage lighting within its interior. Klein was disappointed when he discovered this far away from Daffodil Street. It even had cuisines outside the city. Hence, even in regret, he ultimately excluded it. However now, with a faint grin he offered, there should be a restaurant nearby. Let's go and pay it a visit. I bet Melissa would be curious and glad if we presented her a parfait. Parfait? You mean parfait? Selina was quickly to recognize the meal due to her ethnicity with the originated culture. No. Klein chuckled. I meant it. Parfait. It's their slang for it, but instead of being an ice cream, it is an egg wrap, coiling delicious cream sweets. Originated from Intis Republic. Selina's eyes drooped halfway, only for her vibrancy to spark again as she smiled wearily, that's still the same. As they stride at an adequate pace. Passing through until they left the park. She suddenly added, what happened with Hudyugen by the way? What did you discovered? Klein thought and he painstakingly recalled the entirety of the pursuit and mission. The Lenivus interaction where it hinted a sinister and dark ritual, Hudyugen helping with its construction and the involvement of the true creator, but was instead the one that Dunn saw in Honas Vincent. Captain said this incident might have quite severe repercussions. So we have to reinvestigate Lenivus. This should lead to action by the psychology alchemists or other beyonders that are paying attention to the asylum that might know something. The Leneva scam is either still in the hands of the police department or transferred to the mandated punishers. We'll have to join the investigations by saying that we obtained clues while investigating the Aurora Order. Then, together with the mandated punishers and the machinery hive mind, we'll concentrate the forces in Tingen and investigate everything and anyone associated with Lenevas. At the end of Klein's recollection, Selina felt a pressure that weighted her expression down. She said bitterly, so many things happening. What about the divine light that happened weeks ago? Klein answered after some deliberation, the mandated punishers have taken the subsequent case after Captain's discovery of a suspect company. I suspect it's also the company with which I divined Marvik will be. Tomorrow will be Thursday, another meeting, Captain, and the rest should be sharing with us the results. At that moment, Klein's voice spiked as he paused. He took Selina's wrist and turned sideways in the road, letting her trace where he was looking. They both saw a glass bay wall with translucent double door. Due to the fading of the dusk and rising of the twilight, the candle chandeliers illuminated Selina and Klein's figures. But he paused right then, and so is Selina. The latter felt a hand intertwined with hers. It was a familiar, comforting, and warm hand. At that moment, Klein mumbled something very faintly. Selina did not heard it quite right. So she leaned in and asked worriedly, Klein, are you all right? Did you say something? Klein finally spat a foul breath and said, I love you. Love me. Selina processed it, slow. Love. Then, her pupils dilated and her heart raced rapidly in her chest. She could hear it very well. Thump. 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 Love me. You love me. Yes. Klein's face was feverish, but he still forced himself to say, I love you, Selina. Heh, I supposed like should have been the first word. Sigh, I'm like a fawn in the woods like Benson told me. I've been thinking, and, well, I should be more honest. I don't want to lose you, nor see you cry. Klein turned his head and faced away from Selina. I know this might be selfish. It doesn't mean that you have to answer it now. It's just that. I fear that, once this is over, I won't be seeing you again. What if you can't recognize me? My face is different, my name is different, my country is different. I won't have a chance by then, so I'm risking it now. Selina, I love you. Selina's parted lips closed. But her eyes, they were sparkling uniquely, all fixated on Klein. She smiled, then I'll know you. Klein's gaze froze. If you look different, I will recognize you all over again. And if we're worlds apart, I will find you. Just promise you'll find me too. Hearing that, Klein felt his fear melt instantly. He turned his head, stared at Selina, gazing back at him with a joyful smile. Then instinctively, he raised her delicate hand. Instead of pursuing the moment, he simply lifted the back of her palm to his lips. We'll return home safe. I promise. Backlund, Hilston Backlund. In a building with a horse stable and garden. Kalangos, who had a unique wide chin and dark green eyes, looked at the unconscious man before him. He took off the man's clothes and wore them. He then leisurely walked in front of the dressing mirror and saw the black glove on his left hand twitch. He saw many contorted lines appearing on its back. A few seconds later, Kalangos saw a thin veil of light envelop his figure. His muscles, skin, and bones began undergoing a strange transformation. Sometime later, he transformed into the unconscious man, completely identical in height, appearance, and demeanor. Midnight. At the outskirts of Aldesh town. Foreland Ridge. In the high hill, where a region was leveled for an event, where a jungle is seen receding into the sandy soil of a desert rolling into the horizon. People in dark hide cloak with pelt around their waist awaited a group of gowned women under the bright crimson moon. The crimson moon was unusually dark, deep blood red, and it expands into a perfect circle. Both eerie and erratic-inducing. Tonight, a full blood moon is happening. 1. A famous Chinese sociological term referring to spoiled, overprotected only children who were the product of China's one-child policy. Chapter 211, Blood Moon. Sharp nose, thin eyebrows, slightly droopy cheeks, faint blue eyes. Kalangos examined himself in the mirror. He was certain that he looked no different from the unconscious man. After he rehearsed a few of the man's gestures, he bent down to drag the man off the ground and shoved him into a wardrobe. Then, he extended his right hand. With an audible snap, he broke the man's neck. Kalangos took out his handkerchief and wiped his hands before closing the wardrobe door. He slowly walked back to the mirror, wore a black double-breasted suit, tied a bow tie, and raised a bottle of amber-colored cologne. He dripped a few drops on his wrist, then dabbed them over himself. Kalangos tidied his hair in front of the mirror, then walked out of the room. He clasped his hands and told his butler who was waiting outside, "Don't let anyone enter my room, I'm keeping something very important in there." "Yes, Baron." The balding butler pressed his hand against his chest and bowed. "Your carriage and personal servant is waiting downstairs. Duke Negan's invitation card is there as well." Maintaining the Baron's mannerisms, Kalangos nodded indiscernibly. He walked towards the stairs in an arrogant manner under the company of his butler. A Baron who is riddled in debt, to the point of not wanting to hire a normal security guard, has actually maintained his hiring of a butler, personal male servant, 2 attendants, 2 first-grade maidservants, 4 second-grade maidservants, 2 laundry female workers, 1 carriage driver, 1 stablemaster, 1 gardener, 1 chef, and 1 sous-chef. To these foolish nobles, dignity really is everything. I even had to waste some of my time to learn the strange pronunciations and so-called noble slang. Kalangos thought to himself in disdain. South Continent, West Balam, Aldesh town. In an abandoned hut far from the outskirts of the town. Dylan, dressed in a buck's hide robe, wrapped on his waist was a dry weltwood pelt. In his deep brown eyes reflects crates, inside were dynamites. With the help of Isabel, he managed to bypass some cargo supplies from the incoming units of Intis and lone soldiers. Of course, this did not happen in one night, it was a gradual, painstaking, and was carried out over the long course of nights. The solitary lights from uphill bathed multiple starry lights, casted from oil lamps. Dylan looked outward the window and did not spoke. For some time, he quietly gazed as the crown of the trees, the foliage, the pitch-black forest are lit in the brilliance of the blood moon. His hair swayed gently from the wind before suddenly, he let go of the railing. Multiple scenes surfaced in his mind between each of his steps, approaching a crate. Throughout his 3 years living as a member of the Rose School of Thought, he most certainly knew when to fall back. But for an inexplicable reason, this time it felt to Dylan that his sins are irredeemable. No matter how much he justifies it, the lives of infants, mothers, and people that have bled as he endured watching were simply disdainful. Like what the self-proclaimed, reborn child of God, said. A chance for redemption. But Dylan found it preposterous for a sinner to repay back with merely £300. If he was to truly condemn, to finally atone. Perhaps allowing the past to move on is his first resort to being forgiven. Lost in his thoughts. Dylan's hand raised above his chest level. In his hand was a poker card and another was a ring, it embed a brilliant multifaceted gem, refracting a myriad of colors that seemed to reach far above. It was the only one left. Dylan's steps halted right next to the 3 wooden crates. Each are lightweight, of course the dynamites within are distributed for easier mobility. He sighed deeply, as if bearing his life choices. Questioning if his object is truly valued more than the lives he witnessed to disappear. For a long time. He was silent. Finally he took one of the crates, turned to the door and vanished right after opening it. This time, if he can't retrieve his mother's locket, then, he should not be thinking of it at all. Save the innocent women, achieve what he can't do for his mother, help Isabel escape. White Maiden, please guide me. Duke Negan was in his mansion located in Backlund, Empress Borough, where he was hosting a grand ball. There were 2 parts of the mansion. One was the dancing hall located on the ground floor, which was covered with glamorous stone slabs carved with complicated patterns. There was the Duke's excellent ensemble playing music in a corner. Up the stairs, there was a winding corridor that circled the hall located on the 2nd floor. The guests were holding their glasses, leaning against the railing, overlooking the people dancing on the ground floor as though they were enjoying a fencing match from the stands. Occasionally, a gentleman would walk before a lady or his wife to invite them to dance. If the invitation was accepted, both of them would walk down the stairs hand in hand and enter the hall. On the far side of the corridor, there were doors after doors. They were rooms that had been allocated to the guests as their resting quarters. But behind a French door was a corridor, and on both sides of the corridor were various gypsum statues. They were all the ancestors of the Negan family. At the end of the corridor was another hall which could see the ball. Long tables were covered with a variety of delicious food and fine wine, and another ensemble belonging to the Duke was playing relaxing melodies for the guests. In the hall, the guests were gathering in groups. Some were seated and some stood around, chatting about all kinds of matters. Those who wished to get away from the frivolities for a while would go to the attached balconies to overlook the garden and enjoy the crimson moon in the sky. After participating in the opening dance, Audrey Hall stood on the 2nd floor above the dancing hall and stared at the candles on the huge crystal chandeliers hanging from the rooftop in a daze. However, she noticed that many young men were appearing to pump themselves up to come over and invite her for a dance. So, she wisely left the place and went to the corridor that connected to the dining hall. How boring, but my attendance is necessary. Sigh, can't they just let me observe in silence? I have to say, some people have rich facial expressions when they dance. They remind me of animals seeking mates. Audrey lowered her head, looked at the tips of her feet, and walked in a straight line out of boredom. Just then, the corner of her eyes caught an approaching figure. She slowed down, stood straight, and instantly became the elegant yet quiet Miss Hall. "Good day, Baron Grammar," Audrey greeted with a flawless smile and etiquette. Baron Grammar had thin eyebrows and faint blue eyes. He smiled and bowed. "Nice to meet you again, Miss Hall. You are the brightest and most dazzling gemstone at this ball." After exchanging a few words, Baron Grammar headed for the dancing hall while Audrey continued approaching the dining hall. After a few steps, she suddenly frowned. There was puzzlement in her green eyes. Baron Grammar isn't the same as before. In the past, when he sees a pretty lady or madam of a higher rank than he is, and one that's relatively prettier, he would look to the side without looking at them directly. Then, he would steal glances constantly. But today, he appears very confident. Also, his cologne smells off. In the numerous parties in the past, his body would emit the final note of the amber cologne fragrance, musky yet faint, not ostentatious yet elegant. In other words, he would spray the cologne a few hours earlier to let the front and middle notes disperse before the gathering. But just now, his cologne was amber in middle note, rich and refined. Audrey slowed down her footsteps. As a spectator who had completely digested her potion, her sensitivity towards details wasn't anything other beyonders could compare to. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Her green crystal-clear eyes froze. It couldn't be Kalangos in a disguise, right? The creeping hunger has the power to change a person's appearance. The more Audrey thought about it, the more possible it seemed. She felt uptight as she turned nervous and panicky. If he really was Rear Admiral Hurricane, what is he trying to do? It's a pity that I can't bring Susie to the ball. Otherwise, I could ask her to observe Baron Grammar. No way, I have to warn Father. Amidst her frantic thoughts, Audrey quickened her pace and entered the dining hall. She found Count Hall, who was talking to the chief cabinet secretary and others. She flashed a flawless smile and walked over. She held Count Hall by his arm and told the others, "Gentlemen, do you mind if I borrow Count Hall for a few minutes?" "Beautiful lady, it's your right," the few gentlemen said in a friendly response. Audrey held Count Hall by his arm and moved to the nearest balcony. They found a quiet, uninhabited corner, and she said to her middle-aged father, who was getting plump, "Father, I have something to tell you." Count Hall was smiling fondly at his daughter, but he got serious when he saw her serious facial expression. "What's the matter?" "I ran into Baron Grammar earlier, but there are things about him that are different from the past. For instance, his cologne was in the middle note of the amber fragrance. It used to be the end note. And Audrey continued with the things that she found different. It could be explained as being sensitive and meticulous. After she described what she had noticed, she weighed her words and added, "I heard from Viscount Glaint that Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos has the ability to take on other people's appearance. Hasn't he been in Backlund recently?" Count Hall listened to her carefully, and his face grew abnormally grave. But he soon flashed a smile and comforted his anxious daughter. "I'll take care of this. Go look for your mother and stay with her. She's at the lounge in this hall." "Okay." Audrey nodded obediently. On the way back to the lounge, she turned around and looked at her father. She saw that Count Hall was talking to another noble softly, and he wore a rather solemn look. Audrey couldn't help but feel anxious. She felt that she needed to do something to make sure that her father, mother, and brother didn't get hurt. She surveyed the area and changed the direction in which she was heading in. She left the dining hall and found Duke Negan's small prayer room. She pushed the door closed and locked it behind her. She looked at the symbol of the Lord of Storms before her and subconsciously found a remote and dark corner. Audrey sat down with her body leaning forward. She clasped her hands together into a praying position and supported her forehead. Then, she recited softly in Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, you are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Chapter 212, Asking Aid. Tingen City, Daffodil Street. Klein lowered his newspaper under the sounds of boiling pot, taps of knife on a cutting board and fragrance wafting in the air. In his invigorated mind, he discussed with Benson and Melissa about the latest play, inviting them to watch it at the theater next weekend. "I think the newspapers have said enough about it. The Return of the Count is definitely a play that's worth watching. It's already been performed more than 10 times in Backlund, and it's sold out each time. I think that we shouldn't miss this opportunity." Klein, who had lacked sources of entertainment, was unwilling to give up. After all, he had been an ardent follower of television shows back on Earth. Likely that Selina would agree too. "Of course, if it wasn't for the maintenance of my image, I'd rather go to a bar and play billiards. Yes, renting a venue for tennis isn't a bad choice. Selina once said she adores tennis as a child. Maybe I can consider taking everyone for a play. With my current fitness, as long as I don't encounter other beyonders, I should be able to handle most opponents easily. Forget it, it can only be a passing thought for now. I still have to reinvestigate the figures associated with Lenivus in the morning, go for combat training in the afternoon, divine things in the grey fog and search for the house with the red chimney in the evening before returning home. I sure am a busy man. Klein sighed. However, he can't help but remained optimistic. Seeing his brother smile, Benson reclined, so you confessed. Klein froze. He replied in a question, wah. How'd you know? It was plastered all over your face. Melissa was the one to answer. She stopped her hand holding a fountain pen and added, does this mean Miss Selina will be staying here from now on? Can I drop the miss? Hey. You're being too hasty. Klein coughed sickly, and smiled afterward to try and change the topic. I heard that the most popular supporting cast in The Return of the Count is a genius mechanic. But Melissa drooped her eyes, answer first. Klein sighed defeatedly, I don't know. I'll try asking her. It would be nice if she stayed. Anyway, do you agree? All right. As for the play, I guess we have to see one at a large theater once in our lives. Melissa felt melancholic. She pouted and nodded her head grudgingly, but the sparkle in her eyes weren't as bright. Benson chuckled while shaking his head. Selina has brought something atmospheric ever since she stayed here. I personally would want her to be a part of our family, a new addition. Klein fell silent. Dinner's ready. At that moment, Selina's voice echoed. He saw his two siblings, who undeniably got used to just wait for the meal over time, carried themselves from their seats, asking what Selina prepared after arriving in the dining hall. Selina will soon move into another house. Klein recalled bitterly what Dunn informed him. His gaze landed on Selina's side profile from the door. She was smiling so charmingly, as if she belonged here. Dining alongside Benson and Melissa, with his brother taking the head chair. They talked about the parliaments, their day, and Selina would reply with a witty remark and enjoy their thrilling stories. That's what became of their daily evening. Curly powdered hair baboons. Oh. That reminds me. I think I've seen headlines about the reformed unified examination. Selina said. I know. Klein's urging me to appoint myself for a chance of claiming a spot. Benson munched on a piece of steak latched on his fork. Selina nodded, you should. This change allows merit-based hiring. So the ruling parties are not an exemption and thus everyone with self-taught, educated citizens play in a fair field. And it will be a permanent civil service branch, unaffected by the volatile political parties unlike in the past. Benson blinked twice halfway through his cutlery and suddenly exchanged looks with Melissa. Klein, who was previously lost in his thoughts, was about to reach for a chair when he heard a buzzing in his ears. He became dizzy for a few seconds. Someone is praying to me. He reeled his thoughts in, even the bitterness in his voice as he chuckled. I'm still quite full. Then he looked at his two siblings Melissa and Benson, who already have full mouths. I'll tell you what. I have invited Selina. I shall wait patiently for the tickets to go on sale. The Return of the Count. Selina figured right from the tone of his voice, and before she can even say anything, Klein already left. Klein went to the second floor and locked the door to his room. He sealed the room with a wall of spirituality, then he took 4 steps counterclockwise as he recited the incantations, returning to the world above the grey fog. His figure suddenly appeared at the seat of honor in the magnificent palace fit for a giant. A pulsing crimson star reflected in his eyes. Klein lifted his right hand and extended his spirituality, establishing a connection with the star representing justice. With a boom, he saw a blurred, distorted image. He saw Miss Justice in a long beige regal dress sitting on a chair in a dark corner. Her head was bowed, her hands clasped. At the same time, her still nascent and nervous voice stacked in an illusory manner, reverberating around the space, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your attention. I pray for you to listen. I'm at a ball held by Duke Negan and encountered someone who's suspected to be Kalangos. He is disguising himself as Baron Grammar, and his motives are unclear. I noticed today that some of the details regarding Baron Grammar were a little different than usual. This made me recall the appearance-altering beyonder power that Kalangos' mystical item has. Klein listened seriously and carefully interpreted what was happening. Finally, he understood what Miss Justice was describing. Kalangos has actually used the special powers of creeping hunger to infiltrate Duke Negan's ball. But Kalangos probably didn't expect that one of the ladies at the ball is a spectator who has committed the mannerisms of Baron Grammar to memory. Hence, he doesn't realize that he's been exposed. What does Kalangos want? And what should I do? I've tried conducting the sacrificial ritual without spirituality-infused materials over the past 2 days and realized that I can create something like the Door of Summoning, but I'm unable to open it. I was going to find some time to purchase some materials with spirituality in the underground market to prepare for my second experiment. Miss Justice definitely wouldn't have spirituality-infused materials when she's attending a ball. Klein thought for more than 10 seconds before beginning his response to Justice's prayer. In a small prayer room in Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey repeated her prayers a few times before finally stopping. She tidied her clothes and walked quickly to the door. She knew that she couldn't be gone for too long because her parents would worry about her and thus misjudge the situation. It would cause them to react in the wrong way. Standing behind the door, Audrey took a deep breath, extended her right hand, which was covered in a white veiled glove, and released the lock with a wary heart. After leaving the small prayer room, she followed the path back to the dining hall. She saw the figures holding wine glasses and plates get closer when her vision suddenly turned blurry. She realized that an illusory fog was spreading into the surroundings. In the middle of the thick wide fog was an ancient chair, and atop the chair was a mysterious presence that seemed to overlook everything. "Mr. Fool!" Audrey almost shouted in pleasant surprise. She then heard a deep, familiar voice, "I'm aware." The voice reverberated around the space as the fog vanished. Audrey's vision was still filled with images of the long tables of food and wine, as well as the bustling sights of interacting guests. The worry and unease in her heart vanished as she subconsciously straightened her back and entered the dining hall with light steps. She walked toward the recreation room in the dining hall. In the magnificent palace in the world of fog, Klein started to think about how to convey the message to the hanged man after finishing his reply to Miss Justice. "I cannot just repeat the description to him since it undermines my authority. After all, what mysterious existence would personally take on the role of a messenger?" He deliberated for nearly a minute before an idea came to him. He conjured the scene of Miss Justice praying and transformed it into something akin to a movie scene with the faces mosaicked and censored. He then extended his hand and tapped, launching the scene into the crimson star representing the hanged man. Backlund, Sherwood Backlund. At the Holy Wind Cathedral. The hanged man, Alger Wilson, was going through the investigation reports in a simple room, trying to find traces of Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Near his right hand was a stack of paper filled with many contorted symbols. Just as Alger was leaning back in his chair and rubbing his eyes, he saw his field of vision turn blurry. His line of sight was filled with thick, gray fog. There was an ancient chair which seemed to exist eternally, deep within the endless fog. Atop the chair was a faint human figure. "Mr. Fool." Just as this thought came to Alger, he saw that another hazy figure in a regal dress within the grayish-white fog. She was in a praying position, repeating, "I'm at a ball held by Duke Negan and encountered someone who's suspected to be Kalangos. He is disguising himself as Baron Grammar, and his motives are unclear. I noticed today that some of the details regarding Baron Grammar were a little different than usual. This made me recall the appearance-altering beyonder power that Kalangos' mystical item has." Alger was shocked at first, then let out a look of pleasant surprise. He pressed his palm against his chest and lowered his head. "Praise you, Mr. Fool." Everything he saw or heard vanished before he finished his sentence as if nothing had happened. Staring at the desk strewn with Emperor Roselle's diary pages and his investigation reports, Alger's pupils constricted as he realized how powerful the fool was once again. This was the Holy Wind Cathedral, once the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms. Even though that was history from more than 1,000 years ago, many believers still viewed this place as sacred. But Mr. Fool could still descend upon this space without warning and give a reply. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Alger gathered his stuff and exited the room. He was going to look for one of the cardinals of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake. For Alger Wilson, being able to kill Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos personally was the best course of action, but if he was unable to do that, guaranteeing that he was really dead was also acceptable in his book. After forwarding Miss Justice's description to the hanged man, Klein left the mysterious world above the gray fog and returned to his bedroom. While he was in no hurry to dispel the wall of spirituality, he sat before his desk and took out a piece of paper. He picked up a pen and began his letter. According to an urgent indication from a source, Kalangos has used the abilities of a shepherd to take on the appearance of Baron Grammar and has infiltrated Duke Negan's ball. His motives are unclear as of this moment. Klein wasn't worried that Mr. Azek would be suspicious of him or doubt why someone in Tingen would be so quick to know something that just happened in Backlund, for the telegraph existed in this world. "I don't know if you would be interested in this, but I thought that I should let you know." Klein quickly ended the letter and folded the piece of paper. He then found the ancient copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and gave it a hard blow. The gigantic, terrifying, and illusory skeleton messenger appeared once again, still standing at its original spot, not minding that its head was going through the ceiling. Klein fought back the urge to use the abilities of the clown to turn the letter into a flying dagger. He tossed the letter towards the messenger without a fuss. He then blew on the copper whistle once again to end the summoning. Klein collected himself and went through the events in his head once again. This was all he could do for the time being. Although Klein could also make use of the summoning ritual and bring the flaring sun charm directly to Backlund, it was too dangerous for him to do so. First, Kalangos was a sequence 6 wind blessed and had with him the creeping hunger. Second, it was too troublesome. He had to first bring the flaring sun charm to the world above the grey fog. Third, his image would be affected. Thus, he wisely gave up on this idea. To be honest, the problem is not too serious. Duke Negan is the most influential noble outside of the royal family, a key member behind the Conservative Party. There will be many high-ranking nobles attending the ball today. I have no doubt that there are Beyonders guarding the area. If not for this consideration, there would have been no need for him to infiltrate the place under a disguise. Since Miss Justice noticed him early, the nobles should be prepared. This incident shouldn't blow out of control. I wonder how fast Mr. Isaac's messenger is. If it travels through the spirit world, Mr. Isaac could still likely make it in time for the main course, but if it's as slow as Madame Daly's messenger, then he might only read about the incident in tomorrow's paper. Klein nodded indiscernibly and tossed this incident to the back of his head. After all, there was nothing more that he could do. Chapter 213, Figure Strike. In Duke Negan's mansion, in the dancing hall. Disguised as Baron Grammar, Kalangos held a glass of blood-red Ormer grape wine and casually stood behind the railing on the winding corridor on the second floor. He overlooked the people on the dance floor and enjoyed the view of the glamorously dressed ladies. However, there was no lust in his eyes, they were as calm as a frozen lake. From the corner of his eyes, he stole glances at the hanging chandelier and the nearby Duke Negan, who was looking at the beautiful figures passing by. The Duke was wearing a well-ironed navy uniform with red ribbons attached to the medals on his shoulders. He preferred to wear his military uniform on formal occasions, in remembrance of his decades of illustrious service while in the military. However, he had put on much weight since then. His once sharp gray eyes had been left turbid and filled with desire. However, he took good care of himself, as the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, lips, and forehead were faint, and his black hair was still thick and luxuriant. That was Palace Negan, the current Duke Negan, the main supporter of the Conservative Party, the brother of Prime Minister Aguisid, one of the richest and most powerful men in the Lone Kingdom. At the same time, he was also the reason why Kalangos had sneaked into Backlund. The thought of assassinating such an important figure makes me shiver in excitement. Kalangos retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. He was willing to accept the commission because he had been offered a sufficiently attractive price, and it was also because Kalangos loved adventure and enjoyed taking on difficult challenges. If this assassination is successful, my fame will spread across the northern and southern continents, placing me above the four kings. And I'll receive a card which contains the mystery of God that the Emperor Roselle created. Kalangos suppressed his excitement and lowered his head to examine his left hand. Creeping hunger had become transparent. It was impossible to tell that Baron Grammar was wearing a glove via the naked eye or through contact. This is such a magical item. If it wasn't for this, a Sequence 6 like me wouldn't have achieved the rank of Pirate Admiral. Thoughts flashed through his mind as bouts of regret surged within Kalangos. In his years as a pirate, he had seen and interacted with many Beyonders. Among them were members of the Aurora Order who enjoyed adventuring at the ends of the Sonia Sea. So, he knew that Creeping Hunger was still rather different from a real shepherd. Firstly, the speed of switching states was too slow. It required at least a second, but a real shepherd could switch instantly. Secondly, the controlled soul could only use 1 to 3 abilities before the person died. As for what abilities could be used and how powerful they were, that all depended on luck. On the other hand, a real shepherd could decide on the 3 abilities. They didn't have to gamble like they were at a casino. Lastly, Creeping Hunger could only have 5 souls at the same time, while a real shepherd could have 7. Of course, both had the same restriction, which was that they could only control 1 soul at a time, and they could only use the soul's corresponding Beyonder powers and their own Beyonder powers. If they wanted to replace one of the souls with a new soul, the procedure would be irreversible. Kalangos went through 7 or 8 years of adjustment and finally settled with 5 souls. Their abilities complemented one another and made their owner very terrifying. Because of the constant adjustments and experimentation that he did over the years, there were rumors among the pirates that claimed that Rear Admiral Hurricane was omnipotent. During the ardent dance music, Kalangos rehearsed the subsequent actions he would take in his mind. He sighed with regret in his heart. It's a pity that I didn't find the traveler over the past few days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about anything tonight. If he had captured the woman that was most likely a traveler, Kalangos wouldn't have hesitated to feed one of the 5 souls that he was grazing to the Creeping Hunger. To him, a traveler's ability would be invaluable. Kalangos stole a glance at the huge crystal chandelier hanging from the rooftop and decided to wait no longer. The soul that he controlled currently had only one ability, which was to change his appearance. But it didn't possess any power to fight against other Beyonders. However, the transformation ability was still very useful, and Kalangos hadn't been willing to replace it with something else all this time. The good thing was that no matter which soul he controlled, Kalangos could use his wind-blessed Beyonder powers at the same time. Finally, he acted as though his gaze was locking onto the curvy figure of a noble's wife before he swept it towards Duke Negan and all the gentlemen around him. Duke Negan is a staunch follower of the Lord of Storms, and he is a key figure in the influence the Church of the Lord of Storms has on politics. There must be a Beyonder from the Church of the Lord of Storms beside him who's protecting him. Although the Negan family isn't an ancient thousand-year-old family, he's one of the wealthiest and powerful men in the kingdom. He's definitely searched for sequence potion formulas in secret or hired Beyonders. Kalangosa's thoughts surged. He mentally eliminated gentlemen who were nobles and officers before locking his eyes on the man who was constantly beside Duke Negan. The man was brown-haired, blue-eyed, and wearing a black tuxedo. He was almost expressionless while he remained vigilant of his surroundings constantly. Kalangos nodded indiscernibly and pressed his right hand forward slightly. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept in the area above the dance floor, extinguishing the chandelier's candles. At the moment between light and darkness, while everyone's attention was drawn away, a few wind blades slashed at the same spot on a metal chain supporting the crystal chandelier guised among the gusts of wind. Creak! With a harsh, shattering noise, the huge crystal chandelier plummeted straight to the dance floor. It made a loud crash, and people screamed in surprise. Shards of debris flew, cutting guests and leaving them screaming in pain and fear. The darkened hall was suddenly full of opportunities. Kalangos's glove squirmed and changed, condensing into a golden surface. His expression was imposing and his eyes saw through the darkness as he fixed his gaze onto the man next to Duke Negan. Suddenly, Kalangos's eyes shone like lightning. The Beyonder who was in charge of protecting Duke Negan suddenly let out a tragic scream and fell on the ground holding his head. He rolled around and struggled. With a swoosh, Kalangos's figure dashed through the darkness and charged at Duke Negan. However, in the deep recesses of his eyes, it reflected his target who didn't show any signs of panic. It was of utmost confidence. Duke Negan's plump figure stood erect on the spot and observed the incoming assassin as if he were looking down on him. He lifted his right hand and pushed forward. He murmured in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." In silence, Kalangos suddenly stopped. He was suddenly surrounded by a transparent wall, something that wrapped around him like a sticky liquid. It made him seem like an insect in amber, or a prisoner in prison. The leader of the Conservative Party nobles, the hereditary Duke Pallas Negan was a Beyonder himself, a very strong Beyonder. Duke Negan spoke in a low voice again and waved his right hand. Flog. Pa. Pa. Kalangos seemed to be whipped by a shapeless whip. His clothing tore from the whipping as his skin was lacerated, revealing white bone. Then, Duke Negan leaned forward and held his right first. He declared in an imposing manner, "Death." Pa. His arm waved as his entire body slammed into Kalangos's head with numerous afterimages. His fist had struck his target's head in an unavoidable manner. Kacha. Kalangos's head shattered, but the surroundings shattered as well. Duke Negan remained standing at his original spot. It was just a dream. It was unknown when the pirate admiral had already switched his ability and entered the nightmare state. Unlike an ordinary nightmare, he could still move his body after he dragged people into a dream. Kalangos stealthily appeared behind Duke Negan, and his cold gaze locked onto the Duke. Wrapped with high-speed spiraling winds, his right fist stabbed into the target's vest like a sharp blade. Whoosh! Amidst the howling of the wind, Kalangos's right fist punched straight through Duke Negan's body and through his heart. But Duke Negan's figure rapidly turned transparent, just like a soul that was summoned. After the nearly formless figure dissipated, Duke Negan appeared before the French door on the other side of the winding corridor. He wore a scrutinizing smile. Another Beyonder. They prepared ahead of time. To lay an ambush for me. How is that possible? Although Kalangos was unwilling to accept this fact, he dealt with it calmly. The glove on his left hand squirmed and took on the form of dark golden scales. His irises grew pale and became vertical. Then, a shapeless wave swept from every direction. Ladies and gentlemen were thrown into a state of uncontrollable fear at the same time. They left their hiding places and ran around aimlessly. The scene became chaotic. The Beyonders didn't dare to act recklessly as they were worried they might hurt their relatives and friends. Seizing the opportunity, Kalangos ran quickly as hurricanes whirled around him. He smashed through one of the resting room doors before smashing through an oriel window. Amidst the shattering sound, he leaped outside and flew a distance away from Duke Negan's mansion with the aid of the wind. The moment he landed, Kalangos immediately ran towards a forest ahead of him. It was a municipal garden, an escape route he had scouted out a while ago. Once he shook off his pursuers, he could change his appearance and blend into the massive population of Backlund of more than 5 million people. That was also the reason why he dared to accept such a difficult mission. After a while, there was gale blowing towards Duke Negan's mansion. The Cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Archbishop of Backlund, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake brought a few mandated punishers and flew towards the mansion. He couldn't inform the other Beyonders in time. Alger was one of the members that arrived with Archbishop Ace. However, he was in a bad mood because he saw the broken windows and the other Beyonders running out of the mansion. It meant that Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos had escaped. Chapter 214, Mysterious Player. Kalangos lost his pursuers with the help of the wind after crossing a man-made lake. He surveyed his surroundings, intending to create the illusion that he had entered a ditch to escape into the Tussock River before turning to the financial center of Backlund, the Hillston borough. At that moment, his field of vision suddenly blurred. He saw the colors around him saturate in the darkness. The green trees became greener, their red fruits even redder. The dark blackness of the water became darker. Everything appeared to be splashed with pastel paint. Under the sky where the crimson moon was obscured, there were many indescribable, transparent figures, as well as different lustrous splendors that contained mysterious knowledge. Kalangos found himself coming to a halt as he floated in midair. Beneath his feet, dark water continually rose towards him. Under the water were pale white palms, reaching out for him. Not good. Kalangos realized that he had been ambushed. And the ambusher was definitely not weak. A giant humanoid skeleton suddenly appeared before him. The monster was 4 meters tall, and burning in its eye sockets were pitch-black flames. The bones on its body were blurry and illusory. Kalangos gave his enemy an expressionless look as he let out a sneer. At the same time, the glove on his left hand released a radiant light, appearing as if it was cast out of pure gold. Kalangos leaned back and spread his arms wide, as though he was trying to hug the sun. A bolt of pure, burning brilliance descended from the sky, enveloping the giant skeleton. The pastel-like world quaked in response, and the pale hands under the dark water evaporated one by one. This was the Beyonder powers of the Priest of Light. It was a Beyonder power from the sun sequence pathway. It was the nemesis of the undead. The radiant pillar of light dissipated, and the pitch-black flames of the giant skeleton instantly extinguished. It then turned transparent as it disintegrated in the air. Before Kalangos had the time to use the abilities of the Priest of Light to dispel the pastel-like world, his expression abruptly turned rigid. He saw another giant skeleton appear to his left. It was also 4 meters tall, its eyes burning with a black flame, identical to the monster from before. Immediately following that, the same skeletal monster appeared around Kalangos, one after another. 1, 2, 3, there were more than 100 of them. More than 100 pairs of burning black flames cast their gaze onto their target at the same time. Underneath him, the dark water surface rose higher, almost coming into contact with Kalangos' feet. Pale white hands extended outward, flailing them around constantly, as though they were grabbing at a life-saving straw. Spread out and pursue him. Try to corner him, instructed the Cardinal, Ace Snake. He conjured a typhoon and took to the air, flying toward the direction where Kalangos had fled. Duke Negan and the rest didn't join the ranks of mandated punishers in consideration of their statuses, instead, they stood at the windows or balconies to observe. It was also at this moment when the ordinary nobles who were running around frantically slowly calmed down. Due to the darkness and the undulating shouts, they were unsure of what exactly happened. All they knew was that Duke Negan might have encountered an assassin. Alger Wilson clenched his jaw and ran out of Duke Negan's mansion, following the path of the municipal garden into the Hillston borough. He wasn't willing to miss this opportunity, no matter how small the hope was. Suddenly, he heard a voice which was carried to him by the wind. There's no need to continue the pursuit. No need to continue the pursuit. The voice of Cardinal Snake. Alger stopped after just running a few steps forward. He turned to look into the sky, puzzled. He saw Cardinal Snake, who was wearing a black robe adorned with many storm symbols, floating above the forest and the man-made lake and staring down. Alger creased his brows and sped over to where the Cardinal was without considering the reason. As he neared his position, he made use of his seafarer abilities to get a clearer look. The Spellsinger of God showed no expression, but his posture made it evident that he was serious. His exposed white hair that peeked out from under his black hat swayed with the wind, accentuating his stern silver eyes. Alger retracted his gaze and ran out of the forest. The scene of the calm pond reflecting the crimson moonlight suddenly appeared in his eyes. On the pond's surface, a tall figure was floating near the bank. That figure had a unique wide jaw, his brown hair was tied in a ponytail. His dark green eyes were cold, yet blank. Kalangos. Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Alger was taken aback at first, then he felt both surprise and joy. He couldn't believe his eyes. And even suspected that the darkness was causing him to hallucinate. Before he could react, he suddenly saw Kalangos' face rot rapidly. It oozed a yellow-green liquid, his flesh peeling off piece by piece. Pat. 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 All that was left of Kalangos' face was a skull, his 2 vacant eyeballs fell from their sockets and onto the ground beside the lake. Kalangos fell apart completely. His clothes draped over his rotting flesh and white bones and blocked the sparkling radiance. In less than 20 seconds, one of the 7 pirate admirals, Kalangos, had died mysteriously in front of Alger's eyes. This shocking scene was etched deeply into Alger's mind. It made him suspect if he was having a terrifying nightmare. What is happening? Didn't Kalangos escape successfully? Why did he die so simply, yet so mysteriously here? What did he encounter, for him to lose his life in such a short amount of time? He's a Sequence 6 wind blessed, the owner of creeping hunger. Who did it? What was the motive for killing Kalangos? Just as countless ideas flooded Alger's mind, he heard Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake's charismatic voice. Did you give the information to anyone else? Is there anyone else who knows of this information? Alger quickly calmed down. He glanced at Kalangos' remains and gave an explanation that he had prepared. I reported the information to you the moment I found out about it. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that Ace Snake had gone for a walk along the Tussock River, forcing me to spend time finding him, Kalangos might not have even escaped Duke Negan's mansion. Of course, he didn't dare say this in front of a high-sequence beyonder. He could only respectfully and humbly continue. The personnel who received the information directly even sacrificed himself for it, and no one opened the letter during its transfer. I can vouch for this. But I cannot confirm if there was a leak at the source of this information. Since we could learn of it, others might have too. As Alger spoke, he formulated some guesses about who killed Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. The person or organization who tasked Kalangos to assassinate Duke Negan. Since Kalangos had already successfully escaped and there was no threat of any information leaks, there's no need to kill him. If it were me, I would get Kalangos to lay low and try another assassination attempt when everyone was certain that he had left Backlund. Also, Kalangos only trusts himself, so he wouldn't tell his assassination plan to anyone. Duke Negan has been organizing gatherings lately in preparation for his bill proposal in September, so there are abundant opportunities. Other than Kalangos himself, there's no one who can correctly predict when he would strike. You unless that person was a prophet. But that is unlikely. Other factions? Not possible. Miss Justice prayed to Mr. Fool to relay the information the moment she noticed a problem. There was no way another organization could have received the information at the same time. Mr. Fool. Alger was shocked as he thought of a possibility. The person who struck was Mr. Fool's adorer. He happened to be in Backlund and thus lent a hand. The more he thought about it, the more Alger felt that this guess was close to the truth. Only the members and subordinates of the Tarot Club could have received the information in time. Only the help of the Fool's adorer could make it seem so mysterious and without motive. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Cardinal Snake fell silent for a moment. He told the rest of the mandated punishers who were making their way over, Kalangos is dead. A high-sequence beyonder, or someone who used a sealed artifact of a similar level killed him. But this is rather dangerous and highly unlikely. After a preliminary analysis, I believe that the high-sequence beyonder is of the pathway of death, perhaps a member of the Numinous Episcopate, but not someone I know of. There's also the possibility of it being a member of another secret organization. The motive is unclear. The Numinous Episcopate originated from the southern continent. Legend has it that it was first formed by a descendant of Death in an attempt to revive Death. They were nearly eradicated after the southern continent was colonized, but they stubbornly survived and spread toward the countries of the northern continent. A high-sequence beyonder. Yes, only a high-sequence beyonder could kill Kalangos in such a short amount of time. Just a mere adorer of Mr. Fool is already at such a high sequence. That's a demigod. Alger once again looked at the pile of flesh and bone. He felt dissociated from everything as if he had lost all his emotion. He stood there in a daze, watching everything. If I happened to betray Mr. Fool one day. He suddenly had such a thought. Immediately, the terrifying scene of Kalangos rapidly rotting appeared in his mind. Alger couldn't help but shiver and lower his head. At the same time, he relaxed. Since he couldn't escape or fight back, then he could only choose to be loyal. Phew. With Kalangos dead, no one can threaten me with that secret anymore. He exhaled, his worries completely vanishing. In Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey Hall, who was discussing the assassination with her mother and the other nobles, saw her father appear at the door. She found an excuse and left the resting room for the balcony at the main hall. Father, is something wrong? Audrey looked at Count Hall with her green eyes. Her green eyes had come from her mother, not her father. Count Hall smiled. It's been resolved, my child. You need not worry any longer. Did you tell anyone that Baron Grammer was an imposter? No. Audrey shook her head firmly. I only told an almost godlike existence. She added in her heart. She thought for a moment, then explained herself. After I told you, I went to the bathroom, then to where Mother was. You can ask her. I see. Count Hall nodded and didn't say anything else before mentioning, Kalangos is dead. Someone killed him. Who? Audrey was as shocked as she was excited. No idea. We can't even figure out why the murderer killed Kalangos. It's truly incomprehensible. Count Hall paused. Perhaps, it's a person or an organization, a secret and powerful organization. Unclear motive. A secret, powerful organization. Could it be Mr. Fool's Adorer? It could be our tarot club. Audrey suddenly had an epiphany. Chapter 2:15, Changed of Plans. In the blessed land. Outskirts of Aldesh town. Mule-drawn caravans remained alit with their iron grid lamps, illuminating a leveled area atop a high hill, overseeing the foreland ridge of desert and jungle. There was a silhouette of a very distant pyramid outlined from the pallid glow of intense blood moon. 15 ladies stood at the congregation. They were veiled, they dressed in a white gown made of sheep's wool, with its hem smudged with speckles of dirt. They were silent, as if lifeless, listening to the sermon of the head pastor, Zelfafa, child of gestation. Isabel looked around in terror and helplessness. There were about 30 primordial moon believers, and similar to her had their hoods draped and concealing their face. At the center of the grassland was not a symbol seen at the chapel of Aldesh town. It was a tree, bearing luminous dark brown barks while its center was hollowed out. Reflected in the 15 pregnant women's empty eyes are instances of their young, unborn child, drifting and fading, perching on the branches atop the crown of this tree. When Zelfafa finished his sermon, all women began chanting on their own accord, blathering in ancient Hermes. The one and only crimson moon. The symbol of life and beauty. Mother of all spiritual forces. At the end, their voices withdrawn. Their stomach glowed in a disgusting, vile carnage of both flesh tearing, roses blooming, and orb gestating. They saw their illusory offspring with tainted colors hovered around the tree, as if only one more attempt would make them merge with it. Now. Each will touch the tree of life. Invisible roots extended from deep beneath the tree. They look like lines that tethered to each of the person in the vicinity, however some are especially bulged. These exceptions are the lines connected to the 15 ladies. Amidst the lowered cloaks, Dylan walked carefully, passing by his fellow primordial moon members under the streaks of the candle lamp. I can't believe that girl gets to receive the moon's gift. He suddenly heard a banter of a woman, bearing a ragged skin with multiple marks and a rather disfigured eyes. Dylan glanced at her side profile. I hope she's next to the sacrifice, just like her old man. Dylan's steps slowed down a bit, before he continued in an increased pace. He maneuvered the venue until he saw an elevated platform, from which Zelfafa and other madam of the convents are seated. Zelfafa had a coarse dark hair with grey-silver linings near his scalp. Deep brown eyes that glints with blood. With an aloof gaze, he appeared to be reflecting from the moonlights. Dangling on his elk's robe painted with either red or white strips is a set of ragged dolls. Some either had pins embedded in their hearts while others are recognizable by their hair colors. There was also a locket at the palm of one of the madams seated on their high-backed chairs. The locket had a silver string, smooth and silk connecting to a heart-shaped pendant. Dylan froze seeing it. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. That locket looks exactly like the one his deceased mother had lost. Klarman. Isabel felt the hairs of her body stood on ends. She was seeing phantom infants drifting and hovering around the previously frail tree. Thoughts gripped her heart. She began to doubt whether Dylan's plan would work. On the high platform, right to where the executives could oversee the entire congregation, she saw Zelfafa, Saint Madame Lorma, Saint Madame Zelf and Saint Madame Ruahel. Those 4 are the Aldesh town's executive leaders. Titled Children of the Primordial Moon. Child of Gestation, Daughter of Vane, and Moonlight Child. 3 sequence 6 vampires and 1 sequence 5. Isabel's mind whirred as he saw them shed and writhe the contacts on their eyes, revealing deep blood crimson pupils. Zelfafa opened his arms and proselytized under the veiled attention of the moon. Yes, the crimson moon was directly above them. In Dylan's pocket watch, it struck 8:23 p.m. Click. Dylan closed his pocket watch and withdrew it into his robe and garb. By now, the crates in the old hut, meters distant from here, are emptied. He stopped right above a candle lamp, with a burgeoning flame inside. Suddenly, he turned to a member and smiled. This seems to be dying down. Might as well turn it off. TCH. Do whatever you want. The hooded man sneered at him. He did not care less and instead felt entirely fixated at the 15 ladies about to approach the tree. Once this is over, they'll have a feast for their own. A bountiful harvest. A celebratory ascension. Dylan grinned and did not respond. He simply took the candle lamp and, as if doing his job, turned and tried to leave in haste. However, something is wrong. His hand would immediately bump onto the long table inside of an erected tent if he continues. Clink. Clank. Ah. Dylan grunted as the fire lashed on the back of his hand. The iron grid case was opened, the wax was spilled and the fire burgeoned. How unfortunate. He just so happened to have dropped it right next to the tent's flammable flax sheet. Woo. The flame quickly attached itself to the fine cloth of the tent, the fire grew wildly as a response. What the? The members of the Rose School of Thought turned when a massive bonfire suddenly ignited a striking light, casting their shadows toward the 15 ladies. Damn it. You stupid piece of. Close the lamp. Another hooded man yelled at Dylan, who was clueless. Get some water. Water. Near the riverbank. Dark bats suddenly appeared from the shadows. The vampires of the organization had utilized their shadow bats to isolate the burning tent. Meanwhile, while their attention was directed to stopping the fire from proliferating, Dylan closed the lamp. Suddenly a massive flame roared a distance away from the platform. Zelfalfa had his hands into the air openly before his incantation was cut short. He proceeded to slowly lower his arms. Without uttering a word, he narrowed his gaze and quickly spotted Dylan, who's draped in his hood, clutching a candle lamp. This man had become one of their informants for the Lone Kingdom settlements in the South Continent. Endorsed by another child of the moon, Dylan have the qualities of becoming their spy within official organizations. However, that's not the only matter from his. Dylan is also one of the believers of the child of God that has spilled by the blood of the Ivory family's only descendant. Zelfalfa is aware, one day this informant might rebel. He was just surprised that day would come sooner. I didn't take that rat's resolve to be this. He spoke. Bam. A deafening roar tore through the pristine night just as the head pastor was about to take matters. Bam. 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 One after another. A series of warzone-like wails reverberated in everyone's ears and at the hearts of the lower-ranked members of the primordial moon. Zelfalfa was slightly agitated as seen from the reflection of his eyes glowing and veins protruding on his temple. But he sighed. He watched as the members deemed by the primordial moon erratically turned their heads, like lambs finding their shepherd when an issue erupts. The North Continent soldiers are here. I don't want to be imprisoned. The head pastor. The Saint Madams. Each of their heads turned up toward the platform, their hearts vibrating from the explosions. They did not even notice that the 15 ladies had each regained their consciousness. What's happening? A tree. What's Father Zelfalfa doing there? At the platform. Explosion. Explosion. Like ants, the 15 unsuspecting ladies abruptly darted their heads. Seeing how the congregation felt like an assembly of cults. Surrounding them was smoke bellowing and dirt flinging onto everyone like pelts of rain. Their horror and panic made them scatter. This must be Dylan's doing. Zelfalfa remained calm and shouted to everyone. Restrain the sacrifices. We can't let them escape. We'll reconduct the ritual later. By then, the 15 women have caught on. No. No. Where's Pelton? Shouldn't we at the chapel? I need to see. As the woman turned, a hooded cultist was already standing in front of her. They're being cornered. Woo. Bam. Another massive explosion emanated nearby, producing a deafening roar and trails of spark from the lit candle lamps. The spark ignited the surrounding tents, more flames appeared reaching to the sky. The whole blessed land is in smoldering circle of fire. Isabel, pressed in between the venue of the primordial moon members, saw the innocent ladies at the center. Their bronze skin and faces was plastered in deep despair, horror, and dread. Clinging into each other's arms. The illusory infants hovering around the crown of the mysterious tree had not dissipated. Suddenly, Isabel heard another order from the head pastor. Have them touch the mother tree. Isabel's heart skipped. Her thoughts became rigid. Suddenly, each one of the women was grabbed by their arms and forced as they thrash and loose the grip of their captors. No. No. But she could only watch, possibly unable to do anything. Her faith was placed into the hands of the White Maiden and Dylan with the hope of escaping. This was supposed to be the reason this chaos is happening. Where dark bats swarmed the sky, casting crimson moonlight on the platforms. Soon enough, she'll be free once the dust settles. But something is wrong within Isabel. Deeply foreign. A fragment of her past with her negligent grandfather surface in her mind. Used to being indifferent. Her grandfather would kill for his ritual, the cries of his victim would reverberate in the young Isabel, haunting her in her sleep, the constant chants would briefly make her grandfather turn into something else. She feared them. Only by reading fairy tales did she found the solitariness and comfort amid her childhood. Fairy tales from books, rhymes and poetries of wonderful worlds allowed her to detach from the moral degradation of her grandfather. This fostered curiosity of the world sat alongside the horrors of what her grandfather calls mysticism. Soon, she'll take on a similar role, preaching the primordial moon. Isabel faintly bit her lips. This is the sin of being incapable. She saw lives bled under a ritual dagger multiple times without intervening. The primordial moon conducting as if the people of the southern continent are guinea pigs. But she can't do anything. So she just watched. Perhaps enduring it would one day allow her to accept. Until, a certain silver-haired lady from a rural town broke this thought. Isabel witnessed her frustrations, her loneliness, and helplessness. It reflects her own life. But something is different. Even in this gruesome circumstances, she was able to smile. She was able to think, to analyze, and to wait. She used the wedding, the climax, to stab a child of the moon's heart, with a long silver hairpin. Isabel herself did not notice was taken. Even if the letter did not reach its intended person. Even if her only chance for a rescue was cut off. Even if death was certain. This lady smiled in gentleness as the primordial moon believers shed into frenzy. What would she do in this situation? Isabel, even if her face felt cold and petrified, suddenly forced her lips to lift. Her face calmed down, and from her chin that the hood fails to conceal, a faint, gentle, determined smile rose. Then, she picked up a burning wood and ran toward the tree, to the sea, raging with currents of primordial moon faction members. Dylan appeared right next to the platform, amidst the dark bellowing smoke, large fires, and plague of bats at the peak of the steeples. He took the chance to throw a lighted dynamite right to where the platform's weakness, and bam! The explosion tore a chunk of the platform. One after one, he saw the four St. Madams unfurl their dark, collectively shadowed wings to fly away in response. Crash! The high platform crumbled down in less than a minute. Within the massive smoke caused by the platform's destruction, Dylan concealed himself until he saw head pastor Zelfafa landed on the venue and withdrew his bat wings. He wanted to quickly initiate the next plan when suddenly, he saw a familiar figure rushing past the agitated crowd, holding a torch. Due to the wind, her hood fell off. There it was, a woman with a curly chestnut brown hair, solemn face, and hands gripping the hems of her robe as she ran. Dylan's eyes widened. Isabel. Chapter 216, Hunter. Damn it. Dylan forfeited the initial plan and decided to look around. He's figuring out the positions of the major players in this chaos. What is she doing? Is she? Isabel was going after the mother tree. At first Dylan was confused. He held the last dynamite he had with an even greater grip as he stands in daze. Isabel wouldn't do something like this. She should know by now how to escape. Regardless, it also reevaluated something in Dylan's thoughts. He was rattling on how to ignite further chaos, trigger the veins within the head pastor and the four St. Madam's skin. Only then can his plan succeed. Hence, Dylan collected himself and turned away. His eyes were glued to the tree's dark twisting bark. If Isabel were to set it aflame, she has to strike at a critical point. Then suddenly, Dylan slowed down right next to where a massive bonfire of flame coming from a tent. It was blistering with sparks. Amid the intense light and the swirling smoke and ashes, dust from the steps of the erratic believers. His eyes across the trunk, to the tree's side facing away from Isabel's direction. Dry grass. Low branches. Enough fuel to allow the flame to climb the canopy. There. The trunk's tinder. Isabel gripped the hems of her robe and tightened her hold of the torch. She ran without hesitation. Ah. Help. Please. Let us go. What you going to do with us? Cries of despair wailed from the 15 women being restrained. Some were driven until their hands touched the mother tree. Wah. An illusory whimper of a child reverberated in the chaos. Isabel, as she sprint, saw an image of a ghost child descending into the woman. The unsuspecting mother fainted and something glowed on her abdomen. The spontaneous heinous glow was emitted from within, creating a complete infant's shadow within her stomach. Suddenly, every believers turned their heads to her stomach, that had bloated noticeably. This is it. Once they touch the amniotic fluid, they will receive otherworldly powers. The mother would give birth within an hour. Like tides, the primordial moon believers rushed toward the lady. They began to thrust the other women toward it in excitement. Finally. I'll become beautiful. Finally. I'll succeed in inheriting my father's land. I'll beat my brothers. Finally. 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 Their choir resounded in a twisted polyphony. Each of their dark desires compelled them to throw or push the women to the bark. But within just 5 women who had succumbed into the corruption of gestating something unknown. A plume lit up. One of the hooded people held a torch by their hand, and they're next to the mother tree. Come on, come on, come on. Isabel's hand trembled while she searched for a spot to lit up. It was her right next to the tree. She almost stumbled and scraped herself, briefly losing the torch on her way. But luckily, due to the distractions of the rest of the believers, she managed to reach her destination. However, blending in to accomplish her goal is impossible. The torch in her hand emits light that in stark contrast to the tree, expels like a beacon. That guy is going to burn the tree. Almost instantly, one member noticed her. Following his voice was a flock of believers turned to where he was pointing. The 3 Saint Madams above then peered to see her with the torch. They retract their wings and dived in the air. Isabel is in grave danger. In a panic and desperation, Isabel unfurled the bark pelt around her waist, then lifted off her robe. She threw it to the tree and was about to light it when dark swarms of bats engulfed her. Ah, she screamed. The torch was flown away and the fire it contains depleted significantly in energy. Reflected in her eyes is a grayish robe, with a giant bat wings attached to the person's behind. When the hood came undone, a woman with a curly dark brown hair, embellished nose and a rugged nose and chin. Saint Madame Lorma. Lorma didn't spoke. She extended her hand and dark crimson claws grew. In her rigid expression, she launched herself to Isabel. Torn between running away and finishing what she came here for. Isabel froze on the spot. At that moment, a figure behind her composed of refracting, myriad of lights appeared and took hold of her shoulder. Whoosh! In her frail state, she was dragged away from Lorma. Lorma hit the ground, and poised back up. She saw Dylan, cloaked with the robe but beneath the darkness and casted by faint light, was his piercing dark brown eyes. Like the one next to you. That patch of grass, muttered Dylan very closely to the dazed Isabel. Without allowing the moment to pass or even gave Isabel the time to reply. He withdrew his hand, stood up and walked slowly toward Lorma. Old hag. Dylan grinned. You had something I believe to be my mother's. I would like to have it back. He used the flame of the torch that he picked up to ignite the dynamite in his hand. Then, he threw it back to Isabel, without looking away from Lorma. The torch landed just below Isabel's foot. His mother's locket. Isabel recovered and she saw the necklace dangling from Lorma's waist. I have to help, no. I have to burn the tree. Get up. She forcibly propped herself from the ground, picked up the torch and finally she dashed and stopped behind the tree, behind the 15 ladies. Hiss. Dylan smiled audaciously. I thank you for keeping it safe for me. You spoiled brat. Look at what you've done. Lorma abruptly lashed out and extended both her hands their bright, crimson dark claws. Then, Dylan's expression faded and he took Isabel's wrist. Right as the Saint Madame reached them, the poker card in his hand became translucent and ethereal, with a myriad of colors. Both of them phased out in the spirit world, leaving behind a large fire on the tree. It proliferated rapidly due to the properties of the magical tree itself. The dark barks lost its luster. Soon enough, the whole tree will be in flame. Massive plague of bats from the sky came to swarm the mother tree, encircling it into a ball of darkness. They're smothering the flames. Dylan and Isabel appeared on an isolated tree up north. He let go of her, and said, "Here," while handing a ring. Are you confessing to me? Isabel was horrified and shocked. What? No. Dylan creased his eyebrows upon hearing her bizarre thoughts. Do you know a place far from here? Preferably in the North Continent. Isabel clutched the ring and nodded. I know a place. It's near Backlund Bridge. It's where my grandfather usually took me to finding exquisite beyonder materials and gatherings. It's also near the history club I had joined. Good. Picture that and travel the spirit world to get there. In your hand is a traveler's ring, usually very pricey in beyonder gatherings and are in demand. Most were forged deliberately with one gem. Use it once I tell you to. Dylan explained in detail. I'll have to return. As long as those voodoo dolls exist, they'll always be able to find us. Stay here. Dylan disappeared, denying Isabel a chance to reply again. Under a lonesome tree far from the blessed land, Isabel watched as towering flames engulfed a festive event at the distant. The shadow bats failed and the crown of the tree was consumed in a burning fire. The scene shocked and placed the believers of the primordial moon in a temporary daze. Dread and anger rushed into their veins while their face contorts. Just kill them. Kill the blessed mothers. At that moment, Dylan appeared behind Saint Madame Lorma. He quickly clutched the necklace tied on her pelt and snatched it forcibly. Lorma's spirituality was triggered. She formed bat wings from fragments of the swarm and used it to attempt to throw Dylan. But Dylan evaded, and the necklace on his hand was thrown off. Lorma picked up the locket. She balled her hand. Flames grew from where she held the locket and the bats produced from her wings ignited into flames. An ability of a pyromaniac. Fire ravens. The rest of the flying Saint Madams locked onto Dylan, who appeared before Lorma. They extended their claws and flew toward him. This time, Dylan didn't escape. Instead, he waited until they're all just meters away before he phased out. Whoosh! The momentum of their attacks went toward the ground, causing the earth to burst, creating a thick smoke that spout pebbles, rocks and dirt everywhere. Somewhere in the venue. Now held in Zelfafa's hand, a ragged doll. It had a sewn button of dark brown for its eyes and slightly messy dark hair. It reflects a person's image. The image of Dylan's. The rest of the Saint Maidens flew up from the smoke, scouted the vicinity. However, they failed to spot Dylan or Lorma, as both are inside the smoke. Within those time window, a figure in a myriad of illusory colors appeared inside the smoke of war. Dylan didn't attempt to teleport behind anyone, he figured to camouflage him until he located Lorma and Zelfafa's location. He exited the fog, appeared right to Lorma who's already conjuring her attack and clearing out the smoke. A flock of flaming bats greeted Dylan. Boom. An even large smoke was created from the fire bats that locked onto him. It seems he's trying to defeat the Saint Madams by their own attacks. Trying to retrieve the locket of his mother's. But by the last second, he pivoted. Dylan appeared behind Zelfafa and locked his gaze onto the sequence 5 beyonder. He did not intend on defeating the Saint Madams, rescue the Blessed Mother or even burning the tree. The locket wasn't considered as well. A locket forged from his father's beyonder characteristic that grants the user flame powers. His intent are directed to the patterns, behaviors, and powers of the priest officers of Aldesh town. To escape, and to hunt. And hunting is a hunter's specialty. During that moment, Dylan was still being chased by the flaming bats. But he wasn't about to waste them. He allowed them just enough rooms across before he dashed toward Zelfafa. He revealed a dagger strapped on his chest. Beneath the robe, the mother tree's crown fell apart. Branches turned to coal and the believers fell into a frantic. Some of the blessed mothers leveraged the chance made by Dylan to carry themselves away from the crowd, but the circling fire surrounded them. Bang. A delayed explosion resounded from a corner of the entrance. Dylan had prepared for when the time comes for Isabel to run. It also acted as a gateway for the remaining blessed mothers. They aimed to run and escape. Meanwhile, the fall of the mother tree had consequences. Since during the ritual, it requires collective spirituality of the believers, it also anchored their astral bodies near it, thereby getting closer to the primordial moon. They were made unaware that someone within their circle would deliberately hijack it. Even Dylan himself didn't expect for Isabel to plan to burn the tree. It came with a positive result. Disorienting the lower sequence beyonders and normal believers of the ritual. Whoosh. Dylan got near Zelfafa. The head priest's deep red eyes glowed heinously as he turned to look at him. Then, Zelfafa's index finger sprouted a crimson dark claw. It was from the hand holding Dylan's voodoo doll. Rip. Dylan's eyes bulged, veins appeared with blood in the whiteness around his pupils. Arg. Trying to escape. Even using the archaeologist girl. Amid the pain searing into his mind, the excruciating bent that he felt gnawing at his stomach and heart. Dylan had a glint of craziness in his eyes as he spoke, no. Then, he phased into multiple colors. A barrage of flaming bats was hurled at Zelfafa. The head priest turned into a condensed moonlight that made the following bats pass through him. They landed to a tent, setting aflame and producing an explosion. Bang. Zelfafa reformed, now he gripped the ragged doll tightly, all of his fingers forming large nails slowly submerging deeper into the doll. His intuition was soon triggered again. A large portion of the swirling bats acting like dark clouds went toward a specific spot. Zelfafa also appeared next to it with large claws, leaving us with two Zelfafa at the same time. Dylan phased out. He was wincing in pain, but he caught right where he needed Zelfafa. That is because right now, they're very close to the destroyed tall platform, and... whoosh. Dylan somersaulted when he appeared, used the chance to get close to the vanishing Zelfafa when the latter arrived. He quickly slid his hand to the head priest's pelt during a split second. Bam. A swarm of bats and chains erupted to where Dylan stood. But he was already gone thanks to the poker card, finally burning its last diamond mark. At the same time, one object was thrown. On the destroyed platform, a ragged doll was burning. It had brown eyes, chestnut-brown curly hair and was dressed in a girdle. Isabel's eyes lit up as she saw a detonation at one area of the event venue. This explosion led to a separation of cargoes that denied the fire from engulfing the path. 1. 3. 7. 8. Only 8 of the previous 15 blessed mothers exited with minor bruises, scratch and scrapes. They did not dare slowing down and continued to lift their gowns to sprint. A weight in Isabel's heart vanished. At that moment, Dylan appeared behind her and called, "Hey!" Isabel was tearing up when she turned. This meant he succeeded in destroying their dolls in the flames. But right as she thinks that, the plague of bats in the sky loomed as it slowly got closer, following behind are 4 dots with giant bat wings. They found us. Dylan's eyes froze. Praise the maiden. Quickly. Let's go and... Isabel suddenly stopped, her hand holding the ring clenched. Where are you? Okay. Dylan forced a wide smile as reassurance. Let's go escape. But his voice was trembling. Isabel noticed this, and fear coiled her heart. Slowly, she asked, "Did you manage to destroy your own voodoo doll?" Dylan fell silent. The dark swarms are getting closer. He grit his teeth and answered, just use the damn ring. Ack. Blood spurted out of his mouth. His hearing grew faint and his vision was blurring. His voodoo doll was destroyed. At the last pinch, he grabbed Isabel's wrist and have her touch the ring with the other hand. Dylan, his face a bloody mess, panting for a lifeline as he said, "You're free now. Teleport." With a look of surprise, terror, and horror, Isabel's body turned hazy before blending into colors. Her face was the last to vanish. Pant. 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 Dylan's weakening body collapsed under the tree, swaying gently. He smiled one last time before closing his eyes, praised the White Maiden. Chapter 217, Talking Cat. In a hotel in the North Borough of Backlund. Isaac sat under a gas lamp and looked at the glove before him. The glove was very thin, as though it was made from human skin. It seemed that as long as it was filled with flesh and blood, it would turn into a hand. Isaac looked at it for a very long time. His face suddenly contorted in agony and pain as he muttered, "I seem to have cooperated with them before." Crimson lights casts a frozen shadow over the room. A bed, with neatly folded pillows and blanket, a drawer across it and a simple wardrobe. In this picturesque scene, the doorknob turned and was slowly opened by a woman with a lock of silver hair. Selina closed the door after she entered, bringing with her a plate of fried sailfish she hid and preserved. Phew. She heard the click sound of the wooden pane, her body leaning to it. Her gaze lingered onto the floor as she can't help but smile. Klein confessed. He said he loves me. But wait, will that stay if we finally returned? Or is this just a spur of being the only one that is like him? She clutched the hems of her floral dress and creased her eyebrows, appalled. If that's the case, I'm gonna beat him. So hard. He'll miss my cooking. Ugh. What is happening to me? Dumb Klein. Selina murmured grudgingly. She pressed a hand to her forehead, resting her fingers to pull back her front hair. Ahem. I wonder if fallacy. She had just turned her head halfway when she noticed that the black, almost Persian-like cat laid aloof on the dresser. Fallacy. Selina exclaimed happily. She briefly fixed her hair and took the bowl meant for the cat when suddenly. She heard an old man's voice. Selina's scalp jumped, and she darted her gaze around the room. There's no one there except her. Whose voice is that? Fallacy. She stood up and scanned the room thoroughly. Did you hear that? Hear what, my lady? Meow. Selina was stunned. She just heard her cat speak. Wait. I'm a sequence 8 now. A beast tamer at that. Of course this is normal. She recalled and reasoned. But the feline, whose eyes drooped, turned to her apathetically, meow, so my lady. You can understand me now. Why yes. I brought fried fish for you. Selina's tone shifted upon hearing an elder's voice, subverting her expectations of the cat. Meow, did you made it? Selina nodded slightly, I did. It doesn't taste bad, right? I do not fashion anything else from outside of your cooking. Meow, the feline leaped off from the drawer and stopped to sit next to Selina's feet. I'm glad. Selina lowered her body to transfer the fish to the bowl using a fork. While watching the cat gnaw at the food, she asked curiously, Fallacy, how old are you? When I met you. Older. Meow, the cat paused just to reply and then went on to indulge again. Meow, my lady. Can I finish this first? Oh. Please. Help yourself. Selina watched with her tucked behind her on the floor in a size of fashion. Upon seeing the feline gulp down the last portion, she asked, do you not feel pricked by the little bones of the fish? Meow, yes. I'll keep that in mind. Selina said sincerely. At the end of the cat's meal, it stood up, walked until he was closer to Selina. He said, Meow, your legs will hurt if we converse this way. Oh. Selina propped herself and turned to the chair. Then, right when she sat, the cat used its reflexes to jump onto the desk. The dim light of the gas lamp illuminated the feline's healthy dark fur. Meow, what do you wish to ask me, said Fallacy. Selina fell silent momentarily. She reined in her thoughts of what question would she pose to Fallacy once she achieved sequence 8. Finally, she answered, well, first. I named you Fallacy. Do you have a name? Why can you communicate coherently when other animals are focused on one instinct? Are furballs often stuck in your mouth? Fallacy slumped its head down in disparage, Meow, I fear you'll sleep late again. Meow, very well. I do not have a name, I prefer the name you bestowed me. I can communicate coherently due to the nature of being a beyonder beast and... Beyonder beast. You're a beyonder beast. Selina's eyes lit up. The feline didn't get the chance to answer the last one due to that tidbit. Meow, I am, answered Fallacy. Selina gasped internally and added eagerly, what sequence are you on? Which pathway? Wait, don't tell me you're a high-sequence beast. Because that would mean that I should have asked you to protect us whenever we went on missions. Ah wait, if that's the case, Fallacy becomes my senior. Meow, no. I'm a sequence 7 nightmare of the sleepless pathway. A sequence 7. Selina stared vacantly at the feline for a full 20 seconds before suddenly recalling something. This made her narrow her eyes in a charming way and described, during Diemsfell's attempt at retrieving me. I was sure that was my end. Captain couldn't have been there, they do not have a teleportation-sealed artifacts. But for some reason Diemsfell fell asleep. Fallacy, were you? Meow, yes. I followed you. Fallacy confirmed, swaying its tail gently. But how? Selina looked at the cat closely. Georgina dragged me into the spirit world and... Did you instead pursue Diemsfell, knowing I'll encounter him? Fallacy began licking its paws. Meow, yes. Selina suddenly her gaze down and added weakly, how many times have you saved me? Twice. Meow. Fallacy did not bother turning a head to answer. It stretched its legs up and bent its whole body. No. But Selina picked up the cat right as it was about to do its routine. Do not do that. Then how am I supposed to clean myself? Meow. Fallact slumped its 2 round and adorable eyes. The fur latched onto Selina's hand as she said, I'll bathe you. You sounded more like a person now. I can't withstand a conversation like this. So just, don't okay. Meow, heh, as you wish. However, my lady, that isn't the only method I use to bathe myself, so I will be all right. The cat purse chuckled, its fur around its mouth curled up, just staring at Selina. Why are you calling me, my lady? At some point, Selina became curious. As for etiquette and adequacy of becoming a fair aristocrat, she placed the cat down and fixed her posture. Because that's what you've become after saving me in that house. Fallacy straightened itself. Selina thought, nodded, and then posed another question, so you had saved me twice. When was the second one? I can't recall anything from the original Selina's history. Also, that means you also infiltrated my dream during Captain's intrusion. Meow, your captain should really understand personal space. Not littering around to digest his own potion. Sigh, but I don't see any malice in him. Fallacy did not deny nor accepted the last accusation. Then, while caressing its face with its paws again, it replied, Meow, as for the times I saved you. One is when Diemsfell tried taking you again as you leave the manor. I managed to trigger the sealed artifact he had, causing him to leave and replenish. You know the acting method. How knowledgeable. On the other hand, the sealed artifact. Selina pressed a finger to her chin. She lowered it right away and asked, you mean that mask? A mask of a clown, with 2 equal sides. One exudes ecstatic happiness, its mouth curling up. Another, casted down in pure despair and sorrow, smiles downward. Meow, they refer to it as the bizarre mask. Powers equivalent to a saint. Fallacy followed up. However, complications are just as severe. Which is why I doubt turning the whole town into replicas weren't just a display. How do you know all of this? Selina asked. She didn't want to seem privy, but if she would accept Fallacy, she had to know of its history. Meow. Fallacy turned its head and looked outward the window from the drawer. I was once a companion of a nighthawk within the Church of the Evernight. My owner was killed, but he produced something, then I ate it as a tribute. Why you ate a bee under characteristic, a sequence 7s, and survived. Selina was too stunned to look away. Fallacy nodded, unfazed. Meow, that's all there is to it. You're one radical old man. Selina's mouth was left agape. Then, out of concern, she asked, do you not feel or hear any auditory hallucinations reaching this point? I don't. I'm fine. You. Fallacy faced Selina, its adorable furred visage was forcing a frown. You should stabilize yourself. Sigh. Selina exhaled. I know. Meow. Also, don't think that because I'm a cat doesn't mean you have to disrespect me. I can see it in your immoral eyes. Fallacy chinned up and looked down at Selina. Selina was stunned. I am sorry. Fallacy, drowned in the fur of its face, still forced a smile to be visible. Meow, heh. Now, don't you want to be explained how the Rose School of Thought raided Milo? Selina perked up, her eyes lit up but dimmed at the same time. She thought and replied after a few seconds, first of all. In my diary page. How's it that I wrote everyone is going to die? Including me. Fallacy answered, Meow, that is not too difficult of a question. When you were desperate to break from any forms of hypnotisms, you devised a contingency plan of writing that, to scare yourself awake once you start becoming wary of everything. So that note wasn't actually a prophetic disillusion or an evidence of a mind breaking. Selina was enlightened. All right. Please tell me what happened in the town of Milo next. The night deepened, and Fallacy sat through a whole narration for Selina to understand. Diemsfel's Lawrence surname wasn't actually his real surname. He was invited into town by the folks, through which his caravan broke down and needed repairs. There, he saw Selina, with her parents. But none even bat an eye, except for Diemsfel and his travel mates with him. They claimed to be hunting a myth circulating in the mountains across Mirminsk mountain range, as they are a self-proclaimed demon hunters. Many months passed since they arrived. When Diemsfel and his traveler companions returned, the whole townsfolk suddenly turned rigid and indifferent. That's the catalyst for how Selina was wed to Diemsfel. I'm so glad he died. Selina expressed her loathe freely on the cat. Fallacy seemed to want to say something, but refrained. It heard Selina sighed at the bottom of her heart and add, Fallacy. There's so many things happening. At least for a little, I get to be reminded that good things happens where we overlook them. Sigh. Selina ruled out what to share in her mind and said, it's fine if I rant right. Friends from far away are quite possibly in danger. Some were transported offshore, while others are trying to escape a cult ritual. Meow. Ritual cult. Friends from far away. Fallacy finally paid full attention in Selina. Selina smiled cheekily. She already planned on what to reason for whom the letter was trying to reach to. She can't simply hint at the Tarot Club. She's aware that what Mr. Full meant is that no soul should know his existence except herself and the members. Thus, she refrained from mentioning their actions. Instead, she opted for another option. You see, I truly have friends outside. They're members of an organization. In subtle ways, I can communicate with them. That's where my letter before was intended to reach. But lately their situations are turning dire due to the Primordial Moon faction antagonizing them. Meow, continue. Fallacy suddenly became serious in his tone. Selina deliberated her words and nodded. She was already used in bundling truth with Cruz multiple times that it did not become issue to her now. The curly chestnut-haired girl was actually from the southern continent. She adores tales and it led her to aspire, becoming an archaeologist. Regrettably, her father was mixed into the Primordial Moon. Eventually he got himself sacrificed for what this girl describes, boons. Meow. Boons. Fallacy sat upright, fawning at her story. Selina resumed until she mentioned something crucial. Actually, the festival should have begun by now. Isabel, it's already the 6th of September, why haven't you reported yet? Don't tell me something went wrong. Suddenly, her hand started caressing her left arm. I'm worried, sigh, but all I can do is simply pray. Selina drew a crimson moon on her chest and said, may the goddess keep them safe. Meow, Aldesh town, right of the blood moon, primordial moon boons. Fallacy sorted the pieces of information and abruptly stood up. Where are you going? Selina asked. Meow, I'm hungry again, replied Fallacy. Selina frowned and said, but you've just eaten. A cat's stomach is endless. Meow, Fallacy retorted unconventionally. Wait. Selina called right as the feline leap off. Do you really not intend on becoming my cat? I was thinking of what animal I should tame to act as a beast tamer, and what crossed my mind immediately was you. So Fallacy, won't you become my first tamed beast? Fallacy stared at Selina with its slit green pupils for a while until suddenly, it hissed. It shocked Selina dreary for a moment, however she soon noticed that the door was being opened. She turned around and saw Melissa in her nightwear. Sis Selina. Is that a cat? Chapter 218, Beyond the Horizon. Is that a cat you're talking to? Melissa's voice was innocent. Her eyes shone with curiosity and cautiousness. This is because for the first time, she got to see a cat. An adorable, fluffy fur-ball cat. Meow, very well. I would be more than happy to accompany you. Fallacy sat again but instead, looked at Melissa with a slightly tilted head. Selina smiled, in a better mood. This is Fallacy. My mischievous, late-night company. She extended her hand and caressed behind Fallacy's ears. Could you close the door? Melissa locked eyes with the cat and she slowly obeyed in swinging the door close. She asked, you never brought a cat? Yes. Selina turned to the feline, enjoying her petting. Fallacy wasn't my cat before. He was a stray. Only used me for food and for a place to sleep. Meow, I never did such things. Fallacy maintained obedience despite the false claims. Selina chuckled dryly and resumed, he only visits me at night. Well, now I feel that Fallacy won't be leaving anymore. I'll be glad. Fallacy. Melissa can't help but stare at the cat, fawning its head onto the palm that massages it. You can pet him if you like. Selina smiled. Melissa slowly got closer, but in just an inch she asked, they say cats bite, especially stray ones. Although I never seen one since higher class families had started to monopolize them as house pets. Is fallacy the same? Selina pressed a finger to her lips and chuckled, he won't bite. Right. Meow, indeed. Unless I was mistreated. Fallacy remained aloof with its furry expression. He said yes, translated Selina with a rather mixed emotion. You can talk to him. Melissa said frankly, with a straightforward eyes. Selina paused momentarily before sighing, more like, reading its expression. Melissa blinked twice before shifting her attention to the cat. She thought carefully and finally called, Fallacy, can I pet you? Fallacy stood up and walked to the edge of the dresser. It sat right in front of Melissa. You're more obedient. Selina watched with peeled eyes as he got to know more of what her cat truly is. Your fur is so soft. Your head is so small and you have big green eyes and slit pupils. Melissa was fascinated as her hand touched Fallacy's back. The feline returned the gesture by fawning to Melissa's palm. I heard cats' eyes dilates when they like something or in hunting mode. It's adorable, but to think that both states are identical and the slit pupils is its actual neutral eyes. Melissa shared her insights, collected from biology classes. Selina didn't mind anything. She simply watched as Melissa integrate with her only family left in this world. Then, Melissa posed another question, do you, truly not intend to stay? Ah. Selina had a delay processing her reaction. She asked, why do you ask? Melissa took a while to add, it's because we know you'll only temporarily be staying here. Which was why we prepared the guest room. Klein said perhaps in a month or two you will be allowed to move elsewhere. Won't you feel lonely? A faint breath escaped her lips. Selina smiled gently and answered, I probably will. But I can always pay all of you a visit. Just like I often do with the Heath family. The Heath family came here too, right? Don't they seem pleasant? Mrs. Heath seared mutton, little Odell and... They are. Melissa's voice was weak. She continued caressing the quiet Fallacy in her hands. But will they visit again if you're gone? Do you want me to stay? Selina finally caught on to what Melissa is trying to convey. Her side profile was obstructed by streaking of her dark hair. Melissa only nodded faintly before adding. I'm not forcing you. But it wouldn't exactly be the same once you're gone. Selina paused with parted lips before curling them up to a gentle, warm smile. Out of nowhere, she stood up, walked closer to Melissa and suddenly embraced her. A comforting hand caressed her head as she heard Selina muttered in a slow voice, thank you, for accepting me into your home. Melissa froze for a moment before she slowly and awkwardly wrapped her arms around Selina, returning the embrace. After a short while, Selina pulled away a bit and maintained her smile as she said, now don't you have school tomorrow? We should introduce Fallacy first thing in the morning. Hearing that, Melissa realized that she had a presentation by morning. She quickly left Selina's side and exclaimed, right. Then, she hurried for the door and right as she closed it, she turned for Selina and the cat, good night. Good night, Fallacy. Selina waved her hand in a slow motion, good night. Meow, good night. At once Fallacy chimed in. When the door closed, Selina quickly glanced and leered at the black cat. She asked, you're still hungry? Fallacy licked its paws. Meow, yes. Sigh. I'll go make something for you. Selina carried herself to the door wearily. In the dream world. An hour later. Selina opened her eyes in a reformed body to see the familiar, ever-changing meadow rolling infinitely to horizon. Grass flutters under the course of wind. She felt a gentle zephyr caressing her hair while she stood barefooted on the patched ground. Barefooted. Selina noticed that she could feel the soles of her feet against grasses. Instinctively, she raised her leg unsteadily, there she saw her porcelain white feet, with pink hues around her toes. I can walk. At the same time, she felt that her body had gained tremendous vitality just by inhaling the wind and feeling the tall grass. Then out of nowhere, Selina made her long gown into a short sundress. She smiled, I can walk freely. The goddess that the Child of God faction revel left the spot where a mural-like vines extend out. She sprinted into the meadow without a care. Suddenly, the tall grasses was thrown off by large trees emerging underground. A tide of water from far away tore a section of the world turn into a luscious river. Animals began to form from Selina's subconscious thoughts. By extending her ether body, she can reanimate certain mounds of soil to produce elks, birds, carps and beetles. She was also able to affect the climate under just one will. However, murmurs still persisted, telling her, my daughter, you've returned, but Selina could easily tune it out of her head. Ha! Selina ran, frolicking under the shade of canopies. The shadows of the sun paved a beautiful forest. At some point, she slowed down. She met the gaze of her reflection on the silent river, where carps are seen moving, beside the forest and next to the giant rocks. Wish. Splash. Selina suddenly had a bout of confusion and fear as she said, I wasn't able to do before. My whole lower half was rooted in the ground and now I'm capable of doing this. As if it's because I advanced. Her voice hitched. The apothecary pathway has a connection with this dream world. Selin watched the school of carps leap occasionally in the waters. A fawn and a deer from another side came to drink from the river bank. Then, this explains why my hair has a red color. It was the dream world's influence. The moment I advanced, I also felt an additional reserve of vitality within me. Did it also enhance my regenerative ability? Even though apothecaries was never shown to have regenerative powers themselves. Does this mean due to the dream world, I was able to recover in just a day from a fatal wound? Selina fell into her thoughts and slowly she looked to her side, peering into the forest. I wonder. Selina stood up, reined her thoughts but kept an open mind as she decided to walk linearly. Due to her will, a path was naturally formed. Since none of her followers was praying, and being worried about their circumstances would not help. Selina busied herself with curiosity. She walked for miles, to where her eyes never reach. She felt the nature from where she willed them continues to generate as she pressed on. Selina saw huge mountains from far away, where clouds shrouds its peak. There were cranes standing on shallow waters in a distance by the time she exited the forest and was now in the other side of the meadow, a glade. These cranes acted naturally, they would turn their head, inspect the waters before surgically piercing it, lifting a catfish. Wow. Selina felt she was having a nature trip. Suddenly, it occurred to her that her subconsciousness may be the one responsible for this constant generation of the land. With that in mind, she willed the ground next to her to form a four-legged hoofed statue, a horse. Nay. The horse has no thoughts. That's logical, I mean it would scare if it truly had a sentience. Selina commanded the animal to lower itself for her to ride. Clap. 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 Selina's hair flailed fervently against the strong wind. Amidst the galloping sounds, the scenery continued to flash past her in emotion. At a distance, she saw a lonesome tree in the middle of the meadow. A rock formation protruding up a small cliff fight by the rivers and the ground road ending at another forest. The sky had a wispy layered clouds that refracts from an illusory sun. Far beneath it, are dotted groups that flaps their wings, migrating somewhere unknown. Selina crossed a long desert dunes, where she spotted numerous scorpions, tumbleweeds, and cactuses. In its ridgeland comes a tropical forest, where venomous snakes lurks up above the trunks, the deep brown waters conceals predatory reptiles whilst indigenous thrived. She had been riding the horse for tens of kilometers. Distant valleys have vanished and steep highlands did she crossed. Clap. 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 The horse halted. But neither it and Selina are exhausted from a non-stop travel that should have taken her days. Now in front of a dense region, where light seems to fade into the deep, dark path. Selina pursed her lips and contained her fear. It was like a horror play when she saw the entrance. The misty atmosphere darkened the road up ahead. She turned back and murmured, I'm still fine. Not thirsty or famine. Perhaps this is one of the properties of the dream world. I wonder what's beyond there. Hoot. A cacophony of various birds echoed. A feather was flung from a raven flying away. Selina raised her hand, and from the dirt that her flesh became, morphed into a lantern she held. In her eyes, she was determined to know what's causing this dream world and why the child of God's faction reveled its daughter. Her silhouette, in a white floral sundress, barefooted and silver hair coursing gently. She lifted the glowing lamp and extended it into the darkness ahead. What's this? Selina paused, already deep into the eerie forest. I can't seem to terraform the region up ahead. I can't feel anything. She furrowed her eyebrows and took a step back. I thought I'm allowed to. Is the region ahead do not obey my will? What's on the other side? Still capable of sensing the mural-like vines, Selina pressed on. This is because earlier, she figured out that by simply reforming to her origin point can she achieve a safe, contingency exit. Thus, she illuminated the path ahead and climbed onto a steep of large boulders, where enormous roots sprouted to take hold of the terrain. The thing Selina noticed upon entering here, is that the trees are gigantic. The erect for almost an Eiffel Tower tall, it's fascinating how they maintain distance. By then, Selina crossed the precipice of the boulders, resumed in a linear path where large branches were littered, she got to see a distant plain. The land below the cliff was bizarre. At the end of the shore, a deteriorating swamp, filled with walking women, all dressed in a white gown with twisted faces just like her. They're drenched in viscous blood. Clank. Selina dropped the lamp, her hand was trembling. She saw even more of the area was glitching, tearing from the one she saw upon entering the dream world for the first time. A vile, grotesque world where even the sky is a veiny tissue. Thump. 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 Then, Selina heard a beating heart. Chapter 219, Subconscious Stroll. Feeling an intense power emanating from beyond. Something that would affect her when she crossed. Almost instantly, Selina tugged the mural-like vines to pull her back, her body turned to mud, to flesh, and finally crumbled back into the environment. Selina woke up right onto the meadow she designed with her will, alone with a willow tree. Pant. 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 Her breath hitched and she recovered from the mental toll of her discovery. She listed, there's a land, full of flesh, beyond it is another area, engulfed with red mist. What is out there? Why do I hear a beating heart? This place, it's indeed alive. Due to the fact that she had known this for a while. The strain didn't bleed her that much. This dream world relates with my pathway. Perhaps as I advance, I might be able to venture more into the horizon. Selina slowly reined in her thoughts before exhaling a relief. For now. It didn't seem like I have not been corrupted. Thankfully. Well, except my red hair. Then, she thought of something. This dream world also responds to my subconsciousness. At one point, I was able to create a frozen replica of a dream I had. The one Mr. Moroi is trying to use to kill me. Selina casted her gaze onto her palms. It's already late, I was planning on trying out if the bestowment ritual would be easier to open this time, now that I'm a sequence 8. I guess I can set it aside for tomorrow. She closed her eyes, still coping with the revelation she saw continents away from her spot, the mural-like vine. Suddenly, 4 5-story building rose from the tall grasses. Streets appeared out of the stone beneath and lamplights burned a plume in its case. The road of the Daffodil Street was formed. Tap. 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 Selina began to walk in the empty street, using it to cope with her stress. Then, coming from her subconscious mind, a statue of crowds was sculpted from the soil. They still do not retain any souls or sentience. They're merely a display at this point. She stopped, her gaze found her first rented house in 16 Daffodil Street. Selina peeked into the blinds of its oriel window, to confirm if even the inside was replicated. How wonderful. Selina saw the tea table and the 4 sofas in the living room, just like how she arranged them. She continued reminiscing. Seeing Odell and the Heath family inside 17 Daffodil Street. They looked like a complete family. Selina savored the scene before turning around and leaving. She intends to find Zutland Street and look for Blackthorn Security Company. Roseanne was there, reading a blurred newspaper. Leonard was standing next to a window, holding a paper while his mouth open, as if he was about to rhapsodize. Dunn Smith was at his office, behind a typewriter. Kenley and Royale are at the entertainment room, whilst Sika seems to be in guarding duty and Fry in patrol of the Raphael Cemetery. Reaching the basement, she stopped. Selina gazed at the secret door, urging herself to know even if they're not real. Upon opening it, she saw Klein listening to Old Neil. Old Neil was there. He was smiling. He was holding a book and a wand, dressed like a wizard. Do not cause any trouble for this young girl. His note resurfaced in Selina's mind. Without saying anything, she took a chair, sat right next to Klein and leaned her head to his shoulder. Who would have known you'll leave us so soon? For a prolonged period of time. Selina stayed at the makeshift Blackthorn Security Company before leaving. She noticed that the area wasn't a complete map of Tingen City. Which is logical since only half of it had Selina been explored. Some are hazy and some are distorted. Just like how she perceives them. At some point, she reached the East Borough. Selina took the chance to check Lawson's folk herb store at 18 Vlad Street. The wide bay window allowed her to gaze into the assorted materials and medicines either in glass bottle, cylinders, or hang dry on the ceiling. Those are graben roots, oh, and evergreen nettle. Selina listed the items there until she saw Dark Will, slumping his head while waiting for customers. He was a statue. Selina smiled and made a sun hat, her mocha-shaded sun hat out of her mud hand and wore it. She also dressed herself with a drape on her shoulders. Acting like it was her first time. She entered store. Good afternoon, Mr. Dark Will. But no response. Selina smiled, but her eyes quickly grew dimmer. She reformed herself back to her earlier dress and made the sun hat melt into mud before integrating with the floor. Afterwards, she exited quietly. Still taking the chance to stroll. In this world where everything seemed to be frozen in time. Selina saw vendors with hazy face, their anatomies are rather bizarre while some are explicitly beckoning the pedestrians. Finally she reached an intersection. It felt familiar to her, incredibly intimate. Then at some point, Selina recalled, this was when I felt I bumped into someone. Sigh, just how stressed I was back then. She resumed her steps. And while taking in the structures of the street, she saw a peculiar man from a distance, amidst a statue of crowds. He had a dark blonde hair, and a high nose. His lips were tightly pursed, and he looked solemn and disturbed. His facial features were like a classic sculpture without any wrinkles. Wearing a clergyman's robe, reflecting a high-ranking status. No, that status seemed to be of the Church of the Evernights Archbishop. Int Zangwill. All colors on Selina's face were drained as the clergyman's visage reflects in her eyes. At an instant, she recalled Dunn's cautionary words regarding this criminal. If you discover him, do not alert or disturb him. Return to report it immediately or the chance of you dying in the line of duty is 1,000%. Selina processed her thoughts. The dream world only seemed to store and archives my subconsciousness perceives. I didn't perceive him consciously, neither is anyone else. That could associate with the coincidences that are happening. And that man in Zangwill with that terrifying ability is here in Tingen. At that instant, Selina's mind whirred and she felt her spirituality was at a critical point. She woke herself up, and alongside her disappearance, the whole replicated area collapsed and vanished. Friday morning. The next day. Melissa remarked at the dinner table due to Selina rushing to take a shower, sis Selina had a cat. A cat, echoed Klein and Benson as they exchanged looks. For the former who had already dressed to leave and had not gotten any properly sleep due to the lack of response from Miss Justice and Hangman, he felt a sort mixed emotions. Selina never mentioned she had a cat to me. Klein creased his eyebrows. He completely abandoned taking another bite of the bacon and egg. His name fallacy. Though I don't know why Sis did not introduce him when she was eating. Melissa shoved another portion of her caramelized bread in her mouth. Benson remarked while reminiscing, that's quite a surprise. I would like to meet this cat. I can't remember the last time I ever saw one. Yes, it was when the factory owner I went to in the past visited us on site, caressing an obese cat. Selina does seem a bit troubled. Klein's thoughts were tuned to one specific tidbit. When you visited her, did she display anything out of place? He was speaking to Melissa. Melissa paused and she lowered the fork in her hand. Upon recalling, she answered, she was talking to Fallacy. I thought maybe she's a whisker collar. Talking to her cat. That's normal. She's now a Sequence 8 beast tamer. Klein reasoned before posing another question, did you manage to touch this cat? Why does this seem like you're interrogating me? Melissa grumpily bit down a chunk of bread as she leered at Klein. Klein chuckled dryly, I mean, it's late right? What if you're seeing things? Sis Selina said Fallacy will stay with us from now on, and yes, I petted it. Although she forgot about introducing him first thing this morning. Melissa slowed down for a moment before dismissing it. Fallacy. Staying. Again, two brothers went on to exchange looks for the second time. Where is he then? Benson asked, controlling his shock. Melissa casually answered her brother's befuddled expression and said, he's around here. I can call him if that eases both of you. Yes. Yes, please do. Klein didn't mince his words. Seriously. Melissa calmed herself as she gulped, clearing a way for her mouth to open. Fallacy. Come here. Meow. A shadow of a small animal appeared by the oriel window. It had a full fluffy black fur, rounded healthy proportion and an adorable little head with large green eyes. It wagged its tail gently, before leaving the window's porch. A cat. A cat responded to their sister's call. There you are. Melissa bent her back and turned to the side of the chair, welcoming the black feline in her arms. Are you hungry? Meow. Here, have some bacon. Melissa happily broke off a small piece from her plant and fed it to the cat. While watching it munched. Klein was slightly at a loss for words, that looks like a Persian cat. Persian cats are expensive. Fascinating, can I hold it too? Benson can't help but lean toward his sister, toward the cat. However, Melissa blocked her brother's hand with her back, clinging onto it as she reasoned, finish eating first. Cats like this often lose some hairs, you know. What if some got into your plate? But aren't you holding it too? A corner of Klein's lips twitched hearing her sister's unprecedented logic. But they couldn't retort. Soon enough, nearing the end of their breakfast. Selina was finally done. She was dressed in a three-piece suit in accordance to the Nighthawk's few dress codes. Klein. I'm sorry but we have to. Her voice paused as she saw her cat Fallacy being surrounded by the Moretti family. It rested on Melissa's lap, whilst Klein and Benson nag on its feet and caress it. She blinked twice before processing, right, I told Melissa, Fallacy might stay. They're quite optimistic with this new addition. Klein slowly got up, around his eyes were slightly dark but his expression was beaming. What is it? He asked with a smile. As much as Selina hates it, to burst his mood, she said, "We have to get to work now. I can talk with you along the way." Then, she glanced at Benson and Melissa behind Klein. She added in a whisper, "At least, not near them." Klein fell silent and he quickly understood what she meant. Without wasting time, he called onto his siblings to say, "Well, we need to get going. I remembered some things at the company was left unattended. Take care on your way, Melissa, Benson." "Okay. Take care too." Melissa bade farewell. Benson later did. Klein waved his hand next to Selina and then they left the hall and closed the door. Extra. Extra. Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos killed in Backlund. Extra. Extra. Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos killed in Backlund. Klein cocked his ear to hear the few paper boys loitering around a few stations. His mind got curious. Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos killed in Backlund. Mr. Azek did it. While falling into a deep thought, he lampooned himself, as the boss behind the scenes, I actually had to find out the outcome from the beckoning of the newsboys. He silently sorted his mind before changing to the current matter. "So what's been troubling you?" Suddenly, Selina halted. Klein was closely behind her and he abruptly stopped. He saw her turned and looked him in the eyes and said, "Int Zangwill is here." Chapter 220, Cold Revelation. He's here. Int Zangwill is in Tingen. Klein felt something within him dropped. His heart skipped. Almost instantly, he was reminded of Dunn's cautionary of this criminal. It certainly left a distasteful stain in his mouth. Selina was stammering her words, I don't know how to put this. But we have to tell Captain." "Wait." Klein took hold of her wrist. "How did you know this? Did Ms. Lovers told you? Or was it her?" In both cases, this would act as a deterrent to actually enable Klein to comprehend both entities' objectives toward Selina. He knows Ms. Lovers, but not down to her bones. The exact same sentence is applied to the White Maiden. If their aim was to locate Ints, then that would open a few details in understanding them. But firstly, how did they know about Ints Zangwill? Selina was torn and scared. She wanted to answer but for some reason she could only open her mouth and close them. "Don't you believe me?" "Believe?" Klein's eyes froze. Suddenly he began to tremble within. Those exact same lines mirrored old Neil's pursuit of being spared. "It's fine. We're heading straight to Captain. He'll know what to do and will likely ask the same question." Amid the faint shivers of his fingers, Klein was about to let go when he suddenly gritted his teeth. "Do you understand that once you told Captain about this, won't this end in a different result?" He took 0-08. A sealed artifact plagued with mystery. If Selina saw him and he's here, all I need is one evidence. And that you're not losing control. The glint in Klein's eyes shouted desperation. Selina's trembling hands closed. She finally mustered up the courage to say, "I saw him in a dream. A very vivid one." She can't say about the dream world, as that would invite the dangers of the Primordial Moon faction. Selina had long figured this out. That the child of God did not simply die, it was laying dormant inside her, allowing her to enter that special dream world. Noticing that he couldn't simply force answers from Selina, Klein reluctantly and painfully let go. "In a dream. All right, I believe you." In the captain's office. Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn stood beside his desk, eyes distant as he stared at the mug old Neil once gave him. He looked deeply solemn. Unknown to him, he traced one of the vertices of the desk before retracting his hand back into the pockets of his trench coat. At that moment, the door was swung open. Selina, in her braided bun hair, intrude with urgency. Following behind her was Klein, who's unusually vacant. "Captain." However, Dunn was expecting her. He allowed his tranquil, dark eyes to reflect Selina's figure. He said in a gentle tone, "I thought Roseanne told I was calling you. How do you feel? Does your red hair still flare up when you sleep?" Selina froze. "What? How? How did the captain realize or even know? Did Christet divulge this? But he told me he wouldn't." This. Selina, said Dunn slowly. "You do not need to hide anything. Tell me what you came here first." Klein's hand clenched. "Right." Selina's heart skipped and she felt overjoyed. Int Zangwill is here. In the city." "How did you find him?" asked Dunn as soft as he can possibly could. "In my dream." Selina leveraged her earlier answer to Klein. However, instead of an immediate action, she was met with silence. 20 seconds later, Dunn finally replied, "Do you think your red hair advances whenever you dream of something?" "Huh." Selina was growing terrified as she was stunned. "I don't. I I'm asleep, that time in the alchemy room. Dunn turned his head away. Stared at the direction of the Chinese gate for some time before saying, we'll need you stay. What? Selena's eyes widened. She stammered her words, why you don't believe me? Was it because of the red hair? Why did I acted rash? Wasn't I supposed to console Klein and join in convincing everyone? Right. A dream. I just need to construct a sort of similar dream where I saw Ince in the crowd. Selena fell silent before she finally replied, very well. Then, you can pull me into a dream, Captain. Almost instantly, her auditory senses blurred. Her vision became hazy and her thoughts sluggish. It only took seconds before Selena fell asleep and Klein immediately went and caught her. The hazy darkness shattered like the inside of a glass globe. Selena found herself in a room, the alchemy room. In front of her was a replica of old Neil, similar to the one she previously reformed. However, she didn't felt like the whole dream was her body, like a part of her. Thus, she ruled out the possibility that Dunn Smith unknowingly reeled her into the dream world. The door outside was opened and Dunn walked in. He took out his pocket watch and saw the long hand turn by each seconds. All right, I need to shift the current dream somehow. I can do this. Selena, mimicking what she can do in the dream world, tried focusing in a black point, a cogitation. Then, she expanded out, picturing what could be a venue near Vlad Street, where pedestrians mingled in a tapestry of society. In response, the dream went hazy again and Dunn saw this, but didn't do anything. When the darkness receded, both of them found themselves in a crowded street. Selena was now standing, very glad but also exhausted. What she did took immense will to dream the place. Then, feigning languidness, Selena turned her head to the direction where she saw Ince, hoping Dunn would notice. Indeed, he noticed. Dunn traced where she was looking and peered between the people. When he couldn't, he simply went and walked toward it. However, there was no one there. When Selena saw Dunn returned, she almost broke out of her dreamy facade in joy. But when he got close, she saw his expression remained the same. Did you not see him? No. I swear Ince was there. At the center. Selena wanted to break from her character, to see and confirm it herself. However, Dunn stopped in front of her and only watched as the time moved on. Then the dream shattered. Selena woke up in Klein's arms, seated on the high-back chair whilst Dunn Smith got up from the edge of the desk. Everyone saw her silver hair cascaded down, revealing unmistakable red-tinged fibers, like stains in the pureness of her silver-white hair. At this moment, Dunn didn't add any more words. Because it's undeniable. He simply watched it retract slowly before finally appearing incredibly small that without scrutiny, would pass everyone's attention. Captain. Selena weakly called. Dunn swallowed a lump in his throat as he declared, you are to be kept here for probation. Any acts that opposes, resist, or violate would extend your stay. Selena, we'll keep in mind of what you said about Ince being here, but we'll have to place higher priorities to the well-being of our teammates. An archbishop would come visit here by next week and assess your condition. Remain here and allow yourself to be administered by medicines the church had provided in emergencies such as this. Then, he solemnly said, Selena, you're losing control. Losing control. Selena couldn't believe what words came out of Dunn's mouth. She turned to Klein, hoping he'd retort. But reflected in her eyes, Klein looked away, staying silent. Klein. I'm not losing control because I'm not lying, why you know that, right? Klein faced away and firmly said, that's what old Neil said. Selena's eyes dimmed, her fingers loosened and her breath hitched. Why? I'm telling the truth. Didn't I said that my red hair is not an issue? It's just. Selena trembled, her hands tightened around Klein's arm. Even her vision eyes began to blur before she finally closed them. With a sigh, she left his embrace, all right. Selena turned her head away from Klein and extending her hand to lift the strands of her hair, curling them up in place. Just like she always do. Then, she asked while facing Dunn, where will I be staying? At that moment, the door pane was slammed open. Leonard, panting heavily, following closely behind him are the Nighthawks Royale, Sika, Fry, Kenley, and the civilian staff Roseanne and Madame Oriana. Leonard exclaimed, Captain, is this true? Selena is. He paused right after seeing the vacant eyes of their team member, who's about to leave quietly. Dunn said, don't worry, we might still be able to prevent the initial onsets of losing control. Head back now. Then, he walked closely with Selena, intending to guide her to her room. As the door closes, Leonard turned to Klein who couldn't even met his eyes. He looked morbid, clenching his hand and his silver-inlaid cane, as if he was a statue forever seated there. Judging by this, Leonard, who's behind the door, had many things run past his mind, compelling him to enter the office. There, he looked at Klein, not with pity, but with indignation. Klein, he asked seriously. Once. What happened to Selina? Seeing that Klein kept a closed mouth, Leonard asked, again, now with a slightly raised voice, seems like you didn't heard me. I said, what happened to Selina? He was met with silence. Again. Now, Leonard's patience was running short. He couldn't grapple with his thoughts that at some point, he yelled in frustration, damn it. Klein. What happened to Selina? Answer me. Aren't you the person closest to her among all of us? I thought you'd protect her. I am, at last, Klein suddenly lashed out. I'm trying. Everyone was caught surprised, especially Leonard. Then out of nowhere, he grabbed Klein's collar, lifted him up and yelled, then what kind of trying is this then? Tell me. Because right now it definitely looks like it was you who's losing. Stop. Roseanne shouted. What in the name of the goddess are you two fighting about? Klein gritted his teeth, but he couldn't muster up the strength to defend himself. Finally, he answered, she said Ince is here. In this city. Leonard was triggered from his discontinuation. He was about to reply in anger when Fry appeared behind him, restraining his arms by both elbows. Leonard, interrogating him through this will not solve the issue. Let Klein breathe. Fry's cold temperament made him look calm in the situation. After being pulled away and accepting it, Leonard did not change his frustrated expression. He probed, if she said that, why didn't you believe her? Because there's no evidence. It was in a dream and Captain found nothing. Klein raised his hands, shivering indiscernibly and collected himself up using his cane. What do you mean there's no evidence? Leonard's emotions became grim. He knows and that Klein knows, a goddess is behind Selina. She's a blessed of the White Maiden. Thus, whatever she might inform may have a chance that it came directly from the goddess herself. One thing that Leonard had observed, it's that the White Maiden do not have any ill intent, projected from Selina's behaviors. If she claimed to have seen, heard, or dreamt of someone so vividly, they could very well exist. Leonard calmed his nerves down, giving Fry an indication that it's safe to let go. Then, he turned toward the door and said slowly, I need to talk about some things with Klein. Alone. Everyone please return upstairs. The Nighthawks knew of Leonard for years. Thus, they reluctantly abide. However, some do have a glint in their eyes that perhaps this was the first time they actually saw him and Klein be unraveled in front of them. We'll be in the lounge. Don't fight. Madame Oriana told her farewell words before leaving with the casted-down Roseanne. There was a room at the second floor of the Blackthorn Security Company. Facilitated for emergency. Built in accordance to a law that in any departments, they must have a room reserved for staffs that might have experienced sudden illness or injuries. Dunn figured that in the meantime they held Selina in probation. This room would be fitting. As officials who have displayed the initial stages of losing control must immediately be admitted to the holy churches in Backlund. Selina would have to be transported there, and would be promoted to another department, as what the telegram stated. Nothing else could change it. Dunn opened the door first, allowing Selina to enter. He watched her taking in the simpleness of the room, the minimalist of the furnishings before sitting on the edge of the bed. There are clothes folded on the bed. Just ring the bell using the rope over your right side and Roseanne or any of the staffs would come get your needs. Stay here until an archbishop arrives. Dunn listed in a deep voice. Every hour, a Nighthawk would come to monitor you. Don't be afraid to talk to them as they'll just be outside. The sunlight coursing from the two large oriel windows refracts from Selina's glistening silver hair. She smiled gently, thank you. Dunn fell silent. He clenched his fist and replied, you're welcome, before closing the door. Chapter 221, Maynard Case. Backlund, Cherwood Borough. Furswall and Zio Dericha were walking along the street towards the nearest branch of the Varvat Bank. My money seems to disappear without me noticing. Furs sighed. Zio felt the same way. That's right. Luckily, my book, Stormwind Mountain Villa, is rather popular, and there are still royalties being sent to my account. Otherwise, I'd have to find a clinic or a hospital and become a doctor once again. Furs let out a sigh, both in satisfaction and in worry. Zio was silent for a moment before carefully asking, will the investigation of Kalangos affect your status as an author? After all, we could be under the attention of the mandated punishers, Nighthawks, and the rest. No, the only one they would focus on is you. Furs laughed. You were the one who sent someone to make a police report. Same for the one who sent the letter and the one famous among the alleys and gangs of the East Borough. As for me, Furswall, I'm still the popular best-selling author. Zio said in a daze, so you've just been accompanying me all this time. Furs stroked her hair and laughed. Don't you find that this was an interesting experience? This experience has provided me with the much-needed inspiration for my work. My next novel will be about a sudden brutal murder. Zio paused, not knowing how to continue the conversation. All she could do was continue walking forward bitterly, forgetting to make a turn until Furs dragged her back. At that moment, they heard a paperboy shout. Extra! Extra! Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos killed in Backlund. Ah! What? Zio and Furs looked at each other in confusion. They only came to their senses after the paperboy repeated himself multiple times. What? Kalangos is dead. Furs couldn't believe what she was hearing. He's dead. How did he die so suddenly? Zio, who was trying to hide from the prosecution of this merciless pirate, was shocked and dazed. Doesn't this have to follow a normal procedure? First, they find clues to confirm Kalangos' motive, then they would gather powerful Beyonders and ambush him. Killing the pirate was the last step. But, Kalangos was killed even though the first step hadn't been completed yet. He died just like that. Furs and Zio exchanged looks as if they were two marble statues. Nearly a minute later, Zio charged towards the paperboy and bought a copy of the Tussock Times. This was one of the 3 most distributed newspapers in the Lone Kingdom. Oh. Kalangos is really dead, killed by Duke Negan's bodyguard. Oh goddess, Negan's bodyguard is. Zio gasped, leaving out a powerful Beyonder that she had wanted to say. Furs looked at her good friend in pity. To think that you would believe everything the newspapers say. All right, perhaps someone realized Kalangos' motive in advance, and the mandated Punishers, Nighthawks, Machinery Hivemind, and the military cooperated and executed a successful ambush. Zio froze and exhaled. We don't need to worry about it any longer. We can go back to our normal lives, but we have to avoid the sphere of influence of that police station from before. She looked at Furs and asked, a little worried, how much do you think Miss Audrey will pay us now? I know that a few £100 wouldn't be too much to her, but we haven't really completed what she asked of us. No, at least we made Kalangos appear on his own accord. The reason he rushed to take action and fall for the ambush was definitely in some part due to our contributions, Furs consoled her. With Miss Audrey's generosity, she'll give us half the reward even if she's not giving us all of it. Let's hope so. Zio took in a deep breath and had an expectant gaze. I wonder who will claim that bounty of £10,000. It sure invites the envy of others. If I had that much money, I'd have become a Sequence 7 or 6 long ago, but I missed the opportunity time and time again. Furs also felt a little sorry, but she reminded her friend, Zio, let us not contact Miss Audrey for the time being. Let her contact us on her own accord. There are too many hidden details surrounding the death of Kalangos. Looking for Miss Audrey abruptly could put us in a dangerous situation. Zio first nodded before saying in surprise, how did you know that I was thinking of heading to Empress Borough? Try guessing. Furs laughed in response. After a busy morning, Klein returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. However, he looked listless. He went across the partition, passing Roseanne chatting with a stranger and quietly opened the door to the office. He reported to Dunn Smith, Captain, the people connected to Lenevis that I'm in charge of investigating have no problems. They were merely victims, not associated with any Beyonder incidents. Dunn placed both his elbows on his desk. Then stopped that for the time being. We shall place our focus on the more likely suspects after the rest of the members have finished with their investigations. We cannot direct all our manpower onto this incident. We have to guard against other sudden incidents. All right. Klein was about to stand up and head out to lunch when he suddenly heard knocking on the door. The handle moved and Roseanne peeked inside. Captain, someone is here with a mission. She glanced at Klein before immediately turning to Dunn right after. Who could it be this time? Klein had no energy to deal with missions directed at the Blackthorn Security Company. Because it's not for the Nighthawk squad, he saw it as likely a mistake on the client's part. Dunn thought for a moment before saying, we can go hear the request out and reject it if it's too troublesome. Klein nodded and stood up. But just as he was about to leave, he heard Dunn, you did what's best, Klein. Do not blame yourself. He gripped the crest of his cane before slowly loosing it before nodding. Klein replied, I can, use my time later to check on her. Of course. Dunn arranged his shirt and vest as he prepared to walk out of the office. But it's better if you allow her to breathe and process the situation. Busy yourself. You can come with us to check on this client. Klein casted his gaze down and thought. All right, he said as he lifted his head. They made their way through the partition and towards the sofa in the receptionist area. Roseanne followed curiously behind, but Klein seemed a bit detached. Roseanne opened her mouth, but closed it without saying anything. There were 2 ladies on the sofa, both of them were wearing black hats and dresses without any extra color. One of the ladies was plump and had fair skin. Her face was completely obscured by the black veil of her hat. Klein felt a sense of familiarity when he saw her, as though he had seen her somewhere before. Just as he was recalling, he heard the skinnier lady beside her speak. The mission we would like to entrust to you is for you to track and monitor Madame Sharon and find evidence of her crimes. Madame Sharon. Klein suddenly had an epiphany, and recalled where the sense of familiarity came from. The lady that remained silent was the wife of Member of Parliament Maynard, the daughter of the new party's leader. She found it hard to accept the death of her husband and is unwilling to accept the conclusion the police department came to, so she came to a security company in private to do another investigation. To think that she came directly to us. Klein shook his head. Madame Sharon. Dunn obviously knew of Baron Coey's widow, a famous socialite in Tingen. Maynard's wife turned her head to shoot a glance at the scrawny lady who came with her to the Blackthorn Security Company, but she didn't speak for herself. The scrawny lady in the black dress and hat weighed her words before she spoke. Yes, Madame Sharon, the wife of the deceased Baron Coey. She stammered, then suddenly spat in anger, she's AB*TCH. Upon hearing her curse, Klein suddenly recalled the porno that he had seen and Madame Sharon's behavior, which appeared nervous on the surface but was calm deep down. That made him believe the rumors about her, and he felt sorry for the deceased old Baron. It's not like Madame Sharon can't remarry. But her loose behavior. Dunn didn't have much of a change in his facial expression. He sat on the sofa opposite and said with his mellow voice, but that doesn't make her a criminal. You know clearly, and I know it clearly too. Madame Sharon is very influential in Tingen. If we were to follow her and monitor her, there could be very serious consequences for us. She's a criminal, the scrawny lady said angrily. She caused my brother's death, but those lovers of hers pressured the police department and made them pronounce that my brother died of excessive drinking and continuous indulgence in sexual pleasure. They are all criminals. Those. Klein realized that the scrawny lady was Maynard's sister while feeling sorry for the old Baron once again. That's right, for such a scandal, she would definitely not send a maidservant here. It's better if the request is made by family. He nodded his head in enlightenment. Mrs. Maynard patted the back of the scrawny woman's hand and added with a deep yet cold voice, she's a criminal. If you suffer any damages because of this, I will compensate you for your losses. That tone. She lives up to her identity as the daughter of the new party's head. If the police department wasn't very confident with the result of my mediumship ritual, I'm afraid they would have submitted under her pressure. Klein lampooned inwardly. Dunn was silent for nearly 20 seconds before he said, all right. I have another question. Why do you seem to be so certain that we would find something? The scrawny lady nodded and said, the tobacco merchant, Viceroy, introduced us here. He said that you're the cream of the crop in this industry and can complete missions that others aren't capable of completing. The tobacco merchant Viceroy. Who is he? Klein looked at Captain subconsciously and noticed that Dunn Smith looked really confused. Captain doesn't know. Sigh. The scrawny lady saw that the two elite mercenaries looked confused, so she added, you saved his kidnapped son. Oh, him. That kidnap case led me to the discovery of the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein was suddenly enlightened. He fell into a deep thought. Then, it occurred to him, the Antigonus family's notebook is being brought to light again. A coincidence? Dunn nodded slightly and said, I understand. Upon seeing this, the scrawny woman laid out her offer, you are to tail and monitor TCH for 2 weeks. Even if you don't find any evidence of her crime, you have to take note of who visited her and who she visited. We will pay £50 for this. And if you find evidence of her crimes, we would pay another additional £200. If this is a coincidence, where is this leading to? Klein was fixated onto something else that the words of money went past him. Wait, Selina was so alerted by Insanguil. Officials dying in the line duty. How exactly? By 0-08. I need to know what 0-08 is capable of, but it's highly confidential, even knowing anything about it is prohibited. Klein was fixated on something else that the words relating to money went past him like a wind. Dunn thought for a moment before saying, no problem, we can sign the contract now. You'll have to pay a deposit of £20 up front. Klein paused. He didn't expect Dunn Smith would accept the mission, although he, himself, was quite keen on accepting. Mrs. Maynard nodded slightly and said, no problem. I believe in you. Please don't disappoint me. Dunn smiled but kept quiet. He turned his head and told Roseanne, please write up a contract. Chapter 222, Hidden Statue. At a roadside near Blackthorn Security Company. A spot of paved road was pried to a shatter. Collapsed to form a little hole where the soil was revealed in the open. On the seemingly infertile soil, a sprout with dark-tipped leaves was swaying gently in the wind. Klein took the chance Dunn gave to learn tailing techniques and monitoring skills. However, it just had to be with Leonard. The tension between them made the atmosphere grim. However, Leonard still kept a professional facade. He guided him into the basics. Until you know the target's routine, you can't tail your target recklessly. Plus, monitoring alone makes it difficult to take note of everything. Unless you don't eat, drink, sleep, and go home, Leonard had said. Hence, Klein followed his suggestion and found one of the triad bosses in the Hound pub and spent £5 to get his underlings to monitor Madame Sharon and record her daily routine. Luckily, this can be reimbursed. On the afternoon, Klein received the investigation report from the triad boss. Calling it an investigation report was an obvious insult to professional detectives. Not one of the triad boss's underlings was literate. They relied on drawings and symbols, which was then interpreted and organized by their semi-literate boss who had attended Sunday school for a year. Klein got a headache just from reading it and took quite a while to finish reading the report. According to the surveillance, Madame Sharon seldom leaves her place recently. There aren't many guests who visit either. Soon enough, he decisively thought of sneaking in search. 2 days ago, he had received Mr. Azek's reply. There was only one sentence on the letter. I obtained the creeping hunger and recalled something. Klein had finally confirmed that it was Mr. Azek who killed Kalangos and that this amnesiac teacher of his who had a long life was a high-sequence beyonder. However, he didn't dare ask him what he had recalled with the aid of the creeping hunger. Azek obviously didn't want to talk about it. If he was willing to share, he would have described it directly in the letter. In Klein's reply, he only reminded Mr. Azek that the creeping hunger yearned for the flesh, blood, and soul of living humans. He had to find a safe sealing method. In addition, Justice and the hangman had yet to pray to him, but Klein wasn't worried. He understood that both members were afraid of being monitored, so they didn't recite his name recklessly. Basking under the brilliant skies and vibrant meadow, Selina, dressed in a white sundress, was curled up, head resting against her arms as her sobs echoed with the gales. Hick! Hick! Her figure was sculpted, akin to a goddess in the ancient scriptures. Yet it was unheard of to see that a goddess was in deep emotions. No. This. Klein's being controlled by his emotions. Selina consoled herself. She wiped the tears from her face and gazed at the distant valleys, courts of flowers and mountains. I have to do something. She fell silent, letting herself be drowned in her thoughts. Subsequently, she made the surroundings sprout night flowers to soothe her aching nerves. The Lenivas case, she exclaimed. The Lenivas case was the last time Klein remarked of encountering a coincidence. It was from the conveniences that the Lanivas swindling case had connections with the Eugen case, causing the latter to lose control. They're conspiring for a sinister ritual, long before the events occurred. What is that ritual? Sigh, if only I had someone I can ask question to. Ah. Fallacy. Fallacy was a pet of a deceased nighthawk, who was a Sequence 7 nightmare, same as her captain. This could mean that his owner was a captain of a Nighthawk squad who has access to a considerable entries from the church. Not only that, the cat claimed he's older. By the tone of his voice, Selina could dictate he's about 60 years old. Seniors are wiser than youngsters. Selina found a footing in her casted emotions. However, merely having a person to be asked wasn't enough. She had to find the issue, or grasp the underlying concept of the ritual, its intent and nature. Perhaps this can be done by checking the people Lenivas had acquainted in the past. Madame Megos, in Klein's story, had suffered greater despair because of him. Then. I will use Leonard's seed to visit her. Selina recovered to a better mood. Hee, this ambivalent poet hadn't made a choice in what to turn for the seed I gave him. Hence, I will leverage this. Gas street lamps illuminated the straight Osna street at night while the crimson moon hung high above. Klein, who had sneaked out with the clown's balance and agility, got inside Madame Sharon's house quietly. In a spacious area with a cloakroom that was ajar, there was a thick carpet, a blanket made with goose feathers, a makeup table strewn with skincare products and cosmetics, a dazzling array of jewelry, thin clothing, and socks thrown over the rocking chair, and multiple decorative items adorned with gold silk. All of these entered Klein's field of vision. What attracted Klein's attention the most was an unfinished oil painting. On the painting was the naked figure of Madame Sharon herself, her brown hair like a waterfall, her eyes like an innocent deer's, pure and limpid. But her curved eyebrows, sharp nose, and tender lips accentuated her form as a mature female. The two qualities fused together despite the contradiction, releasing an alarming temptation. Klein only gave a cursory glance at the area under the neck for a moment. He wasn't trying to be gentlemanly. After all, he had already seen the porno, so why would he have scruples over a picture? His attention had been grabbed by the pastels, palettes, and paintbrushes beside the painting, as well as a full-length silver-coated mirror. Finally, he stopped before a safe in the corner of the room. The steel safe was a meter tall, thick and heavy. It gave the impression that it was unusually sturdy, as if it could only be opened using explosives. This sure is a characteristic of the age of steam. There must be complicated machinery within the safe. Klein tried to open the safe but failed miserably. He left the safe for last. He took off his left glove and unwound the topaz dangling on his left wrist. Grabbing the silver chain and allowing the pendulum to fall, Klein dispelled the excitement that the fragrance in the room gave him and entered a state of cogitation. His eyes turned dark as he chanted to himself, "There is a secret room or hidden partition in this room. There is a secret room or hidden partition in this room." After reciting it 7 times, Klein's eyes regained their normal color. He looked at the dangling topaz, which was turning counterclockwise. It was a negative result. Klein nodded slightly and left Madame Sharon's room. According to the process from before, he went through the study, the living room, the greenhouse, and other parts of the house, but he didn't find any clues of value. He didn't use dowsing rod seeking since he didn't exactly know what he was looking for. Klein took out his silver pocket watch and gave it a look. He confirmed the time before returning to Madame Sharon's bedroom. Carefully closing the wooden door, Klein took out the silver dagger used for rituals and released his spirituality, allowing it to fuse with the powers of nature and seal the room. He was going to summon himself. He was going to go through the safe using his spirit and check the things inside. The process was simple since he was praying to himself. He didn't have to be too particular. Klein took out a candle infused with sandalwood and ignited it using his spirituality. That was going to be his altar. I summon in my name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The incantation reverberated around Madame Sharon's bedroom. Klein's spirituality poured out from within him, gently fusing with the candle flame to become a gray, palm-sized veil of light. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise, made his way through the mad ravings, and into the world above the gray fog. He saw the door of summoning appear behind the seat of honor at the ancient long table. Klein was about to react when he froze. I should perform a divination to see if I can discover any clues since I'm already here or if it's safe for wraiths inside. Despite his many thoughts, Klein didn't want to delay it any further. After all, his physical body was still in the real world. Thus, he decided to confirm the past few divinations he did regarding the incident. He picked up the pen and, without writing, he conjured a divination statement on the goatskin before him. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. This was the divination he did when he went to Maynard's house to help the police. The answer he received last time was negative. Grabbing the silver chain, he allowed the topaz pendulum to almost touch the statement on the goatskin. Klein half-closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement, John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum. His pupils constricted suddenly. The topaz pendulum was spinning clockwise. Clockwise meant a positive result. Maynard's death was really due to supernatural influences. Klein stared at the pendulum that was slowing down, his heart churning in turmoil. My divination back then was influenced, disrupted. Madame Sharon is a beyonder, a rather powerful beyonder. Or is there someone backing her, having helped in planning Maynard's death? Did they want to remove a powerful opponent to the seat of mayor, to remove a future House of Commons member of Parliament from the new party? Many thoughts raced through his mind as Klein wrote a new divination statement, Madame Sharon is a beyonder. He recited the statement 7 times, still using the pendulum technique. Klein used the location he was at, as well as the information he knew regarding Madame Sharon, to complete the divination. He saw an answer. The answer was the clockwise rotation of the topaz pendulum. The answer was yes. Madame Sharon is a beyonder. Klein's nerves tensed. He didn't delay any further, immediately answering his own prayer and pushing open the mysterious door. After a moment of chaos and dizziness, he saw Madame Sharon's bedroom and himself. Klein floated to the front of the heavy safe and extended his right hand. He carefully extended his hand into the safe. Since Madame Sharon was a beyonder, he had to be wary of traps in the safe. Collecting himself, Klein felt for the corners of the safe to see if they hid anything. Even though he couldn't pick up any papers in his current state, passing through objects was a different feeling from passing through the air. The feeling was also different when passing through objects of different densities. In his search, Klein suddenly froze. He found an empty space on the side of the safe facing the wall, a hidden compartment. After confirming that there was no danger, Klein made his way inside. What entered his field of vision were ointments, fragrances, powdered herbs, and other objects. The centerpiece was a statue of a god that took the form of a skeleton. The statue was about the size of a palm, and probably of a beautiful girl. It had long hair all the way to its heels, each strand of hair was thick and clear, like a venomous snake. Situated at the tip of every strand of hair was an eye, some closed, others open. Klein was shocked. He caught a whiff of an evil scent and hurried out of the hidden compartment. He now understood why his divination for any secret rooms or partitions in the room had failed. Chapter 223, Mirror. Klein stared at the eerie white bone statue of a woman, who might be the primordial demoness. Many things ran past his mind before he retreated. He stayed silent. Then suddenly, his spirituality stirred as an ominous premonition gripped him. Klein quickly flew next to the window with complicated patterns and looked at the road outside. He saw a carriage driving towards the front gate under the light of the gas street lamps. Without wasting another single thought, he severed the state and plummeted down back to his body. He quickly made a wise decision to leave. Madame Sharon, who looked beautiful in her black dress, slowly walked to the second floor. She dismissed her maidservants and opened the door to her bedroom. Her pure clear eyes suddenly concentrated and reflected fine threads that were almost transparent and unnoticeable. They didn't possess the luster of spirituality, they were like human hair that was pathologically changed. If one didn't already know of their existence or have a pair of very special eyes, they wouldn't notice the strands. All those fine threads had torn and fallen to the ground. Madame Sharon squinted her eyes and directed her focus onto the thick gray metal safe. 36 Zutland Street, the Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn was reading the newspaper casually with his legs crossed. He looked at Klein, who appeared before his office door with a strange expression. He sighed and said, "Weren't you supposed to slip into Madame Sharon's house to do an initial search? Did you encounter some sort of problem?" Klein nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I suspect that Madame Sharon is a member of the demonist sect." "A member of the demonist sect?" Dunn lowered the newspaper and ruminated over the words. He then asked seriously, "What did you discover?" Klein didn't sit down, he leaned his body forward and supported his weight with his hands holding the edge of the work desk. "First, I found a photo. There was a young man in the photo, but he looked very much like Madame Sharon. Similar to instigator Trissy." Dunn's eyes sparkled as he was enlightened. They had previously predicted that Trissy was most likely a member of the demonist sect. "Yes." Klein nodded with mixed emotions as he continued, "I used divination to discover that Madame Sharon has a white bone statue in a hidden compartment in her safe. It's of an extremely beautiful woman, but her hair is very long, to her ankles. Every single strand is as thick as a venomous snake. On the tips, there were eyes. They looked rather creepy. Captain, is that the image of the primordial demoness?" As his security clearance was insufficient, the information about the demonist sect that he could read was very limited. Dunn recalled and nodded with a serious expression and said, "That's the image of the primordial demoness. We have to take action immediately and seize control of Madame Sharon." Klein immediately agreed and said, "If Madame Sharon is a mid-sequence beyonder from the demonist sect, I have to assume that she'll be able to tell that someone had sneaked into her bedroom." Then, he suddenly narrowed his eyes downward as he blurted, "Captain, why do the 7 Orthodox gods only have symbols without any actual image, while the evil gods that I'm currently aware of have anthropomorphic appearances? The true creator and the primordial demoness are examples. Is this one of the differences between Orthodox gods and evil gods? A matter of fact, the White Maiden is as well. She only allows the wreath for blessings. Why would there be such a difference?" Klein added inwardly, but he wisely didn't add it. "That's one of the differences between Orthodox gods and evil gods." Dunn gave a reassuring answer. Then, he got up and walked towards the clothes rack. He said, "Let's not delay any further, I'm worried that Madame Sharon will run away." Then, Dunn paused. "Go upstairs to get Kenley. With the 3 of us taking action together, we can apply for one sealed artifact. Madame Sharon is very likely higher than a sequence 7 beyonder." Klein felt at ease for once as he nodded, "Yes." Then, he asked, "Captain, which sealed artifact are we going to use?" Dunn weighed his words before he answered, 3-0217. As there weren't many sealed artifacts behind Tingen City's Cheney's Gate, Klein quickly remembered what Captain wanted to use. Number, 0217. Name, Spirit Medium's Mirror. Danger grade, 3, considerably dangerous. It has to be used carefully. It can only be requested for operations that require 3 or more people. Security classification, official Nighthawk member or above. Sealed method, store in absolute darkness. Description, the back of the mirror is plated in mercury, the front of the mirror has 3 minor cracks. The very first investigator that looked into the mirror saw a sobbing girl with long hair. Then, he discovered the girl climbing out of the mirror. From many experiments with the artifact, the image that's reflected in the mirror is different most of the time. Even if the same person uses it repeatedly, they would encounter different things of varying danger levels. But they would prioritize dealing with the person who looked at the mirror first. The most dangerous situation is to see oneself in the mirror. If no one looks at the mirror, under the prerequisite of there being light, an image would surface automatically every 3 hours. It doesn't possess any living traits. Remark, the mirror originally belonged to a spirit medium and was a very ordinary mirror until one day the spirit medium committed suicide when looking into it. Indeed, that there aren't many sealed artifacts behind Cheney's Gate that can be used in a beyonder battle. 3-0217 is a good choice. Klein didn't speak further as he immediately rushed to the Nighthawk's recreation room to get sleepless Kenley. That night was Royale's turn to be on duty at Cheney's Gate. Leonard was off duty, Sikatron was patrolling areas like Raphael Cemetery, and the new member would only arrive on Sunday. Selina, who's usually available, couldn't be taken with them. Hence, Dunn could only pick from Fry and Kenley. Taking into consideration that Madame Sharon was from the Demonist sect and had little to do with dead spirits, he had opted for the latter. After a few minutes, Dunn returned from the basement. He held the mirror that was tightly wrapped in a thick black cloth. Frankly speaking, if I didn't know beforehand, I wouldn't be able to tell that it's a mirror. None of it is exposed. Klein went forward with the petite-sized Kenley. You're in charge of using sealed artifact 3-0217. Dunn passed the mirror to Kenley. Upon seeing that, Klein suddenly realized that he was a Sequence 8 Beyonder and that he possessed the ability to fight head-on. He couldn't just hide by the side as support. A bit tensed. The first thing he checked in his pocket in preparation is the vials Selina had made for him. They were cold. However, they were fragrantly scented. He took one out, it was the Serenity Agent. Klein took it and stayed closely behind, feeling his slumber charms in another pocket. On their way there, Kenley looked at the sealed artifact 3-0217 in his hands. He sighed from the tension. This is the first time I've been involved in such a dangerous operation. Normally, the Nighthawks wouldn't use any sealed artifacts to deal with Beyonder incidents. When they went to Morristown, they had applied for the mutated Sun Sacred Emblem for preventive purposes. Given how far away Morristown was, it would have taken backup some time to arrive if they needed it. This time, they were almost certain that their target was a mid-sequence Beyonder. Don't worry, perhaps Madame Sharon has already fled, Klein replied as he forced a smile. Honestly, he was just as tense as Kenley. If it weren't for what happened, he would have went to Selina first just to let placate him. Dunn's eyes turned and looked at him helplessly. Let's try not to let Madame Sharon escape. Leonard woke up in a meadow. The thin mist shrouding the discernible plains was lifted when he saw the White Maiden. Your Grace. He pressed an arm to his abdomen and bent his back forward. He found this appealing in the books pertaining the return of the Count. At some point during this, Leonard humored inside. Man, don't I seem like I'm betraying the Evernight goddess? Selina heard that. Inwardly she chuckled, I am. I feel the same as well. It eased her sinking nerves a bit, keeping herself busy from the events of the today. She let the world spoke, there are quite the number of disharmonies in Tingen. Mrs. White knew. Leonard emphasized and replied while straightening up, yes. Klein and I are trying to unravel what is happening. Selina nodded with a suppressed heart, why don't you mention in Sanguil? As much as Leonard hated to admit, he answered, what Selina is trying to warn us had no evidences. In Sanguil might not be Tingen and we can't chase Goose while we're depleting in manpower. Selina bit her lip faintly as she heard him add, but we're open to the idea. Whatever she dreamt happened before, thus we considered it might be here. We still need to maintain caution. Leonard repeated Dunn's words. This meant Captain did not saw Ince in my dream. Is it the nature of the dream world? It does not pull out from my subconsciousness but instead archives it. Selina listened attentively before finally stating the reason why she pulled Leonard. Do me a favor. A goddess's favor. Leonard dazed for a bit before nodding, as long as it's within my capabilities. Selina willed a majestic voice, I want you to track a pregnant woman named Megos. Inform her whereabouts when you visit Selina. Megos. Why's Mrs. White interested in her? Leonard fell silent. Through recollection, he calmly pieced. Megos had an affair with Lenivus, indoctrinated by that swindler. The swindler that happened to involve with Eugen, the last recent coincidence that pursued a malicious ritual involving a being reflecting an evil god. Leonard lifted his head and thought gravely, is it possible that Mrs. White is intending to trace this and toward the evil god? He couldn't simply resort to any conclusions, as that would reprimand his openness to the root of the cause. Gods are synonymous to being incomprehensible. Once you finished, you may choose a reward. The world imparted its last words that reverberated everywhere. Upon hearing that, Leonard re-echoed it in his head before realizing the scope of the favor is. Mrs. White is willing to expend this much in compensation. This must be a highly important task. Leonard took a solid 30 seconds of silence before lifting his head and nodding. Very well, Your Grace. Either way, he can't simply refuse a declared favor from a god. Megos should have confidential reports from the local polices from the last time she was interrogated from the Lenivus case. I'll just file a request to inspect and then memorize the contents. But it didn't stop Leonard in finding roundabouts on the task. That similar easy method had crossed Selina's mind. But due to her circumstances, she resorted to consulting Leonard. I could task Greg in delivering what Leonard wants after assigning the others to get it. Sigh, what a lazy, pompous poet. What if due to coincidences, Megos already left Tingen? Or worst, she was taken by Lenivus? Selina sighed inwardly before dismissing Leonard. At night in Osna Street. Dunn wore his black gloves and looked at Klein. Do you still remember what happened when we tried to capture instigator Trissy? I remember, Klein replied after some thought. She seemed to be able to detect our presence and make the necessary responses, which resulted in her successful escape. I also remember suggesting the use of bombarding the house when the captain asked me how I would deal with the situation. That was the safest, most surefire method. But not this time. We can't use it here as there are many innocent maids in Madame Sharon's house. If we notified them in advance and got them to evacuate, that would definitely catch Madame Sharon's attention. According to Leonard, Trissy could turn invisible. We have to assume that Madame Sharon has that ability too. Klein connected the dots at once. Dunn looked at the crimson moon in the sky and said, "Good, your answer is very good. You're rather intuitive in such situations. We cannot approach recklessly and end up alarming Madame Sharon. I'll try dragging her into a dream from a distance. If I'm successful, you and Kenley will go and capture her. Well, you can make the decision of whether to kill her or not. Kill her if you cannot control her. Your safety is of utmost importance." Klein was a little bit more ease. He smiled and made a quick praise in his heart. At this moment, Dunn was going to drag the distant Madame Sharon into a sleeping state, a little at a time. After completing the first stages of the restraint, he was going to create the most opportunistic conditions for Klein and Kenley. Similar to what he did during Moroi's case. All right. Kenley was also rather accepting of the captain's plan. Without any more chatter, Dunn uncapped the night agent he had in store, drank it, and leaned on the corner of a wall before shutting his eyes. He put his hands together and lowered his head. His black windbreaker and silk had blended into the night. Chapter 224, Reflection. In the opulent bedroom. Madame Sharon was leaning on her comfortable rocking chair, completely naked. Her fair and excellent figure was completely exposed. She sometimes turned her head towards the full-length mirror to admire her charming self. As she looked, her face would flush red as tears welled in her eyes. Her expression emitted a strange tenderness amidst her stupor. The skeletal statue of the goddess was sitting on the table beside her. The thick strands of hair seemed gentle under the warm, pink light. Slowly, the frequency in which Madame Sharon looked into the mirror decreased. Bit by bit, her eyelids couldn't help but droop. Seconds turned into minutes when Klein suddenly recalled something. How was the captain going to notify Kenley and himself after he successfully dragged Madame Sharon into a dream? Last time, it was Leonard who notified them. Who exactly knew when to take actions after the Dunn had pulled Moroi into a dream? Perhaps it's a unique feature among the sleepless. Klein considered praying to the White Maiden and see if he could solicit Leonard's guidance, setting their differences aside. At that moment, his mind turned into a blur. He saw a giant crimson moon, as well as Captain Dunn Smith in his black windbreaker under the moon. There was also the short Kenley, his expression dazed. Klein realized that he too was dreaming. I've been dragged into a dream by the captain. So that's how he was going to notify us. He wanted to facepalm himself, but could only maintain his trance-like state while saying muddle-headedly, "Captain." Dunn nodded slightly and said, "Madame Sharon has entered a dream. You can take action now." He then emphasized, "Remember to be careful, and don't be too reckless. We would rather miss the opportunity than take unwarranted risks." Just as he finished his sentence, the world before Klein shattered. His eyes reflected Dunn Smith again. He was still at the corner of the wall, looking down with his hands clenched tightly into fists. On the other side, Kenley, who had stopped pacing about, also opened his eyes. The duo exchanged looks and nodded. Both of them entered a state to execute their operation. Even though this was the first time Kenley was participating in a relatively dangerous mission, he was still more experienced than Klein. He had attended many official missions, so he quickly adjusted his mental state, becoming calm and sharp. Of course, this could also be attributed to the augmentation the knight had on a sleepless. This was also one of the reasons Dunn had chosen Kenley over Fry for this operation. Let's go. As a sequence 8, Klein took on the role of the leader, signaling for his partner to follow. Kenley didn't object. He gripped the tightly wrapped mirror and softened his footsteps as he followed. Suddenly, he glanced at Klein's side profile. He said, "I'm sorry about Selina." "Why?" Klein was startled, froze, but continued nonetheless in a matter of seconds. "I was the one who saw her like that. I was scared, so I reported to the captain." "So Captain went and confirmed it without disturbing Miss Selina," answered Kenley honestly. Klein's mouth opened, only for it to close without uttering a word. "You did what any one of us would have done." The atmosphere turned rigid and Klein led him to the place where he scaled the wall previously. He grabbed onto the crevices of the wall and made it to the top of the wall with little effort. He maintained his ridiculous sense of balance and turned around, bending down and grabbing the spirit medium mirror Kenley had tossed over. The moment he touched the mirror, Klein felt his spiritual perception tighten suddenly. It was as if what was covered by the black cloth wasn't a mirror, but a door to some unknown, dangerous alternate world. Indeed, any item that requires sealing has some malefic side to it. Klein wistfully to himself inside as he watched Kenley scale the wall. In order to facilitate movement, Kenley had placed his cane beside Dunn. Klein didn't dwell on that matter. After making their way through the garden to the side of the building, he climbed the pipe up to the balcony of the second floor, just as he did before. He then hung naturally from his feet, allowing his body to fall, once again taking sealed artifact 3-0271. Kenley looked at him, puzzled. But immediately, he nodded his head in enlightenment. At that moment, Klein was shocked by his own actions. He exerted a force using his waist, and, with the support of his left hand, he easily flipped over. What happened just now? His eyebrows met. Why did I move like that? It felt so natural. Is that an ability of the clown? He thought back and felt that he was able to better display the unique characteristics of a clown in actual practice. After waiting for Kenley to easily make his way up, Klein handed the spirit medium mirror back to him before pulling open the unlocked door of the balcony. Kenley carefully pulled away the black cloth wrapped around sealed artifact 3-0271. He pointed the object mirror side down, reflecting the tiles on the ground. One of the rules of the spirit medium mirror was not to use it on yourself or your partners. After putting away the black cloth, Kenley took out his revolver and followed behind Klein. They made their way past the corridor towards Madame Sharon's bedroom, their footsteps light. Klein wielded his readied revolver, and, while activating his spirit vision, he reached out for the door handle with his left hand. He didn't dare to be careless since his divination told him that there would be danger present. The reason why he didn't make another quick divination was that he knew the presence of the primordial demoness statue in the room. At this distance, his divination would definitely be interrupted. He knew that there was no way for him to get a clear answer without relying on the gray fog's obstruction. Furthermore, with Kenley beside him, there was no way for him to enter that mysterious space. After pushing open the door, what entered Klein and Kenley's field of vision was the warm light from the gas lamp. Then, they saw Madame Sharon slumped over her chair, as well as her alluring body. However, Madame Sharon wasn't asleep. She was reclined in her chair with a faint smile across her mouth, looking straight at her two visitors. Instinctively, Kenley flipped his palm and pointed the spirit medium mirror at Madame Sharon. Klein first froze, then exclaimed, "No." He clearly remembered that there was a full-length mirror on the other side of the chair. But it wasn't there now. The spirit medium mirror had locked onto Madame Sharon in just a second. But that image of Madame Sharon became blurry before turning into a full-length mirror. Kenley looked at himself in the mirror and also sealed artifact 3-0271 reflecting his own image. A figure instantly appeared within the spirit medium mirror. It was an expressionless, sinister image of Kenley himself. Klein felt his limbs turn rigid as if he had been entangled by invisible threads. An elegant figure appeared beside the full-length mirror. It was Madame Sharon, wearing a nightgown. She glanced at the two intruders and chuckled. If it wasn't for the fact that the statue happened to be beside me, I should be deep asleep now, waiting for you to wake me up with a kiss. At that moment, Klein suddenly shouted a simple term in ancient Hermes, crimson. He had no idea when he dug his left palm into his pocket. He deftly flicked his fingers and tossed out a slumber charm. Due to being a sleepless, Leonard got across the streets from his apartment and back to Sootland Street. However, instead of going to the Blackthorn Security Company to resume his shift, he took the chance to visit the Ottawa County Police Department at Indus Region. Leonard resorted to a foot due to the road devoid of carriages. Ottawa County Police are intended to be open 24/7, in consideration to any mishaps that might occur. In addition, since the department is in jurisdiction of the Evernight Church, some, under voluntariness, are allowed to intake sleepless potions and remain as a Sequence 9. This opened up an advantage for a highly efficient forces. "Hello. Where's Officer Mountbatten?" Leonard asked to the front desk officer at the entrance. "Mr. Leonard. My apologies, Mr. Mountbatten had just taken a leave this afternoon," the man said in a civilian staff uniform. He's one of the few exceptions of the sleepless potion who are strictly in night or day shifts. Mountbatten was not due to his preferences. "I see. Well, I need to recount the confidentialities of a lady involved in the Lenivas case." Leonard smiled and gladly presented his badge. "Sure, please come to the head chief's office and file the request." The front desk officer stamped a receipt with the seal and handed it to Leonard. Leonard nodded, "Thank you." Along the way, he thought about the fact that he will visit Selena. Maybe tomorrow, or today, depending if she's awake. Because of this, Klein's words echoed, if what the captain said is true about encountering in Sangwil and leading to a death in line of duty, Selena will be safest in the department. Leonard's pupils deepened as he looked straight forward, falling deeper into his thoughts. Us in the street. As everything unfolds. Klein recovered from the deep dream as easy as if it were merely just a nap. He witnessed multiple fine threads, Kenley squeezing his own neck, saliva and tongue protruding out as he looked helplessly in his image. At this point in time, he's on a confrontation with Madame Sharon. Klein quickly took out another silver charm without having the luxury of time to think about it. It was a triangular-shaped item, a requiem charm. Crimson. Klein said the ancient Hermes word while he instilled his spirituality into the charm and threw it out. Then, he pressed down his left hand and grabbed the spirit medium mirror. He used the corner of his eye to determine that the sealed artifact was facing downward so it wouldn't reflect himself. The triangular silver charm ignited into icy blue flames. The gentle and serene darkness blanketed Kenley and affected Klein himself. The nervous emotions dispersed in that instant. Kenley relaxed his hands on his throat, while Klein felt like he was standing before his oriel window at home, overlooking the quiet streets. His physical and mental state was at peace. That was exactly what Klein wanted. At that very moment, he entered an extremely serene state. He appeared to be the only person left in the entire world with nothing else in existence. Within this sense of calmness, he suddenly had a gut feeling in his mind. Madame Sharon is about to attack my right waist. Without any hesitation, Klein lifted the spirit medium mirror and rolled to his left. Just as he moved, a dagger, burning in dark flames, pierced the spot where he had stood earlier. Madame Sharon's figure was outlined once again. As he rolled, Klein suddenly lifted the spirit medium mirror and pointed it at Madame Sharon. Besides saving his teammate, his main goal when he got close to Kenley was to pick up the sealed artifact. Otherwise, he didn't believe that anything good would come out of waiting for the captain's reinforcements while being next to Madame Sharon. If it really didn't work, Klein could only take the risk and use Azek's copper whistle. Regarding how he would explain it, he would think about it after he managed to stay alive. However, things developed better than Klein had predicted. Madame Sharon opted for assassination. She didn't interrupt his use of the requiem charm and the spirit medium mirror. Therefore, Klein had instantly formulated a simple plan. He didn't avoid the repercussions of the requiem charm but relied on it to enhance his foresight ability as a clown. Then, he seized the opportunity to dodge the attack while he used the spirit medium mirror to reflect the enemy. When Madame Sharon missed her strike, she immediately wanted to chase after her agile opponent who was rolling away. She suddenly saw a mirror with 3 cracks. The surface of the mirror rippled, and a woman's figure appeared. Her hair was black and thick, hanging low and blocking her face. Klein's left hand shook, and the spirit medium mirror glided on the carpet for a dozen centimeters with the front facing upwards. A pale hand extended out of the mirror, and a woman in a white bedsheet-like dress climbed out of the mirror quickly and pounced at Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon's expression became gloomy, there was a layer of darkness above her innocent brown eyes. Her surroundings ignited with 7 black flames. With a swoosh, a black flame flew out and hit the woman in the white dress. Whoosh! The woman caught on fire and wailed in pain. Very soon, she vanished into thin air. So. The black flames flew at Klein one after another like bullets. Klein's pupils constricted as he quickly rolled away. He didn't dare stay in that spot. However, his action of rolling gradually became slower because there seemed to be fine threads entangling him again. They slowed him down and affected his motion. It seemed like the nemesis of the clown's combat abilities. The black flames flew past Klein's face and fell onto Madame Sharon's bed. However, it didn't burn, seemingly effective on items with life or spirituality. Klein had yet to feel rejoice over his successful dodge when another premonition flashed through his head. He twisted his spine and changed his forward flip into a side roll. A transparent ice crystal suddenly appeared like a spear and stabbed into the carpet where Klein had originally intended to land. The white frost expanded and struck Klein, whose actions were affected by the fine threads. He suddenly shivered, and his body became stiff. Although he could still move, he was much slower. Madame Sharon had black flames surrounding her again, and there was a transparent ice spear that condensed in her hands. Klein didn't hesitate any further as he shoved his hand into his pocket and grabbed Azek's copper whistle. He. Just then, Kenley shook off the effect of the requiem and slumber charms. He got up and looked towards Madame Sharon with a pair of vacant-looking eyes. His face seemed to be blanketed by a shadow, making him look silent yet creepy. Thud. 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 Kenley leaped at Madame Sharon, who was the closest. Madame Sharon narrowed her eyes and shot the black flames surrounding her one after another at Kenley. Poof. Poof poof. The black flames disappeared like snowflakes and didn't have any effect. Klein was stunned at first, then he lifted the gun in his right hand and pulled the trigger while aiming at Madame Sharon. Bang. Madame Sharon dodged ahead of time and threw the frost spear towards Kenley, but it only penetrated his clothes and not his skin. Hence, it didn't create a freezing effect. Bang. Klein fired again, and Madame Sharon dodged to the side of the broken full-body mirror and picked up a palm-sized fragment. She continued to walk swiftly and dodged another bullet. She then used the irregular fragment to reflect Kenley as he leaped over at her. Right on the heels of that, Madame Sharon dodged to the side as she swiped the mirror with her palm, which was covered in black flames. At that moment, Klein had emptied his revolver. He had no choice but to throw it, letting the empty shells and revolver fall to the carpet. Just as he rolled over to pick up Kenley's revolver, he heard his teammate's tragic scream. Kenley stopped before bending over and vomiting. It was bile at first, then a red heart, followed by his lungs and stomach that were burning with black flames.